Synopsis. After a long day of work and escaping into DC Comics, a young man suddenly wakes up in the middle of a real-life battle in Metropolis. Stuck in a world of heroes and villains without shoes or money, he is forced to interface with a snarky, universal network system that rewards him for causing chaos and altering the timeline. To survive, he must navigate dangerous encounters with legendary figures while gaining unique skills and companions. In a city where his every move could trigger a crisis, he must decide if he will be a pawn of the system or carve his own path to freedom. Chapter 1, Work Comics Chaos 1. Dragging myself back from another long day at the office, I tossed my worn-out shoes aside and flopped onto the couch. Grabbing the nearest DC comic, I dove into the colorful pages, the routine comfort of escaping into a world where superheroes battled villains. Work, home, comic book, rinse and repeat. It was my version of Groundhog Day. Even weekdays felt like an endless loop of exhaustion and little else. I hustled day in and day out, all to pay off those pesky student debts that seemed to have taken out a mortgage on my life. But hey, soon I'll be debt-free, right? That's gotta count for something. Turns out that single-minded focus on work wasn't as cool as I thought. It's like I put on blinders and zoomed past the friendship station without even realizing it. Lost touch with old pals, didn't make any new ones at work. Oops. Family-wise, zilch. The foster care system was my Hogwarts, except there were no spells or broomsticks, just a bunch of kids trying to figure it all out. No family ties, just me, myself, and my stubborn independence and will to make something of myself simply to prove that I can. Who am I trying to prove it to, you might ask? Family, I have none. Friends, I don't have any left who would care. To strangers, to myself. Heck, I really don't know anymore. And now, cue the classic midlife crisis at 20-something. It's like I woke up one day and realized, oops, I might have pushed everyone away. But who has the time or skill to just stroll into a new friend group like they're joining a book club? Debt-free dreams are within arm's reach. But on nights like this, when the comic storylines start to blur with my thoughts, I wonder, will it be worth it? Will financial freedom fill the friendship-shaped hole I dug myself into? Guess I'll find out soon enough. For now, it's me, my comics, and the faint hope that maybe, just maybe, I can figure out this whole life thing without crashing and burning. That's what I told myself as I dozed off, so tired that even the comic book slipping through my fingers and smacking me in the face couldn't startle me awake. Feeling a breeze wash over my face, I slowly opened my eyes to find the blue sky stretched before me, pages of my comic book flying in the air, obscuring my vision. Confusion swirled within me as I realized I wasn't lying on my comfy couch, but on something hard and jagged. Beside me, screams filled the air, piercing through the chaos. I turned to witness a massive crater surrounded by upturned flaming cars and frantic men and women running for their lives, panic etched on their faces. It was like something out of a blockbuster disaster movie. I couldn't help but let out a silly chuckle at the absurdity of it all. These dreams of mine are getting out of control. Maybe I should stop reading comics before going to sleep. I muttered, trying to remain calm despite the chaos unfolding around me. I scratched my head, trying to make sense of the bizarre situation, and soon enough, I realized how stupid it is to try to make sense out of a dream, so I just gave up. With a yawn, I reached out and plucked one of the comic book pages from the air, thinking that maybe if I read myself to sleep within this dream, I'd wake up back on my couch. I needed a good night's sleep, especially with an early morning ahead. I alternated through the pages, the vibrant colors and heroic battles feeling oddly comforting in the midst of this surreal scene. Continuing to leaf through the comic book pages, swapping one for another like a pro, I found myself engrossed in the whole escape from reality routine. But then, out of nowhere, a light bulb flickered in my head. Wait, isn't there something about words looking funky in dreams? I muttered, eyeing the comic page that, weirdly enough, had perfectly readable English. Brain, stop messing with me. Distracted by my own thoughts, I pulled off a move straight from the slapstick handbook. I pinched my cheek, which hurt like hell. Fuck, I muttered under my breath, a realization suddenly dawning on me. Suddenly, the chaos around me cranked up to 11, finally registering into my brain with alarming clarity. Peeking over the comic book page, I was met with a scene straight out of a blockbuster disaster movie. High-rise buildings, some eerily familiar, stretched into the sky, each seemingly on the brink of collapse. Windows shattered, walls with person-sized holes, and some structures on the verge of collapse. Amidst this ruinous sight, a battle waged on. Each one of these wacky characters seemed dead set on tearing the city apart, the only thing getting in their way being the dude in the red and blue tights, who was starting to look more familiar the more I looked at him. "That's Superman, isn't it?" I muttered, eyeing the figure soaring through the chaos in his trademark tights. No sooner had I spoken than the guy in red and blue blasted a laser from his eyes, slicing a peculiar robot clean in two. Its halves thudded to the ground, confirming this was anything but normal. Not heeding the lessons of my pinching experiment, I impulsively went for my cheek again, giving it a firm pinch, regretting the move instantly once again. Okay, definitely not a dream. But come on, there has to be a reasonable explanation for this insanity. Hallucinations? Nope, not my thing. I've never dabbled in drugs, and my life isn't a highlight reel of exhaustion-induced visions. So, if this isn't some bizarre dream or a hallucination, then what the deuce is it? I was desperate for any plausible explanation other than this reality being, well, reality. I mean, there I was, witnessing Superman, the legendary Man of Steel, duking it out with a horde of mismatched villains that wouldn't even make sense in a comic book setting, above my head, no less. And me, there I was, still wishing fervently that this was just some surreal dream and not an insane reenactment of a superhero movie gone totally haywire. Before I could even begin to piece together a coherent thought, one of those erratic dots in the sky, those zany characters on a rampage, suddenly expanded, hurtling straight in my direction. Panic surged through me, snapping me out of my stupor. I scrambled to my feet, but it was too late. The creature, an alien, maybe even demonic entity, with scaly skin and a face that even a mother wouldn't find handsome, landed right in front of me. I gawked awkwardly at the creature, feeling the weight of impending doom. As it grinned at me, I had a crystal-clear realization: I was deeply and royally fucked. F-U-C-K-E-D, I tell you. The thing charged at me, and in that moment of sheer terror, all I could do was shut my eyes and brace for the inevitable collision. What else is there to do when you're about to faceplant into something straight out of a nightmare? But instead of pain, there was nothing, and I'm not talking about the bad kind of nothing where you just pass away into nothingness, more like nothing changed. Bewildered, I cautiously peeked through half-opened eyes to find a towering figure with a broad back and a familiar red cape. Superman to the rescue. The creature, seemingly unimpressed by the Man of Steel, growled, "You are mighty, but you are one man." It said, and let's be real here, it definitely wasn't talking to me. I wasn't even wearing shoes, for crying out loud. "You cannot protect everyone, and if you do try it, it will be your death." The creature's mocking words echoed through the chaos. In response, Superman smiled. At least, that's the impression I got from the way he spoke, even though I couldn't see his expression. A great many interesting and powerful people have stood exactly where you are right now. Superman's voice resonated with unwavering confidence as he began effortlessly pushing back the creature, his raw strength on full display. And they made the same mistake of taking my empathy for weakness. The Man of Steel stated as he tossed the creature into the sky, causing its massive frame to disappear before I could even blink. Witnessing this showdown up close, I was speechless. It was like watching a classic Superman comic come to life. Heck, I'm starting to think that's exactly the case. But when Superman turned his gaze toward me, I immediately shut my gaping mouth and tried to compose myself. Attempt failed, especially judging by the amused glint in Superman's eyes. "Smooth, man, real smooth. Best not to linger here. Find somewhere safe to hide while I handle these invaders." Superman's calm words snapped me out of my awestruck stupor. Without another word, he raised his hands and soared back into the fray, leaving me to deal with the fact that I had just had a face-to-face chat with Superman, and that I probably looked like a stunned deer caught in headlights while doing it. Chapter 2, Yes and No 2. As Superman soared off into the sky, my left hand moved unconsciously toward my cheek. Reflex kicked in, and I slapped it away with my right hand. Not the most graceful move, but hey, I'm kind of freaking out here. Cut me some slack, will ya? Focus. It was time to get out of here, and fast. I scanned the chaotic surroundings, desperately seeking a safe haven, easier said than done in the middle of a citywide crisis. Then, a stroke of luck, I spotted a building in the distance that appeared somewhat intact, save for its damaged door and shattered windows. Talk about convenience. I sprinted toward the building, my heart racing as I reached the entrance. Once inside, I hurried past the debris toward an empty reception desk and took cover behind it. It didn't exactly feel like the safest spot, but in moments like these, beggars can't be choosers. Sure, the whole building might come crashing down any second. But for now, at least I was shielded from the ongoing havoc and the strange entities causing it out in the city. I peeked over the desk, taking in the wild scene around me, trying to figure out my next move. The whole city looked like it had turned into a battleground, stuff falling from the sky, explosions booming in the distance, and folks running around like they were in a marathon they didn't sign up for. But you know what was weird? By all intents and purposes, the ground should have been littered with corpses, and yet there were none, not a single drop of blood. It was like a wild action movie without the, well, mess. Don't get me wrong, corpses were the last thing I wanted to see right now. I already had a rude awakening, and I don't need to be traumatized as the cherry on top. Thank you very much. Scratching my head, I squinted, trying to make sense of this bizarre situation. Then, it all made sense. I spotted two blurred figures zipping around, one with a snazzy red and gold hue, the other in classic red and blue. Wherever they went, people vanished from harm's way, like some superhero Uber service. That's gotta be the Flash. Looks like the good guys are showing up. I muttered to myself, kinda relieved to see some backup. Just as I said that, a bright green light shot up in the sky, making those weird invaders eat dirt. Literally. Whoa, even the Green Lanterns in town. Talk about a crazy lineup of heroes. I'd be jumping up and down from excitement if I weren't, well, on the brink of having a panic attack and possibly, maybe, shitting myself perchance. Allegedly, of course. I huddled behind the desk, weighing the urgency of finding a toilet, allegedly, of course, against the very real risk of getting my ass squashed, roasted, or worse in the mayhem outside. Just as I was contemplating my next move, my vision blurred, and words appeared before me. Welcome to the Universal Network System. I blinked, hoping it was some weird eye twitch, but nope, the words lingered, uninvited guests in my sight. I tried to swipe them away, but they stubbornly remained. What's more, they transformed, almost as if they were reacting to my attempts to shoo them off. Proceed with caution in your desires, sir. I could very well be your sole lifeline in this dimension. The words flickered back at me, their tone robotic yet laced with a snarky edge. Who the heck are you, buddy? I shot back, refusing to be sassed by my own hallucinations. The Universal Network System, hence the welcoming message. I'm your personalized, fine-tuned, and custom-built companion for your convenience. The words altered again. Your cheat code, the lone chance for a regular, solitary nerd like yourself to survive here. I stood there, mouth agape, taken aback by the response. Well, fuck you too, I finally retorted after a moment. I'm afraid that's not feasible. I lack the necessary anatomy for such activities. The words remained as composed and aloof as ever. My eyes twitched in frustration, an unusual moment of speechlessness for me. Normally, I've got a comeback for everything, but here I was, struck dumb by these snarky floating phrases. Wait, who cared about my loner tendencies? The pressing matter was these sassy floating words and what they wanted from me. All right, fine, you win this round, I muttered with a defeated sigh. Whether these were hallucinations or not, arguing with floating text wasn't on my to-do list, especially in the middle of a chaos-crazed city. So, spill it, oh great and mighty floating text rectangle. What do you want from me? I asked, trying to sound nonchalant despite the escalating absurdity. I'm glad you asked. My current purpose is to help you escape the ordeal you find yourself in, preferably in one piece. Sorry to burst your bubble, but it seems the entire Justice League is gonna crash this party sooner or later. I trailed off, peering at the swirling mayhem outside. Frankly, I'm quite keen on the idea of surviving, right here, behind this surprisingly sturdy desk. Correct, the Justice League will contain the threat eventually, but it won't happen as quickly or easily as you imagine. The heroes will be too busy handling the invaders, and if something were to happen to a solitary soul cowering behind a desk, the chances of them noticing are infinitely close to zero. I furrowed my brow, trying to process the implications of the text's words. Contain the threat? The hell is going on here? I mused, a mixture of curiosity and concern brewing in my mind. As I stood there, trying and failing to absorb the information I was presented with, the floating text morphed into a new interface. It looked like something straight out of a sci-fi movie, all sleek lines and holographic panels. Main menu. Quest log. None. Character network. Character Superman. Relationship neutral. Alignment matrix. Character Superman. Alignment heroic unchanged. Memories archive. Event crisis at Metropolis recording. Protagonist action nothing noteworthy as of yet. Altered memory. Heroes are not even aware of the user's existence. Points exchange. Available points, none. Enhancements, improved persuasion skill, 200 points. Resting bitch face, 50 points. Gotham City intel, 100 points. Whoa, what the hell is this? I muttered, eyeing the interface hovering before me, a mix of bewilderment and fascination in my expression. Again, and hopefully for the last time, welcome to the Universal Network System. The text announced proudly, as if it was presenting a cutting-edge gadget. I tentatively reached out, tapping the holographic panels. Instantly, the screen shifted, revealing a list of options laid out neatly before me. It was like browsing through an advanced computer program, but with DC Universe elements. Main menu. Quest log displays ongoing quests or missions related to influencing DC Universe events. Character network shows connections between DC characters, reflecting relationships influenced by the protagonist. Alignment matrix tracks characters' moral alignments and the protagonist's impact on them. Memories archive records key moments altered by the protagonist's actions. Points exchange allows the protagonist to spend earned points on enhancements, abilities, or items. Settings and help options for system configurations and guidance on using system features. I continued to browse the system's panels, hoping for a clearer understanding, but the enigmatic responses persisted, leaving me more baffled than before. Suddenly, a notification disrupted my contemplation, dragging me back from my attempt to make sense of this bizarre situation. Would you like to initiate the tutorial? Wait, hold on a second, I muttered, my brow furrowing in confusion. Before I commit to some tutorial, can you at least explain the purpose of this system and how it actually works? The response was prompt, but far from illuminating. To put it in layman's terms, you simply need to cause chaos and reap the rewards. I blinked, caught off guard by the blunt response. Cause chaos, define chaos, I prodded further, hoping for a clearer explanation. Chaos as in divergences from the original timeline of this world. The reply seemed to be in a matter-of-fact tone. The pieces of the chaotic puzzle began to fall into place in my mind. So, divergences like an army of never-before-seen supervillains assaulting Metropolis. You're behind this mess, aren't you? I trailed off, a creeping realization dawning upon me. And I'm your fucking accomplice. I added, my voice laced with a mix of disbelief and dread. Images of the Justice League piecing together clues, condemning my involvement, and shoving me deep into the butthole of Satan or chucking me into the Phantom Zone raced through my mind. Yes and no. Chapter 3, Electrifying Kicks 3. I felt my eyes twitch at the inconclusive reply. How about yes or no? I said. It's a fucking yes or no question, isn't it? I added in an annoyed tone. Responding with a simple yes or no would be oversimplifying the situation. It's more complex than that. The system responded, its tone as cryptic as ever. I sighed in resignation. Fine, then give me the long answer, I said, pausing as I waited for a reply. We, as in the Universal Network System, and you, dear user, are responsible for the crisis event currently taking place in Metropolis City, albeit indirectly. The system revealed, its words hitting me like a ton of bricks. I felt my face unconsciously harden at those words, and a surge of frustration coursed through me. I knew it. Superman is so going to throw my ass into the Phantom Zone, or worse. Blackgate, I said, my mind already envisioning a grim future where I would be sharing a cell with some face-eating lunatic. Such a future is hard to envision, though you should hardly be relieved. Your future prospects are still grim, dear user. Unless you listen to me, that is. You must have some balls to ask me to do your bidding after dragging me from my couch and tossing me Armageddon. I hissed, frustration seeping through my words. I stood up, whatever, and whomever I was speaking to had a face so I could point my finger at their nose. What's to stop me from sprinting to the nearest hero and spilling everything? Maybe then I can finally get rid of you, whatever the hell you are, I declared, my tone defiant. Besides the fact that the Justice League members wouldn't give you the time of day, while combating these empowered invaders. The system's retort left me feeling a knot of frustration tighten in my chest, but I held my tongue. Or the fact that you'd likely meet an untimely end before even finding a willing ear. The strength in my stance wavered, and I miserably slumped my torso miserably onto the desk. I bet you don't have any more to say, I said weakly as a final act of defiance, still not resigned to my fate. That is a foolish wager. Aside from your survival, you have much to gain by utilizing the system's function. The system retorted, its words resonating with a sharp sense of urgency. Even if, by some miracle, you manage to survive this crisis without my help, the user would still be stranded in a dangerous world without money, identity, or any prospects for the future. Not even a pair of shoes. My silence was a begrudging acceptance of these words, my eyes twitching with annoyance at the stark reality. Sooner or later, you'll either end up dead, begging on the streets, or in a prison cell. So, death, homelessness, or imprisonment. Fantastic options, I sighed in resignation, not particularly keen on delving deeper into the system's grim predictions. And you've got all the solutions to my life's problems, do you? I asked sarcastically, my tone dripping with annoyance. Negative. The universal network system encourages user independence and rewards exploration. I scoffed at its response, considering the utter chaos around me, but the system went on, seemingly unperturbed by my incredulous reaction. Originally, the tutorial function wasn't part of the system's features, but given the unexpected circumstances of your transmigration, it was added as an emergency function. The system explained, devoid of any concern for my predicament. Resigned to my fate, I let out a heavy sigh. All right, fine, I'll play along, at least until I can figure out how to get out of this mess, I reluctantly agreed. But make no mistake, I don't trust a word you've said. I won't be your puppet, whatever your game is, I stated firmly. This is a one-time thing, just to get myself back on track, I concluded firmly. The system's response was composed, almost serene. That is entirely up to you, dear user. As long as you emerge unharmed from this situation, you are free to decide your course of action. A notification prompt popped up shortly after. However, I believe there's a significant misunderstanding regarding the purpose and functions of the system. I rolled my eyes in disbelief. Right, of course. I'm sure you had a perfectly altruistic, undisclosable reason for yanking me out of my cozy apartment and dumping me into a war zone, I retorted sarcastically. Let's just get this charade over with, I added with a hint of annoyance. Without hesitation, the system responded promptly. As you wish, please provide your consent to initiate the tutorial. I shrugged nonchalantly. Fine, I consent to start the tutorial, I stated. As I finished speaking, the system's interface appeared before me, resembling the previous display. However, this time, all menu options were grayed out except for the point exchange. Soon, a new notification materialized in my vision. For the purpose of the tutorial, you've been granted 500 points. Please proceed to the point exchange menu to continue. Nodding to myself, I accessed the point exchange menu. Currently, only 3 options stood out, not grayed out and positioned at the top of the list. Points exchange. Available points, 500. Enhancements. Improved persuasion skill, 200 points. Mystery pair of shoes, crisis at Metropolis event limited item, 150 points. Metropolis City Intel, crisis at Metropolis event limited item, 150 points. Checking out the options in the system menu, I got another notification interrupting my browsing fun. Please proceed to purchase the improved persuasion skill. I squinted at the screen, feeling a bit rebellious. Instead of following the system's orders, I decided to mess around a bit. I clicked on all the grayed out options, fully aware that it wouldn't change a thing. Surprise, surprise, nothing happened. Persistently, I kept on clicking, waiting for some kind of reaction from the system. After a bunch of futile clicks, the system responded with a message that was just a series of dots. Seriously, I couldn't help but smirk. Feeling satisfied with my victory of annoying the system, I went along with its original instruction. I hit the improved persuasion skill button and watched my points drop from 500 to 200 in a flash. Right after, another pop-up appeared. You have received the improved persuasion skill. Improved persuasion skill. Have you ever wanted to sell ice to an Eskimo? Well, now you can. This nifty skill enhances your ability to persuade others by implanting muscle memory on how to sound more convincing. I think a gun would be more persuasive in this situation, but oh well, I muttered. This does sound useful, I added, and before I even began to imagine scenarios of how I would use this power, the system shattered my dreams. However, be warned, while it gives you the suave suitor vibes, it won't come up with the right words for you. You'll still need to dig up those silver-tongued phrases yourself. Think of it as having all the slick moves for the dance floor, but having to freestyle the actual dance routine. My face scrunched in disbelief at the description. Yeah, I'm sure my introverted, work-obsessed self will magically find the right words to make someone jump off a bridge if I wanted to, I muttered, my tone laced with irritation. Sure, I had a loud mouth and a knack for comebacks, but I mainly used my considerable gifts to annoy everyone around me. Charming people, tough, not exactly my forte. The system, seemingly unfazed by my skepticism, pressed on with its instructions. I'm sure you'll manage. Please proceed to purchase the mystery pair of shoes. The state of my socks was lamentable enough, and the prospect of stepping on a glass shard and getting a tetanus infection was exactly appealing, so I didn't need to be told twice. Heh, tetanus. Funny how a word like tetanus could provoke both concern and a grin. Mature thoughts indeed. Setting my immaturity aside, I went ahead and bought the mystery pair of shoes. Just as before, my available points vanished instantly as a mysterious box materialized on the ground before me from thin air. I eagerly tore open the cardboard box and found a pair of seemingly ordinary, uninspiring black sneakers. Lifting them up for a closer look, I couldn't help but chuckle at the unremarkable appearance. Lo and behold, a description of the item popped up on my system interface. Storm Walker shoes. These lackluster sneakers sport an electrifying twist, providing the user immunity to shocking surprises by absorbing electricity and hoarding it like a battery. Oh, and they come with the ability of sniffing out electrical sources like a nosy neighbor snooping for gossip. Stored charges can be used to enhance your running speed and leap height, and any extra electricity will be safely channeled into the ground. Another system notification blinked, delivering a warning before I could even for my thoughts on the item. Disclaimer: while these shoes might make you speedier than the Flash if he was on a 99% sale, they won't turn you into a tank nor increase your brain's processing power. Chapter 4, First Quest 4. The Storm Walker shoes, huh? That's an oddly specific set of skills, I mumbled to myself, arching an eyebrow as I perused the shoe's description. Still, I wasn't eager to tiptoe around barefoot, so I quickly slipped them on. The system, surprisingly patient, waited until I was suited up before hitting me with yet another notification prompt. Proceed to purchase the Metropolis City Intel, it commanded, and I complied without much thought, watching as my points dwindled to 0, and soon enough, another notification prompt appeared in my vision. Metropolis City Intel. Get ready for one electrifying inside scoop. Due to the current chaos, the electrically charged villainous, Livewire, will soon escape from Superman's specially constructed imprisonment unit. Brace yourselves for her shocking return and imminent citywide rampage that will leave you spasming. This wouldn't have anything to do with these sneakers, would it? I muttered, feeling a tinge of unease. That's a bit too convenient for my taste, I grumbled to myself, noticing the ominous correlation between the intel and the pair of shoes. Just as I had begun to entertain the notion that the shoes and the intel might be somehow linked, the system didn't waste time proving me right as another prompt flashed before me. You have received a new quest, Zap and Influence. I squinted at the description that followed. Zap and Influence, strap in for electrifying chaos. Livewire, the electrically charged villainess, is set to make a grand return, unleashing her shocking rampage across the city. Your mission? Influence her actions, whether it's persuading her to cease her chaos, aiding the heroes, or, well, adding a bit more mayhem to the mix. The more your actions shape this event and steer its course, the greater your rewards will be. Well, isn't this just peachy, really? The electric puns are just the cherry on top of the fucking cake, I muttered, both apprehensive and intrigued by the prospect of being thrown headfirst into the chaos. This damned system seemed to have a knack for turning a crisis into a personal odyssey. And I suppose I can't refuse the quest, I muttered to myself, wanting to be anywhere but here. Preferably back on my couch, sleeping this entire crazy situation off. The system wasted no time in replying. Under normal circumstances, you are free to accept or refuse any quests. Utilizing any and all system functions is not mandatory. However, to complete the tutorial and emerge from the crisis event unscathed, it's highly advisable that you accept and complete the quest. I couldn't contain the twitch in my eye. Oh, sure, easy for you to say, I scoffed. But how on this crazy earth am I supposed to waltz up to that electric lunatic without becoming her personal lightning rod? The system's retort was swift and irritatingly accurate. You're the comics-obsessed loner, you'll figure it out. There was not a second wasted before another prompt appeared in my vision. Would you like to accept the quest now? Yes/no. I glared at the prompt, gritting my teeth, my frustration rising. Is this a fucking trick question? The no option is grayed out, you crappy text rectangle. I grumbled, my annoyance growing by the second. As the system persisted in pushing notifications in my face, would you like to accept the quest now? Yes/no. Yup, you guessed it. The no option remained frustratingly inactive. With a resigned sigh, I succumbed and accepted the quest, only to be greeted by yet another insistent prompt. You have accepted the quest, Zap and Influence. Good luck. Though I wanted to keep complaining, I had a feeling that I wouldn't be getting any more replies, and arguing with a sassy text box didn't seem like the best investment of my time. I reluctantly decided to save my breath and instead focus on the task at hand, dealing with Livewire. Okay, Livewire, I muttered to myself, racking my brains for any knowledge I had about this electrifying villainess. In the DC animated universe, she was a caustic shock jock who had nothing but disdain for Superman, criticizing his every move. Her life took a dramatic turn when she was struck by lightning during a confrontation with the Man of Steel at one of her rallies, giving her her abilities. In the original comics, she had a similar origin, except that she was born with the ability to control electricity. In an altercation atop the radio building where she worked, again with Superman, a bolt of lightning transformed her into a being of pure electrical energy. Then the infamous DC Comics reboot came along, and it was one wild roller coaster for Livewire. She went from a shock jock to a blogger with a thing for really bad pranks and barely any audience. Suddenly, out of the blue, she got the bright idea that pulling the switch for a citywide blackout in Metropolis would be a hilarious prank. Of course, Superman had to swoop in and save the day, but here's the kicker. Somehow, the big guy failed to stop her from flipping that switch. I mean, seriously. He's a Kryptonian powered by Earth's yellow sun, capable of knocking down buildings with a flick of his finger, and he couldn't stop a silly prankster? Comic book logic, I tell you. Then comes the fun part. The electricity from that power plant? Yeah, it zapped Livewire. Instead of turning her into a crispy critter, it gave her some seriously shocking powers. Got 'em, Nit. Now I'm using electric puns too. Anyway, that's comic books for you, where mysterious accidents give you superpowers. Hell, I wouldn't be surprised if some poor soul got superpowers from a bout of explosive diarrhea in a public toilet or something along those lines. Dealing with Livewire sure seemed like a gamble. She's been through different reboots, but Leslie Willis was always the name on the marquee, with her knack for mischief and a lightning wit that didn't spare anyone. On top of that, she could turn someone into a human barbecue if they so much as rubbed her the wrong way. Powers-wise, she's the queen of electricity manipulation, lightning bolts, power surges, you name it. But here's the kicker. Her kryptonite wasn't some high-tech gadget. It was good all H2O, a splash and zap, and she's out like a light. Now, how in the world was I supposed to wrangle her? Playing the diplomatic card seemed like the smarter move. I had these flashy shoes for safety, but I wasn't up for a round of superhero wrestling. DC characters, be they villains or heroes, tended to suddenly develop super strength and proceed to beat the shit out of anyone standing in their way whenever their superpowers failed them. No way I was getting my ass beaten on my first day in this world. I prefer my ass rear-end as it is, unbeaten and unkicked, thank you very much. So let's see. Livewire, at her core, always had this insatiable need for the spotlight. Maybe I could stroke her ego a bit, pretend to be a fan or something, get her yapping, and from there, figure out which version of her I'm dealing with. Not the noblest plan, but when faced with a voltage-happy villain, diplomacy might just be the unsung hero. As soon as I wrapped my head around the first phase of my Livewire game plan, a tingling sensation shot up from my feet. The hair on my arms stood at attention. Uh-oh, the electric sense tingling, I mumbled, realizing that it was probably the Storm Walker shoes kicking in, sensing the electrical activity around. Time to dive in, I muttered to myself, mustering all the courage I had and clenching my butt cheeks as I ventured toward the source of that electrifying feeling. The more I thought about it, the more I realized the necessity of dealing with Livewire. By that, I mean to have dealings with her and not any other meaning of the word, since we've already established that I had no intention of getting my ass kicked. I imagine bargaining with Livewire would be about as fun as a root canal. But hey, like any self-respecting DC villain, she must have had connections in the underworld, right? Contacts who could forge an identity for a guy who magically plopped into Metropolis during an invasion. And trust me, explaining that you're a random guy from another dimension who just happened to land here. Yeah, that wouldn't fly even in the weirdest of comic book scenarios. Chapter 5, Livewire's Grand Entrance 5. So there I was, jogging through the chaos-ridden streets of Metropolis, ducking behind corners and dodging the superhero showdowns and alien invasions like I was trying to dodge a raging bull, which was an understatement since they were probably way more dangerous than some dumb farm animal. I made sure to keep myself hidden, steering clear of anyone who looked like they could throw a punch or shoot laser beams from their eyes. I mean, who wants to be collateral damage in a superhero brawl on their first day on the job, if you can even call it that? I did my best to slink around unnoticed, but in the middle of this utter chaos, you never knew if someone had their eyes on you. The street corner I stumbled upon was just your average mess, if you discount the flipped-over cars, the ground craters that looked like they could swallow you whole, and the eerie absence of life thanks to everyone hiding it or cowering in hiding. Casually slipping into a nearby shop, I took a minute to scan the surroundings, eyes peeled for any sign of Livewire. This was ground zero for that prickling sensation of electricity that led me here, after all. Then, right on cue, the crossing lights started flickering like they were having an electric seizure, and the wires above began spitting out these wild, frenzied sparks. Before I could say, "What the heck?" one of those crackling bolts shot up and landed with a zapping sound, morphing into a woman right before my eyes. She sported a cool light blue skin tone that matched her short, spiky hair, decked out in a snug black leotard, and thigh-high boots that could probably kick a hole through a brick wall. I suddenly found myself wide-eyed, staring at Livewire, the very woman I'd been trying to track down amidst the chaotic Metropolis. As soon as she emerged, she was throwing her own personal victory party, hooting and fist-pumping like she'd just won the lottery. "Free at last, that super jerk is so going to get it," she yelled, an odd mix of excitement and seething anger. Figuring it was as good a time as any to make my presence known, I called out, "Miss Willis." Her head snapped towards me faster than a lightning strike, her hands crackling with menacing electricity. "I go by Livewire now, pal," she retorted, a clear hint of annoyance in her tone. "Who are you anyway?" Her eyes glinted, giving me the impression that my answer could result in a shocking experience. I tried to play it cool. "Ah, my bad. Livewire then," I corrected myself, throwing my hands up in a gesture of surrender. "It's just that I'm a big fan, so I couldn't help but blurt out your old name," I admitted, punctuating my words with a nervous chuckle. Livewire's crackling fury dimmed as I admitted to being a fan of her old radio show. "A fan of my old radio talk show, are you?" She mused, a flicker of satisfaction across her face. "It's good to see there are still people with common sense and good taste in this city." Radio talk show, huh? I must be dealing with an iteration of the DC animated universe. I mused to myself. Before I could respond, she abruptly declared, "Anyway, it's been a blast meeting me, I'm sure. I'd sign your shirt or something, but I've got a city to shake up and a super jerk's brain to fry." With a dramatic swish, she turned, arcs of electricity trailing her like an eerie aura, preparing to make her grand exit. In a moment of panic, I blurted out, "Wait, that probably won't end well for you." Her sudden pivot towards me, electric fury in her eyes, made my heart race. "Now look here, you might be my fan, but that doesn't mean I won't zap you stupid," Livewire warned, her tone direct and uncompromising. "I'll let you off the hook just this time, so you better keep your mouth shut and admire me from afar." Her disapproving gaze seemed to punctuate her final words. I winced inwardly at the thought of being zapped, despite the protective promise of the Storm Walker shoes. The idea of becoming an involuntary lightning rod was not high on my list of preferred experiences. But letting Livewire simply stroll off, in a bid to terrorize the city, wasn't my idea of a best-case scenario either. "Zap me if you must, just hear me out first," I stated, attempting to maintain composure despite the nerves buzzing beneath my skin. "If you don't like what I say, then do whatever you want." Livewire's initial frown morphed into a sly smile, clearly finding some entertainment in the situation. "All right, I'll listen, but just a heads up, I'm gonna zap you anyway for wasting my time," she declared, her voice tinged with amusement. "So, spill it. What do you want to say?" Her arms crossed, an unmistakable air of playful challenge in her demeanor. I could practically sense Livewire's eagerness to zap me coursing through the air. It seemed my attempt at reasoning with a maniacal villain might have been wishful thinking on my part. That's what I get, I suppose. Still, I kept my thoughts in check, maintaining a sheepish grin. "Look over there, please," I calmly directed, pointing behind the villainess. She chuckled, clearly enjoying the situation. "You're not planning a speedy escape, are you? You know I can catch you," she taunted, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Although chasing you around might be fun for a moment or two." I restrained the twitch in my eye, refusing to be belittled. Honestly, did I look like a Looney Tunes character to this bitch? "I'm not that stupid. Just look," I replied, hoping Livewire would oblige my request. Luckily, she turned around, her interest piqued. Following my indication, she squinted at an innocuous fire hydrant. "It's a fire hydrant. What about it?" she queried, a mix of confusion and curiosity evident as she turned back to face me. Gathering my courage, I braced myself and responded, "If you go after Superman right now, you won't last more than a few minutes before you're drenched by one of those and put in cuffs," I stated, and Livewire's face soured instantly at my words. "I was just going to give you a slap on the wrist, but you must have a death wish, talking to me like that, you punk." She snarled through clenched teeth, the sparks around her body crackling with intensified ferocity. "I'll turn your insides into mush." I quickly intervened, trying to reason with the electrically charged villain. "You said you'd hear me out, and I'm not done yet," I exclaimed urgently. Livewire paused her threatening actions, looking visibly irritated. "At the very least, you should stick to your word," I insisted, knowing that for all her faults, Livewire kept her word at least. Her eyes shot me a piercing glare as if my existence alone offended her. "Fine, I'll let you talk, but for every word you utter, that'll be another extra 10,000 volts of electricity frying your brain," she declared with venom. As I stood there, facing Livewire's seething wrath, my impulsive tongue decided to take the reins. "Oh yeah? Then maybe I should just keep talking until you die of old age." The words slipped out with a smirk that faded into instant remorse. An arc of electricity shot from Livewire's hand, striking a nearby car and erupting it into a fiery explosion. Hence why my smugness deflated as quickly as the car combusted and flew into the air. "Don't push your luck," Livewire's voice crackled with menace, her narrowed eyes amplifying the danger. Internally, I gulped, but outwardly, I attempted to maintain an air of composure. "Jesus, learn to take a joke, will you?" I tried to diffuse the tension, only to witness Livewire's scowl deepen. Sweet-talking clearly wasn't my forte. "Look, what I mean is Superman's nearly untouchable. You're strong, sure, but he knows how to exploit your weaknesses." I lifted my hands in a conciliatory gesture, hoping to navigate this conversation without getting zapped. "Yeah, he's got his flaws, but kryptonite isn't exactly sitting on every street corner like tap water," I added, trying to reason with her. I knew that appealing to her rational side might be a stretch, but I had to soften her up before delivering the sale pitch. Much to my relief, Livewire paused for a moment, as if weighing my words. However, her contemplative expression vanished almost as swiftly as it appeared, replaced by a deeper frown. "You sure seem to know a lot. Come to think of it, how did you even recognize me, and how exactly do you know about my weakness?" Her narrowed eyes bore into me, demanding answers. "Who are you really? Most importantly, what the hell do you really want?" I sensed the tension in her voice, the crackling energy poised to strike if my response didn't meet her expectations. Her suspicion was warranted, and I needed to tread carefully to navigate this conversation while keeping my ass in its mint, unkicked state. Chapter 6, Shocking Plan 6. Feeling a sense of control over the conversation, I couldn't help but grin confidently. "My name's Micah Foster. As for how I know all this, I just do," I stated calmly, trying to maintain an air of mystery. "You can even say that knowing things I have no business knowing is my whole bread and butter," I added, gesturing dramatically with my arms for effect. "I even know that you plan to team up with Parasite to take on Superman, and that he'll double-cross you with a taste of your power as compensation," I added, watching Livewire's face closely. "In the end, he'll get impatient and handsy at a critical moment, double-cross you, and both of you will be back in the can faster than you can say kryptonite," I concluded, speaking in a matter-of-fact tone. Her expression shifted like a fast-forward movie reel. Confusion gave way to shock, which morphed into seething anger, and then settled into a blank look, as if she couldn't quite process the situation. I was riding the wave of this interaction, relishing every second of discomfort I seemed to be causing her. One might say I was counting my chickens before they hatched, maybe being a bit too overconfident, but I found myself surprisingly enjoying the thrilling rush of the moment. Livewire picked up on my amusement, her dissatisfaction brewing visibly as she gritted her teeth. "Fine, let's pretend I buy into this all-knowing act for now," she spat out, her narrowed eyes expressing skepticism. "But you're dancing around the point. What's your game here?" Her cautious tone suggested she was reassessing my significance, upgrading me from just an amusing bystander to a possible asset or a threat, which was a step in the right direction. Now, I only needed to persuade her that it was in her best interest to see me as the former. "I think too knowing would be a better description, but let's leave that aside for now," I responded, maintaining my grin while subtly acknowledging her implied threat. "You see, I find myself in a peculiar situation, one where the help of a God-fearing villainess with the right connections and power would be invaluable. Naturally, I'm not asking for a free lunch," I added with a nonchalant shrug, trying to exude an air of confidence. Livewire mulled over my proposition before probing further. "And what exactly are you offering me?" she inquired, her tone suggesting a hint of interest while still being cautious. I took a breath, gathering my thoughts before speaking. "It's not about what I can offer you, but more about what you truly desire," I calmly began, needing a moment to structure my argument. Livewire's impatience was evident as she tapped her foot, arms crossed, demanding, "I'm listening. Get to the point." "Let's talk about your thing, Livewire, the whole electricity bit," I said, aiming to keep her engaged. Your focus has been on taking down Superman, but it will always end the same way. You're taken out, put in the big house, and we're back to square one. Rinse and repeat. But does it have to be that way? I probed, hoping to nudge her toward considering an alternative. Livewire scoffed at my words. So what? You're suggesting I hang up the old form-fitting costume and stop using my powers, she said, her tone dripped with disbelief. Better yet, maybe you want me to join the do-gooders and waste my life helping some schmuck I've never met. She added in a dismissive tone, as if the very idea was the epitome of ridiculousness. I shook my head in mild exasperation at Livewire's dismissive attitude. God forbid that you do, I replied, rolling my eyes. It doesn't have to be one extreme or the other. There are other ways to use your powers beyond fixating on the big Boy Scout or aiding those in need. Livewire chuckled a hint of sarcasm in her voice. Oh, I'm sure you're about to enlighten me on all the possibilities, she said mockingly. Ask, and ye shall receive, I retorted with a grin. You want the spotlight, right? You want Metropolis to know you're a force to be reckoned with. Well, there's a way to achieve without picking fights with a guy who wears undies over his pants at every given chance and wrecking the city while you're at it. I cleared my throat and continued. The city of Metropolis offers many opportunities for someone with your talents. I can teach you to seize every last one of them. As Livewire quirked an eyebrow, she challenged me, her tone daring. That all sounds peachy, but aren't you forgetting something? You know, like the fact that I'm a convicted supervillainess. The only reason I'm standing here is that I managed to escape prison, she stated, a challenging look on her face as if she'd just put me in a tight spot. True, but we'll just have to work on getting you acquitted, won't we? I responded, a grin spreading across my face. Livewire didn't seem impressed, judging by her stoic expression. Public opinion and perspective can be a powerful tool, capable of turning even the most heinous criminals into public heroes if wielded correctly, I asserted confidently. And take a look around you. There's a perfect opportunity for someone like you to change their public image. You know, what with the army of weirdos wreaking havoc in the city and what have you, I added, performing my best carpet salesman impression. Livewire paused, glancing around at the chaotic scene, observing the disparate army of bizarre villains wreaking havoc. All that time and they must have done a number on me, she sighed. Fine, I'll work with you for now, but if I find out you're trying to double or unable to deliver your sales pitch, Livewire warned, trailing off as she extended both hands, electricity crackling at her palms. You'll zap me, stupid. Trust me, we've already covered that, I retorted, rolling my eyes. Now pay attention. High above the Metropolis skyline, amidst the ongoing battle, the spectacle of heroes and invaders clashed in a whirlwind of chaos. Superman, a beacon of hope, darted through the fray with astonishing speed, effortlessly neutralizing threats and safeguarding civilians. His red cape fluttered heroically behind him as he rescued a stranded boy, reuniting him with his anxious mother below. Amidst the flurry of action, Superman's keen eyesight caught a menacing sight, a robotic invader targeting a building where numerous civilians had sought refuge. Without hesitation, the robot raised its arm, readying an ominous attack aimed directly at the shelter. Recognizing the imminent danger, the Man of Steel streaked toward the building, his flight swift as the wind. However, before he could reach the assailant, a sudden bolt of crackling electricity intercepted the robot. The singular jolt halted the machine in its tracks, momentarily stunning it. Amidst the chaos, Superman watched with incredulity as the robotic invader diverted its aim from the building to target another intruder, a demonic creature with emerald scales sneaking up on Hal Jordan, the Green Lantern. The robot's armward, releasing a pulsating blue energy bolt that struck the scaled creature square in the back, causing it to plummet to the ground. A chain reaction began. Electric surges erupted, cascading across the battlefield like a storm. The sparking bolts of electricity swirled through the air, infecting the robotic invaders and turning them against their own ranks. Each bolt created a chaotic display, zapping the machines and setting off a strange domino effect across the battlefield. Suddenly, every intact screen within the city flickered to life, Livewire's smirking face dominating the displays. Her grin exuded a sense of smug confidence as she addressed the entire city with unwavering authority. "Hello, Metropolis. Livewire here, ready to save the day?" Her voice echoed through the cityscape, amplified by the hijacked screens. "I've taken control of a good portion of our unwanted guests, and I plan to herd those funky-looking enemies fellows to the eastern side of the city." She laid out a plan with an air of calculated assurance. "For now, I need all of you to head toward the western side where it's safer. Let the do-gooder capers handle these intruders while my army of robotic minions and I keep your side of town safe." Her directives were firm, and the broadcast concluded promptly after she finished speaking. Then, as the broadcast ended, the robotic invaders split into two groups, one attacking the other unwanted guests. The other moved toward the ground, attempting to guide the civilians to the safety of the city's western side. Chapter 7, Propaganda 7. Amidst the chaos, Hal Jordan floated toward Superman, his expression a mix of confusion and concern. "What's happening here?" he asked, trying to make sense of the situation. Superman turned toward Hal with a troubled countenance. "She's one of yours, right? This Livewire character, I mean, what's your take on her?" Hal Jordan inquired, trying to gather more information. With a sigh, Superman elaborated. "I know she took advantage of the chaos to escape and come after me. I overheard a young man trying to talk some sense into her, and I honestly didn't think much of it." He paused, contemplating his own assessment of the situation. "I thought he'd only managed to distract her for a minute or two, and I was ready to get him out of there, but it seems I thought too little of the young man." Superman's expression shifted to reflect a tinge of introspection. Raising an eyebrow at Superman's capabilities, Hal muttered, "Super hearing sure is convenient, albeit a bit unnerving." He shook his head, slightly taken aback by the revelation. "Still, can she be trusted? Will she protect the civilians as promised?" Hal Jordan inquired, seeking assurance in the midst of uncertainty. Superman nodded in response. "It appears so. Livewire may have her quirks, but she seems to stick to her word for the most part." His tone carried a sense of reluctant acknowledgement. "If she doesn't hold up her end, then I'll deal with her once we've restored order," Superman declared firmly, displaying his determination to maintain order and protect the city at all costs. As Superman revealed his intentions to Hal Jordan, the Green Lantern flashed a knowing smile. "Guess it's a case of not looking a gift horse in the mouth, huh?" he remarked, prompting a nod from the Man of Steel in agreement. "In that case, I'll contain those pesky fellows with a light barrier once they're pushed into the city's eastern side," Hal explained, clenching his fist as his power ring surged. "It wasn't feasible given how spread out they were, but now it's manageable. Although I won't be able to keep fighting, so that's where I'll bow out and leave it to you and the rest," he concluded, emphasizing the limitations of his action. "Thanks, Hal," Superman expressed his gratitude with a nod, readying himself for the task ahead. "Once this is taken care of, let's grab a bite to eat." He turned and flew swiftly toward the eastern quadrant of Metropolis, his voice trailing behind. Hal chuckled at Superman's departing words, watching the Man of Steel soar into action against the chaos. "It'll be your treat through," he called out, his voice echoing through the skirmish as Superman vanished into the distance. In some bland companies, the name of which I couldn't be bothered to remember, dark CCTV room, I couldn't help but roll my eyes at Livewire. There she was, kicking back on a stool, legs up on the console table, watching these edited clips of herself with this insufferable smirk plastered across her face. The screen in front of her looped videos showcasing her fake heroic feats, images of herself swooping in, rescuing civilians from robotic assailants, all with an unmistakably smug grin. The central CCTV display featured Livewire soaring into the sky, putting her electric powers on display and manipulating the remaining machines, turning them against their comrades. In truth, other than the footage playing on the central screen, the rest were all as fake as a Kardashian's rear end, and I know because captured each and every one of them. I cooked up this whole scheme where Livewire would pretend to save folks from robot attacks when she was the one to incite them in the first place, to garner gratitude and admiration from the people before taking control of the entire swarm. It was a pretty shady move, I'll admit. But hey, nobody got hurt, and these fake heroics were our ticket to clearing Livewire's name when this whole mess wrapped up. Besides, I was having way too much fun to care. These shenanigans beat listening to my boss complain about improper wording in business emails for hours on end, and preaching the importance of corporate solidarity any time of the day, any day of the week. As I pondered the situation, Livewire's lively voice cut through my thoughts. "So, what's the master plan, genius?" she quipped, her gaze fixed on me, eager for answers. Well, that's a change in tone if I've ever seen one. This is kind of too easy, I thought to myself, deciding to keep that observation to myself. Right now, your priority is to get these videos everywhere. Let the whole world see your heroics before they even catch wind of the Metropolis mayhem, I calmly explained instead. Livewire arched an eyebrow. "Already on it, I'm not clueless, you know," she retorted, her tone tinged with annoyance. "But what's next? You pitched this to me as a bigger plan than just a quick pardon," she probed, seeking more insight into the bigger picture. I let out a sigh and glanced sideways at Livewire. "Do I come across as an idiot to you?" I deadpanned. "This is a mutual deal, not one where I sketch out your future and you vanish, leaving me with zilch for my trouble," I asserted firmly. "Is that so?" Livewire responded, more entertained by my words than anything else. "And if I fancy renegotiating our little arrangement?" she inquired, narrowing her eyes. "Then you'll get nothing more from me. See how long your clean record lasts before Superman carts you back to prison," I retorted with a scoff. "You want the spotlight, you want the world to adore you? Help me out, and I'll help you channel your talents effectively. Otherwise, we're done here," I declared firmly. Letting Livewire slip away from my grasp would be a pity, but my quest was to steer her actions enough to divert the crisis events course, which I've achieved. I didn't need her to fabricate an identity. I could likely acquire one from the system using quest points. While I'd prefer not to waste those points on such a mundane matter when I can get a new identity from Livewire on account of her contacts, I had no intention of becoming a personal assistant to some second-rate, edgy DC villainess. Seeing as she had no response other than a careless shrug, I shifted my attention away from Livewire, aiming to refocus on my plans for a brighter future. But just as I settled into my thoughts, a system notification jolted me back to the present. The Stormwalker's shoes charge has increased by 2%. A momentary confusion swept over me until I noticed electric arcs swirling around my torso. I didn't need to be a level 9 intellect to realize that Livewire had finally fulfilled her promise of zapping me. Whirling around to face her, my expression must have been baleful. "What's the big idea?" I asked, putting on my best Professor Snape impression. "Calm down, you big baby," Livewire interjected, looking surprisingly composed and even entertained. "It was just a tiny zap to test where all that bravado was coming from," she explained, her tone more thoughtful than apologetic. "Guess it wasn't unfounded. You didn't feel a thing, did you?" Her narrowed eyes bore into mine, assessing my reaction. In a calculated move, I sized up Livewire. Seems she's not just a pretty face, I thought, acknowledging her test with a slight zap. The Stormwalker shoes charge wouldn't go up by a measly 2% if she put any effort into it. She was basically gauging my reaction, probing to see if she could assert control over me through intimidation. If I'd shown fear, she might have pushed further. As it stood, she chose to play it off like a harmless prank. Still, this wasn't the worst turn of events, far from it actually. It was a golden opportunity, a chance to establish my boundaries and make it clear that she couldn't rattle me. "You think I'd walk up to a human lightning bolt without precautions?" I retorted, fixing Livewire with an intense stare. "Don't try testing me again. It won't go your way," I warned, making it evident that I meant business. "Sure thing, boss man," Livewire replied with a mocking tone, though there was a discernible hint of caution in her demeanor. "So, again, I ask, what's our next move?" she asked, crossing her arms. "Now we find a good lawyer. Can't have you handling your own case, can we?" I quipped with a chuckle, aiming to diffuse the tension. That'd be a catastrophe waiting to happen. Chapter 8, Reward 8. Superman's red cape billowed in the wind as he brought down the final robotic invader. With swift precision, he launched the metallic assailant high into the sky, where it was encased within a formidable Iron Maiden-like green energy construct. The contraption carried the invader far into space, headed straight for the Justice League's watchtower, leaving the Man of Steel to survey the city below. Metropolis lay in disarray, the aftermath of yet another destructive altercation. Superman's furrowed brow mirrored his deep concern as he beheld the devastation below. It wasn't the first time the city had endured such turmoil, and he knew it likely wouldn't be the last. Nevertheless, this time, the heroes had managed to avert any tragic loss of life. "Chin up, Clark," Hal Jordan remarked, a smile touching his lips as he offered a reassuring pat on Superman's broad shoulder. "Luthor will be all over this. He loves to flaunt his supposed goodwill, and as much as I hate to admit it, he'll have Metropolis looking as good as new in no time," Hal added, a light chuckle escaping him. "Don't I know it?" Superman responded, a faint smile breaking through his concerned expression. He knew all too well of Lex Luthor's inclination to exploit any chance to showcase his benevolence, often using his wealth and advanced technology to refurbish the city's damaged facade. Superman shifted the conversation's focus to a more pressing matter, turning to Hal Jordan with a hint of concern etched across his features. "Do you have any clue about these entities? Any idea where they came from?" he queried in his composed demeanor. Hal Jordan shook his head regretfully, his expression thoughtful. "No luck. Their signatures don't match any entries in the Guardian's database," he explained, a sense of uncertainty coloring his words. "If I had to wager, I'd say they're off-worlders, and I don't mean your typical extraterrestrial visitors." His tone shifted, taking a more serious note. Superman's brow furrowed in response. "What does the Green Lantern Handbook say about dealing with these off-worlders?" he asked, his expression concerned. "Standard procedure, really," Hal replied with a shrug. "Attempt to negotiate if they're open to it. Detain them if things turn hostile," he explained matter-of-factly. "Treat them as you would any other criminal, I guess. But what matters most is figuring out what brought them here and ensuring it doesn't happen again," Hal added, emphasizing the critical nature of the situation. "Sounds quite daunting," Superman mused with a slight wince. "This is beyond my expertise. Can I trust you to handle it?" he inquired with an apologetic tone, acknowledging his limitations in this unfamiliar territory. "No sweat. Part of the job description," Hal reassured him with a confident nod. "I'll use the ring's scanners, sniff around, and dig up what I can. I'll get back to you with any leads," he promised, already activating his power ring, ready to delve into the investigation. "Thanks again, Hal," Superman said with a grateful nod. "In the meantime, I'll see what scheme Livewire is trying to brew, or if she's really had a change of heart." The Man of Steel's expression was unreadable as he turned toward the army of robotic invaders, still under the electric villainess's control as they gathered inside the stadium at the center of the city. I stood before the security console, glued to the live battle footage Livewire was facilitating. Her powers were a boon in monitoring the skirmish. I glanced at the electrical villainess, and she met my gaze with a knowing grin. "Seems like things are winding down," she remarked, her attention shifting between me and the screens. "What's the next move?" she inquired, anticipation in her voice. I nodded in acknowledgement. "Once the last of those invaders is contained, round them up the tin cans and have them gather in a football stadium," I instructed. Livewire arched an eyebrow, clearly puzzled by the directive. "Superman and the heroes will want an explanation, that's where we'll give them one," I clarified. Livewire let out a chuckle at my plan. "Making the do-gooders come to us and showing them who's in charge, eh?" Her grin widened with excitement. "I'm on board with that," she agreed. The blue glow of electric arcs danced around her as she channeled her commands to the controlled robotic invaders through the nearest power outlet. "Good, now give me a moment, will you? I need to clear my head," I requested. Livewire eyed me suspiciously for a beat before shrugging and striding toward the room's exit. I watched Livewire leave the room, shutting the door firmly behind her. With a pocket knife in hand, I made my way over to the power outlet, aiming to cut the room's power and check the system without the risk of Livewire spying on me. Now, let me be clear, I had no clue what I was doing. There was a high probability of getting zapped, but with the Stormwalker shoes on, getting electrocuted wasn't a major concern. If anything, I was counting on it to juice up the shoes. Two birds with one stone, or jolt in this case, am I right, fellas? I pried open the outlet with the knife, which I picked up along the way for self-defense, wasting no time in hacking through the exposed wires. Lo and behold, the inevitable happened. I got a jolt of electricity that was probably strong enough to knock out an elephant. Surprisingly, it wasn't particularly painful or uncomfortable. Sure, my hair stood on end, but otherwise I felt nothing. I won't bore you with the intricate details, but I went the whole 9 yards, digging through the wall to track down those wires and snipping them until the room plunged into darkness. That should do the trick, I muttered to myself, finally able to access the system's interface. Instantly, a notification popped up in front of me. Congratulations, you've completed the Zap and Influence quest with a stellar performance. I nodded in contentment and swiped the notification away, only to be greeted by another one. You've been rewarded with 195 points for completing the Zap and Influence quest. Notifications kept pouring in, one confirming the tutorial's completion, others updating the status of the Stormwalker shoes charge. But then, there came one that caught me off guard. It wasn't a notification per se, it felt more like a cheeky comment. Color me impressed, dear user. I didn't expect you to breeze through the tutorial so swiftly, all while steering clear of conflicts. Seeing this, I couldn't help but purse my lips in annoyance. Oh great, you're back, I muttered, referring to the snarky being, whoever it was, likely responsible for whisking me away from my comfy couch and landing me in this situation. Unfazed by my annoyance, the cheeky being piped up. No need to be so cold, dear user. I'm here to say goodbye, since this would mark the last conversation we'll ever have. Our interactions were only a result of the unfortunate circumstances that accompanied your transmigration. I couldn't help but crack a grin at those words. Good riddance, I quipped, feeling a surge of relief at the thought of parting ways with the impish entity. But of course, it didn't end there. The being chimed in yet again. What's more, I'm going to deliver you a special gift as a reward for your stellar performance and an apology for this entire situation. Hopefully, this will put your mind at ease, dear user. My interest was piqued. A gift? What kind of gift are we talking about here? I asked, curiosity tinged with a dash of greed at the prospect. The reply came swiftly, as if whispered by some D&D devil. A very special gift, a companion called the Regent of the Swarm. It's an interdimensional creature that would usually set you back tens of thousands of points in the system shop. Hopefully, it will make your stay in this world more pleasant. An interdimensional being that costs tens of thousands of points, I exclaimed, my excitement clearer than the sun. If this companion thingy lives up to the hype, consider us even. Hand it over, and we'll call it all water under the bridge, I said, my impatience evident. The being quickly responded, with words materializing in the text box. Very well, a notification will soon arrive, finalizing the delivery of your reward. Farewell and good luck, dear user. Almost instantly, those words transformed into a notification prompt. You have been granted the Regent of the Swarm companion by Administrator Zaphod Beeblebrox. Would you like to accept the reward right now? Yes/no. Zaphod, what now? I muttered, not bothering to even try pronouncing the cheeky bastard's last name. I didn't dwell on it, as my excitement for the reward soon took over, and I turned my attention back to the notification. Hell yeah, I want to accept the reward right now. Chapter 9, Radigan 9. So I tapped that accept button and whoosh. This blinding light decided to crash the darkness party, turning the room from a black hole to something brighter than a supernova. I squinted, trying to shield my eyes, and then it hit me like a mental brick. Hold up, how big was this thing again? I threw my question out to the system, but it was radio silence, which only cranked up my anxiety. Whoa, wait, change of plans, I don't want the reward right now. I shouted into the void, hoping for a smidgen of response. But you guessed it, zilch. And now, cue the escalating freakout mode. Imagining this Regent of the Swarm as some mammoth-sized, room-demolishing entity was all too easy. I mean, come on, with a name like that, it's not painting a picture of a tiny teacup poodle, is it? I was busy contemplating potential squishiness while it rearranged the room, meaning reduced it to rubble, and maybe decided to add the entire building to its to-do list, which was the least of my concerns. Legal issues like being sued for damages while being more broke than a New York bum. Nah, being pancaked into oblivion seemed a tad more urgent. Time ticked by at a slug's pace, and I braced myself, waiting for the arrival of whatever colossal disaster was RSVPing to my party. The suspense was killing me, well, figuratively, at least. I crossed my fingers, hoping my imagination had exaggerated this impending catastrophe. I let out a sigh of relief as the blinding light started shrinking down, but my relief didn't last long. Wait, isn't it getting a bit too small? I grumbled, my feelings fluctuating between relief, irritation, and frustration. Seriously, call me picky, but this roller coaster of light drama was pushing my patience to its limit. Someone had to be messing with me, right? I mean, how else could you explain the whole supernova shrinking to be barely bigger than my fist? Moderation, anyone. The light seemed completely unfazed by my turbulent emotions, going through this color change show from white to golden, which, under different circumstances, might have seemed like a promising turn. But not today. I wasn't falling for any cosmic trickery. Suppressing my urge to channel my inner Hulk and smash something, I kept my eyes glued to the light, sporting my best poker face. It was hard, I tell you. Finally, the golden light started fading, and in its place, this teeny silhouette started emerging. It was small, smaller than a house pet, but larger than an insect. The anticipation was killing me. And then, with a last flash that almost seared my retinas, poof, the light vanished, leaving behind this odd little critter perched on the security console. I blinked, stared, and blinked again. A rat, blooming bigger than usual, mind you. But still, a rat, dressed in what looked like a royal red cape with fur trimmings, little pants, and a tiny jeweled crown. A friggin' rat. The fuck is this? I wasn't sure if I should be laughing my head off or throwing it across the room. I mean, seriously, all that hype for a rodent in regal attire? Talk about a cosmic anticlimax. The notification popped up in my vision, courtesy of the system, as if it was poking fun at my predicament. The regent of the swarm, a quirky, interdimensional species possessing unparalleled mental prowess, capable of bending the wills of most beings, except those with the resolve of a steel fortress. Its true form is beyond the comprehension of regular mortals, hence it assumes the shape of a creature native to the world it manifests in. However, this clever imitation comes with a catch. It can only dominate members of the species it impersonates. Great. So, this supposedly all-powerful being, capable of dominating minds, ended up looking like a rodent that couldn't dominate its own bowel movements, let alone anyone else. Talk about an underwhelming cosmic surprise. I sighed in defeat, turning once more to face the disappointing sight of the little rat-like creature. It stood proudly on its hind legs, wearing that smug expression that made me want to grind my teeth. Its tiny paw extended in an almost princely gesture, demanding a hand kiss, or so it seemed. My brow began twitching erratically in annoyance. "I'll give you a kiss, all right, you pesky little." I grumbled under my breath, my hand slowly reaching toward the critter's paw as if I were about to pay some courtesy. But at the very last moment, I decided otherwise, flicking its little face with my finger. The creature's reaction was priceless. It reeled back, looking thoroughly affronted as if I had committed a cardinal sin. Then, unexpectedly, it lunged forward and nipped at my hand. The pain shot up my arm like lightning, and let me tell you, it stung worse than 100 bee stings combined. "That's it, you've officially crossed the line, you oversized rodent," I exclaimed, shaking my throbbing hand in the air, half expecting it to have transformed into something monstrous. Instead, it remained the same, just a bit more painful and slightly red. The rat seemed to puff up its chest, feeling quite proud of itself for the sneak attack. It stood there, wiggling its whiskers with an air of self-importance, seemingly unaffected by my outburst. The audacity of this creature. It certainly had an uncanny ability to ruffle feathers. Seriously, this is what the system thought would make my stay more pleasant. I muttered incredulously, eyeing the rat, which now seemed to be eyeing me back with a mix of curiosity and haughtiness. While I was expecting some majestic, interdimensional being, I got a regal rat with an attitude problem. Figures. But then again, It wasn't the rat's fault. It was the faulty description and mismatched expectations. I took a step back, a bit more wary now. "All right, Your Highness, let's get a few things straight here," I said, adopting a mockingly regal tone, mimicking the rat's haughty expression. "You may be some mystical being from who knows where, but you can't just bite people without a warning." The rat seemed unfazed by my words, simply grooming itself nonchalantly, as if my complaints were nothing more than a passing breeze. It was clear this creature wasn't going to win any awards for diplomatic behavior. I sighed, trying to calm my nerves. "Look, I don't know what your deal is, but I've got enough problems without adding having a demanding rat as a sidekick to the list," I grumbled, more to myself than to the rat. I took a minute to figure out what to do with this little troublemaker, but I just had to drop the whole idea. Seriously, this was the worst timing, especially with the Superman meeting on the horizon. "Hey, little dude, I can't deal with you right now, okay?" I sighed, rubbing my head in frustration. The rat cocked its head, giving me a curious look, almost like it wanted me to keep talking. "I've got this weird situation outside and a meeting with a guy who could flick me into the next galaxy, so how about we call a truce until things settle down?" I proposed, hoping it'd understand. It took a moment, then nodded slightly, which made me breathe a sigh of relief. "Awesome, now I just need a second to check out what I can snag with these points," I muttered, about to pull up the system's shop, but the rat had other ideas. It started chittering away, seemingly protesting my plans. "What is it you want now, rat?" I grumbled under my breath, giving the rat a side-eye as it continued its wild chittering, flailing its little arms around like it was performing a Shakespearean play. For a moment I was very much lost, but then it suddenly clicked, almost subconsciously. This rodent was demanding a name. Of course, because why not add Chief Namer to my list of stellar talents? "Oh, you want a name, huh?" I huffed, and the rat nodded with such enthusiasm it was almost annoying. Name-giving wasn't exactly my forte, but I guess here we were, trying to brainstorm a name for a rodent with an attitude. "How about Mr. Poopy Butthole?" I suggested with a smirk, half joking. The rat's reaction? Let's just say it looked downright insulted, chittering even more fervently, as if to say, "Are you kidding me?" "Okay, tough crowd. How about Sir Squeaks-a-Lot?" I offered, and the rat's response was an immediate and very definite nope. Great. My track record with names was a solid 0. I continued to suggest many names, such as Snickerdoodle McSqueak, Whiskerworth I, Lord Cheesebutter, and Sir Cheddar Chunks, all of which didn't seem to match the rat's royal expectations until we finally found some common ground. "All right, how about Ratigan?" I suggested with a shrug, not expecting much. Surprisingly, the rat seemed to ponder that for a second, then nodded in approval. "Ratigan it is, then," I declared, almost impressed with myself. Ratigan, it sounded regal enough for a rat wearing what looked like a royal getup. I guess that settled that. I had a truce and a rat with a name. Now, back to browsing that system shop for some much-needed upgrades. Chapter 10, Cruel Twist of Fate 10. Now, let's take a look at what's cookin' here. I mumbled to myself, summoning the system's interface and diving straight into the shop section. The points I had in the bank, a paltry 195, stared back at me, earned solely for breezing through that quest like it was a piece of cake. Gotta admit, that number made me a tad suspicious. I had this inkling that fate would cruelly pull the rug from under me, leaving me 5 points short of something crucial that I desperately need. I couldn't shake off the feeling that the system designers were having a grand all-time messing with my expectations. Classic cosmic humor. But hey, no time for dwelling on suspicions. I was on a mission. Find some mental shielding powers, pronto. As a visitor from another dimension packing memories of stuff that hadn't even happened here yet, strutting around without mental protection was a one-way ticket to Disasterville. Population, me and this world. Just imagine what some nefarious, telepathic cuntbag could do with all the juicy information in my head. Secret identities, future knowledge, and all kinds of shindigs that could topple countries. So I jumped right into the shop's lists, my sights locked on that much-needed mental shielding. The shop was a smorgasbord of strange and fascinating abilities, all kinds of superpowers, magical artifacts, weapons, gadgets, and even one-time use items. This is getting tedious, I muttered to myself, scrolling through the shop's offerings. My patience dwindled until, hallelujah, I stumbled upon a search filter. How did I miss that gem earlier? Nevertheless, better late than never. I punched in the keywords, filtering for mental-related superpowers. The list was a smorgasbord of extraordinary abilities: telepathy, telekinesis, mind-altering marvels, you name it. Amidst this mental melange, I found a glimmer of hope, a brain-shielding power. But guess what? Fate's cosmic joke strikes again. The brain-protecting superpower, a steal at 755 points, might as well have been $1 trillion for me. I barely had a fraction of that, and no prospects of earning the rest anytime soon. Opting for a power over an item made sense. Powers were harder to snatch away than items, which could easily be swiped by a nimble-fingered pickpocket or forcibly taken by someone stronger. Unfortunately, my meager points disagreed with my preference. Downgrading was inevitable, so I navigated toward the less glamorous section, items related to mental powers. And boy, did I enter a strange and wondrous realm. Among the assortment were a dagger that promised to induce berserker mode with a mere cut, a feather touted to summon tears when tickled against skin, and a host of other bizarre gadgets with varying and equally quirky uses. It was like stumbling into a yard sale hosted by Sheogorath himself, the Daedric Prince of Madness. The items in this mental bazaar were more absurd than a talking cheese wheel. But this wasn't about browsing for quirky collectibles or oddities to display on a shelf. No, this was about safeguarding my brain from prying minds. Amidst the craziness, I finally spotted something promising, an amulet of mental warding. It whispered promises of shielding my mind from even the most persistent telepaths. I stared at it, then at my pitiful points, still stuck at a disappointing, suspicious 195. If this thing cost 200 points like I initially expected, I swore someone was going to pay. I didn't know who or when, but somebody was definitely going to suffer my wrath. With a mix of apprehension and determination, I clicked on the amulet to check its price. The number started with a tantalizing one, teasingly close to what I could afford. But then, the digits unfurled like a cruel joke: 196 points. Got him, knit it all? I erupted into an expletive-laden bout of frustration, words tumbling out in a mess of gibberish that even I couldn't decipher. In my rage, I found myself trying to strangle the air, wishing someone's neck was within my grip instead. For a solid minute, I spat out incomprehensible words and wrestled with the air before finally reining in my temper. There I was, grumbling and accepting the cruel twist of fate that left me at the mercy of a single point, downgrading me yet again to the pitiful section of one-time-use items. I found myself swimming in options again, facing a mishmash of choices that would give a hyperactive squirrel a run for its nuts. But details? Spare you the agony, I shall. After a dizzying search, I finally settled on a consumable called the Mental Shield Talisman. At a paltry 2 points, it was a steal, no flashy effects, no drama, just instant activation upon purchase. The catch? It had an expiration date, lasting a mere 24 hours. But when you're scraping the bottom of the points barrel, beggars can't be choosers, can they? I crunched the numbers in my head, calculating that with my available points, it'd get me through approximately 3 months. By then, I hoped to have hoarded enough points to buy something more permanent. Sure, it was a short-term fix, but desperate times call for desperate measures. Remember when I swore off using the system? Well, that was before I uncovered a sneaky loophole. Turns out, raking in points didn't require me to wreak havoc or unleash chaos. Nope, just being a player in the big events was enough to earn rewards, whether my impact was angelic or downright devilish. What's more, though it might be wishful thinking, I had a hunch that rubbing elbows with heroes and villains, yanking their strings here and there, and molding their fates could fill my point piggy bank too. Establishing relationships, whether cozy or combative, and nudging their moral compasses might just unlock a reward chest of points. It was all about making a mark in the grand scheme of things. This system felt like one of those, user manual not included gadgets, leaving me to navigate its labyrinth of features blindfolded. But hey, asking for help, that'd be like shouting into a void. So, embracing the sink or swim philosophy, I dove into the unknown. Life's all about the thrill of the unknown, right? Or so my spontaneous wisdom would dictate. Feeling a tad philosophical, or perhaps just delusional, I conjured up an image of an older, sagely-looking version of myself, stroking his long, flowing white beard with his hand. It seemed fitting for a moment as I went ahead and clicked to purchase the Mental Shield Talisman. The sales pitch promised instant activation sans any flashy theatrics. So subtle, in fact, I almost wondered if it had actually done anything. But before I could dive into that mystery, a notification popped up, stealing my attention. By purchasing an item for the first time, excluding the tutorial items, you have unlocked the Daily Deals tab in the shop. Cue the drumroll of curiosity. It felt like stumbling upon a hidden section in a game, you know, the one where they lure you with flashy deals you don't really need but want anyway. Yeah, I might have been guilty of a few too many hours on mobile games in my previous life, mostly during extended breaks, at work on the company's time, of course. A fool shits on his break, while a wise man shits on the company's clock, or so the wiser side of me dictated, yet again. I leaned in, eager to see what this daily deals section had in store. Who knew? Maybe it'd be like Black Friday, but for cosmic doodads. Just as I was ready to peel back the cosmic curtain and peek into the daily deals, Liveware's electrifying voice jolted through the door. "What's taking so long, pal? The brawl's done, and the metalheads are waiting in the stadium." She sounded peeved, instantly grounding my excitement like a lightning rod in a thunderstorm. Yeah, I'm coming," I called back, quickly closing the system interface and rising from my seat. "Guess the new shop section will have to wait," I grumbled to myself as I made my way toward the exit. But as I took a few steps, a commotion behind me made me halt, angry chattering. I swiveled around to find Radigan, looking at me with a downright affronted expression. "And here I was hoping to make a swift exit and forget all about you," I muttered under my breath, but it seemed the rat caught every word. It responded with a barrage of indignant chitters, clearly taking offense. All right, come on, let's go," I sighed, rolling my eyes in surrender as I extended my hand toward the critter. Without hesitation, Radigan scurried over and perched itself smugly on my shoulder, looking like it just claimed the iron throne of rodents. Chapter 11, Naive Optimism 11. In the heart of the stadium, I stood, eyebrow raised, eyeing the eclectic assembly of robots. I use the term army loosely. It was more of a robotic menagerie than a disciplined force. Humanoid bots rubbed shoulders with insectoid counterparts, while animalistic constructs mingled with those resembling creatures from myth and odd, abstract shapes straight out of an advanced math book, utter chaos. If Jaffety hadn't spilled the beans about the system's hand in this Metropolis invasion, the rampant disarray of these metallic intruders would have been clue enough. Chaos seemed to be the system's calling card, after all. Before I could delve into the existential ramifications of it all, Liveware's voice cut through the metallic cacophony. "Look sharp, genius. The super jerk is here," she declared, and I instinctively turned my gaze skyward. There he was, the man of steel himself, cape billowing as he descended with the grace that never failed to impress. You'd think I'd be more blasé about it after everything that had transpired, but come on, it's Superman. There's a reason his slow descent never gets old. It's like a scene lifted straight from the pages of a DC comic. Superman wasted no time, his gaze fixed on Livewire as he expressed gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance, Miss Willis. Your intervention prevented many casualties," he acknowledged, trailing off at the end of his sentence. But I have to ask, what prompted this sudden change of heart? Superman's inquiry maintained a sense of genuine curiosity rather than suspicion or judgment. Classic Boy Scout. Livewire responded with a sneer. "It's Livewire now, pal. Better get that through your thick skull," she corrected, quickly regaining her usual smirk. "I was all set to find and zap you to death once I broke free." Her eyes locked onto Superman's, electric arcs dancing around her body. The girl had balls of steel, and she wasn't holding back. "My new friend here convinced me otherwise," she added, throwing a nod in my direction. "Leave the talking to me. Well done." Superman shifted his attention to me, his eyes conducting a thorough inspection. "You're the young man who was lying on the street during the battle," he observed, a blend of amusement and confusion on his features. "I can't quite put my finger on it, but you seem slightly different." His narrowed eyes hinted at a suspicion. If I had to wager a guess, the change he detected likely originated from my enhanced persuasion ability, subtly altering my posture and demeanor. Couldn't let him catch on to that secret. "It's probably the shoes," I deflected, gesturing casually toward my new pair of kicks. That prompted a smile from the man of steel. "Name's Micah Foster. You could say I'm Liveware's manager," I introduced myself. Superman nodded at me. "Then I must thank you as well for helping Miss Leslie see reason," he said, sounding genuinely grateful. "However, despite my personal reservations, she remains a convicted criminal and must be returned to jail," he added, turning back to Livewire with a regretful look. Liveware's expression instantly twisted into a rage at those words. "The hell I am," she exclaimed, arcs of electricity dancing along her body. "If you want to take me back to the big house, you better be ready to drag me there kicking and screaming, super jerk," she added, lowering her posture and widening her arms, clearly ready for a fight. Before Superman could reply, I stepped forward and placed my arm on Livewire's shoulder, a smile on my face. "Of course. She'll even willingly turn herself into the authorities," I said, and the electricity immediately vanished from Livewire's body, and she turned to me with a bewildered look. "I am," she said, staring at me dumbly. "Absolutely. How else could we consider negotiating a lighter sentence or a pardon for you if you're on the run?" I said with a sigh. "Not to worry, though. You won't spend more than a month in the big house, especially since Superman here is going to vouch for you," I added, and it was now Superman's turn to look confused. I didn't give Superman a chance to express his confusion. Instead, I seized the moment. "I know I'm throwing a curveball here, but Livewire is genuinely aiming for a fresh start, maybe even considering a new talk show or something," I calmly proposed, giving Livewire's shoulder a reassuring squeeze. She nodded, seemingly deep in thought. Superman managed a bittersweet smile. "Do you understand the weight of what you're asking?" he inquired, casting me a reproachful look. "I do. If you vouch for her and she goes back to her old ways, well, you'd take the fall and your reputation might take a hit," I responded with a determined nod. "On the flip side, if Livewire seizes this second chance to pursue an honest life," I let my sentence trail off intentionally. "Just think about the countless individuals like her who become criminals simply because they think they can't be anything else. A single redemption just might be the nudge they need to see things from another perspective." Admittedly, I felt a bit uneasy laying out these terms. Superman had been my hero since childhood, and now I found myself placing him in a tough spot, choosing between potentially tarnishing his own integrity and redeeming a notorious criminal. But in reality, there wasn't much of a choice. Superman had only one way to respond. True to form, his smile transformed into genuine agreement. "So be it," he said with a nod. "Will you turn yourself in, or would you prefer I accompany you, Miss Leslie?" Superman directed his gaze toward Livewire. "That's Superman for you. I wouldn't have dared to make such a request with anyone else, but Superman embodied naive optimism, always seeking the good even in the most villainous individuals, except when it came to Darkseid and Brainiac, but that's completely different." My choice of words might seem like an insult or an attempt at mockery, but I meant naive optimism in the best possible way. The Man of Steel is called the symbol of hope for a reason, you know. I turned to glance at Livewire, and her expression was nothing short of priceless. The way she regarded Superman as if he were some kind of fool almost tempted a chuckle from me, but I managed to suppress it. The entire charade had been in motion since the beginning. Livewire's feigned outrage, her surprise at my assertion that she'd willingly surrender. All of it planned to showcase my ability to influence her and increase the weight of my word with Superman. However, I could tell she was experiencing real shock right about now, and it wasn't surprising. She probably wouldn't trust herself as much as Superman was trusting her right now. I couldn't blame her since SUPs had that effect on people. But she seemed to be taking an unusually long time to process the situation, prompting me to clear my throat and snap her out of her daze. "I've got a pair of perfectly working feet. Livewire retorted with a scoff. I'll shimmy back into my cozy cell, but don't get it twisted. I ain't caving because I'm scared of you, jerk man, she added, transforming into an arc of electricity and entering the nearest electricity pole, much to both my and Superman's amusement. As she disappeared, a notification popped up in my vision. Livewire's alignment has changed from villainous to sly. Another prompt swiftly followed. You have been rewarded 150 points. Jackpot, looks like I was right. I mused, standing there, thoughts of exploring the system's shop already dancing in my head. Still, Superman's presence snapped me back to reality. Thanks for your help, and I'm really sorry for putting you in such a tough spot, I said, mixing genuine gratitude with a touch of apology. No need to worry, young man, Superman replied, his smile practically carrying its own superhero theme tune. I do what I do not for applause or adoration, but because it's the right thing, he said, and I could basically hear the heroic music playing in the background as he spoke. Classic Superman, I thought, silently fanboying. Now then, I'm sure you have many things to do, and so do I, so I won't hold you here, Superman said, releasing me from my superhero chat. I nodded in agreement, eager to get out of here before I started fanboying for real or spilling my secrets. I turned away with a satisfied smile, ready to explore the possibilities in the system's shop. But just as I thought I was in the clear, another voice rang out in the stadium, putting my triumphant exit on pause. Please wait a minute, young man. Chapter 12, Karma 12. I let out a quiet sigh as the green lantern floated my way. Well, a green lantern anyway. Let's see what we have here, I mused, giving him an inspecting look. He wasn't black, so he's definitely not Jon Stewart. He didn't look like a high school delinquent, so he wasn't Guy Gardner either. Too young to be Kyle Rayner, so that only leaves one person. It's got to be Hal Jordan. Uptight and a tad reckless, perfect combo for a pleasant chat. I kept my thoughts to myself and threw on a smile. What can I do for you? I asked, trying to keep it cool. Would you mind if I scanned you with my ring, young man? Hal calmly dropped his request, and instantly, I felt the urge to let out a string of curses. But before I could unleash my linguistic creativity, Superman decided to intervene. What's going on, Hal? Superman queried, flicking his gaze between me and Green Lantern. Call it a hunch, if you will, Hal replied, shooting me a suspicious look. But I think there's more than meets the eye to your friend here. He raised an eyebrow for added drama. Superman, not thrilled with this, furrowed his brows. A hunch isn't grounds to invade someone's privacy, Superman said with a frown. Besides, Micah here helped us prevent many casualties, so we should give him the benefit of the doubt, he added, sounding pretty firm about it. Hal Jordan let out a sigh, his arms crossed in a display of reluctance. True, not a fan of this, but it's Green Corps protocol, he stated firmly. All off-worlders must be identified and reported to the Guardians, and you have to admit, sleeping in the middle of a war zone, that's a bit suspicious, he added, raising an eyebrow. Superman shook his head, emphasizing their commitment to the law. That may be, but we, as Justice League members, can only operate within the confines of the law. You can't enforce the Guardians' rules on civilians based on a hunch, he pointed out. I'm fully aware of it. That's why I asked for permission, Hal Jordan replied with a nonchalant shrug. It's up to him whether to accept it or not, he added, and both heroes turned their gaze toward me. Talk about instant karma. I weighed my options. Refusing might cast me in a suspicious light, and even though the Justice League heroes wouldn't openly defy the law, they could keep tabs on me, making my life so much more complicated than it needs to be. On the flip side, letting Hal Jordan probe into my business might unearth more than I wanted to reveal. Decisions. I just rolled my eyes and threw my hands up in a mock surrender. Go ahead, scan away, I said, giving in to the inevitable. Hal Jordan didn't waste any time, pointing his power ring at me like some intergalactic detective. The ring lit up with this intense green glow, surrounding me like a sci-fi X-ray. A moment later, the light disappeared, leaving Hal deep in thought and Superman looking on like the concerned dad. So what's the scoop, Hal? Superman asked. Hal scratched his head, looking all serious. His energy signature is a bit of a head-scratcher. Doesn't match the invaders, but it doesn't match ours either, he explained, his eyebrows doing the conundrum dance. I jumped in before they could start a superhero debate club. Hold up, what are you guys talking about? I interjected, doing my best to sell the confused bystander look. I was just having the sweetest dream on my couch, and bam, I woke up in the middle of the street. No alien invasion on my itinerary. Superman nodded in agreement. He did seem genuinely clueless when he woke up, but he still recognized me, he said. With that look, parents give each other when the kid says something bizarre on his face. Could your ring have malfunctioned? He suggested. Hal shook his head. No, the ring doesn't malfunction. Sometimes worlds are eerily alike, as in copy-paste versions with a few differences. Maybe you were transported here from a parallel universe, he concluded, looking like he just solved an interdimensional Sudoku puzzle. So what's the deal for me in all this? I questioned, arms crossed, staring at Hal Jordan. Nothing to worry about, he reassured me with a casual wave. Green Lantern protocol for off-worlders is straightforward. If you're hostile, we apprehend and confine. If not, we either send you back to your original world when possible or assist in integrating you into ours, he explained. I took a moment to process that, then gave a nod. Sounds peachy, but there's always a catch, right? I arched an eyebrow, skeptical. No catch. Just a few questions to get to know your background and check if returning you to your world is feasible, Hal responded, shrugging like he was discussing his weekend plans. Well, I don't mind answering a few questions if it helps, I replied, deciding to play along for now. What do you need to know? Not so fast. I'll need you to accompany me to the Justice League headquarters first, Hal replied, and I immediately gave him the classic, "Are you serious?" frown. He caught on to my reaction and felt the need to clarify his grand plan. I'll need to record any info you can provide about your world and cross-check it with ours using the Liga's data. We'll have someone else do the research in real time to make the process efficient, he explained with a surprising calmness. Nice try, Hal. I might have bought his story if I didn't know that Martian Manhunter basically lived in the Watchtower, keeping telepathic communication between all members of the League and the countless advanced gadgets that would make communication extremely easy. I suspected he was leading me to Martian Manhunter for a mind-reading session or letting Batman eavesdrop, but joke's on him. My mind was protected by a consumable talisman, and I could easily snag something from the system that would make me a better liar than Walter fucking White. Sure thing, so are we going by car or something? I played the clueless card. Hal responded with a chuckle. Not quite, he said, seemingly scheming something, probably planning to lift me off the ground without a heads up. The guy must think he's hilarious. It seems like you two have settled things, Superman, previously on the sidelines, remarked in a composed manner. I would have liked to tag along, but I have a few errands to tend to, he added, retrieving a sophisticated-looking device from his belt. Some Kryptonian doohickey, no doubt. He pressed a button on said Kryptonian doohickey, and in an instant, several humanoid machines with sleek designs and Superman's emblem on their chests materialized. With swift efficiency, the Man of Steel directed them to relocate the robots. As his Kryptonian minions carried out the task, Superman turned to us. I'll be on my way then, he declared, soaring into the sky without waiting for a reply. Are you prepared to leave? He inquired. Just need to grab something real quick, I responded, injecting a hint of mystery into my tone. Hal appeared puzzled, but he accepted it with a shrug. I gave him a nod and, for added flair, placed 2 fingers in my mouth. I took a deep breath and let out this ear-piercing whistle that bounced around the stadium. Right on cue, Ratigan waltzed in, strutting down the player's walkway like he was the MVP returning after an injury break. The moment his tiny paws hit the grass, he stopped and shot me a blank look. In my mind, I immediately translated it as, "Do I look like a pet dog to you, you silly human?" My expression promptly dropped. "I'm leaving you behind if you don't start moving right this instant," I exclaimed, and the usual affronted look immediately appeared on Ratigan's face, as if he couldn't believe what he heard. "I mean it, you cheeky little rodent. Hurry up and get your tiny ass over here," I said, unmindful of the strange look Hal Jordan was giving me. Finally conceding defeat, Radigan emitted an irritated chitter and strolled in my direction. He was clearly deliberately taking his sweet time, likely just to piss me off. I rolled my eyes, standing there, unfazed, as I awaited the arrival of this mischievous rodent. When Radigan finally stopped before me, I reached out my hand toward him. Naturally, he didn't forget to sink his teeth into my finger, and I could only wince, my eyes twitching as I watched Radigan nonchalantly settle on my shoulder. Hal Jordan raised an eyebrow, looking all shocked and confused. "This is," he asked. I just shrugged it off. "Just some stupid, oversized raw ouch," I said, but before I could continue, Radigan bit my ear, causing me to yelp mid-sentence. The little bastard just appeared out of nowhere and decided I'm his long-lost parent or something. I explained, trying to poke the little critter away from my ear, only to get my finger bitten again instead. Chapter 13, Questions and Answers 13. As we shot into the air, I couldn't help but gawk at my own body, wrapped in this shimmering green energy like a cosmic burrito. It was like being embraced by a weightless, see-through, glow-in-the-dark blanket. Now, Green Lantern powers might not make you bench press buildings like Superman, but it's undeniably one of the coolest and most versatile superpowers in all of fiction. You could say it's the Swiss Army knife of the superhero world. The possibilities are only limited by your imagination and, of course, your willpower. In the right hands, that glowing ring would undoubtedly live up to its reputation as the most powerful weapon in the universe, as those Green Lantern Corps folks like to boast. Glancing up at Hal Jordan, I found him staring back at me with an almost disappointed expression. "I expected more of a reaction," he remarked. I couldn't help but chuckle at his comment. "Well, you weren't exactly pulling off a subtle surprise party," I said with a shrug. "I saw you scheming to pull the rug out from under my feet a mile away," I replied with a nonchalant shrug, pausing as everything around me started turning dark. I was in friggin' space. "Can we stop here for a moment?" I requested, and Hal Jordan shot me a confused look before realization seemed to dawn on him. He slowed down, and I couldn't help but marvel at the breathtaking view of the universe around us, the ultimate pit stop, if you will. "First-time space rookie," Hal Jordan quipped with a mischievous grin. I shot him an incredulous look. "What do you think?" I retorted, the sass in my tone enough to make even Radigan proud. Hal chuckled, his eyes glancing toward the cheeky rat perched on my shoulder. "Your pet rat seems like a seasoned space traveler, though." He gestured to Radigan, who responded with a series of angry chitters, evidently offended by Hal's assessment. Setting aside Radigan's protest, Hal's observation was spot on. The audacious critter sat on my shoulder as if space travel was a routine affair, gazing down at Earth with an air of superiority. It made sense, considering the interdimensional nature of the cheeky rat, concealed beneath its deceptive appearance. "Well, Radigan does have an inflated opinion of himself. That's just his way," I replied with a nonchalant shrug. "Now, can I get a minute to soak in the cosmic view, or are you on a tight schedule?" I added, shooting Hal Jordan a playful side glance. "You've got 5. Despite appearances, I'm a busy space guy," Hal Jordan quipped back, and I simply nodded, ready to enjoy my brief moment among the stars. Or at least, that's how I made it look. As much as I wanted to savor the cosmic scenery, duty called. Without skipping a beat, I summoned the system's interface, navigating my way to the shop section. Eyes dancing over the holographic controls, I fine-tuned the filters until, voila, I found exactly what I needed, the improved acting skill. Just what the doctor ordered, I mused, silently perusing the skill's description. Improved acting skill. Master the art of deception with this upgraded acting prowess. Become a virtuoso in the theater of life, capable of delivering performances so convincing that even the most discerning eyes won't detect a hint of falsehood. Whether you're spinning tall tales or navigating complex social situations, this skill turns you into the ultimate thespian, leaving no room for immediate doubt or suspicion. Leaving no room for immediate doubt or suspicion, I mused, a smile playing on my lips. The system's choice of words made a lot of sense. No matter how convincing or flawless a lie, in the end, is just that, a lie. You simply had to dig deep enough to uncover it. Since the Justice League would have to find my original world to unearth it, I was more than comfortable buying the skill, and so I did. It came at the price of 210 points, which seemed pretty fair, all things considered. Anyway, seeing as I had some time, I decided to navigate to the daily deals section. Much to my disappointment, I only found one option: an elixir of ludicrous laughter, promising uncontrollable and riotous laughter for the user, which was downright useless in any serious situation. And what do you know? It was on a huge 99% discount, bringing its price from 100 points all the way to just 1 point. Yup, the system's sense of humor seemed intact. Welp, it's back to staring into space for me, I guess. As Martian Manhunter peered through the one-way mirror into the interrogation room reserved for criminals, a soft sigh escaped him. Inside, a young man, easily lost in a crowd, sat across from Hal Jordan. The young man, one Micah Foster, with his short black hair, unassuming features, and casual attire, looked far from extraordinary. There was a subtle peculiarity in the way he moved and carried himself that caught Martian Manhunter's attention. His rat companion, which was held in another room, seemed a bit too intelligent and strange in many ways, but that was all. The young man didn't fit the typical profile of someone slated for interrogation or mind-probing, but Martian Manhunter understood the necessity of scrutinizing individuals from other worlds. His experience and mastery of telepathic abilities allowed him to discern truth from lies without needing to delve into the opponent's mind. So he had no reason to refuse Hal Jordan's request despite his reservations. Before Martian Manhunter could delve too deep into his own thoughts, Hal Jordan initiated the questioning. "For the record, please state your full name and age," Hal requested with a focused gaze. Micah, seemingly composed, nodded in response. "Micah Foster, 27 years old," he replied, his voice steady. Martian Manhunter keenly observed Micah for any subtle tells, but found none, prompting him to turn to the console, searching for anyone that might match Micah's profile. "Truthful, but I found no record of him in our database," Martian Manhunter telepathically conveyed, projecting his thoughts directly into Hal Jordan's mind. Hal acknowledged Micah with a nod, a furrow of concentration on his brow, before proceeding with the interrogation. "Do you have any close friends or family?" he inquired, adding a touch of empathy to the questioning. Micah's expression shifted, a brief flicker of discomfort crossing his features at the mention of personal connections. "No," Micah responded a bit too quickly, his gaze momentarily distant. "I grew up in the foster care system, and I was too busy studying and then working to maintain any friendships," he calmly explained. Hal Jordan registered a momentary surprise, his eyes narrowing slightly, as Martian Manhunter once again confirmed Micah's honesty. With a subtle nod, Hal continued, probing deeper into Micah's unique circumstances. Hal delved into a multitude of questions about Micah's background. The young man didn't flinch at the inquiries, offering detailed information about the various foster families, schools, and colleges he attended, concluding with insights into the company where he interned and later worked. Martian Manhunter, stationed in his spot, scrutinized Micah closely, searching for any subtle hints of falsehoods. Throughout this process, he cross-referenced the provided information, identifying similarities and disparities between Micah's world and their own. As the green-skinned Martian unearthed these findings, including shared people and places, as well as those exclusive to Micah's reality, he conveyed his discoveries to Hal Jordan. Hal, in his characteristic calm demeanor, simply nodded at the insights. "That would be all I need to know about your background," he stated evenly. Hal then transitioned seamlessly to the next line of inquiry, his tone neutral. "Would you mind if I asked you some questions about your world?" he proposed, to which Micah responded with a nonchalant shrug, signaling his readiness to field whatever questions came his way. "You seem to have recognized Superman, the beacon of hope, despite just stepping into our world," Hal remarked, his tone acquiring a touch of gravity. "Does that mean Superman and the legendary Justice League exist in your world?" he inquired, his keen gaze fixed on Micah. Micah, maintaining an air of nonchalance, responded with a smile. "Almost everyone knows Superman and the Justice League where I come from. How else would I recognize him?" His words carried a subtle undertone of familiarity. In that case, are you well acquainted with the perils and challenges the Justice League faced in your world? Hal Jordan pressed on, his eyes revealing the weight of the question. Take a moment to think before answering. Your insights might be crucial in saving lives and preventing potential disasters, he urged, emphasizing the profound impact of Micah's responses. Sorry to disappoint, but how would I have insight into that? Micah replied, a hint of incredulity in his tone. He shot a slightly judgmental look at Hal. Wait, you don't go around disclosing the League's confidential matters in this world, do you? He asked, raising an eyebrow. Hal chuckled wryly and shook his head. Of course, we don't. It's just that the allure of preventing future tragedies was too compelling for me not to inquire, he admitted with a sigh, receiving Martian Manhunter's telepathic confirmation that Micah's responses were genuine. In any case, we're almost done here, Hal said, regaining his serious demeanor. I'll only need to ask you a few more questions and run a few simple, non-invasive tests, and you'll be free to go. Chapter 14, Ratigan's Retaliation 14. Looking at the peculiar sight of the regal rat through the one-way glass, Martian Manhunter couldn't help but wince, holding his forehead in pain. The rat, adorned with a tiny crown, seemed to exude an air of regality that clashed comically with its rodent nature. Adding to the bewilderment, the rat locked eyes with the Martian Manhunter, its gaze carrying surprisingly intense scrutiny. Seeing it was just a small animal, he had no qualms about probing its psyche, and so Martian Manhunter decided to delve into its mind to discern its origin. However, to his surprise and discomfort, the rat not only detected his intrusion, but also retaliated with surprising viciousness. A sudden, intense headache overcame Martian Manhunter, causing him to writhe in pain. It was an experience unlike any he had encountered before. Unable to endure the pain, Martian Manhunter quickly reached out to Hal Jordan for assistance. The door to the room swung open, and Hal burst in, a mix of concern and alarm on his face as he observed the distressed state of Martian Manhunter. What happened? Are you all right, John? Hal exclaimed, rushing to the Martian Manhunter's side. That creature is a telepath of considerable might, Martian Manhunter replied through gritted teeth. I need you to get me out of here. He struggled to articulate his words, clearly in immense pain. Hal Jordan's eyes widened, and his immediate instinct was to launch an attack on the rat. He raised his ring hand, pointing it menacingly at the creature through the one-way glass. However, the Martian Manhunter quickly intervened, grabbing Hal's wrist. No, the creature was merely defending itself from my intrusion, he urgently conveyed. It's not innately hostile. His words grew fainter with each utterance. Hal Jordan hesitated for a second before swiftly carrying Martian Manhunter and getting him out of the room. As they left, Ratigan wore a smug expression, sensing their departure. Once alone, he closed his eyes and crossed his arms, exuding an air of accomplishment. Lounging in the waiting room, casually sipping the tea that Hal Jordan so graciously provided, I was bombarded with a series of notifications that seemed more unpredictable than a soap opera plot. Your relationship with the Martian Manhunter has shifted from neutral to curious. You've just been handed 50 points, lucky you. Your relationship with Green Lantern, Hal Jordan, has also decided to spice things up, shifting from neutral to curious. Another 50 points, casually tossed your way. Hold on, your relationship with the Martian Manhunter couldn't decide if it's curious or cautious. Oh snap, now you've struck gold with 100 points. In the grand finale, your relationship with Green Lantern, Hal Jordan, has taken a wild turn to hostile. Jackpot, 200 points are yours for the taking. Surprise, surprise, your relationship with Green Lantern is back to cautious. Well, the notifications were more robotic and uniform, but they might as well have been like this. I scratched my head, attempting to decipher this roller coaster of virtual emotions. I was grateful for the points, but what the heck could have occurred to trigger such a tumultuous shift in their perceptions when they were miles away from my charming presence? Suddenly, a mental image of that smug, oversized rodent flashed in my mind, and it all clicked. That damned rat? What the hell did he do? I mumbled, eyeing the tea suspiciously as if it held the answers to the enigma of my ever-changing relationships. Before I could embark on my tea interrogation mission, the door swung open, and in walked Hal Jordan, cool and collected as if nothing had happened. "We're finally done, and you're free to go," he announced, handing me a smartphone and a wallet as if they were party favors. I squinted at the items in my hand. "What's this?" I inquired, giving him a dubious look. "We've contacted the local authorities and created a new identity for you so you can integrate into our society," Hal Jordan explained, his words unveiling a whole new level of superhero hospitality. "The phone has contact info for a government agent who will assist you within reason." His gaze then shifted to the wallet. "Inside, you'll find some change, the address of the apartment we've assigned you, insurance, and details for a bank account in your name with a bit of extra cash," he concluded. I nodded appreciatively, tucking the items into my pocket. "So, there's no way to send me back, I take it?" I questioned with a furrowed brow. "We don't know that yet, but until we figure it out, we can't have you staying homeless," Hal Jordan clarified. "Moreover, we've arranged for you to take some exams to match your degree here, but that'll take some time," he added. I couldn't help but pause, eyes widening at the surprisingly considerate and generous gesture. "That's surprisingly considerate and very generous," I remarked, nodding in genuine appreciation. I had expected to be thrown into some makeshift homeless shelter and left to my own devices while they sorted out the details. That's the kind of treatment I'd expect from the authorities in my previous world. I guess I shouldn't have expected any less from an organization of superheroes. Hal Jordan nodded, a sense of finality in his demeanor. "That's all. Come with me to pick up your pet rat so I can take you back to Earth." I noticed a subtle eagerness in his voice, almost as if he couldn't wait for my cheeky rodent companion to vacate the premises. The suspicion that Ratigan, the oversized rat, played a role in the emotional roller coaster Hal and Manhunter experienced regarding me grew stronger. "Are you sure about Ratigan, though?" I asked, feigning concern. "I mean, he might be from another world too, right? What if he's dangerous?" Hal's annoyance was thinly veiled as he replied, "Well, that's exactly why you should keep Ratigan with you. He seems attached to you somehow, and if he's indeed dangerous, then keeping him contained might backfire." Right. Safety first, I suppose," I said with a casual shrug, hiding a smirk. "Let's go get Ratigan then." We made our way to the room where Ratigan awaited. Hal hesitated at the entrance, eyeing the regal rat warily. "You're sure he won't, I don't know, attack me or something?" he said, and his expression suggested he was recalling something unpleasant. I wonder what Ratigan did exactly to earn such caution. I couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. "Oh, mate, but it's just Ratigan's way of saying hello. Don't worry, you're in the presence of rodent royalty." Hal gave me a dubious look, but cautiously entered the room. I followed, watching as Ratigan perched regally on a miniature throne fashioned from various knickknacks he found in the room. "Come on, Your Highness, time to hit the road," I called, and the rat, almost theatrically, descended from his throne and scurried over. As I reached down to scoop him up, I couldn't resist a parting shot at Hal. "Who knows, maybe Ratigan can join the Justice League one day, don't you think?" I said, earning an instant glare from Hal. "He's very smart, you know, and he's probably from another world. Maybe he has superpowers, too." Hal cleared his throat. "Maybe," he dryly said. "In any case, let's get moving." "Ah, New York City," I muttered as I took a deep breath, catching a whiff of that classic city air. It had a mix of car fumes, street food sizzling somewhere nearby, and a touch of that gritty sidewalk vibe. Not far away from me, I could see a seagull, catching a rat's tail and struggling to fly away with it. Meanwhile, a vertically challenged individual, let's go with that, as it's probably the PC term these days, was sitting on the sidewalk shirtless, sporting a dinosaur mask while expertly drumming away with a pair of extremely short arms. People dressed in all manner of clothes, casual, business, formal, and even some weirdo in a Speedo, walked around like all of this was nothing out of the ordinary. Heck, no one even took a second glance at the rat cosplaying a king on my shoulder either. The New York City of my world was also chaotic, but I suppose the comic book factor had a hand in boosting the coziness factor of the city. Still, This suited me just fine since I could fly under the radar more easily amidst all the craziness. "Looks like we'll be staying here for a while," I said as I turned to Radigan, and he replied with a chitter of regal indifference. "I know, right? Anyway, let's go and find our apartment then. I could use some sleep." Chapter 15, Vigilant Law Offices 15. Author's Note. Hey amazing readers! I hope you're all enjoying the journey through the twists and turns of our story. I wanted to take a quick moment to chat about something that's necessary from any story on this site, Power Stones. You might be wondering, what are Power Stones and WHT the hell do you want them? Well, my friends, they're like magical tokens that can help our story shine even brighter. Here's the scoop. When you drop a Power Stone on our story, it's not just a vote, it's like a rocket boost. Why does this matter? Well, it's all about the weekly ranking. The more Power Stones we gather, the higher we climb in the ranks. And guess what? A higher spot means more exposure for our story. So, here's my humble request. If you're enjoying the ride and want to see more, consider dropping a Power Stone our way. Your support ensures that more readers discover our tale, and it paves the way for even more adventures. Think of it as your secret superpower to help our story reach new heights. Thank you a million times for being the awesome readers you are. Your support means the world to me, and together, we're making this journey truly special. Happy reading and Power Stone sprinkling. Feeling a furry weight settle on my chest, I groaned, just, maybe 5 more minutes. I clung to the last shreds of sleep, reluctant to face the world beyond the warm cocoon of my bed. However, my peaceful snooze was abruptly interrupted by the sensation of 2 tiny paws playing dentist in my mouth. "Ouch, seriously, you oversized furball?" I yelped, abruptly sitting up and tossing Radigan away. To my chagrin, he executed a mid-air acrobatics routine, kicking off the wall like he was auditioning for a rodent Cirque du Soleil. I shot him an exasperated look, not in the mood for a showdown with a rat before my morning coffee. With a weary sigh, I silenced the blaring alarm on my phone, banishing the remnants of my dream world. Despite dedicating most of my life to the corporate grind, the ungodly hour of waking up was an eternal nemesis of mine. You'd think I'd be one of those chipper morning people. But nope, I was more of a give me caffeine before conversation kind of guy despite being the first to arrive at work and the last to leave. Swinging my legs over the edge of the bed, I retrieved my phone, and Radigan, apparently unfazed by his recent aerial adventure, hopped back onto my shoulder. He perched there regally as if supervising the morning routine was his sovereign duty. As I prepared for a busy day, Radigan seemed to revel in his role as the royal wake-up wizard. If only His Majesty could find a more civilized method of rousing me from slumber. Allowing the cheeky rat to have its morning victory, I succumbed to its territorial claims on the bed. The shower, a cascading waterfall of wakefulness, rejuvenated me. A quick change into a freshly purchased set of clothes from yesterday completed my transformation from a sleep-deprived ghoul into a more acceptable member of society as I headed out of the apartment, bestowed upon me by the government. Or maybe it was the Justice League? Who cares? The apartment, though far from luxurious, felt like a princely abode in the grand saga of New York living, a place where a 4x4 rat hole was considered the norm. The rent in New York was a tale of woe best saved for another day, after all. Venturing into the bustling chaos of city life, I retrieved my phone, a device that held the secrets to my meticulously planned schedule, conceived during a bout of insomnia the night before. I need to rent a car to get around, but first things first. I muttered, casting a quick eye over my list of chores, sealing it away like a hidden treasure map. I need my morning coffee, and I need it yesterday. Determined and caffeine-deprived, I set my course for what appeared to be a coffee haven across the street. Radigan still perched atop my shoulder like some arrogant little gargoyle. Taking leisurely sips from my iced coffee, I strolled towards the car rental agency when an unexpected sight on the roadside caught my attention. A sign boldly proclaimed, "Gym," above the entrance of what seemed to be a training facility. There was an oddly familiar aura about the place, but my attempts to pinpoint its origin ended in a mental shrug. Curiosity prevailed. I approached the establishment and peered through the window. They're really going at it, I mumbled to myself, observing a multitude of individuals engrossed in various forms of exercise, weightlifting, cardio, and even a few engaged in lively sparring within a boxing ring or assaulting a defenseless punching bag. While it appeared to be a commendable boxing gym, my knowledge of such matters was rather limited. My combat resume peaked at thwarting wannabe bullies in my childhood by wielding a baseball bat to instill some much-needed reflection. It did lead to my foster family at the time giving me the boot, and I danced precariously close to juvenile detention, but it was definitely worth it. On second thoughts, definitely is a strong word. It was probably worth it, I think. Well, I do need to expand my combat education. Maybe I'll swing by and have another look later, I muttered to myself, and Radigan's chittering instantly brought me out of my contemplation. All right, I'm going, aren't I said with a scoff as I left the boxing gym behind me, heading straight toward my original destination, the car rental agency. Ever found yourself in a situation where you could almost taste the change in the atmosphere? That's precisely what hit me as I cruised past the "Welcome to Gotham" sign at the city's edge. Despite the sun still gracing the sky, a peculiar darkness seemed to settle in the air the moment I left that sign behind. Now, New York wasn't exactly a pristine haven brimming with rainbows and sunshine. What with its stale city air and public shady dealings lurking on every street corner, crimes even my untrained eyes could spot from a mile away. Yet, rolling into Gotham, or rather driving straight into the heart of old Gotham's financial district, felt like transitioning into an entirely different realm. Sure, I knew I was heading for a less savory part of town, but I hadn't anticipated Gotham to be so very, well, Gothamish. The transformation was palpable. Navigating through the city's towering buildings with their ominous Gothic decor, I found myself surrounded by neon signs casting an otherworldly glow. Pedestrians, bundled up in unnecessarily heavy attire, trudged through the streets, each wearing a scowl that could put your average New Yorker to shame. Even Radigan, the ever-arrogant menace to society that he was, seemed on edge as he surveyed the surroundings with his beady little eyes, reflecting the neon lights. Now, you might be wondering what the hell I was doing in this less-than-inviting place. It certainly wasn't for the scenic views, I'll tell you that much. I could go into the mundane details, but since I'm closing in on my destination, I might as well let actions speak louder than words. After parking the car, I stepped out and immediately had the urge to curse as someone nearly collided with me, continuing on their way as if nothing had happened. Exasperated, I sighed and turned my attention to the various neon signs adorning the dilapidated building before me. One in particular caught my eye. "Vigilant Law Offices, A," I muttered with a chuckle. Who knew such an edgy guy would have a sense of humor? Shaking my head, I entered the building. Stepping onto the office floor, I was pleasantly surprised to find the interior exceptionally neat. The unexpected presence of a secretary added another layer of professionalism. Well, as they say, you can't judge a book by its grime-covered, crack-house-looking cover. Shaking off these musings, I approached the secretary with a friendly smile. "Is Mr. Valley present?" I inquired. She nodded, reciprocating the smile. "Mr. Valley is inside and isn't seeing anyone currently either. You picked a good time," she replied, and I couldn't help but appreciate her choice of words. It was almost an open invitation for a witty, inappropriate remark, but my momentary surge of maturity won out, surprising even myself. I suppose I needed to grow up sometime, huh? The secretary paused momentarily as her eyes fell on Radigan, and the look in her eyes made it extremely obvious that she found the cheeky rat cute adorable even. If only she knew what a pain in the ass he was. Seeing as she was taking her sweet time appreciating Radigan's looks, I cleared my throat, and my gesture was enough to bring her back to reality. "I'll only need your name and contact information before I let you in to see him," the secretary said. I obliged, providing the necessary information with a polite smile before heading into Mr. Valley's office. Stepping inside after a polite knock, I found myself in a neat, simplistically decorated office room. Behind the desk sat a blond man, his hair slicked back, adorned in a gray business suit. A pair of medical glasses perched on his nose added a touch of professionalism to his appearance, making him look more businesslike than even his business suit. The man in question, Jean-Paul Valley, also known as Azrael, glanced at me, then at Radigan, and immediately made that face you would make when you sense that things are about to take an interesting turn. Boy, was he spot on. Chapter 16, Temporary Chill 16. Welcome to my humble abode, Mr. Valley said, a friendly grin accompanying his rise from the chair. I mirrored the smile, closing the distance to his desk. Micah Foster, I offered, reaching out for a handshake. Valley reciprocated, acknowledging with a nod. Jean-Paul Valley, but you probably knew that already, he remarked, releasing my hand. People rarely set foot here without some prior knowledge of yours truly. A chuckle followed as he gestured to a nearby couch. Please, take a seat. I followed his lead and settled onto the couch, taking in the modest yet functional surroundings. Valley resumed his position behind the desk, leaning back casually. So, what brings you to my not-so-typical law office? He asked, almost as if legal matters were an afterthought. Despite running a law office, he rarely ever worked as a lawyer. In fact, he used the office as a cover to run his private investigation gig, using his detective skills and computer expertise. He went out of his way to get a degree in law to make it a legitimate business, and was more than capable than the majority of known A-listers in the field. However, everyone who knew him knew that wasn't the main attraction. Valley was a genius in more ways than one, and the term genius had a whole different meaning in Gotham's peculiar world. However, for me, it was the lawyer part that mattered today. Well, Mr. Valley, I began, adopting a conspiratorial tone, I find myself in need of some legal wizardry. Nothing too adventurous, I'm afraid. A sly grin accompanied my words. Valley cocked an eyebrow at my unusual request. Legal wizardry, huh? He pondered, a dash of confusion in his tone. Leaning back, he asked, so what exactly do you need? Smirking, I fished my phone from my pocket. Take a gander, I urged, handing the device over. Valley took it, unlocked the screen, and hit play. Liveware's heroic escapades during the recent Metropolis invasion played out on the screen. Valley's confusion deepened, but he patiently watched until the end, shooting me a quizzical look. I'm here to recruit you as the devil's advocate, or in this case, Liveware's, I casually stated. You see, I made her a promise, lighter sentence, maybe even parole, if she cooperates with the Justice League instead of tangling with Superman. Valley's expression shifted from confusion to mild irritation. Is this some kind of joke? He questioned, a touch of irritation in his voice. If it is, I must insist you stop wasting my... I cut him off before he could finish. I assure you no jokes here. Check out the next video, I urged. Valley sighed but complied, swiping on the phone screen to reveal the follow-up clip. It picked up seamlessly from the previous footage, transitioning to the front camera, capturing my grinning face as Liveware descended behind me, expressing her sentiments with a defiant middle finger. Valley sighed, returning the phone to my grasp. I see you're serious, but it might as well have been a joke, he calmly remarked. Representing such an infamous criminal sounds like a lost cause, and lawyers don't fight losing battles. He shook his head, elaborating on the potential consequences. What's more, there would be considerable backlash regardless of the outcome, and I prefer to keep a low profile. He concluded, a subtle suggestion in his eyes that it was time for me to take a hike. However, I merely shrugged. Superman himself is willing to bet on Livewire changing her ways. He promised to vouch for her to boot, so it isn't a lost cause, I pointed out. Knowing all that, is it really too much to ask to put some faith into Livewire? I added, narrowing my eyes. Valley, however, remained steadfast. I'm afraid it is, he said. Keeping a low profile is crucial for me due to various circumstances, and this case screams headline news. I'm sorry, but you'll have to find someone else, he stated firmly, rejecting the job outright this time. I sighed, feigning regret and putting on an expression of disappointment, channeling my acting skills. And here I thought you, of all people, would sympathize with someone looking for a second chance in life, I said, shooting Valley a knowing look. Valley's face instantly shifted to a darker shade at my words, and I could practically see the struggle in his eyes. It was like he was wrestling with the urge to jump over the desk and give me a solid punch in the face. "What's that supposed to mean?" he growled, making it clear that he might just follow through on that urge if my response didn't sit well with him. Jean-Paul Vallée's past as an assassin and puppet of Saint-Dumas' order was a sore spot, and I had just stepped all over it. Not to mention, the implied knowledge of his alter ego, secret identities, were a big deal in DC Comics, after all. Unconsciously, a smirk played on my lips. I figured you'd understand the struggle for redemption and a second chance, but maybe I misjudged, I said with a careless shrug, deepening Vallée's scowl. Without missing a beat, I accessed the in-system shop and quickly snagged a specific item. Standing up, I casually strolled toward Vallée's desk, showing no signs of fear. "But if not out of kindness or sympathy, maybe you'd do it for this," I remarked, reaching into my jacket to pull out the recently purchased item and placing it on the desk. The glass bottle, a whimsical container of glowing nebula-like liquid, found its place on Vallée's organized desk. A display of enchantment that was all flash and no substance, but for my current theatrics, it was the perfect prop. Vallee, visibly jolted by the sudden appearance of the potion, seemed to transition from surprise to a more composed curiosity. "What is this?" he queried, eyes darting between my face and the mysterious elixir. With a cheeky grin, I revealed my grand title. "I call it the elixir of mental clarity," I announced, enjoying the dawning realization on Vallee's face. "In layman's terms, it's the one-stop shop for fixing that tangled mess you call a mind," I threw in, the grin broadening. Vallee, a bit bewildered, could only manage a hesitant "What? How would I even know if it will work?" he asked, now sporting a deepening frown of skepticism as he gathered his bearings. "Simple, my dear Vallee, we test it out right here, right now," I responded casually, and the suspicion on his face instantly intensified at my words. Well, I'd be wary too, if someone stranger suddenly pulled up a cosmic smoothie that would solve all my problems and told me to gulp it down. Snatching an empty glass from Vallee's well-organized desk, I popped the cork off the potion bottle, letting a small amount of the vibrant liquid flow into the glass. Downing it with flair, I couldn't help but add, "And just to clarify, I'm not attempting any underhanded poisoning antics." A dismissive shrug punctuated my assurance as I put down the potion. Vallee eyed the peculiar potion skeptically, as if it had just challenged his favorite chess move. His hesitation lingered, suspicion etched across his face. Yet, the tantalizing prospect of banishing the mental carnival that Saint-Dumas had bequeathed him proved too irresistible. After all, it wasn't just a muscle-building program. It turned his mind into a bona fide circus. Overcoming the brainwashing resulted in a state where Azrael and Jean-Paul Vallee were like roommates in a cramped apartment, with Azrael monopolizing all the assassin training and conditioning. Eventually, Vallee managed to reconcile both personalities, but his mental state still resembled a traffic jam during rush hour. So he took the plunge. His hands trembled slightly as he raised the exquisite bottle to his lips. One gulp, 2 gulps, and soon the mesmerizing nebula of planets resided within him. The transformation unfolded like a time-lapse documentary, initial confusion, followed by surprise, culminating in an unexpected tranquility. Vallee turned towards me, wearing an expression akin to someone who had stumbled upon the secret to perpetual bliss. However, being the pragmatic soul that I am, I had to temper his elation. "Hold off on the thank you speech, Mr. Vallee. This potion is only a temporary solution, especially considering I took a sip myself." I grinned, providing the reality check that his Zen moment had a ticking clock. It's less eternal bliss and more temporary chill. Chapter 17. Warm Gotham Send Off 17. Vallee's accusations sliced through the air, his words dripping with betrayal. You bastard," he seethed, his face contorted as if he was confronting the devil himself. "That was your plan all along, wasn't it? To give me a taste of freedom, to get me hooked and turn me into a pawn." The theatrical display could have earned him a standing ovation at a Shakespearean play. I blinked, observing this sudden surge of melodrama. Was this guy always so dramatic and quick to jump to conclusions? I'm seriously starting to question his genius. Seriously, do I look like a cheap crack dealer to you, pal? I retorted, annoyance etching my words, snapping Valley out of his self-staged tragedy. I sighed, a mix of impatience and bemusement crossing my face. The potion is just a temporary fix, Valley, but there's a permanent solution, I explained, mustering a fed-up expression. My gaze bore into him with a touch of judgment. I'm willing to share it with you on one condition: represent Livewire and get her out of the big house. I raised an eyebrow, daring him to question my sincerity. At my words, Valley's face transformed from shock to a quick bout of shame. That's right, feel the embarrassment for unleashing such a cringeworthy spectacle. I was getting second-hand embarrassment just witnessing it. Ah, I see, he mumbled, throat clearing as he regained his composure. In that case, I will do everything within my power to get Livewire on parole as soon as possible, he declared, reverting to his earlier calm and professional demeanor as if erasing the awkward episode. The man had a thicker skin than a rhinoceros, that's for sure. Even Ratigan was facepalming at his shamelessness. I nodded, dismissing the absurdity, and refocused on the matter at hand. In that case, I'll leave you to it, I nonchalantly stated, heading toward the exit. Your secretary has my contact info, so give me a call whenever you're ready to meet up with Livewire. With that, I swung the door open and stepped out, not bothering to wait for a response. Humming along with the radio and trying to grasp the lyrics of a song I'd just stumbled upon, I casually steered the rented car through the chaotic streets of Gotham. A happy soul, such as myself, in this gloomy city was a rare sight, but I considered it all part of the unique charm that was Gotham. Ignoring the disgruntled drivers and scowling pedestrians, I continued my drive, my mind reflecting on the successful encounter with Azrael. To be honest, success was the only plausible outcome. Azrael would practically agree to anything I proposed in his quest to fix his tangled psyche. Now one might wonder, if I was so confident that the magical potion would sway him, why bother with the guilt trip, exposing my knowledge of his alter ego? Well, my friend, that's where the brilliance of my plan comes into play, if I do so myself. There's this nifty thing known as the illusion of choice, a magical tool used by bastards, such as myself, throughout history to get what they want from unsuspecting souls. If I had merely handed him the potion and told him to jump over a chasm, he would have leaped without a doubt, but he'd harbor resentment, thinking I left him no choice but to take the plunge. However, if I provided him a reason to jump and topped it off with a tempting reward, well, who wouldn't jump willingly, maybe even throwing in a little dance for good measure? Damn, sometimes I manage to impress even myself. Maybe there's a bit of genius in this brain of mine, after all. Grinning like a goof at my narcissistic musings, my self-congratulatory moment was abruptly shattered by Ratigan's incessant chittering and finger-poking. What the hell do you want, Rat? Must you ruin my good mood? I began, but my sentence got cut off as the pesky rodent shoved his tiny hand into my mouth and forcibly turned my head. My immediate instinct screamed at me to hit the brakes and toss the little critter out of the window. But all such thoughts dissipated as I caught sight of a large, pointy object hurtling towards my car. A friggin' missile, I exclaimed, slamming the handbrake and forcefully yanking the wheel to the right. The world began to spin around me as one metallic thud echoed in my ear after the other. And then, boom! Blinking away the remnants of disorientation, I found myself dangling like a human bat from the car's overturned driver's seat. Ratigan, my charming furry companion, continued his slapping protest, making sure I was fully aware of the crimson stream decorating my face. Fucking hell, I muttered, my voice carrying a mix of annoyance and pain. With a groan, I attempted to recall the events leading to this upside-down escapade. Ah, right, Gotham and its usual welcome committee. How could I forget the friggin' rocket that almost hit me in the face? As my senses sharpened, the throbbing ache in nearly every inch of my body intensified. I couldn't help but appreciate the poetic timing of my misfortune, just as Gotham transformed into its ominous nightly self. I fucking hate Gotham already. I wheezed, falling back to my usual coping mechanism as I shifted my gaze to the inky sky outside the shattered car window. Determined to make the best of a bad situation, I started assessing the damages. The car is beyond repair and luckily insured. My pride? Well, that took a hit, but it had seen worse. My body? Damned if I knew, but if the pain was anything to go by. Ratigan continued his chittering, probably criticizing my driving skills. Ignoring his rodent commentary, I began wriggling in an attempt to free myself from the seatbelt. Undoing the seatbelt turned out to be a straightforward affair, thankfully avoiding the cliched struggle. However, my victory was short-lived as I clumsily tumbled out headfirst, meeting the ground with a resounding thud. Note to self: practice graceful exits. Groaning, I managed to flip my body to the side, each movement accompanied by a symphony of pain. With a swift kick, I shattered the window on the passenger side and awkwardly wormed my way out, trying not to exacerbate the agony. A distant fire marked the spot where the rocket had mercilessly struck another unsuspecting vehicle, a grim reminder of Gotham's unforgiving nature. Suddenly, a shadowy figure descended from the darkened sky, landing with the kind of silent intensity that only Batman could pull off. Great, just what I needed, Gotham's brooding protector. I eyed him as he stood over me, masked and caped, the epitome of stoicism. "Are you all right?" he inquired in that signature gravelly voice, extending a gloved hand. I accepted the help, muttering, "I will be, once the lunatic who tried to blow me up is in the Gotham asylum." Batman offered no commentary, silently aiding me in getting on my feet. "Stay here," he ordered before preparing to leap into action. Yet, after one step, he abruptly lunged back, covering me with his cape. Gunshots echoed in the distance, and Batman shielded me until the threat subsided. As he withdrew the cape, a man brandishing a smoking Tommy gun stood before us, a twisted grin splitting his disfigured face. The man standing before me was a walking nightmare, and if I had to sum him up in one word, terrifying would be an understatement. Harvey Dent, aka Two-Face, sported a suit that looked like a bizarre fusion of two different ones, sewn together down the middle. His smirk only enhanced the grotesque nature of his half-scarred visage. "I see you're as eager to chase after me as always, Batman," he remarked, nonchalantly blowing smoke from his gun's barrel. "But it won't be fun without just chasing me around. How about a choice? What's more important, the life of some hapless civilian or capturing me?" With that, he pulled a grenade from his pocket and sent it hurtling in our direction before making a swift exit. "Great," I muttered sarcastically, watching as Batman lunged at the grenade and threw it away while Harvey Dent ran away, cackling like the maniac that he was. There I was, relishing in my own sense of triumph, only to be relegated to the role of a pawn, the distraction for the villain's escape plan. The universe sure had a way of humbling me just when I thought I was on top. However, I refused to be humbled here, not by Two-Face of all people. He might think I was just some hapless civilian, but that's where he made the worst mistake of his life. You know why? Because I'm not just some hapless civilian. In fact, I'm a hapless civilian with an interdimensional being cosplaying as a rat. Ratigan, get his ass. Chapter 18, Ratigan the Rat Shogun 18. So picture this, I go, Ratigan time to shine, and bam, out of thin air, the rat magician himself shows up. Now, in my head, I'm thinking he'll dash towards Two-Face and sink his teeth into that villainous rear, classic hero move, right? But nope, Ratigan takes it slow, like he's strutting on a rat runway. Hands behind his back, head held high, giving off this vibe like the whole situation is beneath his rodent dignity. My eyes start doing a little twitch dance of annoyance. I was a second away from turning Ratigan into a rat projectile and throwing him at Two-Face. But the cheeky rat finally decided to make a move, raising his tiny paw and pointing it at Two-Face like a seasoned general ordering a cavalry charge. Cue the rat parade. Suddenly, rats started popping up from every nook and cranny in the streets, like they got VIP invitations. They came together, creating a tidal wave of vermin that engulfed Two-Face faster than you can toss a coin. I'm just standing there, wide-eyed, taking in the spectacle. And get this, even Batman, the brooding superhero himself, looked a bit shaken. His gaze lingered on Ratigan like he was reevaluating his entire bat life. Welcome to the weird side of Gotham, bats. Still, the broody caped crusader didn't seem all too amused by the spectacle. That's enough, Batman's gruff voice cut through the chaotic scene, breaking my momentary stupor. I mean, sure, the idea of letting the rats have a nibble fest on Two-Face was tempting, but you just don't do the whole murder spectacle in Gotham, especially not with the caped crusader watching. It's like bringing a kazoo to a heavy metal concert, just not the right vibe, not to mention a one-way ticket to the ER. Although I was going to the hospital anyway, I preferred my visit to be for strictly non-Batman-related reasons. You heard the man, Ratigan. Pack it in, I muttered, clambering back onto my feet. Ratigan shot me a look, the kind that screamed, "Seriously, mate." It's not like the rat had a diploma in criminology, but he sure had an attitude. Nevertheless, Ratigan obliged, waving his tiny paws like some rodent orchestra conductor. The rat brigade dispersed, leaving Two-Face on the asphalt, looking like he went a few rounds with a rat blender. Ratigan, ever the showman, hopped onto my shoulder, acting like he'd just orchestrated the grandest performance in rat history. He then cast a haughty glance in Batman's direction. The whole situation was just weirdly surreal. I couldn't decide if Batman was impressed or pondering the absurdity of his job description. Evidently, he was just pissed. Batman took another glance at Ratigan, his intense gaze shifting to me. "You're the off-worlder who appeared in Metropolis," he stated, a tinge of suspicion in his voice. I responded with a nonchalant shrug. "What are you doing in my city?" he asked, clearly not thrilled with my unexpected presence. His tone, the classic Batman gruffness, echoed in the dimly lit alley. I raised an eyebrow at his inquiry. "None of your business," I calmly retorted. While I had a soft spot for the caped crusader, I knew he wouldn't buy any flowery words or innocent acts I had to offer, so I didn't even bother. Even if my acting and persuasion skills promised to sway the most hard-headed people, I wouldn't try it on Batman. Even if I could trick him right now, he'd still find a reason to doubt me later, making him even more suspicious of me. You can roll over on your back and show Batman your stomach all you wanted, but he'd still trample over it if he thought you were a threat to this shithole of a city. Evidently, he wasn't thrilled with my answer. Then again, I doubted any answer would have made this broody guy break into a grin. "You made it my business when you strolled into Gotham with this creature," he stated, his eyes narrowing as he observed Ratigan. "This city is already chaotic enough as it is. The last thing it needs is an unknown threat running rampant," he added, his disapproval palpable. I couldn't help but smile at his words. "Well, lucky for Gotham, I don't have any more business here," I declared. "Actually, I was on my way out when your pal over there thought it'd be hilarious to blow up my rented car with a friggin' rocket launcher." I gestured toward the unconscious Two-Face, lying on the ground in all his post-apocalypse glory. "That said, I do need to get patched up, so I'll have to linger here for an extra hour or two," I concluded with a sigh, eyeing my battered and scratched-up body. Man, those were some nice clothes, too. Talk about a fashion tragedy. Though I was perfectly comfortable telling Batman to take a hike and mind his own business, pushing further would be like juggling lit dynamite. I wasn't interested in having him breathing down my neck. Frankly, I'd prefer a fire-breathing dragon on my tail than this guy. Evidently, Batman got the memo. "Make it quick then," he grumbled, his tacit approval signaling that I wasn't on his immediate troublemaker radar. As I prepared to reply, a distant police siren echoed through the Gotham night, instantly diverting my attention. It didn't take long for me to realize my rookie mistake, turning my back on the caped crusader. Classic blunder. One of DC's unwritten rules. "Oh well, I'm definitely not turning around to check if he's still there," I muttered with a nonchalant shrug. "Time to find someone to patch me up, I suppose," I stated, beginning to walk in the opposite direction of the incoming sirens. Ratigan, perched on my shoulder, contributed to the banter with a series of chitters that unmistakably sounded like, "As well as you should. You look like crap." I rolled my eyes at the cheeky rodent. "Thanks for the insightful commentary, Captain Obvious." Lounging on my bed in my New York apartment, I couldn't help but crack a smile at the sight of Ratigan. Perched like a king on his makeshift throne of random items he'd gathered from around the place. The cheeky rodent was surprisingly cute when he wasn't being an incessant pain in my behind. But hey, even a cosmic being needs to unwind. I had contemplated heading to Leslie Thompson's clinic to patch up my battle scars. The woman knew her stuff, and I would have liked to meet her at least once, but the prospect of venturing into Gotham's East End, a criminal hotspot, was enough to make me reconsider. Plus, her clinic was perpetually bursting at the seams. So, opting for the peasant route, I settled for the regular hospital. Dodging the chaos of Gotham, ensuring no rockets were aimed in my direction, I returned to New York and promptly made my way to the car rental agency. With a heavy heart and a sizable dent in my pride, I informed them of the unfortunate demise of their beloved vehicle. Insurance covered the damages, thankfully, but not before the clerk gave me a stern lecture about the sheer recklessness of stepping into Gotham. After wrestling with paperwork and enduring the clerk's scolding, I was finally set free. The day had slipped away unnoticed, and here I was, back in the apartment, nursing my wounds and contemplating the unpredictable nature of Gotham. Let's be real here, the entire incident was a consequence of my own questionable decisions. I waltzed into Gotham, well aware of its reputation, armed with nothing but my overconfidence. It's a miracle I didn't end up as a permanent resident in the city's graveyard, all thanks to Radigan's last-second missile alert. Surprise, surprise, I can actually admit when I mess up. Call it a rare moment of self-awareness amid my usual cocktail of arrogance and narcissism. But hey, wallowing in self-blame and regret wasn't my style. I preferred solutions over brooding, and luckily, I had the means to ensure this kind of mess wouldn't catch me off guard again. Inhaling deeply, I summoned the system's interface and made a beeline for the shop. Available points, 690, I muttered to myself, eyeing the digital display with a mix of satisfaction and contemplation. It was time to invest wisely in my survival kit for the next round in this chaos-infested playground of a world. Chapter 19, Upgrades 19. Now you might be scratching your head, wondering where on earth I accumulated all those points. Well, the answer is as simple as it gets, the emotional roller coaster that was Jean-Paul Valley during our little tete-a-tete. The guy was a genuine emotional masterpiece, and the points started rolling in as he navigated the tumultuous sea of feelings our encounter stirred within him. Now, Valley, he wasn't just your run-of-the-mill guy. Batman once mentioned something along the lines of, if Azrael could keep his emotions in check, he might outshine me in the fighting and detective department. Okay, those weren't the Dark Knight's exact words, but you catch the drift. Valley's emotional gymnastics were like a goldmine for my points collection. They were that potent. Batman himself, on the other hand, contributed zilch. Though I made a joke about him reevaluating his Bat-life choices, he was, in fact, unfazed, neither impressed nor bothered by me or Radigan. It was a peculiar mix of amusing and slightly offensive to me. I was offended because apparently, the caped crusader didn't see me as a significant enough threat to warrant extra caution like, come on, a little paranoia wouldn't hurt. On the flip side, it was oddly reassuring not to have Batman's brooding presence breathing down my neck. All right, let's dive back into the world of upgrades and my grand plans. I had initially dreamt of saving up my hard-earned points to purchase a permanent mental shield, you know, to fend off those nosy telepaths trying to sneak into my head. It seemed like a solid plan until Gotham happened. A near-death experience later, and I was seriously reconsidering my life choices. If I got into another similar altercation, there wouldn't be much of my brain left for a telepath to probe anyway. My knee-jerk reaction was to go all out and snag a flashy offensive power. Lightning shooting from my fingertips or lasers beaming out of my eyes, classic superhero stuff. But reality kicked in, and I dismissed the idea faster than a bad movie. Sure, those powers were on the menu, but they came with a hefty price tag. Plus, they wouldn't do much to shield me from surprise attacks like, say, an unexpected missile to the face. So I shifted gears and contemplated a healing factor. I mean, who wouldn't want to channel their inner Wolverine? The dream was grand, but the budget, not so much. The cost of a regenerative power that could patch me up after a missile collision was astronomically high. Wallet, meet reality check, I wouldn't be affording that luxury anytime soon. But enough about my failed superhero daydreams. I needed something practical, something that would keep me in one piece during unforeseen calamities. After some contemplation and much browsing on fiddling, I finally found something that would do the job. Guardian Veil. This nifty passive shield doesn't bother activating for everyday inconveniences like rain or a slight breeze. No, it's got better things to do. When danger rears its ugly head, the Guardian Veil materializes faster than you can say superhero landing. Whether it's a stray missile, a sniper bullet, or an overzealous pigeon, this shield's got you covered. Stray missiles, eh? I muttered, letting out a sigh of annoyance. The system, true to form, wasted no time in poking fun at my recent misadventure. Nevertheless, the Guardian Veil seemed tailor-made for my needs. Now, all that was left to do was check the price. Huh, just 500 points. I expressed my genuine surprise at the cost. While it was still a bit hefty for my current point balance, it felt like a steal considering the potential usefulness of this power. I pondered for a moment, wondering why it was so affordable, but quickly shook away the stray thoughts. Not one to question a good deal, I swiftly purchased the Guardian Veil before the system had a chance to change its mind. The result? Well, I didn't feel any different. I hummed thoughtfully, scanning the room, my eyes eventually landing on Ratigan, who seemed on the verge of falling asleep. The impulse to test out my new power alongside the intrusive thoughts got the better of me, and I found myself standing up, approaching the cheeky rodent with a grin on my face. With a flick of my ring finger, I tapped him on the nose. Ratigan recoiled, shooting me a glare, and in the blink of an eye, he lunged at my finger with his mouth wide open. I winced and turned away, fully expecting Ratigan's tiny teeth to sink into my flesh. But to my surprise, no pain followed. When I looked back, the cheeky rodent had his mouth around the tip of my finger, teeth halted just a hair's breadth away as if an invisible force shielded me. Well, color me impressed. Haha, I'm finally rat-proof. No longer shall I fear, I began, only to pause abruptly as Ratigan, undeterred, opened his mouth wide for another bite. This time, however, there was a distinct sound of glass shattering as his teeth sank into my finger, introducing me to a symphony of pain that echoed through my nervous system. Ouch, all right, I'm sorry, I yelped, desperately trying to pry Ratigan off my now sensitive finger. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably just a few seconds, he relented. Jumping away, he landed on the bed, casting me a haughty look before sauntering back to his improvised throne. Meanwhile, I was left nursing my finger and contemplating the quirks of my newfound, apparently imperfect, rat-proof status. Oh, the cosmic irony of it all. Ratigan's teeth, the tiny troublemakers that they were, managed to break through a barrier touted to stop missiles. Who knew our little rodent buddy had such celestial chompers beneath that unassuming exterior? It's either that or that the system's exaggerating, and I've been punked by a digital scam, which was unlikely since the system delivered everything its item descriptions promised so far. Flopping onto my bed, I pulled up the system again and eyed the measly 190 points left. Feels like I'm back to square one, reminiscing about the golden days of the tutorial quest. Not that it was eons ago, it's barely been a blip on the timeline. Anyway, I shrugged off the nostalgia and ventured into the Daily Deals tab, and surprise, there was something that seemed useful, unlike that elixir or rambunctious laughter, or whatever it was called. Dreadbane Pendant, the ultimate fashion accessory for those who want to turn heads and make a lasting impression. Wearing this stylish amulet won't just make you the talk of the town, it will have townsfolk talking about relocating. With its cutting-edge, edgy design and a touch of otherworldly magic, this pendant ensures that your attempts at intimidation will be met with gasps, widened eyes, and maybe a few involuntary shivers for the recipients, making them see you as their worst nightmares. After a moment's contemplation, I decided to pull the trigger on the Dreadbane pendant. In the blink of an eye, there it was, a palm-sized circular slab with a small, cracked skull hanging from it, suspended by a black string. The skull itself was unsettling, its empty eye sockets seemingly shrouded in an ominous black fog that sent a shiver down my spine. Despite being a bit tight on points at the moment and needing to save up for some offensive firepower, I couldn't resist the allure of this pendant. It matched my skill set perfectly, aligning with the need to talk my way in and out of sticky situations. Given the circumstances of my transmigration and the peculiar nature of the system, it made sense to invest more in the art of persuasion for the time being. Reflecting on it, focusing on my conversational prowess seemed like a prudent choice. After all, I was still a novice when it came to combat. Even if I splurged on flashy and powerful abilities, I doubted my ability to wield them effectively at this point. Sometimes it's better to work with what you know, which is using my big mouth on my enemies. God, that sounds so wrong. Forget I said that at once. Stop taking screenshots. Anyway, with my shopping spree concluded, I had nothing more to do, and it was time to hit the hay. After all, I have yet another busy day ahead of me tomorrow. Chapter 20, Dreadbane Unleashed 20. As I checked the time on my wristwatch and observed the sky darkening, a mischievous grin spread across my face. I confidently strolled toward the darkest, most foreboding alley that New York had bestowed upon its inhabitants. Now, you might be scratching your head, wondering what occupied my day and why I was willingly delving into a mysterious alley. Well, I'll spill the beans. I spent the entire day, from sunrise to this moment, sprawled on my bed, engaged in some serious phone fiddling. And no, I wasn't busy conquering virtual worlds or mindlessly scrolling through endless Instagram reels. In reality, I was deep into research mode. I was on the hunt for easily influenced DC characters lurking nearby, a mission that seemed more enticing than the elusive pursuit of discovering hot, single moms in my vicinity, at least in my current state. And let me clarify, there wasn't a magical database of such characters. I was simply Googling heroes and villains based on their real names to pinpoint their locations. This intel would come in handy for a later visit, where I could casually swing by and snatch up some sweet points by trolling the shit out of them at my earliest convenience. I was a businessman at here, you see. But let's not get too sidetracked, back to the wretched butthole of Satan, also known as the alleyway before me. Now, I'd gladly delve into the mundane details of what made this alleyway stand out or spill the beans on my grand plan for venturing into it. I enjoyed talking about myself and masterfully laid plans. However, reality check, there was no master plan, and this was just your run-of-the-mill, stinky, probably thug-infested alley with no hidden treasures, caped crusaders, or dastardly villains. The reason for my visit, you'll catch on in a jiffy. Sauntering into the alley, I spotted a cluster of men loitering near a trash can, huddled together and exuding an aura of suspicious activities. A mischievous grin played on my lips as I approached them. Simply for the sake of my own amusement, I decided to break into an improvised song. Mugger, oh mugger, lurking near, I can sense you, have no fear. I hummed, even throwing in a skip or two for good measure. I'm just strolling, don't you see? This song is definitely not a trap, believe you me. I continued my lyrical masterpiece as I neared the group of men, with Radigan shooting me a disdainful look that clearly conveyed his lack of appreciation for my singing skills. Truth be told, I wasn't a fan either, but you've got to add a touch of dramatic flair to these situations. In the timeless tradition of street thugs everywhere, Thug A shot me a look that could sour milk. He swaggered over, asserting his territorial dominance like a wolf eyeing a clueless rabbit that stumbled into his makeshift den. Got lost, buddy? Thug A quipped, one hand discreetly playing hide-and-seek behind his back, a classic mobster power move. I adopted a pensive expression, nodding sagely at him. Aren't we all lost, wandering in the labyrinth of life, searching for a purpose that would guide us to the light at the end of the tunnel? I remarked, watching as his eyes struggled to process the unexpected philosophical interlude. I mean, who drops Sartre in the face of an impending mugging? What? Thug A stammered, his bewilderment spreading like a contagious yawn among his posse. The purpose of life is a life of purpose, my friends. So, tell me, what's your purpose? I asked, dishing out wisdom like a sidewalk sage, locking eyes with Thug A as if I held the keys to the universe. Thug A scratched his head with the barrel of his concealed weapon, exchanging puzzled glances with his goons. Well, at this moment, my purpose is to have you run your pockets, snatch every shiny thing you've got, and maybe toss in a beating for good measure, he confessed with all the subtlety of a sledgehammer. I bobbed my head in agreement as if I'd just deciphered the universe's most cryptic riddle. Aha! Not the grandest of purposes, nor the most honorable intent, but a purpose and an intent nonetheless, I remarked casually, a nonchalant shrug punctuating my profound revelation. Very well, you may proceed. I clasped, raising my hands up in surrender and offering Thug A stage for his nefarious performance, much to Radigan's apparent bemusement as he palmed his face. Thug A's expression twisted into further confusion, but he wasn't about to let existential musings derail his mugging ambitions. All right then. Thanks, he mumbled, cautiously advancing with his weapon pointed in my general direction. As he closed the gap, hesitation etched across his face, he made a grab for my wristwatch. Quick as a cat with caffeine, I slapped his grubby hand away. Undeterred, he attempted another snatch, only to encounter another swift slap. Growing visibly frustrated, he shot me a baleful look. "The hell do you think you're doing? You want to die or something, dumbass?" he snarled, a cocktail of rage and confusion bubbling within him. I let out a theatrical sigh in response to Thug A's question. "I told you to proceed with mugging, but I never said I'd cooperate," I deadpanned, my expression an epitome of indifference. Thug A squinted at me, a sudden realization dawning upon him. "You," he began, narrowing his eyes as if he'd just realized something, his voice tinged with anger, "are trying to make a fool out of me?" The question erupted from him like a volcano of indignation. I regarded Thug A with the fascination one might reserve for a rare, exotic animal. Do birds have hollowed bones? Do airplanes have horns? Do woodchuckers chuck wood? I quizzically fired back, my tone both whimsical and perplexing. Thug A's rage dissipated like a fleeting storm, replaced by genuine confusion. I don't know," he stammered, his bewilderment reaching new heights. His confusion was so clear and visible that I even felt bad for a fraction of a second. And then I remembered he was a dastardly, dark alley-spawned lowlife trying to mug me. "So I see, maybe instead of mugging me, your purpose should be to head to the nearest library," I suggested, shaking my head in mock disappointment. "But yes, I am trying to make a fool out of you, and by the stupid look on your face, very much succeeding," I concluded with a mischievous grin, prompting a few chuckles from Thug A's friends and reigniting his smoldering rage. "You bastard, I fucking knew it," Thug A erupted, his face transforming into a vibrant shade of red fueled by a mixture of anger and shame. "I'll punch your teeth in," he proclaimed theatrically, brandishing the magazine part of his pistol as an improvised weapon aimed at my mouth. The gun struck its intended target, but it halted a hair's breadth away from my lips, thwarted by the protective shield of the guardian veil. Noticing my lack of reaction, Thug A's eyes darted between my composed demeanor and the suspended gun in his hand, registering the unexpected obstacle. Honestly, this level of stupidity would have been almost endearing if it weren't for the fact that it was being orchestrated by a grown-ass man in a dark alleyway. Stay in school, kids. Realizing I had lingered long enough in this theater of the absurd, I seized the opportunity presented by Thug A's distraction. With calculated precision, I delivered a devastating kick between his legs. Thug A crumbled to the ground, his face cycling rapidly through shades of red, purple, and white as he collapsed in agony. Realizing Thug A had bitten off more than he could chew, his buddies hastily brandished an assortment of weapons, guns, knives, and what looked like a suspiciously hefty wrench, and charged menacingly toward me. Maintaining my cool, I summoned the coldest, scariest look my acting and persuasion skills could muster. "Piss off," I deadpanned, delivering the words with a simplicity that belied the potential danger. It was like I just uttered some ancient incantation, as the thugs hit the brakes with the grace of cartoon characters halting midair, collectively turning tail. They sprinted toward the alley's exit, their hasty retreat akin to fleeing from a phantom menace. Perplexed, I turned around, half expecting to find a terrifying figure looming behind me Looney Tunes style, but the reality was disappointingly mundane. "Huh, neat trick," I chuckled, watching the thugs vanish into the distance. "Looks like the pendant is working as promised," I mumbled, appreciating the effectiveness of my newfound accessory. However, my contemplation was abruptly interrupted by a notification that materialized in my field of vision. Your relationship with has shifted from neutral to curious. Chapter 21, The Gym 21. My head snapped to the rooftops like a cat spotting a laser dot. There, a shadowy figure stood, nonchalantly turning away as if they'd just finished watching the latest blockbuster. Seriously, who does rooftop voyeurism in New York? My first instinct was to engage in superhero mode, activate my storm walker shoes, and ascend to the heights to give Mr. Shadow a piece of my mind. But then reason kicked in. What if my shoes failed me midair? Splat, not a glamorous way to go. Considering the potential disaster of chasing mysterious figures, I shrugged off the superhero urge. Sure, I thought about sixing Ratigan on them, but my furry companion had a flair for turning simple tasks into chaotic odysseys. Can't have him starting a rat rodeo where I couldn't even stop him. Oh well, what's the worst that could happen? I muttered, letting the thought drift away like New York fog. Time to swing by and give that boxing gym another look, I decided, strolling toward the alley's exit. The mysterious rooftop dude could have his moment. I had my priorities, namely, learning to throw a proper punch and maybe working on my stamina. Walking into the gym, I couldn't help but be impressed. The place buzzed with energy as people put in the sweat and effort for their training. A pair of guys were locked in a boxing ring, throwing punches like it was a contest of who could defy the laws of physics more. Meanwhile, a young woman unleashed a flurry of blows on a punching bag, making it sway and regret all its life choices. In the midst of this vigorous symphony of physical activity, a middle-aged, muscle-bound man caught sight of me checking out the scene. He flashed a welcoming smile, his weathered hands suggesting he'd danced with many a punching bag in his day. With a confident stride, he approached, ready to welcome a potential new recruit. "Welcome to the gym, kiddo. Are you here to sign up?" the man asked, a twinkle of enthusiasm in his eyes. I took a moment to appreciate the man's seasoned physique, short, tank top, calloused knuckles, and cauliflower ears. He practically screamed, boxing veteran. Even someone as clueless about boxing as me could tell this guy had seen his fair share of ring action. I gave him a nod. "I'm considering it," I replied. The man's grin widened. "Then let me give you the introductory tour," he said, motioning for me to follow as he led the way into the world of jabs, hooks, and sweat. The man guided me through the gym's impressive array of facilities. From the bustling boxing rings to the clanging weights and lifting equipment, and even a pool, sauna, and a specialist for muscle injuries. It was a champion's training ground, not that I had a clue what that should look like, but this place seemed top-notch. As we circled back to our starting point, the man beamed at me with pride. "Well, what do you think?" he asked, eager for my verdict. I chuckled, rubbing the back of my head. "Well, it does look impressive, but I honestly wouldn't know," I admitted, earning a thoughtful nod from the man. "An amateur, then," he declared, and I had to concede that he hit the nail on the head. "Tell me, what is it you want? What kind of training do you need?" he inquired. "I thought about learning to throw a proper punch, maybe build a bit of stamina," I explained. "But now that I've taken a closer look at your gym, it might be out of my price range for now," I added with a sigh. The Justice League had thrown some funds my way, but this gym looked like it could chew through cash faster than I could say knockout. Plus, I planned on being frugal with the league's money, returning every penny once I found my footing in this world, and even ditching the apartment they provided. It was part caution so the league wouldn't always have tabs on me, and part pure stubborn pride, you see. I lived and grew up just fine, relying on no one but myself in my past world, and I planned to do the same here. The man chuckled, as if he found my worry amusing. With a shake of his head, he reassured me, "You don't have to worry about that just yet." His explanation followed, describing the gym owner as a bit of a weirdo but more interested in cultivating talent than making a profit. "World champ, huh?" I muttered, the words echoing with a strange familiarity tied to the sign above the gym's entrance. Shoving aside the distracting thoughts, I refocused on the man. "Sounds intriguing, but what's the catch?" He pointed toward the now-deserted boxing ring nearby. "You just gotta hop into the ring and show me what you've got," he grinned widely. "Impress me, and I'll happily recommend you to the boss, have him cut you a sweet deal." Taking a moment to mull it over, I nonchalantly shrugged. Fair enough. Just so we're clear, though, I'm no Rocky Balboa. My boxing knowledge is probably limited to the jab and dodge from video games. The man waved off my concerns with a dismissive gesture. Boxing isn't just about technique, it's about spirit, kiddo. Anyone can learn how to throw a punch, but you can't teach heart, he explained, leading the way toward the ring. So, are you up for the challenge? Grinning like a Cheshire cat, I soaked in the cliched but enthusiastic atmosphere. The guy in front of me was clearly passionate about his gig, and even I had to appreciate anyone enjoying what they do as much as he did. Well, if you insist on wasting your time, then who am I to stop you? I teased as I gracefully ascended into the boxing ring, earning a nod of satisfaction from my overly enthusiastic coach. That's the spirit, kiddo, he applauded with a grin. There's a pair of gloves in that corner. Suit up and tell me when you're ready. Nodding, I retrieved the gloves, ready to turn off Guardian Veil and put on a show. But as I started to gear up, a sudden realization hit me like a surprise uppercut. How in the world do you turn off Guardian Veil? I fumbled with the gloves, trying to maintain composure while secretly panicking. No wonder the damned thing was so cheap. As it turns out, my super useful, cost-effective ability had a little snag. It didn't have a friggin' off switch. Observing the coach eagerly smacking his gloves together, a bead of sweat formed on my forehead. Hold on a second. I just remembered there's a very pressing matter I need to attend to, I confessed with a sheepish grin, desperately searching for an escape route. The coach, with an air of no-nonsense, shook his head. Sorry, kiddo. Stepping into the ring and stepping out of it are two entirely different ball games, he stated firmly. Attempting to negotiate my way out, I began. I get the whole serious vibe here, but my sentence hung in the air as if awaiting the punchline of a cosmic joke. Suddenly, the coach closed the gap between us with superhero speed. Fist cocked and ready to deliver a punch that would likely take my head off if the Guardian Veil's barrier wasn't protecting me. Panic set in, but my quick thinking kicked, though my brain almost malfunctioned. As his fist zeroed in on my face, I executed a nimble lean backhand shift weight maneuver, gearing up to take the fall the moment his punch collided with my invisible shield, intent on putting my acting skill to full use. The irony of having to stage a tumble before I could even start my illustrious career as a boxer wasn't lost on me. I'm sure I would have had a wise-ass remark about it in any other circumstances, but now wasn't the time. Maintaining my composure, I stood my ground, biding my time until the coach's fist seemed a mere 2 inches from my face. Bracing for my impeccable performance, I was ready to collapse in a dramatic tumble when, to my bewilderment, the coach's punch halted before connecting with the invisible barrier. Swinging my gaze toward the coach, my eyes widened at the knowing smirk on his face. He took a purposeful step forward, lowering his center of gravity as he readied another punch, even as I began my descent. Did this guy have some insider information or something? Chapter 22, Wildcat 22. Before I could react, the second punch landed, abruptly halted by the Guardian Veil's barrier. As I sprawled on my back, annoyance bubbled within me as I shot a glance at the coach. Well, taking a punch to the barrier on my way down wouldn't be as noticeable. I pondered, contemplating how to salvage the situation. Maybe I could make it seem like I instinctively threw myself back to avoid getting hit, though it stings my pride a bit. As I prepared to voice my ingenious cover-up plan, the coach's next words caught me off guard. "You don't know how to turn it off, do you?" he quipped, wearing a sly grin. Let me tell you, if my acting skills hadn't been top-notch, my eyes would have been as wide as saucers. Suppressing my shock, I put on a facade of confusion. "Turn what off?" I feigned innocence, blinking with exaggerated slowness. However, the coach saw through my act, shaking his head. "You could have fooled me, kiddo. Even professional sellers couldn't perform such a perfect dive," he remarked, revealing his keen observation. "But I saw you earlier in the alleyway, so I won't be so easily convinced," he assured with a knowing smile. As I processed his words, 2 notifications appeared in my vision. Your relationship with has shifted from curious to impressed. You have been rewarded 150 points. What rotten luck? I couldn't help but curse inwardly. Out of all people, Why did it have to be the same guy who saw me in the alley, turned out to be a coach in the gym I wanted to enroll in, and on top of that, a DC character? No, this can't be a coincidence. I need to figure out more about this guy. He was a boxer, but that's all I knew so far. And I suppose it was all a strange coincidence, I asked, narrowing my eyes suspiciously. A coincidence? Hell no, kiddo. You think this is a comic book or something? The coach replied with a chuckle. The truth of the matter is that a friend of mine asked me to keep an eye on you, he added, extending his hand toward me. I glanced at his hand, then back at him. So, you're telling me you've been spying on me on behalf of a friend? What kind of shady business is this? I quipped, reluctantly taking his hand and getting up. The coach laughed heartily. Easy there, Tiger. No need for conspiracy theories. My buddy just wanted to make sure you weren't some troublemaker up to no good. So, a friend wanted him to keep an eye on me, a guy who'd only been in this world for a couple of days. Now who on earth would be so paranoid? Stupid question, who else but Batman, the Dark Knight, and Gotham's own paranoia guru? So, this guy is a boxer, who is also somehow connected to Batman. I mulled over, racking my brain, trying to think of characters that fit this peculiar profile. Only one name pops up, but if it's him, he should be running this gym, not just coaching, I deduced. Time to play detective, or, just wing it. I shot a bemused look at the coach. And I suppose this is the part where you tell me you're secretly the gym owner and have been pulling my leg, I quipped, tossing my metaphorical hat into the ring. To my surprise, the coach flashed a grin. More or less, guilty as charged, he admitted, offering his hand for another round of shaking. Name's Ted Grant, he added. I inwardly sighed. Classic Wildcat move, I thought, mustering up a wry smile. Ted Grant, aka Wildcat, Justice Society member and the man who threw punches before and took the no-nonsense, fist-first approach to heroics before Batman made it cool. Unlike Batman, Ted Grant decided to take on the unofficial role of training up-and-coming heroes rather than obsessing over the so-called mission. He even taught Batman at some point. I shook Ted's hand, deciding it was time to ditch the theatrical act and get real. I guess skulking in the shadows and staging a surprise brawl in the boxing ring is one unique way to vet someone, I quipped, arching an eyebrow as I shot Ted a look. But you do realize that by laying it all out for me, you've pretty much made your job that much more difficult, I pointed out. Ted just chuckled, his laughter ringing through the gym. Hiding in the shadows is more that guy's MO than mine, he explained, waving a dismissive hand. Plus, my buddy already knew my playbook, he added, shooting me a meaningful grin. I furrowed my brow in confusion. Ted's rationale made sense, but why in the world would Batman ask Wildcat to keep tabs on me? He definitely wasn't dumb enough to assume Wildcat would stick to the shadows and watch me from afar like a creep. Struggling to come up with an answer, I turned to Ted, seeking some clarification. So, what's the hell does this buddy of yours want anyway? I questioned. Ted threw a nonchalant shrug my way. Who can decipher the inner workings of that guy's mind? He remarked. One thing's for sure, though, he might seem gruff and antisocial, but he's not all that bad once you get past the broody exterior, so I'm sure you don't need to worry. To be perfectly honest, I wasn't thrilled about getting on Batman's radar. Ted's words, though accurate, didn't exactly brighten my day. Broody, paranoid, and a bit of an asshole, that's Batman for you. Yet, considering the situation, he wouldn't go out of his way to make my life more complicated unless I gave him a reason to, which, as far as I knew, I hadn't. I could dwell on it, but now wasn't the moment. Well, this has been an enlightening experience, I said with a sigh, shaking my head, but I do have to get going. I turned toward the side of the ring, intending to make my exit. Just as I was about to slip through the ropes, Ted's voice halted me in my tracks. Wait up, kiddo, he called out. I paused, turning to him with a questioning look. You still want to sign up for training, don't you? He asked, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. I took a brief moment to ponder before nodding. Despite my reservations about Batman meddling in my business, the training was a necessity. Plus, Wildcat had trained his fair share of heroes, and through him, I could gain access to some people I wouldn't meet otherwise. After all, I still needed to troll the hell out of people and farm them for points. Priorities, you know. Good, then strap in for the ride, Ted declared with a grin, bounding off the ring like he owned the place. He gestured grandly for me to follow his lead. Just so you're mentally prepared, I won't be throwing any softballs. It's gonna be hell and then some, he warned, a mischievous chuckle escaping his lips. I just shot him a nonchalant smile and shrugged, channeling my inner zen. Sounds peachy, I quipped, as if signing up for a torture session was just another item on my daily agenda. In my past life, I'd practically been a corporate gladiator, navigating the endless maze of office routine for 10 hours a day like it was nothing. So, a bit of physical exertion, child's play. Livewire slouched on the uncomfortable prison bunk, her metallic-clad fingers drumming an impatient rhythm against the cold, unforgiving surface. The crackling energy that usually danced around her had been replaced by the dull, sterile hum of the prison's dampening field. It was enough to make any electric villain ponder the irony of life choices. Where is that know-it-all shit stain when you need him? She muttered to herself, shooting an accusatory glare at the blank walls. Impatient as she was, Livewire had expected a get-out-of-jail-free card by now. A promise Micah had made in exchange for her shocking talents during that Metropolis fiasco, despite it happening only a few days ago. As she waited, her frustration grew, and her monologue to the silent walls transformed into a colorful symphony of curses, each word more inventive than the last. If that bastard double-crosses me, I'll turn his face into a disco light show. The distant clank of footsteps echoed through the corridor, prompting Livewire to jump to her feet. About time, she called out, assuming it was finally time for her to regain her freedom. To her dismay, it wasn't Micah, but a stern-faced guard heading toward her cell. Leslie Willis, you have a visitor. Chapter 23, The Right Man for the Job 23. I wiped the sweat from my forehead, and it felt like I'd just dunked my head in a kiddie pool. Ted was relentless today. I dodged another one of his punches, and I swear I felt the whoosh of air as it passed by, whispering, "You lucky son of a bitch." "Keep those hands up, kiddo," Ted barked, a grin on his face that said he was enjoying this more than I was. And trust me, that's what's happening here exactly. Sure, I had this invisible barrier that would block the punches and stop me from getting hurt, but that doesn't extend to exerted muscles, you know? The exhaustion was one thing, but pulling the occasional muscle while trying to keep up with friggin' Wilcat, of all people, was my primary source of anguish. Hands up, dodge left, not right. Are you trying to get a free nose job from the wall? Ted's coaching came with a touch of sarcasm. Sure, Ted, let me just ask the wall for their finest rhinoplasty. I tried to maintain my composure, but Ted was making it as easy as herding cats. You know, I think I preferred getting mugged in the alley. Less cardio. Ted chuckled, and I swear the gym lights flickered. Was that him, or just the gym's questionable wiring? Who knows? As I stumbled out of the ring, Ted clapped me on the back, a bit too hard maybe. You survived another day, kiddo. Maybe one day you'll even throw a punch that doesn't scream. I hope you're insured. That's the dream, I grumbled, wiping away the sweat that had declared my face its new home. Maybe I'll even achieve it once you get around to teaching me how, you know, instead of just throwing punches my way and telling me to dodge. I shot Ted a bemused look, hoping for a hint of sympathy in that demonic boxing coach excuse of a face. Ted, the eternal optimist, grinned broadly. What good would that do, kiddo? He said, his tone carrying the wisdom of 1,000 boxing matches. I just stared at him, a mixture of resignation and exasperation painted across my face. Build up some stamina, then strength, and maybe, just maybe, we'll delve into the secrets of the mighty jab, he said, waving away my aspirations like they were pesky mosquitoes. As much as it hurt my pride to admit it, my years chained to the corporate desk had left me, well, not in peak superhero shape. I wasn't overweight or anything, but I wasn't rocking a six-pack either. In other words, I was your garden variety, unremarkable guy, not too skinny, not too fat, and with the stamina of a snail on a lazy Sunday afternoon. Ted had his work cut out for him, and so did I. Yeah, I get it, I muttered, swiping the gym towel across my face. Ted's definition of a workout seemed to be more about enhancing my endurance than refining my technique. You're a work in progress, kiddo, Ted chimed in, reading the frustration on my face. Rome wasn't built in a day, and neither is a knockout punch. His sage advice was accompanied by a pat on my shoulder, which felt more like a hammer swing. Thanks for the wisdom and the fractured shoulder bone, Captain Obvious. With a half smile, I gathered whatever was left of my dignity and trudged towards the lockers to get changed. Radigan, who was watching me get my ass handed to me from the sidelines, made a series of amused chitters before scurrying over and climbing into my back. Well, as long as your Royal Highness was amused by the spectacle, then I suppose enduring the ordeal was worth it, I quipped, casting a sidelong glance at the little rodent. Radigan, my ever-arrogant furry companion, nodded as if my suffering had finally gained his approval. Uninterested in a verbal skirmish with the pesky pest, I simply rolled my eyes and sauntered over to my locker to check on my phone. Lo and behold, a missed call notification from an unknown number graced my screen. Given that I'd only shared my number with one person, it could only be Azrael, Gotham City's most underwhelming genius. Taking a brief moment to ponder, I decided to return the call and see what was on his mind. Azrael picked up promptly. "Hello, Mr. Valley?" I greeted him, my words hanging momentarily as he briskly reciprocated the salutation, launching into an extensive monologue about his current location and activities. "Oh, you're visiting Livewire, I see," I responded with a nod. "So, what's your initial impression?" I inquired, strategically tuning out Livewire's colorful language as she threatened to unleash a lightning storm on me for making her wait so long. Azrael continued his enthusiastic chatter, explaining how he had delved into the extensive list of crimes Livewire had faced. Apparently, he'd also taken the liberty of gauging the ever-fickle public opinion, particularly after her dramatic actions during the Metropolis attack. His optimism radiated through the phone as he detailed the meticulous inspection of the situation. "I must say, we're in a much more favorable position than anticipated," Azrael declared confidently, his tone resonating with newfound optimism. "The public's perception is malleable, especially after recent events. If Superman holds up his end of the bargain and vouches for Livewire, as promised, securing her parole is practically a done deal." I listened attentively, the wheels in my mind turning as I processed Azrael's assessment. Livewire's predicament seemed to have taken a turn for the better, at least from Azrael's calculated perspective. "Sounds like a plan, and trust me, Superman's word is as solid as his chin," I assured Azrael with a nod. "Now, pass the phone over to Livewire, would ya?" Azrael complied, and soon Livewire's snarky voice buzzed through the phone. "What does the too-knowing brick want now?" she grumbled. I couldn't help but snicker at that one. "Just a few pearls of wisdom for ya, Sparky," I replied. "Mr. Valley's gonna give you a golden ticket out of the slammer, so try not to turn it into a disaster before you even step out. Capus." Livewire, true to her electrifying nature, scoffed on the other end. "Back off, pal, I don't need a babysitter," she retorted. "This is my gig, remember." I raised an eyebrow, laying down the law. "This is as much my gig as it is yours. I'm the one making happen, remember," I said with an exasperated sigh. "I'm placing a lot of trust in you, and so is Superman. So, I need you not to turn the city into a friggin' light show the moment you walk out of jail easy enough, right?" I tossed out the reminder like a warning shot. I could practically sense Livewire's irritation even before she uttered a word. Yeah, I've got it drilled into my skull. We're on the same page that I'd need your help once I'm out," she grumbled, letting her sentence hang for a dramatic pause. "And I'm not spelling out the consequences if you decide to pull a fast one on me." The threat lingered in her words, as clear as a neon sign. I just scoffed. "We've indeed covered that ground. Something about me getting a zappy makeover if I drop the ball," I retorted. "You can rest easy. If you keep your end of the bargain, I'll uphold mine. So, how about you dial down the voltage and behave yourself in the meantime?" I tagged on, throwing in a light chuckle to take the edge off. After a barrage of thinly veiled threats and an abundance of Livewire's signature sass, I finally managed to shoo her off the line. The real struggle, however, began as Azrael delved into the riveting world of parole appeal procedures. It was like listening to a lecture on paint drying. He painstakingly elaborated on the bureaucratic hoops we needed to jump through, the anticipated duration of the entire process, and his master plan to cozy up to a sympathetic judge. Apparently, said judge's daughter had been coincidentally saved by Livewire during the Metropolis attack. Azriel, with his wrecked emotional state and genius-level intellect, was an odd mix, but damn, he knew his way around the legal labyrinth. Trusting him with Livewire's case seemed like the most logical move. As he droned on, I couldn't help but marvel at how he smoothly maneuvered through the intricacies of the law, seamlessly integrating his expertise in private investigations and computer wizardry. There was no denying he was the right man for the job. Yet a lingering concern persisted, Livewire's penchant for chaos. I really hoped she wouldn't topple the painstaking scaffolding Azriel was building once she tasted freedom. It would be a colossal shame, especially considering I had plans of my own for her. Chapter 24, Showdown 24. Dragging myself to the corner after another round of Ted's merciless training, I plopped down, sweat pouring like I'd just taken a dive in a waterfall. It had been a few days since I signed up for the Wildcat boot camp, and let me tell you, dodging punches was becoming my jam. Stamina was on the up, and I'd upgraded from pulling a muscle every 5 minutes to maybe once an hour. Progress, right? Glancing at Ted, the guy looked like he hadn't even heard of the concept of sweat. The man was well into his 60s, but he was pulling off the fresh-out-of-the-shower look. Must be that mythical 9 lives thing or a secret pact with the sweat gods. Whatever it was, I needed in on that. Besides the whole boxing gig, I'd been keeping my detective hat on. Yesterday, I cracked the case wide open. Now, it was all about the crazy planning stage. I even had this mental board going on, you know, the kind they show in movies when they introduce a character fixated on something, except my fixation was on finding people and trolling them for points. Brain on overdrive, strategy brewing, the works. And now, it was time to enact the first phase of my plan, shamelessly asking Ted for help. Sporting the most charming smile in my acting arsenal, I turned to face my relentless taskmaster, Ted. "Hey, Ted, what do you say to doing a little favor for your dear student?" I threw out, my expression oozing sweetness. Ted raised an eyebrow, clearly amused. "Well, that depends on the flavor of favor my dear student has in mind," he replied, his tone as sly as his grin. I leaned in, playing up the charm. "Oh, nothing too big for an awesome guy such as yourself. Just need you to introduce me to Ted Cord, you know, the big cheese over at Cord Industries," I said, adding a touch of exaggerated admiration to my expression. Ted's skepticism was palpable. "And why would I know Ted Cord, let alone be able to introduce you?" he questioned, shooting me a look that suggested he wasn't buying it. I chuckled, shooting him a sidelong glance. "Come on, Ted. You strike me as the guy who knows everyone. You're practically buddies with the broody one from Gotham, right?" I teased. Ted sighed, scratching his head as if I'd just cracked a complicated code. "So you caught on to that, huh? Not like I was being subtle, but sure," he mumbled. "I don't personally know Ted Cord, but I do know someone who does," he added after a brief pause. I perked up. "Perfect, if you could just," I began, but Ted cut me off with crossed arms and a stern look. "Hold your horses, kiddo. First, spill the beans. Why do you want to meet Cord?" Ted demanded. Rubbing my hands together, I threw Ted my most charismatic grin. "I've got a business proposal for Cord, something that could benefit both of us," I declared, a spark of excitement in my eyes. "And who knows, if it takes off, I might even be able to afford your gym subscription. Wouldn't that be a dream?" I teased, hoping to tap into Ted's sense of humor. Ted, however, was unfazed. "Kiddo, I couldn't care less about the money. As I said, the owner of this gym is a weirdo who isn't interested in profit," he shrugged, pointing at himself. His nonchalant attitude made it clear that financial gains were low on his list of concerns. "But I'm guessing your interest in Cord isn't just about scrounging up the money for Jim?" he probed, narrowing his eyes knowingly. "You're looking to untangle yourself from the league's apron strings, am I right?" he added, a wide grin playing on his lips, revealing a depth of understanding. Caught off guard, I couldn't help but admit, "Well, yeah, that's part of it." The thought of perpetually relying on the league's goodwill didn't sit well with me, but there was more to my ambitions. The way I see it, this world is full of opportunities, I explained, leaning against the gym equipment. I'm not content being just another face in the crowd. To carve out a piece of success, I need more than just a big mouth and a charming smile. I need the green, and Tgthegood's got plenty of it, I concluded, emphasizing the necessity of financial freedom in my pursuit of self-discovery. Ted scrutinized me with an intense stare, as if sizing up the legitimacy of my aspirations. After a thoughtful pause, he returned to his trademark grin. "If that's how you feel, who am I to stand in your way?" he declared with a nod of approval. "Give me a sec, I'll make a call and see what strings I can pull," he added as he pivoted on his heel, heading toward his office. I nodded in acknowledgement. "Thanks, Ted," I called after him, genuinely grateful for his willingness to help. In his usual nonchalant manner, Ted merely waved without bothering to turn around or acknowledge my gratitude. Sitting at a table outside a cafe, sipping on a cup of coffee, I couldn't help but sigh, thoroughly bored with nothing to do. I eyed Radigan, perched on the table, nibbling on a piece of cheese. The idea of messing with him to break the monotony briefly crossed my mind, but the memory of his teeth sinking into my flesh was enough to quash that impulse. Instead, I sighed, resigned to my uninspiring fate. To my delight, Ted had returned after his brief absence, bearing news that his contact was on board with introducing me to Tgthegood. The catch? I had to twiddle my thumbs for 2 days because the person to introduce me to Cord was busy. When I pressed Ted for more details about this mysterious contact, he deftly sidestepped my inquiries. With nothing better on the horizon, I decided to wander the streets of New York and ended up parked at a cafe table, nursing a cup of coffee. When in doubt, caffeinate yourself into oblivion, right? As I sat there, contemplating the mysteries of the universe, or at least my impending meeting with Tgthegood, Radigan enjoyed his cheese, seemingly oblivious to my existential musings. Now, for the interesting part. Just as I was weighing the pros and cons of antagonizing my rodent companion for amusement, a distant roar shattered the humdrum atmosphere. Explosions and screams followed suit, abruptly pulling me out of my coffee-induced stupor. I swiveled my head towards the source of the commotion, and, lo and behold, witnessed a green leopard perched atop a nearby building. This wasn't your ordinary feline moment, though. It was surrounded by peculiar-looking drones armed to the teeth, not your typical afternoon in the Big Apple. The drones, showing a distinct lack of hospitality, peppered the green leopard with bullets. But the leopard dodged and weaved through the onslaught before leaping at the closest drone. And here comes the kicker. Midair, the leopard morphed into a gorilla, delivering a series of smacks that would put King Kong to shame. But the show wasn't over. The gorilla turned into a hummingbird, gracefully evading further drone attacks, and then, wait for it, a whale. The colossal sea creature crashed into the remaining drones and the ground, leaving chaos and wreckage in its wake. Just as it seemed the shapeshifter was about to emerge victorious, a pint-sized man suddenly showed up. When I say pint-sized, I'm not exaggerating. The guy was so short he could probably use a ruler as a walking stick. Hovering in the air with what looked like jet boots, every short person's dream, I suppose, he sported a grin as wide as his stature was small. In the midst of the drone-ridden chaos, as the shape-shifting animal held its ground against the metallic onslaught, a pint-sized hero emerged. I mean really pint-sized. The guy was so short he could probably use a ruler as a walking stick. Hovering in the air with what looked like jet boots, every short person's dream, I suppose, he sported a grin as wide as his stature was small. With a swagger befitting a much taller individual, he brandished a peculiar sci-fi-ish gun. "I've got you right where I want you," he declared triumphantly, aiming the mysterious weapon at the colossal green whale. Whatever the gun unleashed, I couldn't quite see, but the effect was immediate. The massive whale morphed back into its original form, Beast Boy, a card-carrying member of the Teen Titans. "Now even your Teen Wonder friends can't save you, you dumb animal." The vertically challenged antagonist gloated, reveling in Beast Boy's obvious agony. It was like watching a short-statured maestro conducting a symphony of chaos. Grinning at the unfolding spectacle, I realized fate had thrown me a bone. Another chance to crush boredom, and hopefully, harvest some well-deserved points. Feel like stretching your legs, buddy? I asked Radigan, who responded with an annoyed chitter as if he wasn't too thrilled with the idea of doing anything that was remotely productive. Despite his reluctance, his gaze suggested he was at least willing to entertain whatever nonsense I was about to spew. Well, here's what I need you to do. I began, outlining my master plan to involve a rodent in my quest for entertainment. Chapter 25, Nemesis 25. My eyes couldn't help but light up with amusement as I approached the miniature tormentor, basking in Beast Boy's momentary agony. Clearing my throat dramatically, I aimed my address at the vertically challenged mastermind. "Hey, how's it going, short stuff?" I called out, causing him to pivot towards me with a look that could rival the glare of 1,000 suns. Simultaneously, my interface buzzed with notifications. Your relationship with Gizmo has shifted from neutral to hostile. You have been awarded 200 points. Well, it seems someone is guarding their stature like it's a national treasure. I knew Gizmo was a bit sensitive about his height, but I didn't expect such a big reaction. Not that I was complaining, mind you. "What's with that look, pal? I'm just here to ask you a question," I stated, the casual shrug of my shoulders implying that Gizmo's piercing gaze was about as consequential as a gnat in a hurricane. "How's the weather up there? No one's ever asked you that question before, right?" I tacked on, my grin widening with the satisfaction of needling him. Beast Boy, still writhing under the effects of Gizmo's gadget, gritted his teeth and mustered the strength to growl, "Hey, man, get out of here. This isn't your fight." I glanced at Beast Boy with a smirk, offering him a wink and a casual, "Nah, I'm good right here." Turning my attention back to the irate Gizmo, who was seething like a teapot on the verge of boiling over, I resumed my delightful banter. "So, Gizmo, I've always wondered, do you use a kiddie pool as your bathtub, or is even that too steep for you?" The little guy was visibly fuming, which only fueled my amusement. Without warning, Gizmo unleashed one of his tech marvels, a laser gun, aiming it straight at me. Little did he know, my guardian veil's invisible barrier was at the ready, effortlessly blocking the attack. Gizmo's eyes widened in disbelief as the strange energy projectile fizzled and disappeared upon hitting me. I chuckled, unabashedly reveling in the absurdity of the situation. "You might need a booster seat for that aim, buddy." The glare Gizmo shot my way could have melted steel, but I was having too much fun to let it bother me. Gizmo stood there, staring at me in sheer disbelief, his initial shock slowly transforming into contemplation. The wheels in his genius mind were turning as he muttered to himself, "Energy barrier, huh? Interesting." I couldn't help but be impressed. Behind the comically small stature and the apparent love for chaos, Gizmo was indeed a prodigy. Sure, it was somewhat obvious I had some kind of invisible, considering that not a hair on my head had been singed and that even my clothes were unscathed, but his quick deduction was still impressive. A mischievous grin danced across Gizmo's face as laughter erupted from him. "Not bad, but here's the kicker. Could your fancy barrier handle a building collapsing over your head?" he quipped, toying with a gadget on his wrist. I shot back with a nonchalant shrug, not knowing the extent of the barrier's durability myself. Gizmo's laughter only intensified. "Even if it can, you'll be buried and suffocated under the rubble," he declared, a fleet of drones arriving and aiming their guns at a nearby building. Instead of clicking the button, he just looked at my face as if waiting for me to acknowledge his genius and beg for my life. Genius he might be, but his vanity and need to gloat was almost as conspicuous as his intellect. If only he'd performed his plan without broadcasting it, there might not be much I could do to stop him, but he did, and here we are. "Sounds peachy, but you might want to check out what's happening behind you," I suggested, pointing beyond the pint-sized genius. His immediate scoff. "What kind of idiot do you think?" he said, pausing halfway through his sentence as he noticed the large shadow on the ground below him. Gizmo eyed the looming shadows with a mix of confusion and dread. He turned to me, his Adam's apple bobbing nervously. I kept up the theatrics, dramatically pointing behind him as if unveiling the grand finale of a magic trick. With an unmistakable sense of reluctance, Gizmo pivoted around, only to face an incoming tsunami of New York's biggest, filthiest rats. It was a sight to behold, a rodent ballet choreographed by Ratigan, ready to engulf Gizmo in their not-so-affectionate embrace. What the Gizmo managed to utter before the tidal wave of rats descended upon him like a furry avalanche, bringing him to the ground. He wrestled with the wriggling mass of rodents, attempting to fend off their collective rodential assault. Witnessing him grapple with the furry onslaught, I couldn't help but burst into laughter. Amidst the chaos, I reached into my jacket pocket, strolling toward the pint-sized genius, and halted as a substantial shockwave pulsed from his body. Yet another one of his gadgets, no doubt. The force rippled through the rat army, sending them flying in all directions and setting Gizmo free from their verminous clutches. Gizmo's teeth clenched audibly as he shot me a venomous look. "You!" he spat out, his eyes narrowing with menace. "I'll make you pay for this someday." His words oozed a half-hearted threat, clearly signaling his intention to make a hasty retreat. But sorry, no swift exits are allowed on my watch. Without missing a beat, I reached into my pocket and procured a peculiar item, a robo-cockroach, my latest impulsive purchase from the system. Because where else does one instantly find a cybernetic bug, right? I flung it in Gizmo's direction, almost on autopilot. Gizmo, in a momentary lapse of judgment, instinctively snatched it from the air. As he examined the mechanical critter in his palm, his face turned whiter than a ghost, and he froze in place. Out of all Gizmo's flaws and weaknesses, his irrational fear of bugs, or entomophobia, if you want to be fancy, was likely the most crippling of the lot, even more than his megalomania and need to broadcast his plans before executing them. Knowing that golden nugget of info, I would have been an idiot not to use it, and so I did. Casually approaching the pint-sized villain, I gave him a knock on the head, and Gizmo promptly crumbled to the ground, unconscious. Your relationship with Gizmo has shifted from hostile to nemesis. You have been awarded 450 points. Perusing through these notifications, an amused eyebrow arched upward. It seems I left a more lasting mark than I initially intended, but hey, who cares? Points secured, and Gizmo was nothing more than the resident comic relief for the Teen Titans, not worth losing any sleep over. Unfortunately, I didn't have much time to overthink the aftermath of my encounter with Gizmo or his status as my now-sworn enemy, as the sound of approaching footsteps snapped me back to reality. Swiveling around, I laid eyes on Beast Boy, now in his human form, sporting a grin wide enough to light up Times Square. "Dude, that was wild. I've seen some crazy stuff, but taking down a villain with a wave of rats? That's a whole new level," Beast Boy exclaimed, radiating the excitement of a kid on a sugar rush. His energy was infectious. "You're not the usual hero type, huh? What's your deal and how'd you do that?" His curiosity bubbled over, an eager grin plastered on his face. "I'm no hero, bud," I replied with a nonchalant shrug. "And that rodent orchestra wasn't my doing, it was all this guy." I gestured toward Ratigan, who had scampered over my body and now perched on my shoulder like a furry sovereign surveying its kingdom. Beast Boy's eyes practically lit up with excitement, like a kid in a candy store. "No way, that's so cool," he exclaimed, eagerly reaching out to pet Ratigan. However, his enthusiasm was met with a swift nip, prompting him to recoil with a yelp. "Whoa, feisty little guy, huh?" he chuckled nervously, holding his finger. "Sorry about that. Ratigan isn't as friendly as he looks," I added with a smirk, fully aware of the rodent's unpredictable nature. "Anyway, don't you have somewhere else to be?" I raised an eyebrow at Beast Boy, who seemed to snap out of his fascination at my words. Instantly, panic flashed across his face. "Oh, right, I gotta help the others." With a swift transformation into an eagle, he took to the skies. "I'll catch you later, dude," his voice echoed before fading into the bustling city sounds. Chapter 26, New Power 26. Lounging on my bed and delving into the digital aisles of the shop, a mischievous grin stretched across my face. The points tally displayed on the screen boasted a satisfying 1130. Gizmo's contributions alone were over 400, thanks to his apparent sensitivity to his pint-sized stature and his irrationally intense fear of insects, a quirk I exploited to my advantage. And then there was Beast Boy, generously dishing out points as his curiosity about me grew. I mused on my apparent jackpot, half confirming that the system had been tailor-made for a DC Comics enthusiast like myself indeed. Pushing aside such musings, I refocused on my shopping priorities. Originally, my plan involved hoarding points until my meetup with Tgthegood, harvesting a few points from him, and using the total some expecting to make a strategic purchase that would seal the deal with him. However, with my current surplus, a new dilemma presented itself. The internal debate raged on: stick to the original plan or invest in a more sustainable option? A healing factor, to be precise. Sure, my invisible barrier offered protection, but recovery from potential injuries required an extra layer of oomph. Those Gotham-induced wounds were only just beginning to mend, and dragging them along like unwanted baggage wasn't my idea of a good time. Time to make a call, play the long game, or tackle immediate concerns? Decisions. As I delved into the system's shop, the array of healing factors presented itself. The first on the list was the basic healing factor, a modest upgrade offering a slightly improved healing speed. It felt like the kind of thing an athlete might invest in, pouring money into medical experts and cutting-edge technology to trim down recovery time. Not exactly my cup of tea. Next up was the enhanced healing factor, a significant boost in the realm of injury recovery. It reminded me of Deathstroke's regenerative prowess, turning a month-long healing process into a mere hour or so. Now, that was more in line with what I needed: rapid recovery, without the hassle of extended downtime. Then, there was the superhuman healing factor, the cream of the crop, promising near-instantaneous healing for most injuries, with the caveat that regrowing a lost limb would still take some time. A tempting prospect, but the cost was staggering: 2,225 points. My budget wasn't laughing at all, considering even this middle-tier option was out of reach. The shop had a few other, more potent choices, but they might as well have been in a different galaxy given their exorbitant prices. Lingering over the decision for a brief moment, I finally went ahead and invested in the enhanced healing factor. Priced at a more wallet-friendly 650 points, it left me with a decent 480. A bit of a splurge, but certainly not breaking the bank. The essential thing I needed to seal the deal with Tgthegood was around 600 points. But I could always resort to my original plan of racking up some points from him before the big purchase. Maybe I just have to up my game, impress him a bit more, or go for the classic trolling approach. Either way, it sounded like a solid plan. Shifting gears back to my newly acquired healing prowess, unlike the skills I'd bought before, this one had an instant impact. I could feel the itchiness, signaling the regeneration of various minor wounds on my body. After the whole missile debacle in Gotham, the nurse had painted a grim picture, warning me it would take close to a month for everything to fully heal. Now, a good night's sleep seemed like it would do the trick, so that's exactly what I'd do. Glancing at Ratigan, who was already snoozing away, he looked more like an oversized pet rat than some haughty cosmic being. He'll be back to being a pain in the ass by tomorrow, though. With that, I hit the hay, closed my eyes, and prepared for the wonders of my upgraded health. Lounging on a bench, hands cradling the back of my head and Ratigan sitting beside me, I gazed up at the sky, or whatever fraction of it was visible between the towering skyscrapers of New York. Time had slipped away since acquiring my healing factor, and the moment had arrived to finally meet Ted's mysterious acquaintance, the gateway to the elusive Tgthegood. My time had been a mix of training with Ted and wandering the bustling streets of the city, though unfortunately, I didn't encounter any more brawls between heroes and villains, so my points remained as they were. Believe it or not, Ted had initiated me into the art of throwing an actual punch. Turns out, my healing factor came with a nifty perk. It boosted my stamina to levels beyond human capacity. Ted, ever perceptive, naturally caught on. He also noticed my magically disappearing wounds, but to his credit, he refrained from diving into a full-fledged discussion. While I wasn't secretive about my powers, I appreciated Ted's decision to meddle in my affairs. Since he already knew about my invisible barrier, it was just a matter of time before everyone else discovered there was more to me than my big mouth. Hence, why I was so willing to show off during the gizmo situation. Following that train of thought, I figured there was no need to stress about keeping every detail of my powers under wraps. I wasn't planning on parading my abilities and showing them off to every Tom, Dick, Harry, and their mothers, but if the situation called for it, I wouldn't hesitate to unleash my bag of tricks. Basking in the anticipation of future surprises, I couldn't help but relish the thought of continually expanding my arsenal of powers and tools through the system. So I'm not sacrificing anything or exposing my full potential. The element of surprise would always be on my side, and I could already picture a scenario where an adversary, armed with what they believed to be exhaustive knowledge of my abilities, would find themselves blindsided by something new and unimaginable. It would be a glorious moment, dismantling all their meticulously laid-out plans and countermeasures. For this epic scenario, I'd need to find a new nemesis, someone a bit more challenging than the lame Gizmo. The trolling potential in such a situation was, undoubtedly, immeasurable, and the mere thought brought a grin to my face. However, my daydreams of epic trolling were cut short as Ratigan began poking my thigh incessantly, emitting a series of chitters and pointing toward an approaching figure. Following his paw, I spotted a young woman with long blonde hair, clad in a black leather jacket, boots, jeans, and a white tank top. If I had to put words to her facial features, I'd go with unrealistically pretty, almost like a character straight out of a comic book. She was someone any self-respecting comic book fan would recognize from a mile away, none other than Dinah Friggin Lance, also known as Black Canary. A quick mental flashback reminded me of her ties with Wildcat, who had trained her in her earlier days, making her the likely candidate for Ted's mysterious acquaintance. As Dinah approached, she flashed a warm smile and her voice cut through the city's ambient noise. "Hey there, you must be the one Ted's been talking about." She extended her hand for a friendly shake. "I'm Dinah Lance." I flashed a grin and got to my feet, extending my hand for a handshake. "Micah Foster, did the big fur ball spill the beans?" I quipped, releasing her hand and nodding toward Ratigan, who eyed her curiously. Dinah chuckled in response. "More or less. Ratigan, huh?" she said, extending her hand to pet the cheeky rodent. I wanted to give her a heads up about Ratigan's unsocial demeanor, but her hand reached him before I could utter a word. To my surprise, instead of a bite, the rascal rodent decided to show a rare moment of friendliness by rubbing his cheeks against her palms. He then scurried up her arm and nestled on her shoulder. "So not only are you a pain in the ass, but also a pervert," I thought, barely holding back the twitch in my eyes as I watched Ratigan make himself right at home on Dinah's shoulder. Certainly, by no means was I jealous of the damned rat. Absolutely not. Well, maybe just a tiny bit. Chapter 27, Businessman Doing Business 27. Have you ever found yourself in a place or a situation where you wish to be anywhere else but there, while at the same time didn't want to be anywhere else? Well, it just so happened that I found myself in such a situation, clinging to the back of Dinah's bike like a terrified koala, feeling the blood from my entire body rushing toward one specific point that shall not be named. Damn you, my traitorous natural body functions and instincts. It was like my brain decided, hey, let's make this ride extra awkward with a boner, shall we? Luckily for me, we weren't that far off from our destination, and I could already see a towering skyscraper with the words Cord Industries hanging over its entrance like a beacon of salvation. Whether Dinah didn't notice my peculiar situation or simply chose to ignore it, I didn't know and didn't particularly care. I just wanted to get there before I died of embarrassment or gave in to the urge to jump off the bike, whichever came first. "We're here," Dinah declared, bringing the bike to a halt in the building's parking lot. Her words resonated like the sweet sound of salvation for my ears. I hastily dismounted, making a strategic adjustment to my pants to conceal the now-awakened Micah Jr. before Dinah could spin around and catch a glimpse. Fortunately, I managed to pull it off just in time, even throwing her an innocent smile as she turned back to me. "Seems like it. You coming in with me?" I asked. Dinah smiled and shrugged. "Not all the way, no. I'm just gonna drop a quick hi to a friend who works here, then hit the road," she explained. "No need to worry. I'm not here to poke my nose into whatever business you've got with Cord," she added, wearing a knowing expression as if she could see through my intentions. Unfortunately for her, I couldn't care less about that, especially with my attention now focused on Micah Jr. I only threw that question her way to distract from the fact that I might have enjoyed the ride a bit too much. Still, kudos to her for that conclusion. Anything to keep her blissfully ignorant of the shameful truth. If you say so, I replied with an indifferent shrug, holding back a sigh of relief as my blood circulation finally resumed its natural course. I extended my hand toward Radigan, who appeared to relish the ride even more than I did. He let out a reluctant chitter before scampering over my arm and settling on my shoulder. Yup, the damned rat was definitely a pervert. I wonder who he takes after. In any case, I followed Dinah into the Cord Industries building, and true to her word, she bid me goodbye halfway through, heading off to meet her friend while I continued my journey to the top of the building where Cord's office was located. The interior design was impressive, to say the least. It skillfully avoided the pitfalls of extravagance, tackiness, or overdone aesthetics. Instead, it effortlessly emanated a rich, futuristic vibe that caught my attention. Then again, I wasn't a seasoned Dacre expert. This was just my subjective take on the matter. Once I navigated the bureaucratic hoops with Cord's secretary, a series of questions ranging from "Who are you?" to "Do you have an appointment?" I finally laid eyes on the man himself. Ted Cord looked just as I had pictured, brown hair impeccably combed, striking blue eyes, and an athletic build that seemed a bit out of place for a typical businessman or inventor. All of this wrapped up neatly in a crisply tailored business suit. Cord's welcoming smile greeted me as he approached. "You must be Micah," he greeted, extending his hand toward me. "It is. Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Cord," I replied, firmly shaking his hand. "No need for formalities. Ted would do," he said, gesturing for me to take a seat. After I settled in, he perched on his office chair, ready for our conversation. "So, what brings you here? A groundbreaking business idea or a revolutionary invention that needs financing, perhaps?" he inquired, tilting his head slightly. I shook mine. "Not exactly. I'm here to offer you a chance to get your hands on a cache of apocalyptic technology," I calmly stated, watching his expression shift rapidly from curiosity to shock and finally to doubt. "Apocalyptic technology, you say?" Cord probed, his eyes narrowing as the weight of the revelation sank in. "How in the world would you even know about such a thing?" His skepticism hung in the air. "Well, the same way I know you're the Blue Beetle." I tossed back casually, my calm tone playing hide-and-seek with Cord's increasingly horrified expression. His face was like a roller coaster of emotions, panic, shock, and maybe a sprinkle of regret, but I wasn't about to let him take the lead in this emotional orchestra. "I assume you're already privy to the fact that I'm from a parallel world." Cord hesitated for a beat, then gave a reluctant nod. "I do," he admitted, "but the official reports claimed you knew nothing about the Justice League matters," he mumbled, clearly stuck in the gears of processing. I shrugged nonchalantly. "That was a lie," I confessed, flashing him a grin. "Yes, I managed to lie to the Justice League and get away with it. Let's say I've got my ways and leave it at that," I added before he could even pull out the how in the multiverse question. "Who are you, really? And what's your purpose in coming to our world?" Cord's inquiry cut through the air, with no nuance of doubt or hostility in his tone. I might have fallen for his poker face, if not for the notification, cheerfully declaring that my relationship with Ted Cord had taken a nosedive from neutral to hostile. "I didn't come to this world on purpose, so even if you ask me about my purpose here, I wouldn't really know what to tell you," I replied, a nonchalant shrug accompanying my words. "As for who I am, it's pretty straightforward, Micah Foster, your typical nobody, though I do plan to change that." I let the truth spill out, not in the mood for elaborate tales. Cord's brow furrowed in response. "So, that's why you lied about your knowledge. Instead of using it to save lives, you just want to selfishly gather riches, is that it?" he questioned, not thrilled with his own deduction. I couldn't help but chuckle at his accusation. "Who said I can't do both?" I quipped, raising an eyebrow. "In fact, I came to you of all people because I intend to save your life," I casually added, a touch of mystery lingering in the air. Cord rocketed out of his chair in response to my bombshell. "What? You mean that, he stammered, cutting himself off mid-sentence as if reality had just sucker-punched him. No, I don't believe you. If even Martian Manhunter can't tell you're lying, then I most certainly can't either, he declared, shaking his head with a determined refusal to accept the truth. A sly grin crept onto my face as I soaked in his disbelief. Well, I didn't expect you to take my word for it. I did kick off this conversation by admitting I'm a liar, right? I quipped, letting the irony hang in the air. But hey, that's why I didn't come empty-handed, I continued, reaching into my jacket pocket and flicking a simple silver ring his way. He caught it with an air of indifference. Is this supposed to be the magical solution to change my mind? Cord retorted, casting me a look that suggested he was questioning my sanity. I chuckled, ready for this part of the show. I know it will change your mind. That thing is no ordinary ring. In fact, it's a magical item that will tell lies apart from truth, I explained, gesturing towards the ring. Indeed, it had been my most recent purchase, setting me back 200 points. It'll give you a prickly sensations if someone is telling you a lie. Put it on and try it for yourself, I calmly added, as if the ring was a regular item you could pick up from any random garage sale. Chapter 28, Life is a Movie 28. As Ted Cord held the ring, examining it like it was the latest gadget from his favorite sci-fi movie, I rolled my eyes internally. Of course, Mr. Scientific Skepticism wasn't going to just take my word for it. Oh no, he needed a grand performance of truth detection verification. First, he made me wear the ring, turning our conversation into a bizarre game of Truth or Dare, Superhero Edition. Honestly, I was tempted to throw in a few dares just for kicks, but I stuck to the script. Then, Cord, with a newfound seriousness, put on the ring and had me turn into the Grand Wizard of Tall Tales, conjuring up obvious lies and half-truths for him to see if the ring would call my bluffs. We even took our little experiment on a field trip. He left the room, handed me a phone, and asked me to spin a web of deception through the wires. If there was a diploma for mastering the art of lying through technology, I'd have earned it that day. Several hours later, after what felt like a cross between a sitcom plot and a sci-fi thriller, Cord finally seemed convinced. Whether his inner scientist geeking out took over at some point, or if it was merely his suspicion that fueled his enthusiasm, I didn't really know or care. I was just glad it was over. Though I suppose I shouldn't complain. If it weren't for my enhanced acting and persuasion skills, then Cord would have probably long since kicked me out of his office and ran to the league like an overzealous little brother to tattle on me, never mind even consider putting on the ring. Marveling at the ring like it was a precious gem he'd just unearthed, Cord's fascination made me fight the urge to mime a facepalm. If you're quite done with the tech gawking, can we get back to business? I thought, keeping my poker face intact. With a sigh that hinted at lost playtime with his new toy, Cord shifted gears. All right, enough fooling around. Tell me, how do I meet my maker? He asked, his tone somber, eyes piercing mine. I nodded, ready to spill the beans, but not the entire bag. Picture this, a shipment of kryptonite goes missing from Cord's Omniversal's top-secret stash, I began, weaving a tale that felt straight out of a superhero noir. You get this itch of suspicion, call in your Justice League pals for a favor. They play it down, but a few reluctantly join your detective escapade. Days pass, they throw in the towel, shrugging off the mystery. You, on the other hand, can't shake that gut feeling. I paused for dramatic effect, because who doesn't love a good cliffhanger? Turns out your instincts were spot on. Unraveling the mystery becomes your last crusade. The twist? Being right costs you more than just a sleepless night. You uncover a huge conspiracy, and the master behind it is none too pleased by the fact you uncovered them. I concluded, letting the tension linger. Kryptonite theft, league skepticism, and a one-man investigation. Sounds like the plot of a B-movie, he muttered, half amused and half pensive. I couldn't help but smirk. Life's a B-movie sometimes, Ted. Only in this one you're the star, and the plot twist is a killer. He nodded, a hint of gravity settling in his expression. I've always known my nosiness might catch up with me one day, but hearing it from someone who claims to be from another universe, well, it's a new one for me. I leaned back in my chair, thinking about how I just delivered a possible death sentence with the same nonchalance as ordering coffee. The cosmic irony wasn't lost on me. So, what's my move then? Get a dog, hire a bodyguard, retire to a deserted island, Cord joked, trying to lighten the atmosphere. Cord's eyes widened with a mix of awe and trepidation as he listened to my prediction. One might think he would show some fear or shock, but no, he just seemed amused and curious by the entire situation. However, he couldn't hide the disappointment in his eyes at the revelation that his Justice League buddy's dismissiveness cost him his life. So, what's my move then? Get a dog, hire a bodyguard, retire to a deserted island, Cord joked, trying to lighten the atmosphere. I chuckled. Maybe all of the above, maybe none. It told you the future, and it's up to you whether you want to run from it or fight it, I said, wishing I had 2 different colored pills, preferably blue and red, to offer him just about now. But if you wish to fight, I can help you. Cord quirked an eyebrow in my direction. That apocalyptin tech cache you were talking about, he mused. Wish it were that simple. Apocalyptin outposts, even the abandoned ones, boast some serious tech defenses, he continued. Meanwhile, my relationship status with him pinged from hostile to curious, and a notification chimed in with another batch of points. Right on time. There's no need to worry about the defenses, I said, standing up and dramatically placing my hand on the office wall. I wouldn't come to you without preparing something in advance, I quipped, activating my newly acquired skill. Electric arcs crackled and danced along my hand, making me feel like a budget superhero, but hey, it got the job done. The arcs slithered into the wall, and like a magician pulling off a trick, the lights in the office blinked out, plunging us into darkness. The sudden blackout even silenced the hum of electronic devices, leaving us in a momentary void without any technology. And now, for my next trick, we'll make the lights reappear, I declared, enjoying my brief stint as the dark night of office utilities as the lights went back on. Cord's expression wavered between amusement and disbelief. Well, I can't say I expected a blackout in the middle of a business meeting, but with this, we'll definitely be able to get into any apocalyptin outposts, he said, smiling as he gathered his bearings. Fine, I'm convinced. Tell me what you want in exchange and what you need. In the dimly lit, high-security confines of Belle Reve, Amanda Waller sat at her imposing desk, surrounded by the eerie glow of monitors displaying records of notorious supervillains. Her steely gaze scanned through the data, fingers tapping rhythmically on the desk. A knock echoed through the room, and without looking up, Waller barked, "Come in." The door creaked open, and one of her aides cautiously stepped inside, a sheaf of papers clutched in his hands. "Reporting on Livewire, ma'am," he said, his tone betraying a hint of nervousness. Waller peered over her reading glasses, fixing an intense stare on the aide. "Have you arranged her transfer to Belle RVE? We can't afford delays." The aide shifted uncomfortably. Ma'am, there's a bit of an issue. Livewire has legal representation, and they're pushing for an early parole. The transfer can't happen right now." A low growl escaped Waller's throat as she leaned back in her chair, frowning. "What do you mean, can't happen? I need her here, and I need it done fast." The aide swallowed hard, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "I'm sorry, ma'am. The lawyer is making things difficult. Livewire won't be coming to Belle Reve anytime soon." A scowl etched across Waller's face as she dismissed the aide with a curt nod. "Leave." As he hurriedly exited, Waller muttered to herself, "Livewire's powers will be crucial for the upcoming mission. I can't afford to wait." She reached for the phone, dialing a number with determined precision. Chapter 29, Lazy Writing 29. Sprawled on my bed, eyes glued to the dwindling point balance on my screen, a measly 120 points stared back at me. A heavy sigh escaped my lips. And no, I wasn't brooding about my meeting with Cord. In fact, the encounter with the Blue Beetle had wrapped up with a positive spin, and with no particular agenda in mind, I had sauntered back to my apartment. The terms we agreed upon were as straightforward as could be. Cord would front the resources, including transportation and whatnot, for our tech cache mission. In return, I'd spill the beans on the location and accompany him to take down any defenses with my newly acquired power. The lucrative outcome: a cool $10 million half the tech bounty, and dibs on the first pick from the cash items. It all sounded grand on paper, but my focus was fixed on a specific piece typically associated with apocalyptic tech, the real prize in my eyes. Heck, I would have even been willing to let Cord have everything besides that specific item, since I didn't have the ability to utilize so much tech or the channels to turn them into money. But I needed to keep my cards close to my chest. As for the item I had in mind, it's a bit obvious, isn't it? But that's enough of that. Now, you might be wondering why I was lying on my bed, sporting a gloomy expression despite the successful meeting. Well, apart from the mind-numbing boredom that accompanies post-mission lulls, there was an itch to try something my current point balance wasn't quite up to snuff for. Although I didn't dissect it at the time, that tutorial wasn't just a Metropolis crisis escape plan and a way to introduce me to this chaotic world. It turned out to be a proper guide on optimizing my system usage. A tutorial within a tutorial, who would have thought? So, while my initial assessment lacked the depth, the essence was clear. What intrigued me was the prospect of triggering another quest, much like the Livewire escapade. The game plan? Buy a piece of intel from the system, gather the necessary arsenal of items and powers, act on the intel, and finally, reel in a hefty return on my investment and maybe get a character to do my bidding. It sounded like the golden ticket, but alas, my current point stash wasn't helping. Dreaming big on a shoestring budget, I yearned to afford even a modest piece of intel, let alone the additional gadgets and powers required for the task. Ah, the struggles of being monetarily challenged are cruel indeed. Contemplating my next move, I pondered a leisurely stroll through the chaotic streets of Gotham. An intriguing idea, considering the menagerie of eccentric characters ripe for point harvesting encounters, which is exactly what I needed. Sure, it wasn't my go-to choice, considering my last escapade and the ever-watchful gaze of the Caped Crusader. Yet, with Metropolis undergoing maintenance and the superfamily on high alert, the chances of bumping into a villain were lower than a snail's limbo dance. Star City, a definite no-go zone, teamed with bat-crazy villains flaunting a flair for casually defying the laws of physics. Even with a stockpile of lives, facing off with the wrong guy, especially one prone to donning yellow tights and rewriting timelines for tragic fun, promised a one-way ticket to the afterlife drama. So Gotham it was. But before diving into the enigmatic chaos of the city, a nap was in order. Because, even the most daring exploits start with a well-rested hero. Standing in front of a quaint shop's front, a steaming cup in my hand, and Radigan perched nonchalantly on my shoulder, I casually glanced at the television in the shop's window display broadcasting the news. The news lady, with her practiced solemnity, narrated a strange case. A group of wanted men had inexplicably surrendered themselves at the police station, engaging in bizarre behavior. The footage cut to one of the men in his cell, huddled in a fetal position, muttering nonsensical gibberish. The newscaster returned, explaining that despite the man's disturbed state, investigators managed to extract a few coherent sentences. According to the criminal, he had encountered a peculiar young man in an alleyway. As the story unfolded on the screen, I cocked an eyebrow in mild amusement. That guy does look familiar. The news lady told the criminals, recounting how the young man effortlessly dispatched one of his thug companions, and when confronted, simply told them to piss off. That's when things took a turn for the surreal, demons, more terrifying than a horror flick, emerged from the young man's shadow, sending the criminals into a fright-induced stupor. With recent events and the attack on Metropolis, we can't help but ponder. The news lady began in a professional tone. Is this merely nonsense spoken by a deranged criminal or something more? Is it the emergence of a new hero, or perhaps a... She continued, but I didn't bother to catch the rest. Casually, I let my thoughts spill out. That's crazy, I muttered as I strolled away while sipping my coffee as if the entire situation had nothing to do with me. Still, didn't think the Dreadbane pendant would pack such a punch, I mused, clutching the necklace concealed under my clothes. Gotta be more cautious with it moving forward. Aside from that little distraction, you might be wondering where I was and what I was doing, and the answer is in no way complicated or profound. Wandering through the dimly lit streets of Gotham, I sported my best impression of a clueless tourist, a face that screamed, "I have no idea where I am." Yet, despite my efforts, my search for any signs of intrigue or danger proved disappointingly fruitless. Several hours had passed since the sun dipped below the horizon, and the city's reputation for chaos and unpredictability seemed to be taking a night off. My Gotham adventure began on the north side, navigating through Old Gotham with the expectation of some high-octane encounter. I half anticipated a missile hurling my way, or at least a menacing figure on the rooftops. Alas, Gotham's notorious surprises were taking their sweet time. After a good hour of aimless meandering in the darkness, I decided to shift my exploration to East End, renowned as the breeding ground for Gotham's worst. However, once again, my expectations fell flat. No dangerous encounters, no supervillains lurking in the shadows, just a disappointingly quiet night in Gotham. "What rotten luck," I muttered, my fingers idly scratching my head in contemplation. The Gothic architecture and perpetual scowls around me were beginning to wear thin. "Oh well, I guess I'll just have to come back, Tom." I paused, my sentence hanging midair, as the unmistakable symphony of something colossal colliding with something even more substantial echoed in the distance. How convenient. If this were a comic book story, I'd call lazy writing, I said with a grin, immediately changing my direction toward the source of the commotion. Following the distant echoes led me to a scene straight out of a monster movie. There, in the heart of Gotham's night, a colossal figure wreaked havoc, flipping cars with casual disdain. The figure, as wide as it was tall, boasted gray, rotten-looking skin, draped in tattered rags with a noose ominously hanging around its neck. Solomon Grundy was on a chaotic spree, turning the city streets into his own personal playground. The blank chanting of his infamous nursery rhymed every destructive move, as if chaos was his birthright privilege and duty. Born on a Monday, christened on a Tuesday, Solomon Grundy's gravelly voice echoed through the chaos as he nonchalantly hoisted a black sedan into the air. Married on Wednesday, took ill on Thursday. The undead behemoth continued his grisly nursery rhyme, casually tossing the car in the direction of an elderly woman desperately attempting to flee. For a moment, my eyes widened, ready to activate my storm walker shoes to intervene. However, before I could make a move, a figure in dark leather swooped in. Catwoman, Gotham's feline vigilante, swiftly intervened, her whip cracking through the air. In a deft move, she wrapped the elderly woman in its leather coils and, with a decisive yank, whisked her away from the impending danger. A smirk crept across my face as I watched the scene unfold. So Catwoman is in her vigilante phase already. "Bruce Wayne, you horn dog," I muttered, amused by the unexpected rescue. Chapter 30, Impressions 30. As I kicked back and watched the Catwoman versus Solomon Grundy showdown, I couldn't help but be impressed by the feline agility on display. She was practically waltzing around the undead giant, dodging swings and cracks with ease. It was like watching a dance-off, but with way more destruction. Catwoman was doing her usual routine, making sure the civilians had a front-row seat to the action, safely, of course. Unlike Batman and his sidekicks, who patrolled the entirety of Gotham, she stuck to East End, and her efforts extended to more than vigilantism. She was basically a gender-bent, way hotter version of Robin Hood clad in black leather, stealing from the rich and using the money to create charities to help the people of the crime-infested hellhole that was East End. I lounged in the shadows, appreciating the show. Catwoman's whip was like a precision instrument, cracking through the air and keeping Grundy at arm's length. You had to hand it to her. She knew how to keep the big guy on his toes. Now, she wasn't the Justice League type, but she had her moments. Like right now, trying to help some poor soul get away from the undead wrecking ball. That's when Grundy decided to wise up and charge straight at her like a speeding, undead truck while she was occupied. The atmosphere shifted from spectacle to concern. I hesitated, debating whether to jump in or keep sipping my metaphorical soda and let things play out. Grundy had upped the ante, and Catwoman was in a tight spot and presented with a difficult choice to save her hide or let the poor schmuck get plastered on the asphalt. I chuckled to myself. Gotham's nightlife was never dull. I suppose now is a good time to make an impression as any, I mused, springing into action. I activated my storm walker shoes with fluid movement, catapulting myself into the fray. Grundy was barreling toward Catwoman like a freight train, and my intervention was a split-second decision. I landed in a crouch, activating the shoes again to propel myself right between Grundy and Catwoman. It was a classic superhero entrance, minus the cape and dramatic flair, as I buried my fist into the undead brute's abdomen, doing 0 damage by the looks of things. Still, the momentum from the speed boost, coupled with the Guardian Veil's barrier, was enough to send Grundy sliding back, giving Catwoman enough time to send the poor schmuck on his way and gather her bearing. Solomon Grundy skidded to a halt, confused by the unexpected addition to the scene. Catwoman sashayed past me with that trademark feline grace, her whip coiled at her side. She shot me a sideways glance that practically said, "You must think you're slick, huh?" And here I was wondering why a rando like you was watching the show with a silly grin, she remarked. Were you trying to impress me by saving me at a critical moment, perchance? She added, throwing a side-eye that hinted she could read me like an open book. She was spot on with her conclusion, but honesty wasn't on the agenda today. Believe it or not, the grin might be silly, but the intentions are purely noble, I quipped, showcasing my well-honed persuasion and acting skills. The situation didn't exactly scream kitten stuck on a tree, so I opted for the spectator role. I continued, moving forward to join her. You seem to have things under control until you didn't, I added, letting out a chuckle. Oh, you're no fun, Catwoman teased, rolling her eyes at me in mock disappointment. No one likes a goody two-shoes, you know, she added with a smirk. I raised an eyebrow. So Batman is the exception, eh? I almost let the next remark slip, but chose a more diplomatic route. We do what is right not for applause or adoration, but simply because it is the right thing to do, I said, offering my best Superman impression, complete with an expression of stoic determination. Considering I had the acting skills, it might as well have been the best Superman impression out there. Catwoman's initial shock at my Superman impression transformed into genuine amusement as she chuckled. Well, aren't you the man of many talents? Now, how about a Batman impression? She teased, a mischievous gleam in her eyes. Before I could conjure up my best gravelly Batman voice, our banter was abruptly interrupted by a flying car, courtesy of the undead wrecking ball, Solomon Grundy, who had been temporarily sidelined. The vehicle hurtled towards us, prompting Catwoman to gracefully evade the danger with a skillful swing of her whip. Meanwhile, I engaged my storm walker shoes, hurtling towards the airborne projectile. A well-timed punch, propelled by momentum and cocooned in the protective embrace of the Guardian Veil, sent the car spiraling backward. As the vehicle hit Grundy in the face, a sharp jolt of pain shot through my arm. Looks like I overdid it this time, I mused, wincing as I examined my throbbing wrist. Probably just a fracture, it'll be good as new in an hour at most. While I nursed my impromptu injury, Grundy, visibly disoriented by the unexpected, car to the face, staggered backward. I took a deep breath, pushing through the pain and gearing up for the next round. Deciding it was time to wrap up this impromptu undead wrestling match, I mulled over my options. Brawling with Grundy had its downsides. I wasn't a fan of collecting fractures as souvenirs. Besides, a straightforward brawl wasn't my style. Fighting fair and square? Not my thing. It's a loser's game, trust me. While I waited for the opportune moment to swoop in and play hero for Catwoman, I also needed Ratigan, my rodent ally, to round up the local rat population. Time, as they say, was of the essence. Mind lending a hand? I need to push the big guy that way, I called out to Catwoman, pointing toward a conveniently placed manhole. The quirked eyebrow I got in response suggested she was intrigued. Got a plan, I take it? She inquired, and I offered a subtle nod. All right then, let's see what you've got, she replied, with a confident smirk, gracefully descending from a traffic light. Giving a mental nod to my imaginary fan club, I activated my trusty storm walker shoes, hurtling toward Grundy just as he regained his bearings. Instead of executing another dazzling punch, I opted for a more traditional approach, a well-timed, strategically placed hit right between the legs. There was no grand moral high ground to be found here. I simply wasn't keen on earning myself another fracture, and there's a limit to how heartless one can be. Punching someone in the balls and super punching someone in the balls are two entirely different things, you know. With my impromptu groin strike proving as effective as ever, Grundy's complexion cycled through an impressive spectrum of colors: gray, blue, white, and various other shades reminiscent of a man struggling with constipation. Turns out, whether you're a powerful villain, an average Joe, or an undead behemoth, a swift, well-timed hit to the nether regions was a universal equalizer. The woes of being a man, I suppose. Showing no sympathy for Grundy's predicament, Catwoman seized the moment. With the giant off balance, she expertly looped her whip around his neck, giving it a forceful yank. As he stumbled backward, teetering on the edge of the manhole, I took my cue. Sprinting towards Grundy, I delivered a well-placed dropkick to his chest, providing the extra nudge needed to send him hurtling toward the waiting abyss. The manhole cover propelled into the air, revealing a legion of Gotham's most sizable and unsavory sewer rats lurking beneath. With the precision of a well-coordinated heist, the rodents surged forth like a tidal wave, swarming over Grundy's body and enveloping him in their furry embrace. It was a bizarre yet strangely poetic sight, Gotham's most notorious undead being subdued by a legion of oversized sewer rats. As Grundy struggled against the relentless tide of vermin, Catwoman sauntered over with an amused glint in her eyes. "Did you conjure up this rodent storm?" she inquired, her curiosity genuine. I shot her a grin and gestured toward Ratigan, who emerged from under a mailbox and scurried towards us. "Nope, it's the little guy over there, Ratigan, rodent royalty," I explained. Ratigan, seemingly taking pride in the title, twitched his whiskers and crossed his arms with an air of regality as he climbed over my shoulder. "Charming little fellow," Catwoman remarked, reaching over to pet the cheeky rat. Seizing the opportunity, Ratigan promptly scurried over her arm and found a perch on her shoulder, making himself quite at home. "Oh, fearless as well. Doesn't he know cats usually hunt rats?" she teased, ticking Ratigan's chin with her finger and shooting me an amused look. I shrugged nonchalantly. "Not this one. Ratigan would have any cat for breakfast," I replied with a wry grin. The audacious rodent seemed to relish the attention, becoming an unexpected star in the peculiar post-battle tableau. Chapter 31, I am 31. In the eerie depths of the whispering abyss, where shadows dance to a haunting tune, you emerge victorious from the aftermath of battling a group of goblins. As the echoes of combat fade, a spectral figure materializes from the essence of a defeated goblin, donned in dark robes. Mordrak, the rhyming shade, appears with an enigmatic grin. Mordrak, speaking in rhythmic verses, "Well done, valiant soul, in the whispering abyss you stroll." From the shadows, I emerge, Mordrak, the rhyming shade, with a tale to urge. A choice before you, like a mystical game, surrender power stones or dance with my spectral flame. Here's the twist, a poetic bind, hand over the stones and solace you'll find. Reject and prepare for the cosmic jest, every fortnight, attest to your quest. Drop your phone in toilet waters unclean or step on Lego bricks, a scene quite obscene. The choice is yours. Relinquish at least one power stone, and in rhyme, your fate disown. Refuse and embrace the spectral dance, a fortnightly rhyme and mischief trance. Still, this fellow sure doesn't know when to quit, I mused, eyes fixed on Grundy as his wild flailing became a symphony of chaos, rats catapulting in every direction like furry fireworks. "I'm fresh out of ideas. Do you have any?" I shot a glance at Catwoman, hoping she had a hidden card up her leather-clad sleeve. "Nope, Grundy is pretty much unbeatable," she admitted, a nonchalant shake of her head. "No matter how hard you smack him down, he's like a stubborn rash that won't go away. The best we can do is keep him on a leash for a bit." "Hold him off, eh? To what end?" I raised an eyebrow, playing stupid. What end could it be other than to buy for the big bad Boogeman of Gotham to arrive? "Buy some time until a certain caped someone makes an entrance," she said with a sly grin. "Speaking of the devil," a casual tilt of her chin directed my attention behind. I pivoted, and lo and behold, emerging from the shadows was the embodiment of the night's vengeance himself, Batman. His cape flowed dramatically in the wind as he descended, with a smaller, less intimidating figure tagging along, Robin, presumably. The dynamic duo had finally decided to grace us with their presence, fashionably late. Touching down with all the flair superheroes could muster, the duo, Batman and his trusty sidekick Robin, didn't waste a moment before springing into action. They strategically surrounded Grundy, creating a dynamic pincer movement. As Grundy began to shake off the last remnants of the rat horde, Batman and Robin executed their synchronized attack. Batarangs whizzed through the air, not directly hitting Grundy, but curving mid-flight metal wires attached to them. Like a well-choreographed dance, the wires wrapped around the undead behemoth, creating an intricate metallic web. Batman and Robin's assault seemed to further fuel Grundy's rage. His roar echoed through the night as he thrashed against his metallic restraints, but all he achieved was embedding the sharp wires deeper into his rotting flesh. Batman, with his typical stoic demeanor, closed in for the finishing move. He attached a bat-shaped device, because, of course, what other shape would it be? Onto Grundy's body. With a decisive click, the device activated, bathing Grundy in a brilliant blue light. Electric arcs crackled in the air as the undead giant received a shock potent enough to fry a whale. Grundy's struggles ceased abruptly, and he crumpled to the ground. His eyes rolled back, and smoke billowed from his gaping mouth. As Grundy's colossal form crashed to the ground, Batman swiftly turned, fixing me with his infamous bat glare. Instinctively, I almost took a step back. That glare had a reputation, and while it might not rival the Ghost Rider's penance stare, it was no joke, you know. Batman, his cape billowing in the aftermath of the takedown, approached me with a demeanor that screamed, "You're not my favorite person right now." His displeasure didn't require any subtlety. What are you doing in my city again?" Batman questioned the intensity of his gaze enough to make anyone question their life choices. Responding to the Bat Inquisition, I offered Batman a blank stare and nonchalantly started picking my ear with my pinky. "Just strolling in the public streets of Gotham City, enjoying the views," I casually replied. "Wasn't aware I was trespassing on private property," I added, putting my pinky in front of my mouth and blowing my findings in Batman's direction. In my peripheral vision, I caught a glimpse of Robin staring at me like I'd lost my mind, while Catwoman observed the whole exchange with thinly veiled amusement. Batman, the epitome of stoicism, remained unfazed by my less-than-polite ear-picking display. "Fine, stay if you wish, but I'll be keeping my eyes on you," he declared, his voice as stern as ever. If this were a cartoon, Robin's jaw would have likely hit the floor. Well, judging by the look on the boy wonder's face, it seemed the cartoonish expression might just play out in reality. Not that Batman's words should have come as a shock. On my first visit to Gotham, I practically danced with death courtesy of Two-Face, narrowly escaping the grave thanks to Ratigan's intervention. Back then, Batman had valid reasons to usher me out of the city, for my safety and his peace of mind, given Ratigan's unique and uncertain background. However, this time around, things were different. I had assisted Catwoman, showing I can take care of myself, ensuring no casualties, and even going the extra mile by persuading Ratigan to have the rats simply restrain the undead brute instead of biting him. It wouldn't have done anything but add to the undead behemoth's agony. Evidently, that was enough to put me in Batman's good books. After all, he was known to have a soft spot for villains with tragic backstories. Go figure. Understanding Batman wasn't always a straightforward task for most people in this world, but my comic book knowledge gave me a unique insight. While earning his trust might not be a walk in the park, it was certainly manageable, though the word trust might be too strong to use in the Caped Crusader's case. Heck, the man didn't even trust himself. Still, I'll take being tolerated over doubted any time of the day. "So you've had a rendezvous with bats? Now, that's a surprise," Catwoman's voice rang out from behind. I turned, offering a nonchalant shrug. "Had a little adventure with him and Two-Face that started with a missile flying straight toward my face. Long story," I shared, condensing the chaos into a brief sentence. I couldn't help but pause as I noticed the sly grin on Catwoman's face, and it only took me a moment to realize my mistake. Reality hit me like a Batmobile. "He's vanished, hasn't he?" I questioned, met with a nonchalant shrug from Catwoman, an expression translating to a silent prompt, turn around and find out. Yet I resisted the temptation. That's a sucker's game. He's definitely gone, I dismissed with an indifferent shrug. Batman was an expert not only in brooding and paranoia, but also in the art of masterful disappearing acts. So, you caught on to the disappearing act after just one encounter, huh? That's quite the feat, Catwoman remarked with a chuckle. The amusement in her voice was accompanied by genuine curiosity. Who are you, really? She inquired. I couldn't resist a theatrical response. Smirking, I raised my hand to my face, conjuring an imaginary cape to cover half of it. I am the night, I am vengeance. I am Batman, I declared, putting on the most convincing caped crusader impression my acting skills could muster. Catwoman erupted into laughter, and judging by the system notification I received, I wasn't the only one who found my little act amusing. That's Gotham City for you. Everyone is everywhere, watching everything. It was an unexpected, but pleasant bonus. I'd probably be more grateful if the notifications weren't full of question marks, though. You're the one who asked for a Batman expression, I replied with a nonchalant shrug. But in all seriousness, I'm Micah Foster, I added, extending a casual introduction. Well, it was a pleasure meeting you, but I've got people to rob and places to pick clean, Catwoman declared with a nod, brandishing her whip. I'll see you later, if you're lucky enough, she added, punctuating her departure with a wink, unleashing her whip and swinging away in true Catwoman fashion. Watching Catwoman gracefully make her exit, I instinctively checked my pockets to ensure she hadn't pulled off any unexpected heists. To my relief, everything was still in place. You could never be too careful with a kleptomaniac like Catwoman, after all. Well, that was a productive afternoon if there ever was one, I muttered to myself, barely holding back a grin. I brought up the system's interface and took a peek at my point balance. 730 points, close to 600 in one go, not bad. I mused, contemplating the idea of making Gotham my stomping ground in the near future. It was undeniably a gold mine of points, what with so many villains and heroes prowling the streets. How about it, big guy? Do you think we do well in this city? I asked as I turned to Ratigan, and he merely let out a chitter of indifference, clearly not too bothered by the notion. Chapter 32, Riddle Me This, Wayne. 32. As you descend deeper into the labyrinthine corridors of the Whispering Abyss, you find yourself confronted by a massive iron door, adorned with ancient runes that seem to shimmer with an ominous glow. With a resounding creak, the door swings open, revealing a chamber bathed in eerie moonlight. At its center stands a towering statue of a hooded figure, its eyes glowing with an otherworldly intensity. Suddenly, the darkness seems to coalesce into the form of Mordrak, the rhyming shade, his voice echoing through the chamber in rhythmic verses. Here's the deal: as shadows unfold, part with your stones, escape the cold. Deny and prepare for a whimsical spree every fortnight, a new decree. Be visited by a certain well-ednowed horse at night, a tragic tale, or endure the incessant sound of a squeaky nail. The choice is yours. 1. Yield your power stones, and in rhyme your soul consoles. 2. Defy and embrace the whimsical spree, a fortnightly of rear pain for all to see. Perched on a slightly wobbly table outside a hole-in-the-wall coffee joint, I took slow sips from my cup, the rich aroma of the coffee blending with the city sounds around me. The worn wooden surface beneath my fingers served as a makeshift console for browsing the system's shop options. It had been a solid couple of days since the Catwoman and Batman spectacle, and life had settled into its usual quirky rhythm. Between the regular grind of training sessions with Wildcat, I found myself meandering through the grimy streets of Gotham, hoping for some spontaneous excitement to rack up those elusive points. Alas, Lady Luck seemed to be on vacation, leaving me with a bit of a boredom hangover. I guess relying on luck and expecting plot twists to fall from the sky has its limits. Contemplating a more hands-on approach, I considered the idea of targeting villains with fixed lairs. In Gotham, that pretty much spelled out the Penguin. A visit to the Iceberg Lounge, a chat or two, and maybe a bit of head-bashing could easily secure me a villain encounter. But the temptation was curbed. Penguin wasn't just a point dispenser. He had a role to play in my future plans as Livewire did. The timing was crucial, and now wasn't the moment for a formal introduction. That grand entrance could wait for its cue. Releasing another melodramatic sigh that could rival a soap opera, I shifted my attention from my indifferent rat companion, Ratigan, nibbling on a piece of cheese, to the infinite wonders of the system's shop. The display was a carnival of possibilities, an endless list of intel items tempting me with their secrets. City intel, factions, character insights, a virtual encyclopedia for sale, ranging from the budget-friendly 50-point finds to the more extravagant 1,000-point extravaganzas. Guess I'll consider it an investment and splurge on some intel, I muttered to myself, squinting at the array of choices. Boredom was threatening to consume me, and Cord's expedition preparation was a tad sluggish. Plus, I needed to test out the tutorial's strategies. After a brief window shopping session, my gaze landed on the Gotham City intel, a mere 100 points. Seemed like a reasonable investment. I was already prowling Gotham's streets after all. With a nonchalant click, the deal was sealed, and my point balance shrank to 630. The system chimed in, delivering a notification with its usual annoyingly humorous tone. Rumor has it that someone in Arkham Asylum is brewing a scheme that's nuttier than a squirrel on caffeine. After absorbing the wisdom of the Gotham City intel, another cheeky notification popped up on my virtual screen. It proudly proclaimed, "Quest unlocked. Riddle me this, Wayne. You've got a head-scratcher cooking up in Arkham Asylum. Time to uncover the scheme, and who knows, maybe you'll spice it up, fan the flames, cool it down, or just let it simmer. The choice is yours, oh intrepid adventurer." I chuckled at the playful tone of the system. "Riddle me this, Wayne, huh? Very subtle," I muttered to myself, amused by the system's naming sense. Scratching my head, not due to any clever riddles yet, but out of pure contemplation, I pondered the intriguing quest that had just dropped into my lap. The "Riddle Me This, Wayne" title was like a neon sign pointing straight at the Riddler, and I couldn't help but marvel at the system's questionable naming sense. Shouldn't it be "Riddle Me This, Batman" rather than Wayne? I questioned aloud, muttering to myself. Questionable as it might be, the system's naming sense had a purpose. The tutorial quest, for example, Zap and Influence, was very telling of its own nature. Zap, as in Livewire, and Influence, as in the goal of the quest. Was using Wayne instead of Batman another clue, albeit an actually subtle one, or am I overthinking it? With the Riddler, it could honestly go either way. Shrugging off the speculation, I decided to confront the mystery head-on. The quest presented me with the option to refuse, a luxury the tutorial quest hadn't afforded, which meant I could fish for another intriguing quest by rejecting this one and buying more intel. However, considering my current point balance, I couldn't indulge that much. Whatever, I guess I'll just have to figure it out if I accept the quest. I concluded, realizing that sometimes the thrill was in the uncertainty. I was bored, and this felt like just the Scooby-Doo mystery to keep me entertained. With a tap on the Accept Quest button, I dismissed the filters and began to browse the shop to prepare for the quest. Considering this Gotham escapade, a puzzle meticulously crafted by the Riddler within the confines of Arkham Asylum, the essentials for conquering this quest are crystal clear. Armed with my EMP power, I can neutralize any contraptions the Riddler might concoct on the fly. The combination of my Guardian Veil barrier and healing prowess ensures resilience against a multitude of threats. When confronted with reasonable individuals, my adept acting and persuasion skills can gracefully navigate me through precarious scenarios. However, something to help me stay hidden is imperative. A lockpicking kit or a similar tool to navigate Arkham freely was also in order. Finally, a prob badge might prove invaluable in manipulating probabilities to my advantage. Luckily, I had this convenient tool called the System Shop. Standing before the foreboding facade of Arkham Asylum, Commissioner James Gordon surveyed the chaos unfolding around him. Yellow tape cordoned off the area, and traumatized asylum employees sought solace amid the turmoil. If receiving a call, just as he prepared to enjoy some well-deserved sleep, was enough to elicit a grumble, learning that the inmates had seized control of Arkham Asylum was ample cause for outright cursing. To make matters worse, Batman and his cadre of sidekicks were preoccupied dealing with their own adversaries scattered across the city. The timing seemed too convenient, considering Gotham had been unusually quiet for the past 2 days. But what could he do about it? His subordinates were paralyzed with fear, understandably hesitant to venture into the asylum teeming with dangerous lunatics. Even Gordon, with all his determination, couldn't bring himself to send them into a potential massacre. As he weighed his limited options, the commissioner furrowed his brow at the sight of an individual in civilian clothing nonchalantly approaching the asylum's entrance. Strangely, he seemed to pass through the police subordinates as if he were invisible to them. "Hold a moment, young man," Commissioner Gordon called out, halting the mysterious figure in his tracks. The man instantly stopped and turned to face the commissioner. "I don't know who you are or what you're trying to do, but this area is off-limits for civilians. It's too dangerous inside the asylum," Gordon firmly stated, stopping in front of the young man and giving him an inspecting look. The stranger, of average build and height, wore casual streetwear with a hood covering his head, casting shadows over most of his features. "Commissioner Gordon, I believe there's a misunderstanding," the man said, retrieving his wallet and flashing a badge and an ID card in the commissioner's face. Gordon was ready to take a closer look, but a shadowy hand materialized over his shoulder, giving it a quick tap. Startled, he turned around to catch a glimpse of the intruder, but the shadowy hand dissipated before he could discern anything. When he turned back to the man, the latter was already putting away his wallet. "My name is John Jones. I'm with ARGUS, sent here to pacify the situation within Arkham Asylum," he calmly explained. ARGUS, a covert government agency specializing in metahuman and supernatural threats, operated in the shadows, dealing with situations requiring secrecy and specialized capabilities. The commissioner was familiar with them, and the asylum incident fell well within their expertise. Still, he couldn't help but wonder how they learned of the situation and responded so swiftly, considering the police hadn't even finished isolating the premises with yellow tape. Moreover, he pondered why they chose such a young man to handle such a delicate matter. Despite his reservations, there was something about the young man's confident demeanor and assured speech that made him appear trustworthy, dispelling the commissioner's doubts. "Very well, if you're with ARGUS, then I won't stop you," he said, nodding after a short pause. "But allow me to explain that his sentence halted midway as the young man raised his hand to interrupt. "There's no need. I already have a good idea of what's happening inside," the young man calmly interjected. "The inmates have taken control of the asylum and are holding some of the staff hostage. Am I correct?" he asked, and the commissioner merely nodded, unsure of what else to say. "Then rest assured and leave it to me," the agent said with a calm nod. "Until I come back, please keep the asylum sealed. Allow no one to enter or leave," he concluded, heading toward the entrance without waiting for a reply. Chapter 33, Into the Loony Bin 33. Hucking the radio device I snagged from one of the cops after a bit of sweet-talking, I couldn't help but crack a grin. You gotta love those acting and persuasion skills, right? Still, the smile faded real quick when I redirected my eyes toward that foreboding asylum gate. The outside of Arkham Asylum was like something out of a horror flick rather than a place meant to help folks. The gate, all rusty and spiked, made eerie creaks in the wind as if it couldn't about the craziness it held inside. The whole vibe around the asylum just added to the spookiness. Mist hung around like it was trying to make everything more mysterious than it already was, and the busted street lamps flickering played tricks with the shadows, making them dance and creep like a shadow theater. Getting closer to the entrance, I felt like I was walking into a bad dream, especially with those distant, welcoming screams and cackles you hear in movies when someone is about to walk somewhere they really, really shouldn't. Seriously, whose idea was it to turn a place of healing into something that looked straight out of a cheap horror movie? I grumbled to myself, barely holding back a sigh. Stepping into the asylum's creepy courtyard, I couldn't help but question my life choices. The place had an atmosphere that screamed bad idea and return from whence you came, but with my purchases done and a measly 80 points left in my balance, turning back wasn't an option. I sighed, keeping a close eye on anything that twitched, moved, or even thought about moving. Now, about my prep for this quest, I got two things from the system shop. First up, the prob badge, a nifty little 50-point item that transformed into whatever proof of identity I needed it to be. The item was handy for slipping into places I had no business being in, but it had a catch. It quickly reverted to a plain old blank card. Cheap and cheerful, right? The second thing was my shadow control power, which wasn't as cool as it sounded. The system offered many levels of shadow control power, but I could only afford the basic version. It allowed me to meld into the shadows to hide my body, manipulate them to obscure my features, and create flimsy shadowy constructs. The constructs, which I shall address as shadow thingies, would vanish with a firm squeeze, and you could barely call them solid. Still, they were enough for the purposes of this escapade. Distractions, hiding, lock-picking, simple utility stuff that matched my budget. So, no super impressive strangling shadow hands, just budget-friendly shadow tricks. But that's enough recap for one day. I had a mystery to solve and a spooky metal asylum to explore. As I strolled through the asylum, I had to hit pause at the spectacle of 5 men. The wild glint in their eyes and the shredded, crazy jackets screamed, "Not your average citizens." And if that didn't give it away, the blood-stained kitchen knives and an assortment of household items they wielded certainly did. To top it off, a trail of bloody footprints traced back to them, starting from a guard cabin a bit down the way. Whoever had been in that cabin didn't exactly get the good ending, judging by the pool of blood at the entrance and the red-stained windows. The crazy gang clocked me pretty quickly, heads snapping in my direction in eerie unison. Like their looks weren't creepy enough, they had to add the synchronized spook factor. One of them, a bald, burly dude whose gut competed for attention with his torn-up jacket, took a swaggering step toward me. He regarded me with a mix of glee and madness, smacking a bloodied crowbar into his palm in a classic intimidation move. Well, what do we have here?" he sneered, making me feel oh so welcome. Another one from the gang of the 5 crazies, a scrawny fellow with hair that looked like it had been through a blender, shot me a grin. "A little lamb wandering into the slaughterhouse," he chuckled, giving his bloodied knife a lick as if it were dipped in chocolate syrup. Observing this gang of merry lunatics, there were no shivers running down my spine or anything. I mean, come on, they were just your run-of-the-mill, homicidal sociopaths. Instead of fear, my dominant emotion was curiosity, prompting me to give my trusty Dreadbane pendant a little pat under my hoodie. The last time I unleashed its weird vibes on a bunch of thugs, it turned them into a bunch of half-crazed, emotionally wrecked individuals. Now, facing these loony inmates, I couldn't help but let my imagination run wild. I pondered the possibilities as I continued my pendant-petting ritual. Would they get even crazier? Maybe I'd scare the crazy right out of them. The real kicker was that I had no clear answers, lost in contemplation like a philosopher in a madhouse. While I was having this existential crisis, the jolly inmates decided it was time to up the ante, emboldened by my silence. "Ha ha ha, looks like he's already frozen in fear," chuckled the portly, bald one, his grotesque grin stretching from ear to ear. "This will be a walk in the asylum park," he added, taking what he likely thought was a menacing step toward me. The others gleefully joined the parade, each expressing their joy and craziness in their own special way. It was like a carnival, but with more sharp objects and less cotton candy. Well, I guess I'll just have to try it out. I silently mused, taking a deep breath. With the bravado only someone with a magic barrier protecting them could muster, I summoned the most menacing expression my acting skills could conjure and began my ominous speech. "Every step closer is a stride into your worst nightmare," I intoned, giving my best Darth Vader impression. "Turn away now, or embrace the darkness that awaits." I continued, adding a dramatic flourish with the shadows and activating the almighty Dreadbane pendant. Sure, I felt a pang of cringe at the edgy words that spilled out, but damn, were they effective. Instantaneously, the baldy and scrawny inmates dropped like marionettes with cut strings, eyes rolling back, and froth escaping their mouths. The third one opted for a more vocal response, screaming incoherently while yanking out his hair and making a run for it. Meanwhile, Another fellow started digging into the ground, as if aiming for an impromptu burial. But the real curveball came from the last one. Instead of reacting like the rest, fleeing or fainting, he just looked at me, unfazed, as if my display had been nothing more than a mundane light show. Talk about a tough crowd. I chuckled, scratching my head while eyeing the lone standing inmate. Are you brave or just stup? I began, only to bite my tongue as the deranged lunatic lunged at me, brandishing a bloodied candle like a twisted makeshift weapon. Wildcat's training kicked in without a second thought. I sidestepped with a swift move, avoiding the incoming strike by shifting my torso. Seizing the moment, I clenched my fist and delivered a quick uppercut, sending the assailant staggering backward. Looking at how far his head was pushed back like he was gazing at the night sky, I anticipated the satisfying thud of his collapse, but instead, he snapped his head back into place, fixating his gaze on me. It was an eerie sight that honestly freaked me out more than just a bit. Now that's just friggin' weird, I muttered, wincing at the uncanny display. Jumping back to maintain a safe distance, I couldn't help but acknowledge the need for a bit more force. Guess I'll have to use a bit more force, I declared, dodging and weaving while landing calculated punches whenever the opportunity presented itself. After a relentless 5-minute session of teaching the lunatic the finer points of taking a nap, I stood over the unconscious body. Oddly, there was no triumphant grin on my face, just a tinge of concern lingering. I had geared up for a standard psycho-killer brawl, not a dude who could absorb a beating and keep standing up like he was the protagonist of a friggin' shounen manga, his face looking like a swollen tomato and all that. I wonder if I should call back Radigan just to be safe. I pondered aloud, scratching my head as if seeking counsel from the thin air. The idea hovered momentarily before I dismissed it. Radigan was there for serious situations, not to be my personal emergency hotline. I shouldn't rely on him for every little thing. More importantly, I mused, crouching down beside the unconscious nut job and delving into the chaotic folds of his straitjacket. After a bit of a spelunking expedition, my fingers triumphantly discovered a green thumb drive shaped like a question mark. I had felt it grazing my knuckles while beating the living shit of my newly acquired, crazier-than-usual friend here. So I decided to see if it was anything important, and it looks my hunch was in the right place. Chapter 34, Feathers in the Wind 34. Gazing at the laptop, now bearing the dubious badge of honor with bloodstains from its former residency in the guard cabin, I couldn't suppress a wince. Acquiring it was no walk in the park, but hey, beggars can't be choosers, right? Placing the laptop on the ground, I settled into a prime patch of dirt for a potentially enlightening date with technology. Could it be any more of a relic? I grumbled, giving the loading screen the side-eye. Minutes passed, each tick of the clock echoing my impatience, until the laptop finally wheezed to life. Once fully operational, I nonchalantly inserted the question mark-shaped thumb drive, tapping my fingers while waiting for the digital dance to unfold. Here we go, I muttered, delving into the folder to find only a modest, rich text document. Curiosity piqued, I opened it to discover a grand total of 4 lines. In twilight's sweet embrace, where the sun takes its final flight, where feathers catch the wind, traversing the night, seek the hidden realm where shadows gently swing. Decipher this verse, and the clown shall sing. I blinked at the poetic riddle. Well, aren't we fancy? Typical riddler, I remarked, scratching my head. Time to don the detective hat and unravel the mysteries woven into this cryptic message. The first clue that leaped out at me was the word clown in the last line. Now, we're not hosting a circus in the asylum, so it has to be either the Joker or Harley Quinn. The Joker, being the elusive prankster he is probably off somewhere concocting his next chaotic masterpiece, since I haven't heard anything about him recently. On the other hand, Harley Quinn, thanks to Batman's efforts, is enjoying the delightful amenities of Arkham. My money's on her, but with the Joker, you can never be too cert. I honestly didn't want to deal with either of those two lunatics, but it can't be helped. Brace yourself for possible clown encounters, I guess. Now, onto the third line instructing me to seek a hidden realm, aka a place within the asylum. So, logic tells me the answers and the directions to said realm lie in the first two lines, since they both contain the word, where. Twilight's sweet embrace, where the sun takes its final flight, is just poetic gibberish for saying west. Easy enough. Now, the third line seemed a bit more daunting to crack. It's like deciphering hieroglyphs with a broken Rosetta Stone. Gazing at the words where, feathers, and wing, I sensed a puzzle waiting to be unraveled, like a cryptic game of charades. Clearly, it was pointing to a location associated with flight, dovetailing with the first line's mention of the sun's final flight to the west. But what on earth, or in Arkham, could it be? Sky. Mixing it with the west would make it west sky, which didn't make any sense. Airport, unless they started manufacturing feathered planes, that didn't seem plausible, and good luck finding an airport in Arkham Asylum. There weren't any airports on the western side of Gotham either. This is frying my brain, I groaned, rubbing my temples. A real noodle scratcher, huh? As I lounged on the grass, pondering the riddle, a distant gunshot pierced the air. The sudden burst of sound startled the local avian community, prompting a flurry of feathers drifting gracefully to the ground. My eyes tracked one feather's descent, and bingo! A eureka moment ensued, minus the light bulb lighting up over my head. Where feathers catch wind, where isn't just a place, it's a clever play on words. It's the West Wing, as in the section of the asylum, I exclaimed, rising from my grassy contemplation spot, thoroughly pleased with my decoding prowess. Still, the more I thought about the puzzle, the more I marveled at its intricacy. A trap within a trap, hints woven into hints. That deceptive where had me scrambling for a location, and sure enough, it led to a wing of the asylum, the western one to be precise. But in this case, it meant a section of a building that had nothing to do with flight. Yet a sly twist came into play when I considered its synonym, the very wing of a bird, which is exactly where feathers catch the wind. Pure genius, if I do say so. Hats off to the Riddler for this mind-bender. But enough with the fanboy moment over the Green Menace, there's still a whole lot on my to-do list. Snatching up the radio device, I swiftly connected with Commissioner Gordon. Commissioner? Agent John Jones here. Ran into a bit of a hiccup with some rowdy inmates, but consider them prepped and waiting for your squad at the second checkpoint along the road, near the guard cabin. The commissioner's voice crackled back, a hint of surprise evident. How in the? He began before deciding against pursuing that line. Never mind, sending my crew to deal with the inmates now. Also, I'll need the best gas mask you can get me. Send it with one of your men as soon as possible, I said, and the commissioner replied with a simple affirmative, ending the conversation. Detecting the resigned acceptance tone in his voice, I couldn't help but chuckle as I put away the radio device. That's right, old-timer. Don't question it. Better for your mental health that way, I muttered, leisurely leaning against the nearest tree, waiting for Gordon's men. Within the reception area of the West Wing, the power outage had shrouded everything in darkness, and the scent of blood lingered in the air. What was once a low-security section, for less dangerous inmates, had transformed into a gruesome scene of chaos as various unhinged individuals unleashed havoc upon the asylum. Amidst the carnage, one inmate felt right at home. Standing shirtless, his back adorned with scars resembling tally marks, he loomed over a less dangerous resident of the West Wing. The crazed expression on Victor Zass's pale face revealed the delight he took in the terror of his prey. His knife pressed against the terrified inmate's neck as he questioned, "Tell me, why are you so afraid? Why resist?" The scarred inmate's voice held genuine curiosity, but the fear-stricken patient could only shake his head, unable to articulate a response. Victor Zass sighed in disappointment, contemplating the pitiful existence before him. "I'm here to free you from your pathetic, mundane existence, so why do you show me such a pathetic expression?" he mused, preparing to end the patient's life and put him out of his supposed suffering. However, his dark intentions were interrupted by the echoing footsteps that reverberated through the reception area. Victor Zass turned abruptly at the sound of approaching footsteps. The demented villain lifted the helpless patient, keeping the knife on his neck as he cautiously regarded the newcomer. Dressed in everyday attire, the newcomer concealed his head and face with a hood and a gas mask, exuding an air of nonchalance with hands tucked into his pockets. Releasing the trembling patient, Zaz rose to his feet, fully facing the intruder. "Are you here to be freed?" he inquired, a disturbingly wide grin stretching across his pale face. The masked man regarded him, tilting his head in apparent amusement. "Whatever gave you that idea?" he replied, the muffled voice from the gas mask carrying an air of mystery. Raising an eyebrow, Zaz questioned, "Don't we all long to be liberated from this wretched existence?" There was a genuine sense of sincerity in his inquiry. The masked man chuckled softly, taking in the chaotic surroundings. "And I suppose you helped liberate these patients by killing them?" he asked, redirecting his gaze to Victor Zas, who nodded eagerly in response. "Indeed, I freed the essence of these people from the loathsome mortal shells they call bodies. They are unburdened now," Zas proclaimed, his excitement growing with each word. The man grinned subtly beneath his gas mask. "Yet here you stand, still entangled in the same state of mundane existence," he mused. "Maybe it's not these victims you're trying to liberate, but rather yourself. Maybe these unfortunate souls mean nothing to you," he continued, his words lingering in the eerie atmosphere. "Your actions might not stem from an altruistic desire to free others, but are instead fueled by past trauma and delusions. Maybe, in essence, you're nothing more than a deranged killer," he calmly concluded, maintaining an air of detachment. These words stirred a turbulent reaction in Victor Zas, manifesting as gritted teeth and a contorted expression of anger and resentment. "No, no, I'm the chosen one. I will liberate this world from suffering," Zas vehemently retorted, forcefully shoving aside the patient he used as a hostage. "You will see once I free you," he declared, charging aggressively toward the masked man. Chapter 35, Dr. Leland 35. Witnessing Victor Zas's enthusiastic charge, I couldn't help but sport a wider grin beneath my trusty gas mask. "The crazier they are, the easier they are to manipulate," I sighed inwardly, casually sidestepping his knife thrust and seizing his wrist with the finesse of a dance move. A deft yank brought him uncomfortably close, and with a twirl, I quickly introduced my left elbow to his face like we were old pals catching up. As Zas staggered backward, dazed and confused, I took the opportunity to showcase my interpretative dance skills. Okay, not really, but I did plant my forehead right into his nose. It wasn't a waltz, but he did hit the floor. Tango with a lunatic, anyone. Shaking off the spectacle, I sauntered over to the patient who had been caught up in the chaos, a careful tiptoe dance to avoid the scattered bodies. Poor bastards. I sympathized internally, trying not to imagine redecorating my gas mask filters with an impromptu vomit session. My acting skills were MVP here, keeping a poker face when my insides were doing the cha-cha. But hey, no need to let the freakout show. I swiftly approached the trembling patient, his fear palpable as he attempted to retreat. "Please don't hurt me," he stammered, desperation etched across his face. Taking off my hood and gas mask, I reassured him, "I'm not here to hurt you. It's going to be okay." Kneeling to meet his eye level, I inquired, "Are you injured? Can you stand up?" After a moment's hesitation, he nodded. I'll be fine," he replied, but his tough facade seemed paper-thin. Eyeing me up and down, he cautiously inquired, Are you here to help?" Caught off guard by his hopeful tone, I found myself unable to admit my true intentions. I couldn't tell him I was here to harvest points and leave like this entire affair had nothing to do with me. Not with the face he was making right now. "Yes, I am. How can I help?" I offered with a reassuring nod, succumbing to his pleading gaze. Thank God," he sighed in relief. "Dr. Joan, she's still in there. My friends and I wanted to distract Zas to get him away from her," he explained, his eyes flickering to the lifeless bodies around us with a pained expression. "But she's still in there," he added urgently. Upon hearing his plea, a subtle frown found its way onto my face. "Dr. Joan, who's she and why did you all risk your lives for her?" I asked, my curiosity genuine. The patient's response carried a hint of bitterness masked by admiration. "Dr. Joan Leland. She's a doctor here, one of the few who actually care about us crazy wretches," he explained, the complex emotions evident in his voice. "You've got to save her. Please," he pleaded. As he spoke, the name Joan Leland jogged a distant memory. Tell me how she looks and where can I find her? I pressed, keen on connecting the dots. The patient eagerly supplied details: dark skin, black eyes, short hair, and she wears a lab coat. We left her in the infirmary. She should still be there, it's pretty secure, he added. So, it's that Joan Leland. I mused, recognizing the name after hearing her physical description. Don't worry, I'll head there and help her now, I assured him, rising to my feet and securing my gas mask. In the meantime, find a safe spot to hide. The police will be here shortly, I advised, striding deeper into the West Wing. Walking down the dimly lit hallway, a sigh of relief escaped me at the sight of a door labeled Infirmary at the far end. The journey here had its moments. Encounters with inmates ranging from the less dangerous residents of the West Wing to the more perilous ones from higher security areas. Handling them involved a fair amount of knocking out and restraining, coupled with some strategic redirections to the reception area, where they could patiently wait for Commissioner Gordon's team. Now, standing before the infirmary door, my hand reached out to open it, only to find it stubbornly locked. Dr. Leland, I'm here to help. Can you open the door? I called out, pausing for a response that never came. Undeterred, I persisted, Dr. Leland, I know you're in there. Let's not complicate things any further, please. With silence as my only answer, I resigned to the inevitable. I'm going to open the door now. If you're lurking with a sharp or blunt object, ready to whack me in the head, I strongly advise against it, I chuckled, abandoning my efforts to coax her into unlocking. Extending my hand toward the lock, I summoned the power of my shadow control, materializing a small shadow key. Guiding it into the lock, the shadowy construct deftly adapted to its shape. Closing my eyes for focus, I began the delicate process of turning the key. It threatened to snap a couple of times, a fragile thing against the sturdy lock, but persistence won out, and with a soft click, the door yielded to my efforts. Pushing the door open, I stepped into the infirmary. Remember what I said about sharp or blunt objet, I began, only to cut myself off as a vase hurtled toward my face the moment I entered. With a well-practiced maneuver, I ducked, allowing the projectile to soar over my head and shatter against the ground. Sighing, I barely had time to take a relieved breath before a stapler zipped in my direction. Dodging was futile as a barrage of office and medical supplies rained down on me, from a thick notebook to even rolls of medical gauze. Attempting to reason with the woman orchestrating this chaotic orchestra proved futile. I resigned myself to a dance of dodging until she exhausted her arsenal. Are you quite finished? I asked, removing my gas mask to reveal my exasperation with her throwing antics. As she took in my unmasked face, the woman seemed to calm down. Dark-skinned, black-eyed, and short-haired, aligning perfectly with the patient's description, the woman gave me once over and finally spoke, her frown evident. Who are you? My name's Micah. I'm here to help, I said, lifting my hands in a non-threatening gesture. I stumbled onto one of your patients, managed to save him from Victor's ass, and he told me to find you here, I explained. Joan's calm expression shifted to bitterness upon hearing my words. Just one? What about the others? She asked, genuine concern lining her words. I'm sorry, I didn't get there in time to save everyone, I replied with a regretful shake of my head. Her response carried a tinge of sorrow. That is unfortunate. Most of them would have been clear to leave the asylum in a couple of months, she lamented, her gaze dropping to the ground to conceal her expression. I said nothing, giving her a moment to process the situation, but she only needed a couple of seconds. You said you're here to help. Joan's eyes snapped back to mine. I am, yes. Let me get you out of here, and I began, but my words hung in the air as the doctor interrupted. I'm not going anywhere, not while my patients are still here, she asserted resolutely. If you're here to help, then help them first, she urged firmly. I gave her a firm nod. Absolutely. I've managed to guide a few patients to safety and directed them to wait for the police at the reception area, I said, keeping her informed. I'll systematically clear the West Wing, but before that, we need to ensure you're out of harm's way. These people rely on you, and I can't just leave you stranded here, I explained, my commitment evident. Dr. Leland took a thoughtful pause, her expression reflecting a mix of reluctance and acceptance. I suppose you have a point. I'll go with you, but there's a task we must handle first, she said, a sense of urgency in her voice. Arnold Wesker, one of my patients, is still in the West Wing. I've made progress in his recovery, and he's on the verge of a complete rehabilitation, she revealed. The chaos of the breakout might undo all my work, so I need to get him out of here as soon as possible, she added. I furrowed my brow, connecting the dots. Arnold Wesker, that should be the ventriloquist, I pondered silently. After a moment, I looked at Dr. Leland and nodded decisively. All right, time is of the essence. Lead the way and let's make this quick, I said, readjusting my gas mask. Chapter 36, Clowning Around 36. Facing the wide-open door of what was supposed to be Arnold Wesker's cell, a frown involuntarily etched itself across my face. Well, this looks like a party Wesker didn't consent to, I quipped, glancing at the disarray within shattered mirrors, a bed doing acrobatics, the whole shebang of general chaos. Dr. Joan, equally perturbed, bit her lip in frustration and asked, "Are we too late?" "Maybe," I replied, my sigh mirroring the uncertainty in the air. "Let's play detective and see what clues this messy crime scene has to offer. Just don't go expecting Sherlock Holmes-level revelations," I added, stepping into the chaos, Dr. Joan trailing behind. While she sifted through the mess, I played my amateur detective role, noting the small pipe in the corner, now part of the crime decor, with its bloody credentials covering its edge. Following a not-so-subtle trail of blood toward the cell's door, I deduced that Wesker probably didn't exit in a limo. The blood wasn't Niagara Falls level, thankfully. However, the trail pulled a Houdini act at the door, leaving me without a map. Amid my investigative musings, Dr. Jones' voice interrupted. "I found something. Take a peek," as she presented a greeting card with a flourish, like she was dealing a winning hand in a poker game. Glancing at the greeting card, its vivid green question mark practically screaming, "Riddler." I had a sinking feeling that our friend Edward Nygma played puppeteer in Wesker's sudden vanishing act. Cracking the card open, I discovered yet another riddle nestled inside. Ascending floors, a building to explore. Combine the digits and unlock the door. The first is 1, the second 2. Then comes the second letter, a clue for you. A furrow crept onto my forehead. Great, now I had to play locksmith with some cryptic hint. Nonchalantly glancing at the riddle, I shrugged off the annoyance. Figuring out the code was a breeze. The first is 1, the second is 2, and the second letter B. 1, 2 be simple enough. Now, armed with the metaphorical key, I faced a more challenging task, locating the mysterious door. Leaning on the expertise of our asylum-savvy companion, I turned to Dr. Joan. 1, 2B ring any bells?" I inquired, and she shot me a puzzled look. "That should be the address to the operation room," she elucidated. "First floor, second room, building B, the West Wing," she added, and I couldn't help but stifle a facepalm. Classic Riddler with his brain teasers. Thank heavens for Joan, I'd be stuck contemplating where I'd use this so-called password for God knows how long before I figured out it was an address. "Well then, that's our destination. Riddler's breadcrumbs," I declared, making my way toward the cell exit. Dr. Joan, however, expressed her reservations as she trailed behind. "Would that be wise? We might be walking into a trap," she voiced her concern. I responded with a nonchalant shrug, "Very likely. If you'd rather head to the reception area, it's not too late. The police should be there by now." But her response was swift and resolute. "No, let's press on." Dr. Joan and I made our way through the labyrinthine halls of the asylum, following Riddler's cryptic trail. The scent of disinfectant, mixed with the faint echoes of chaos from the ongoing mayhem, lingered in the air. Eventually, we arrived at the operation room on the first floor of Building B in the West Wing. The door was already open, revealing an unsettling scene. There, Arnold Wesker was bound to the operation bed, awkwardly tilted into an almost standing position. A comically oversized syringe was wielded by none other than Harley Quinn, standing beside him. She wore her usual makeup and clown hat, but instead of her red and black tights, she had a nurse outfit covering her body. It looked like a twisted rendition of a doctor's office, and I couldn't help but appreciate the dark humor, even in such a dire situation. Well, 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 look who decided to drop by the doctor's office. Harley exclaimed with a maniacal grin, her Brooklyn accent adding an extra layer of insanity to her words. She spun the giant syringe between her fingers as if it were a showpiece. Arnold, on the other hand, was visibly distressed, struggling against his restraints. The scarred ventriloquist seemed caught between fear and frustration. I heard from a little birdie that you want to ditch the Scarface act, go all normal Joe, start a new chapter, Harley quipped, leaning in to examine Wesker's face. But come on, that's just too dull. I can't let you go all vanilla on me. With a theatrical gesture, she pointed the syringe at Wesker. So, I brought you here to give you a little nudge back to your good-all self. You know, the crazy, chaotic, crime-lovin' self, she declared with infectious enthusiasm. I couldn't help but sigh at the absurdity of the situation. Looks like we stumbled into a madhouse within a madhouse. I mused, my thoughts abruptly interrupted as I watched Dr. Jones step toward the door, prepared to make a grand entrance. Reacting on instinct, I covered her mouth and pulled her back. Whoa there, Doc, let's not alert the circus just yet, I whispered, my hand still clasped over her mouth. Dr. Jones shot me a puzzled look and I quickly explained, Harley's unpredictable. We need a plan, not a spotlight. She nodded in reluctant agreement, and I released my hold, gesturing for her to stay low. We crouched near the doorway, eavesdropping on the peculiar doctor-patient reunion. Harley continued her theatrics, pacing around Wesker like a ringmaster with a captive lion. You can't let go of Scarface, Arnold. It's what makes you special, unique. Normal is for boring folks. We don't do boring, do we? Wesker, still struggling against his restraints, managed to mutter a response. I need to change, Harley. Scarface is holding me back, dragging me into darkness. Harley's laughter echoed through the room, a mix of amusement and disbelief. Oh, honey, you're adorable. Darkness is our playground. Why settle for a dull, sunny afternoon when you can have a chaotic storm? She approached Wesker, the giant syringe gleaming ominously in her hand. I brought a little something to help you see the light, sweetie, a cure for the boring bug. As she neared, I glanced at Dr. Joan, silently conveying that we needed to act. Keep her distracted. I'll try to sneak in and knock her out, I said, activating my shadow control powers to meld into the shade and enter the room. Slipping away from Dr. Joan, I melted into the shadows, my form blending seamlessly with the dark corners of the hallway. I maneuvered silently, inching closer to the twisted doctor-patient drama unfolding in the operation room. Meanwhile, Dr. Joan played her part, engaging Harley in conversation. Harleen, what are you doing to my patient? What's the big plan with that syringe? She asked, feigning curiosity while maintaining a cautious distance. Harley, never one to miss an opportunity to monologue, grinned as she recognized her old colleague from the asylum. Oh, hey Joan, it's just a little pick-me-up for our dear Arnold. He's been thinking about ditching his puppet routine, and I thought, nah, not on my watch. As she rambled on, I silently navigated between covers, avoiding creaky floorboards and discarded medical supplies. My eyes darted between Harley and Wesker, calculating the best moment to intervene. Harley continued her rant, oblivious to my stealthy approach. You see, Joan, Mr. Wesker here wants to switch to the plain all-ventriloquist gig because you're too damn good at your job. So, I brought him to the operation theater to give him a taste of his old self. Wesker's expression remained a mix of fear and frustration, his struggle against the restraints intensifying. I took a deep breath, positioning myself behind Harley, ready to strike. As she raised the syringe dramatically, I seized the moment. Emerging from the shadows, I delivered a swift, controlled blow to the back of Harley's head. The oversized syringe clattered to the floor as she crumpled forward, temporarily incapacitated. Good job, Doc, I quipped, turning to Dr. Joan, who wore a mix of relief and surprise. Let's get Wesker out of here, and I said, pausing halfway through my sentence as I felt a hand resting on my shoulder. Confused, I turned around to see Harley, who was lying on the floor a second ago and should have been unconscious by all intents and purposes, looking at me with an annoyed expression. What's the big idea, pal? She angrily said. This is a private reunion party and you're not invited. she added, swinging a large wooden mallet, which she seemed to have produced from thin air, at my head without hesitation. Chapter 37, Enigma 37. The mallet made a solid connection with the top of my head, a textbook blow that would have left most people seeing stars. But, thanks to my trusty guardian veil barrier, it might as well have been a gentle tap. I just stood there, looking at Harley with a deadpan expression, blinking slowly under the gas mask. Her confusion was palpable. If question marks could materialize, they'd be floating around her head like a demented halo. However, the fog of surprise lifted as I noticed a distinct green question mark-shaped pin adorning her clown hat. It triggered a memory from earlier, the inmate near the guard cabin with a similar insignia hidden in his straitjacket. The pieces clicked into place in my mind. This was more than just a run-of-the-mill circus act. It was a Riddler-approved sideshow. Deciding that an impromptu staring contest wasn't getting us anywhere, I made the first move, extending my hand toward the question mark. But Harley, ever the acrobat, leaped backward, executing a backflip just for the sheer spectacle of it. "I spy with my crazy eye another super freak in the house," Harley remarked, grinning ear to ear as she nonchalantly rested the mallet on her shoulder. "Unfortunately for ya, I've plenty of experience dealing with your kind. Prepare to feel my wrath, buddy," she exclaimed, reaching into her pocket and producing a cylindrical object. In response to her theatrics, I couldn't help but chuckle, muffled by the gas mask. "Well, aren't we in for a show?" I quipped, readying myself for the impending spectacle, having recognized the purpose of the object she flourished. Harley brandished the cylindrical object with theatrical flair, poised for a dramatic throw. However, her expression shifted from glee to a sudden realization when she spotted my gas mask. "Hold up, gas mask, that's cheating," she protested, her scowl revealing the flaw in her grand plan. I responded with a nonchalant shrug. Undeterred, she redirected her attention to Dr. Joan, and it didn't take a detective to figure out her next move. In a split second, I activated my Storm Walker shoes, ready to intervene. "Sorry, Joan, but it looks like I'll have to paint a grin on that grumpy face of yours," Harley declared, a maniacal giggle punctuating her threat as she tossed a canister in the doctor's direction. With a sigh echoing in my mind, I zipped toward Dr. Joan, utilizing the nimble boost from my shoes to intercept the impending disaster. "Can't let that happen. While I'd love a leisurely chat, I'm on a tight schedule. Let's make this swift," I quipped, activating the Storm Walker shoes once more and barreling toward Harley. With a blink-and-you-miss-it burst of speed, I closed half the distance between us, and Harley's confident grin seemed to say, "Gotcha." Little did she know, disappointment was just around the corner. Amplifying the strength in my legs, I gracefully vaulted over the strategically scattered steel pebbles she placed on the ground when I rushed to help Joan, hoping I wouldn't notice. Before Harley could react, I sailed past her, nabbing the question mark-shaped pin from her clown hat like a prize from a carnival game. In my previous life, I'd consumed enough comics to develop an immunity to cheap tricks. Harley might be one of the most unpredictable characters in DC, but she thrives on the assumption that people consider her less intelligent than she truly was. It was a tactic that worked like a charm, almost every time. So, when she pretended not to notice the gas mask, flinging the canister theatrically at Dr. Joan, I saw through the act. It was all an elaborate scheme to test my mettle. Unfortunately for Harley, her unpredictability had become so predictable, like a worn-out comic book plot loop. I shifted my body to face Harley, and, as expected, without that peculiar hairpin, her tough exterior softened for a fleeting moment before she crumpled to her knees. Calmly, I observed as she winced, tending to the spot on the back of her head where my earlier blow had landed. Ugh, what in the twisted wonderland is going on? Did the Cheshire Cat spike my tea again? And why does the back of my noggin feel like decided to whack me with a crowbar? She groaned, surveying the surroundings in a daze. Her words instantly confirmed my suspicions, mind control technology. And not just any tech, this was the handiwork of the Mad Hatter. Gotham, the city of capricious chaos, never failed to keep things interesting. Enduring the blows and persevering till the bitter end, it had the unmistakable signature of the Mad Hatter's technology. How the Riddler managed to acquire and enhance it, allowing Harley to retain her lunatic persona. Unlike the unfortunate inmate with the personality of a sack of potatoes, was a mystery I neither knew nor cared to unravel. My focus was on reaching the Riddler, and Harley, with her animated eccentricity, was the key, as per the first riddle. Seemingly unimpressed by the lack of response as I pondered my next move, while Dr. Joan and Wesker stood there in a stupefied state, Harley scowled at me, impatience radiating from her. "Someone better spill the beans before I start reciting Jabberwocky," she exclaimed, irritation lacing her tone as she eyed me up and down. I simply shrugged, lifting the mind control device from her head. "That's a question better reserved for the Riddler," I remarked, presenting the question mark-shaped hairpin. With a chuckle, I added, "And that mallet of yours, too." Harley's expression shifted from stunned to a sudden realization. Anger quickly followed clarity as she began gritting her teeth. "Why, that filthy, green sack of nincompoop," she angrily declared. "I'll wring that weaselly neck of his and smash." Her rant paused abruptly as I cut her off. "Yes, I get it, you're boiling mad. But to blow off steam, you'll have to find the Riddler," I sighed, observing Harley with a blend of weariness and intrigue. "Coincidentally, I'm on the hunt for him too, so spill the beans, do you know where he is?" I inquired. Harley scoffed, unwavering in her confidence as she rose, giving her mallet a rhythmic smack against her palm. "Oh, I can do you one better. I've got the Riddler's GPS coordinates memorized," she declared with a smug grin. Before I could react, distant shouts and the unmistakable sound of a door meeting its match echoed through the corridor. "Gotham Police, freeze." Glancing at Dr. Joan, I offered a parting grin. "Well, it seems the cavalry's arrived. This is where our paths diverge, Doc," I informed her. She nodded, fully engrossed in releasing Wesker from his binds. "By the time you're out, I might have an actual job waiting for you, buddy. So hang in there," I quipped, stealing a glance at the perplexed Wesker. "We can chat about it later when you're a free man," I chuckled, redirecting my focus to Harley. "Let's beat a hasty retreat before the police crash our little party." As the screens bathed the room in their eerie glow, the Riddler reclined in his chair, fingers steepled in contemplation. The unexpected diversion, orchestrated by the enigmatic Micah, had injected a burst of chaotic energy into his otherwise carefully choreographed plan. The corners of Nigma's lips curled upward in a wry smile. "A deviation from the script, a wild card in the game," he mused, relishing the uncertainty that now permeated his grand puzzle. In the midst of his initial frustration at having his carefully devised plan wasted by some random stranger, a newfound spark of amusement flickered in his eyes. The intricate dance he had prepared for Batman had taken an unforeseen turn, and while a part of him resisted the deviation, another found an odd thrill in the unpredictability. "Perhaps," he whispered to the darkness, "this is the true nature of the enigma, an ever-evolving dance where chaos and order entwined. Let the pieces fall where they may, for in the labyrinth of uncertainties, a riddle's true essence is revealed." With that, the Riddler leaned back, his gaze fixed on the screens, eager to witness the unfolding of a narrative that had slipped beyond his meticulous control. The game had changed, and as the shadows whispered their secrets, Nigma embraced the riddles within riddles, ready to adapt and revel in the unpredictability that Micah had introduced into his meticulously constructed world. Chapter 38, Unexpected Twist 38. The courtyard of the Arkham Asylum felt like a scene straight out of a horror flick, but hey, who am I to complain? I've had weirder days. Walking alongside Harley, who was skipping around like she was auditioning for a circus act, I couldn't help but question the craziness that was now my life. "So, I've been following you with my mouth shut, but I gotta ask, you and the Riddler working on a new reality show or something?" "Escape the Asylum has a nice ring to it," I quipped, earning a half-hearted chuckle from the clown queen herself. Harley smirked, twirling her mallet with a hint of mischief. "Nah, this is just a little game Riddler likes to play. Keeps him sharp, you know." "Right, because nothing says mental agility like navigating through an asylum filled with lunatics," I replied, dodging a fallen tree branch with an expert sidestep. "So, what's our next stop on this twisted tour?" Harley pointed dramatically toward the looming structure of the maximum security wing. That's where Eddie's hiding in the heart of the loony bin. Follow me and watch out for the surprises. Eddie loves his surprises. As we strolled through the eerie courtyard, I couldn't help but notice the shadows playing tricks on the walls. Maybe it was just my imagination, or maybe Arkham had a way of messing with your senses. Regardless, I kept my cool, maintaining the carefree facade that was practically my second nature. Harley, always eager for a chat, decided it was the perfect time to play 20 questions. So, Micah, what's your deal? Superpowers, super gadgety, ancient magic mojo. I flashed her a grin. A bit of everything. I got a dash of supernatural mojo, some neat gadgets, and a truckload of charisma. It's a winning combo. She rolled her eyes, seemingly unimpressed with my modest reply. And what's with that shadow thing? You some kind of ghost, too. Ready to dish out another quip to keep the back and forth going, I was abruptly silenced as two distinct growls echoed from the shadows up ahead. Emerging with an air of menacing majesty were Bud and Lou, two hyenas rocking their usually colorful combs atop their heads and piercings all over their faces. Harley's reaction was a roller coaster of confusion, shock, and then sheer elation. "Bud, Lou, there are my two handsome babies," she cheered, arms wide open for a bear. Hyena hug. My attempt at comedy was put on pause as I gripped Harley's shoulder, halting her enthusiastic reunion. She shot me an irritated look. "What's the big idea, pal?" she snapped, turning to face me. "Take a closer look at their heads. They're on the Riddler's leash," I pointed out, gesturing at the question mark-shaped pins adorning the hyena's combs. Harley's joy transformed into outright fury. "Why, that good-for-nothing, neon paint-stained nugget of goat shit. To think he'd even go after my babies." She fumed, clenching her mallet with a vengeance as if it were the Riddler's neck. The hyenas, usually untamed forces of nature, now moved with an eerie obedience dictated by unseen strings. It was an odd sight, witnessing these wild creatures that only ever showed obedience to Harley reduced to mere pawns in the Riddler's game. Harley's anger shifted to determination. "We gotta free 'em. No one messes with my babies and gets away with it." Nonchalant at Harley's fiery determination, I responded with a casual shrug. "Say no more," I quipped, activating my storm walker shoes in a flash. Racing toward the two hyenas, I blurred into invisibility, reappearing behind Bud and Lou. Before the dynamic duo of hyenas could even blink, I held the two mind control devices in my hand. The hyenas, initially baffled, responded in their own peculiar way. Bud and Lou extended their tongues, acting more like overenthusiastic pet dogs than the savage scavengers they were. With a sprint, they closed in on Harley, showering her in a literal cascade of their slimy affection. Observing this bizarre display, I couldn't help but chuckle. With a mischievous grin, I tossed the two mind control devices into the air. Before they could reach the zenith of their climb, the gadgets detonated with a deafening explosion, unleashing a shockwave of flames. I would have definitely felt the heat if not for my trusty Guardian Veil barrier. It was a classic comic book move, the good all-exploding thingamajig catching everyone off guard at a moment of heroic triumph. Except, of course, I could see it from a mile away. All those hours wasted reading comics in my past life were finally paying off. In your face, society. Regrettably, my moment of self-congratulation was short-lived. A spotlight materialized, casting its glow upon us, on me, Harley, and her hyenas. In the midst of this luminous revelation, the final beam focused on a man impeccably attired in a dark green suit. A black shirt and tie, both bearing the emblem of a light green question mark, completed his ensemble. The Riddler had chosen this moment to make his grand entrance. Well, that caught me off guard. In the pulsating illumination, the Riddler stood poised, orchestrating the unfolding spectacle. Adjusting his tie with a self-assured air, he surveyed the chaotic tableau as if savoring the fruits of his ingenious plot. "Ah, my dear guests," he began, his voice dripping with the smugness of a mastermind. "You've successfully navigated my intricately crafted labyrinth. Bravo, bravo!" His gestures punctuated the theatricality of his arrival. Unable to resist a sarcastic remark, I quipped, "You get 8 points on the grand entrance, but it's a bit early. I was looking forward to traps, mind-bending riddles, maybe even a surprise quiz. This feels almost disappointingly straightforward." accompanied by a raised eyebrow expressing my bemusement. The Riddler chuckled, maintaining his confident demeanor. Indeed, my plans were tailored for a certain caped crusader. Alas, an unexpected guest has chosen to disrupt my narrative. Batman everywhere, but not a drop of appreciation for my intricate schemes. Harley, not one to be overshadowed, attempted to assert herself. Listen up, Nigma. You and your fancy gibberish are about to get a beatdown you won't. Her spirited threat was abruptly cut short as a concealed device, ingeniously affixed to one of the hyenas, unleashed a surge of electricity, incapacitating Harley and her pets in an instant. The transition from her declaration to a garbled mumble was swift, followed by a collective slump to the ground. Now, where were we, friend? The Riddler continued, seemingly unruffled by the electrifying interruption. The unexpected puzzle, a deviation from my meticulously orchestrated plans, but as they say, every show must go on, and every enigma must be unraveled. There was nothing to say after that, and our battle in the dimly lit courtyard began. The Riddler's movements were calculated and precise, as if he had already choreographed every step in his mind. Meanwhile, I relied on my instincts, honed by hours of sparring with Wildcat and navigating the chaos that was now Arkham Asylum. The Riddler anticipated my every move with unnerving accuracy. It was like he had read the script to our confrontation and memorized every twist and turn. As I lunged forward, aiming for a hit, he effortlessly sidestepped, his cane swirling like an extension of his own body. Puzzlingly predictable, he taunted, the question mark on his tie seeming to mock me. I chuckled, trying to maintain a carefree facade. Fair enough, I suppose jabs and hooks aren't what you'd call shocking. Despite my attempts at unpredictability, he saw through my maneuvers, his movements always one step ahead. It was like trying to outwit a chess grandmaster who already knew the outcome of the game. Dodging his cane swings became a rhythm, a dance where I anticipated his strikes as much as he anticipated my lunges, though to a less successful degree. The Guardian Veil barrier absorbed the occasional hit, leaving me unscathed, but it was still frustrating to me. I must admit, you're a more challenging opponent than I expected, he conceded, a hint of annoyance tainting his smug demeanor. I grinned, enjoying the banter even in the midst of our clash despite the lingering frustration. Glad to exceed expectations, Riddler. Now, any chance you're going to tell me what all this is about? Is trying to impress Batman your only purpose in life? Not falling to my provocation, he chuckled, twirling his cane with a flourish. Information comes at a price, my dear friend, and the currency is your wit against mine. Our confrontation reached a momentary stalemate, both of us locked in a battle of intellect and skill, which he had more of, though I hate to admit it. I had a rather high opinion of myself and my intellect, but this man was on an entirely another level. Just as I was about to make my next move, the Riddler jumped back and with a triumphant grin, retrieved a small, sophisticated gadget from his pocket. I'm starting to tire of that pesky barrier of yours. This should level the playing field, don't you think? Chapter 39, Mastermind 39. Level the playing field? Planning to tie one of your hands behind your back, Eddie? I asked, quirking an eyebrow. Just so you're aware, I've been swinging and missing so far. It's like trying to catch smoke with oven mitts. I added a bitter chuckle for dramatic effect. The Riddler, in his ever-confident demeanor, gave an indifferent shrug. A playing field tilted to my advantage is a level playing field, don't you think? He replied with a chuckle, a hint of mischief in his eyes. But enough chit-chat, the time for words is long gone. His grin widened as he charged, one hand holding his signature cane, the other brandishing a gadget straight out of a sci-fi flick. Taking on a bit of theatrics, I assumed a defensive stance, crouching low and squinting at him. The Riddler closed the distance swiftly, thrusting the cane toward my head. Ever the nimble acrobat, I tilted my head and swayed forward, practically dancing under the blow. Seizing the opportunity, I countered with a well-aimed hook aimed at the lever on his cane. Much to my chagrin, the Riddler elegantly twirled away, spinning to my side with the grace of a ballroom dancer. Nice try, but solving this puzzle won't be that simple, he quipped, his voice layered with amusement. Our dance continued as he darted around me with uncanny agility, It was like trying to catch a shadow. Every move I made, he anticipated. Despite my best efforts, I couldn't land a hit on him. He dodged, weaved, and danced with the elegance of a seasoned performer. Frustration simmered beneath my carefree exterior. I activated the Storm Walker shoes, boosting my speed, but even that proved futile. The Riddler anticipated my enhanced movements, staying one step ahead. "I've already seen every trick you have in your sleeve," he said then. With a sly grin, he approached me, the strange gadget in hand. After a series of quick movements, he stuck it to my shoulder in a swift motion. "Let's see how you unravel this mystery," he taunted. The Riddler, ever the cunning strategist, jumped back the moment he slapped his gadget onto me. My reflexes kicked in, and I reached for it, activating my EMP power in a desperate attempt to short-circuit whatever he'd just attached. Electric arcs crackled around me. With a triumphant laugh, the Riddler watched as I grunted, falling to my knees just shy of the elusive device on my wrist. He approached with a self-satisfied grin, twirling his cane like he was putting on a show. "Your power is indeed troublesome, but I've studied its limits and capabilities as I watched you navigate the asylum," he remarked, kneeling to meet my eye level. "It only activates when your body faces significant force, doesn't it?" he inquired, a wry smile playing on his lips. "But what if the impact itself caused no damage? What if I delicately attached a device that would gently discharge 80 volts of electricity directly into your body, bypassing the barrier?" He lifted my chin with his cane, expecting shock or fear in my eyes. Instead, he found a defiant grin. "Then I'd nullify the device with an EMP," I retorted, lunging forward and landing a satisfying right hook squarely on the Riddler's face. With a punch that packed a wallop, I left the Riddler stunned and disoriented as he struggled to regain his bearings. Flashing a confident grin, I sauntered over, ready to lay down some hard truths. "I must admit, you really are clever. It's only natural to be confident in your intellect, but underestimating my intellect has been your undoing," I remarked, adding a dramatic knuckle crack for effect. "I've long since understood the weaknesses of my own power, knowing that people like you, being the intelligent sort, could easily see through it." Without giving him a moment to recover, I landed another punch to his face as he attempted to rise. From that point on, it was just a matter of crafting my countermeasure and putting on a little act, pretending to fall for your scheme, I continued, tossing the electric gadget away dismissively. Leaning over him, I used my foot to gently coerce him back to the ground as he struggled to stand. "It's your loss, buddy, so spill it. Why did you set up the breakout? Did you have a grand plan, or were you just trying to get Batman's attention?" I demanded, a stern edge in my voice. On the ground, the Riddler sported a smug grin, seemingly unfazed by my remarks. "Organizing a mass breakout in Arkham Asylum to grab Batman's attention? That's so last week," he quipped with a chuckle, dismissively shaking his head. "Nowadays, it's as simple as kidnapping some self-important schmuck from the inner city or blowing up a building to get bats on the scene," he added, his tone dripping with nonchalance. My frown deepened at his callous words. "Why go to such extremes? Can you even grasp the gravity of the lives lost here?" I questioned, my annoyance evident. The Riddler's grin widened, savoring my discontent. "You seem to be misunderstanding something. I didn't plan or organize this breakout," he calmly asserted. "In fact, I'm nothing more than a chess piece on the board, or so the mastermind thinks," he added enigmatically. "And who is this mastermind?" I pressed, but before the Riddler could respond, another voice echoed through the area. "That would be me," the voice resounded, and I spun around to find a man perched on an elevated platform. His face was obscured by white bandages, draped in a long brown coat and gripping an RPG rocket launcher. Clearly not one for pleasantries, he immediately aimed the weapon at us and pulled the trigger. The rocket hurtled in my direction, prompting a wince as the Riddler swiftly rolled away, making a hasty escape. "Fuck, what is it with this city and missiles?" I grumbled, activating my Storm Walker shoes and zipping over to Harley Quinn to usher her out of harm's way. The hyenas, unfortunately, were left exposed, but those resilient critters had faced worse in the comics, fingers crossed for their survival. Placing Harley behind cover, I turned to confront the bandaged man, who had now descended, revealing dual Uzi submachine guns hidden in his coat. He wasted no time, unleashing a barrage of bullets in my direction. Gritting my teeth, I leaped to another piece of cover. "Hush, figures," I muttered under my breath, finally grasping the meaning behind the quest's name. "Riddle me this, Wayne." "Hush, so that's his name?" The Riddler's voice emerged beside me, and I swiveled around to find him somehow sharing my cover. Working with this guy without knowing his identity? Smooth move, I sneered at the Riddler. "Should have given you a few extra punches when I had the chance," I added, irritation coloring my tone. The Riddler, however, seemed unfazed, sporting that annoying grin of his. "Rather than complaining, you should be thanking me," he remarked with a chuckle, seemingly oblivious to the hail of bullets above us. "Without my involvement, neither you nor Batman would have uncovered Hush's role in this chaos. The man's a phantom," he explained casually, his words punctuated by the staccato rhythm of gunfire. "How did you get tangled up with him?" I inquired, trying to make sense of the madness. "He sought me out, claiming to have a grand plan to humiliate Batman and bring about his downfall," the Riddler elucidated. "He even supplied me with Mad Hatter's tech, asking me to keep Batman busy when he arrived. Little did he know, I aimed to lead Batman straight to his lair in the maximum security wing," he added with a chuckle. "Granted, you're no Batman, but it's the thought that counts," he concluded, still grinning like he had everything under control. Now, it all started to click into place. Considering Hush already sported bandages all over his face, the only conceivable motive for his elaborate plan was clear. He aimed to eliminate Batman and assume the identity of Bruce Wayne, finally achieving his lifelong dream of becoming Gotham's wealthiest man. For those not well versed in Hush's twisted tale, the explanation boils down to this. Thomas Elliot, aka Hush, belonged to Gotham's affluent echelons, and his singular life ambition was to claim the title of the city's wealthiest individual. Upon discovering Batman's true identity as Bruce Wayne, Hush became consumed by an obsessive desire. His fixation reached such extremes that he resorted to surgical alterations, manipulating his own visage to mirror that of Bruce Wayne, all in a bid to execute his macabre plan of murder and replacement. Congratulations, you have unraveled the mystery of the Arkham Asylum. Your next actions will determine your rewards for the quest. Foil Hush's plan, unlock the system's edit function, 500 points. Ignore Hush and leave, unlock the system's edit function, 250 points. Help Hush complete his plan, unlock the system's edit function, 1,000 points. Chapter 40, Bamboozled 40. Having multiple options on the table, leaving seemed like the least appealing. Sure, I could easily use my Storm Walker shoes and Guardian Veil to slip away from Hush, but abandoning the situation meant fewer points, and I wasn't about to let my efforts go to waste. Helping Hush complete his plan was out of the question. Betting against Batman was a losing game, and even if the gamble paid off, dealing with the Justice League wasn't something I fancied. Foiling Hush's plan emerged as the only viable option. Lost in contemplation, the Riddler's voice cut through my thoughts. "You're not begrudging me that bit of fun earlier, are you?" he said, his words pulling me back to the present. I turned to find him grinning, apparently reveling in the chaos unfolding around us. Originally, I planned to make my grand entrance after Hush, give him a good whack on the head, and take over the spotlight. But alas, he's a bit camera-shy, only wanted bats as his audience, he explained with a nonchalant shrug. I had to draw him out somehow, he concluded. I responded with a raised eyebrow. I don't really care about that, just weighing my options, I said, peering over the cover. The sight that greeted me wasn't comforting. Armed men pouring out from the maximum security wing, wielding an array of weaponry, from assault rifles to submachine guns and even rocket launchers. Always the friggin' rocket launchers. Still, the situation is spiraling out of control, I stated, my gaze darting between the heavily armed adversaries. How about we call a truce? It's getting messier than a clown car collision. The Riddler, ever the enigma, met my proposition with a contemplative stroke of his chin. His eyes gleamed with a mischievous glint, and a slow grin spread across his face. "A truce, you say?" he mused, savoring the idea like a fine wine. "I suppose even chaotic symphonies need a brief intermission." As the armed entourage advanced, their arsenal making a convincing argument for cooperation, the Riddler extended a gloved hand toward me. "Truce it is, friend," he declared, the smirk never leaving his face. "But let's establish some ground rules, shall we? No sabotaging my plans after this, and no peeking at my riddles in advance. A gentleman's agreement, if you will." I eyed his outstretched hand warily, considering the implications of shaking hands with a man who lived for the unpredictable. Yet the pressing threat outside our cover urged me to play along. I clasped Riddler's hand firmly, sealing our makeshift alliance. "Gentleman's agreement, it is," I affirmed, a cautious smile on my lips. With our brief truce established, the armed group closed in, their leader taking center stage. Clad in a menacing ensemble, Hush surveyed the scene with cold determination, his bandaged face revealing nothing of his emotions. "Well, well, look who's decided to crash the party," the Riddler remarked, his voice carrying a mix of mockery and amusement as he swaggered out from our makeshift cover. "Why are you still lurking around, Nigma? Our little deal should have expired by now," Hush interrogated, his tone sharp and uncompromising. "You're not thinking of teaming up with the upstart still hiding there, are you?" The Riddler, always quick with words, replied with a sly grin. "You see, I've found a shared distaste for your brand of chaos with my new friend here," he said, gesturing toward me. "Plus, I couldn't help but take offense at the missile you sent flying toward me." "That was rather impolite," he exclaimed, and without waiting for a rebuttal, the Riddler smoothly tossed concealed smoke pellets into the air. Our surroundings instantly transformed into a dense fog, cloaking us from view. Thinking on my feet, I activated my storm walker shoes, hoisted the Riddler over my shoulder like a sack of spuds, and dashed away just as Hush unleashed another missile in our direction. Mid-sprint, the Riddler's voice reached me, muffled by the thick smoke. He handed me a pair of sunglasses, urging me to put them on. Skepticism painted my expression, but I complied. To my surprise, the world revealed through the shades unveiled the shapes of everyone inside the smokescreen, akin to a stylish version of thermal vision goggles. "Take care of the underlings and stir up some chaos," the Riddler hollered amidst the commotion. "I'll attempt to slip past them and facilitate that whack on the back of Hush's head we talked about earlier." I hesitated for a moment but nodded after a brief pause. For all his wacky schemes and obsession with puzzles, the Riddler was as intelligent as they came, so he probably had a plan in mind. Plus, he wasn't one to easily break his word, so I had no reason to distrust him in this situation. Spotting Hush's lackeys through the smoke as Riddler slipped away, I maneuvered between cover, creating sporadic diversions to divert their attention from the Riddler's stealthy maneuvers. The rhythmic thump of footsteps and the occasional clatter of weaponry echoed the movements of Hush's armed cronies. With each impromptu performance, the Riddler inched closer to his elusive target. As I continued my guerrilla antics, the tension in the air thickened, foreshadowing an imminent showdown between the enigmatic architects of mayhem within the heart of Arkham Asylum. After what felt like an eternity and draining my Storm Walker shoes charges, I finally incapacitated the last of Hush's lackeys, and the lingering smoke gradually dissipated. Surveying the area, I caught sight of Hush sprawled on the ground, Batman looming over him. Well, everything seemed to have fallen into place. Wait, Batman. Reality hit me like a ton of bricks. I frantically glanced around, but there was no trace of the Riddler. Even Harley and her hyenas had vanished. I'd been played like a fiddle. Returning my attention to Batman, who was bestowing upon me the infamous bat glare, I could only manage a sheepish smile. "You let the Riddler and Harley Quinn slip away," he stated matter-of-factly, and I could only scratch my head in a rare moment of speechlessness. "Nevertheless, you averted potential casualties and exposed the mastermind behind this chaos." "Good work," Batman acknowledged, turning away just as the sounds of approaching footsteps signaled the arrival of the Gotham Police Department, always fashionably late. "Do better next time," he added, utilizing his grappling hook to vanish into the dark night sky. Oddly, he didn't bother with the usual theatrics, he just left. Did I just get praised by Batman? I muttered, releasing a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. Huh. Somehow this is the craziest thing that ever happened in my life and transmigrated to another world not too long ago. I sighed, genuinely not knowing what just happened. Shaking away the stray thoughts, I melded into the shadows, slipping away before the police could descend upon the scene. Another night in Gotham, with mysteries solved and new ones unfolding in the darkness, I suppose. Sauntering toward the bed in my New York apartment, I flung myself onto it, observing Ratigan as he settled on his improvised throne and commenced his meticulous grooming over the nightstand. Rolling my eyes, I pondered the Arkham Asylum situation. Sure, I could have expedited things with Ratigan's assistance, but I stuck to my guns, or, in this case, my principles. Over-reliance on the cheeky rodent didn't align with my preference for self-reliance. Putting those thoughts aside, it was time to assess my gains. Victor Zsasz contributed a solid 350 points, our encounter leaving our relationship status at enemy. Dr. Joan and Arnold Wesker chipped in a combined 150 points. Harley's opinion of me shifted from neutral to impressed, netting me 250 points. Hush's antagonistic role brought in another 250 points, with our relationship now classified as hostile. The Riddler, surprisingly generous, handed me a whopping 500 points, elevating our relationship from neutral to frenemy. Topping it all off, the system added a hefty 500 points as a quest reward, resulting in a sumptuous 2,000 points, 2080 to be precise, when combined with my existing meager balance. A bountiful harvest indeed. It was a windfall of points, a treasure trove that nearly equaled all my expenditures so far. The prospect of a lavish shopping spree tantalized my senses, but there was another reward on my checklist, unlocking the system's edit function. As if sensing my contemplation, a system notification materialized in my vision. Congratulations, you have unlocked the edit function. Before I could ponder the nature of this mysterious function, another notification swiftly followed. Introducing the edit function, a linguistic wizard's delight. Modify your skills and items with a stroke of wordplay magic. Add or erase letters and words to items and skills names and descriptions. Be warned, though linguistic mastery comes at a pointy price. Transform your rusty sword into a demonic Excalibur, or your stealth mod into a dance of shadows. Points are your currency, so splurge wisely and be careful what you wish for. Chapter 41, Edit 41. Editing skills and items, huh? I mulled it over, fingers tapping on my chin like a man plotting mischief. The prospect was as promising as it was perilous. If the point cost played nice, I could turn mundane trinkets into artifacts of chaos. Take my Dreadbane necklace, for instance. Presently, it allowed me to appear as someone's deepest fears and scare the shit out of them. But what if I tweaked the wording to summon those fears? A tempting upgrade, but the risk of a fear-fueled citywide tantrum made me hesitate. Careful what you wish for, they say, and I wasn't willing to risk an accidental, horror flick-themed apocalypse. Amid this cerebral carnival, a seemingly safe guinea pig for my editing experiments strutted into the limelight, my shadow manipulation skill, aka beginner shadow control. What cosmic dance awaited if I snipped out that first word? While I mulled over the tantalizing possibilities of the edit function, a notification materialized in my field of vision. If you use the edit function within 24 hours of receiving it, you will receive a 50% discount on the process. Bingo, that was all the incentive I needed. No time for dilly-dallying, it was straight to business. With the swift prowess of a seasoned shopper, I summoned the system's interface, navigated to the skills section, and locked eyes on my prized possession, shadow manipulation. Clicking on it revealed a new addition, Edit, a virtual gateway to wordy mayhem. 2 boxes greeted me, one for the skill's name and the other for its description. Opting for a name overhaul, I clicked on the box, and the option vanished, presenting me with the chance to redefine. Without much ado, the word beginner vanished, leaving only shadow control in its wake. The selected changes will cost 750 points with the discount. Would you like to proceed? The prompt blinked at me. I gave it the digital nod of approval, and in the blink of a virtual eye, the metamorphosis unfolded. A surge of newfound power coursed through me, an electric jolt of evolution. The updated shadow control was more than a linguistic makeover. It was a revamp of epic proportions. The shadow constructs I make will no longer be mere smoke and whispers. They now bore the solidity of steel at my whims. The range expanded, the scale heightened, a symphony of dark possibilities unfolding. As I reveled in the enhanced might, my eyes glinted at the final upgrade. But why spill the beans when I could unveil it with a bit of flair? With my phone in hand, I embarked on a little experiment, activating my shadow control power. The shadows swirled and danced, coalescing into a gate-like circle hovering above the sheets. In an act of daring, I hesitated for only a moment before gently lowering my phone into the shadowy embrace. Like a magic trick gone right, my phone vanished, and the shadowy gate followed suit, closing the curtain on my makeshift portal. "That's so friggin' cool," I couldn't help but mutter, eyes wide with wonder at the spectacle. Even Radigan, my ever-cheeky rodent companion, seemed intrigued, his tiny eyes fixed on the unfolding scene. "Now, let's see if I can actually get it back, or if I just wasted a perfectly good phone," I mused, shifting my focus to my shadow control power. In no time, the same shadowy gate reappeared on the bed. With a hint of apprehension, I extended my hand into the dark gateway, rummaging around until my fingers found the familiar shape of my phone. Pulling it out, I inspected it from every angle, relieved to find it intact, no worse for the shadowy wear. "In video game terms, this should be something like an inventory," I mumbled to myself, observing the shadowy gate dissipating into nothingness. "I need to figure out its limits as soon as possible." The temptation to rush outside and test the newfound power's boundaries tugged at me, but a quick reality check reminded me of my weariness. The Arkham Asylum escapade had drained me, and despite the eager heart, the body cried out for rest. "Oh well, it'll have to wait until tomorrow," I grumbled, tossing myself onto the bed. Radigan, too, lost interest in my antics, settling into his rodent throne and closing his eyes, a clear signal that beauty sleep was in order. "Good night, big guy," I bid him, and he responded with a dismissive chitter and a wave, his way of saying, "Stop bothering me and let me get my beauty sleep." In the middle of this deserted construction zone, I tried my best to ignore Radigan giving me the side-eye like I was auditioning for the weirdest circus act in town. My attention was locked onto the pen in my right hand. A quick twist, and poof, it disappeared. Shifting my focus to my left hand, another twist, and voila, the pen was back. Cue Radigan's tiny paws clapping together, as if he were the king of the rat court enjoying the antics of his personal jester, damned cheeky little furball. Sure, it might look like your run-of-the-mill sleight of hand, but let me assure you, it's my shadow storage power at play. I've been toiling away for hours, trying to unravel its mysteries, and here's the lowdown. First off, anything that ventures into the shadows stays the same, no matter how much time elapses. I played scientist, throwing containers with hot and cold liquids into the shadows, only to pull them out later and find them holding onto their original temperatures. I did the same experiment with my phone, and guess what? The clock didn't budge, despite an hour ticking away. Secondly, I discovered some sneaky maneuvers for stashing and grabbing stuff from the shadows without the flashy shadow gate. Natural shadows can be your covert ally, but it takes a bit more focus. Stealth mode engaged. My mind couldn't resist conjuring up wild fantasies of storing an absurd amount of water, envisioning myself unleashing it as a laser-powered surprise at a crucial moment using the magic of pressure. But alas, reality threw a bucket of cold water on my dreams, pun intended. Regardless of how much water I crammed into the shadow storage, it fell miserably short of generating any pressure. Maybe enough to drown a room if push came to shove, but I'd be the one taking a swim alongside anyone in there. Beyond the realm of physical, tangible objects, I ventured into the territory of energy. The results were a mixed bag of success and failure. While I could store something as delicate as the flickering flames from a lighter, it vanished into thin air the moment I yanked it back from the shadow storage. No grand bonfires or flamethrower stunts for me. I never got around to experimenting with electricity, mainly because I had no clue where to even start, so I didn't. And it's a good thing, considering my history with getting zapped. With my creativity well on the decline and ideas running dry, I realized there was much more to explore with this storage ability. However, the increasingly empty vault of my imagination was calling for a shift of focus to the combative side of this shadowy power. Extending my hand forward, the tendrils of my shadowy powers eagerly responded to my command, materializing a long sword enveloped in a cluster of writhing shadows. Curiosity brimming, I attempted to test the blade's edge with my finger, only to be met with resistance from my trusty guardian veil barrier. "Right, totally forgot about that," I muttered, acknowledging the protective barrier. My attention shifted to a nearby cinder block resting on the ground. Approaching it purposefully, I raised the shadowy sword and brought it down. Now, I won't be mistaken for a master swordsman anytime soon, and the evidence lay in the crumbled cinder block, emitting a metallic clang more reminiscent of a hammer blow than a sword strike. Nonetheless, the demonstration highlighted a crucial point. The shadow constructs I conjure from now on won't be as fragile as cotton candy. Feeling a touch flashy, I extended my free hand forward, prompting the shadows to dance around me, weaving into the ground. In a theatrical display, shadowy spikes shot forth, penetrating several objects scattered on the floor. "Neat," I remarked, a grin tugging at my lips as I marveled at the newfound potential of my shadowy arsenal. Chapter 42, Bag-O Tricks 42. DC Comics once published a crossover comic called Superman vs. Muhammad Ali in 1978. In this storyline, an alien race called the Scrub challenges Earth to a boxing match to determine the fate of the planet. The Earth's champion is chosen to be either Superman or Muhammad Ali. Due to Ali's popularity and influence at the time, DC Comics collaborated with him for this special issue. The comic featured real-life celebrities like Frank Sinatra, the Jackson 5, and many others attending the match. It's a unique and memorable crossover that showcased the cultural impact of both Superman and Muhammad Ali beyond the comic book and boxing worlds. R.I.P. Muhammad Ali, the greatest athlete of all time. Amidst the polished ambience of New York's Central Bank, patrons froze in their tracks, their daily transactions interrupted by an unexpected spectacle. A blond man sauntered through the main entrance, clad in a black and yellow striped suit that screamed attention. His eyes were concealed behind a domino mask, adding an air of mystery to his appearance. Onlookers couldn't help but gawk at the eccentric intruder. Grinning mischievously, the man surveyed the room before delving into the oversized duffel bag he carried. From its depths emerged a peculiar, toy-like contraption that bore a striking resemblance to a gun. With theatrical flair, he raised his whimsical weapon high and declared, "Listen up, everybody, this is a robbery." A small bubble shot from the toy gun, lazily floating toward the ceiling. Bewilderment painted the faces of the onlookers as the bubble made its ascent. Their confusion escalated when the bubble exploded, sending a chandelier crashing down. What was initially a scene of curiosity now transformed into sheer panic, with screams resonating through the bank as people scrambled toward the exits. Undeterred by the chaos he'd unleashed, the blond man sported an even wider grin. Once again, he reached into his bag, producing another peculiar gadget. This time, he aimed at the bank's exits and unleashed a volley of gray pellets. The pellets struck the doors, swiftly expanding into a foamy substance that barricaded the escape routes, trapping everyone within the bank. "Like I said, this is a friggin' robbery, people," the blond man, Trickster, declared, swiftly trading his foam gun for a gadget that looked like a bizarre hybrid of a taser and an alien weapon. His eyes locked onto a security guard making a grab for his firearm, and with a press of a button, the peculiar weapon discharged an electric arc that rendered the guard unconscious. "Do as I say, and you'll leave this place unharmed. I bet you'll even remember this day in a few years and laugh about it," Trickster proclaimed, his grin widening. "Disobey me, however, and you'll get the beating of your life, but I promise to make it hilarious so you'd still laugh about it later." A chuckle accompanied his warning as customers, sensing the severity of the situation, dropped to the ground without a prompt. "As expected of New York City, you all know the drill," Trickster remarked with a chuckle, strolling toward one of the clerk desks. "You, call the police. Tell them the great trickster has come all the way from Star City to rob this bank." His proclamation hung in the air as he turned his attention to another clerk. "You, take me to the safe. Make it quick." The strange weapon in Trickster's hand gestured toward the back, leaving no room for hesitation. The first clerk scrambled to retrieve his phone, hastily dialing the police, while the second clerk, now tasked with guiding Trickster to the safe, moved away from his desk. Yet, their actions were momentarily halted as a ruckus erupted outside. Trickster, wearing a puzzled expression, turned toward the entrance, and his grin broadened as the ceiling foam on one of the entry doors collapsed, pierced by dozens of shadowy spikes emerging from the ground. A man with a mysterious rodent companion perched atop his shoulder stepped through the revealed opening, both enveloped in swirling shadows that concealed their features. "What's this now? A hero to save the day?" Trickster exclaimed, more excited than nervous about the sudden appearance of the shadowed duo. The shadowy figure surveyed the surroundings, finally fixing his gaze on Trickster. "Just passing by," he said with a chuckle. "You're Trickster, aren't you? What are you doing so far away from Star City?" he inquired, tilting his head slightly. Trickster erupted into laughter. "Gotham, Metropolis, New York, my stage is wherever the mayhem takes me," he declared, punctuating his statement with a theatrical pose. Having made his declaration, Trickster assumed a thoughtful expression. "Still, you seem to know a lot about me while I know nothing about you," he mused, swiftly returning to his characteristic grin. "Who are you, and are you here to stop me, perchance?" he inquired, activating his anti-gravity belt and ascending into the air, a display of dominance. The shadowy figure, Micah, geared up to respond, but he halted when his phone began to ring. "Give me a sec, will you?" he requested, raising a finger and retrieving his phone. Answering the incoming call, he pressed it to his ear and greeted, "Oh hey, Ted, what do you need?" A pause ensued as he listened to the voice on the other end. "Oh, the expedition is ready. That's great, but I'm in the middle of a situation right now, a bank robbery to be exact," he explained, scratching his head as he conversed. No, I'm not the one robbing the bank. Honestly, dude, what the hell do you think of me?" he retorted, sounding genuinely exasperated. "Right. I'll try to wrap up quickly and give you a call once I'm done," he assured, ending the call and redirecting his focus to Trickster. Throat duly cleared, Micah fixed his gaze on Trickster, his voice adopting a casual yet assertive tone. "Apologies, pal. I'd love to indulge in the classic hero-villain dance, but life's throwing me a curveball, and I've got to roll with it." With a hint of a grin, he added, "However, before I dash off into the night, I'll need you to part ways with that snazzy flying belt of yours." Trickster's features contorted in genuine confusion as if a galaxy of question marks orbited his head. "Wait, hold up. Are you here to stop a robbery or pilfer my tech?" he queried, his tone a cocktail of perplexity and suspicion. "What kind of hero pulls this stunt?" he accused, punctuating his disbelief with a pointed finger. Micah responded with a nonchalant shrug and an easy chuckle. "Think of me as the self-serving type. At the end of the day, the money you're swiping will probably come from the deep pockets of some insurance corporation, and let's be honest, they can afford it," he remarked with a wry grin. "I figure you're not into collateral damage either, so how about we make this simple? Hand over the gizmo, and we'll both stroll away without any hero-villain theatrics," he suggested, his demeanor unflinchingly cool. Meanwhile, the shadowy rodent on his shoulder executed a dramatic facepalm, seemingly disappointed by the turn of events. Amid Trickster's boisterous laughter, his initial confusion seamlessly transformed into amusement. "Ah, you're picking up what I'm putting down?" he exclaimed with a hearty grin. "Look, I wouldn't mind handing over the belt. I can whip up another one in a snap. But now that you've piqued my curiosity..." His words trailed off, leaving a mischievous glint in his eyes. "I really want to see if you've got what it takes to snatch it from me," he declared, pointing his stun gun at Micah and firing. "You asked for it," Micah retorted, a smirk playing on his lips as he activated his Storm Walker shoes, propelling himself with agile finesse to evade Trickster's zippy projectile. In a flash, he blurred and reappeared behind Trickster. Without missing a beat, Trickster whirled around, fingers clutching 5 explosive bullets. He flung them toward Micah, who, instead of dodging, stood his ground. A veil of shadows erupted before Micah, swallowing the explosive onslaught and morphing into sinuous tendrils. The tendrils shot skyward, homing in on Trickster, who swiftly activated his belt, soaring gracefully through the air to evade the impending shadows. The tendrils persisted, an intricate dance of shadowy pursuit as they trailed behind Trickster, attempting to outmaneuver and ensnare him. However, Trickster's nimbleness and agility proved to be his greatest assets, as he deftly avoided the persistent shadows. Suddenly, one of the tendrils unfurled, propelling an explosive bullet it had consumed directly toward Trickster. Despite his swift evasion, the ensuing blast sent him crashing unceremoniously to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Micah directed all the tendrils to converge upon Trickster, aiming to restrain him. But true to his moniker, Trickster had an arsenal of surprises. Swiftly retrieving a Rubik's Cube from his bag, he hurled it to the ground, where it exploded into a dazzling flashbang. The shadows dissipated momentarily, creating a temporary opening for Trickster. Yet his respite was short-lived. Emerging from the fading shadows, Micah lunged at Trickster, his fist poised, with electric arcs crackling along his body. Unfazed, Trickster, ever the showman, produced a rubber chicken from his bag. Pointing the chicken's mouth toward Micah, he squeezed its neck. With a comical honk, the rubber chicken unleashed a torrent of flames from its mouth, hurtling straight toward Micah. However, Micah remained unperturbed. Harnessing the power of shadows, he conjured a wave that promptly engulfed and devoured the flames. Seizing the opportunity, he closed the distance between them, delivering a resounding punch to Trickster's chin that sent him reeling. Chapter 43. The Power of Money 43. "Wow, that guy's jaw is more fragile than my grandma's antique china," I mumbled, eyeing Trickster sprawled on the ground. Limbs all over the place, like a one-man interpretive dance gone wrong. I remember reading about Trickster having a glass jaw, but I didn't think a single punch would be enough to knock him out. "Welp, it's a time saver for me, huh? So who cares?" I continued, casually crouching down to snag his snazzy flying belt. As for his bag of tricks, well, into the shadow storage it went. A magician never reveals his secrets, but apparently I do. Deciding to get a bit artsy, I wrapped him up in some shadowy tendrils for that extra flair before straightening up. Glancing around, it seemed the audience, aka random bystanders, was giving me the side-eye due to my less-than-heroic actions of robbing an unconscious man. Awkwardly chuckling, I shrugged off their judgmental gazes and made my way toward the exit. Once outside, I unleashed shadowy tendrils into the sky, swinging away like an edgelord Spider-Man, disappearing from the scene. After gaining a decent distance, I whipped out my phone and shot a quick text to Tgthegood. Something along the lines of "coming over, the situation is dealt with, mate." His positive reply was like the green light for a superhero rendezvous. Dismissing the shadows that hid my identity, I strolled back into the real world, ready to catch a cab and make my way to Cord Industries. For a solid week, my routine was all about hitting the gym with Wildcat, throwing jabs until my arms felt like jelly, and then retreating to some desolate corner of the city to practice my edgy shadow manipulation powers. The initial days were all about perfecting the art of looking cool with tendrils and shadows. But Wildcat, being the no-nonsense coach he is, decided I needed something more. "Your improvement is slowing down, kid. Time for some real combat experience," he declared. Instead of setting up some standard sparring matches like a regular coach, he suggested a different approach, dressing up and patrolling the streets of New York at night, hunting down trouble and dealing with it. An unconventional method, but hey, who am I to argue with a boxing legend? So, not nearly shameless enough to put on a pair of tights and set my ass on display for the whole world to see, I covered myself in shadows and roamed the city like a creep with a mission. It was the perfect deal. I get combat experience, the city gets a safer night, and Wildcat gets to revel in his mentoring success. Everyone is happy. Well, maybe not thugs who ended up on the wrong end of my not-so-refined shadow control powers. Broken bones were an unintended side effect. Surprisingly, my nocturnal escapades hadn't brought me face-to-face with any other heroes or villains. Trickster's appearance was the first notable encounter since the asylum debacle. Despite the lack of action, I wasn't too bothered. The asylum incident had given me more points than I knew what to do with, but it also left its mark. Sure, I might have put on a front of rainbows and sunshine, but there were nights when I woke up drenched in sweat. Witnessing that much chaos and carnage in one night tends to leave a scar, even if it's not visible. Thankfully, the nightmares had ceased, but the memories lingered, an unsettling presence that refused to fade. Enough of that gloom, though. After paying the cabbie and thanking him, I made my way into the Cord Industries building. Straight to Ted Cord's office, no detours. His secretary gave me a nod, a silent invitation to enter. I reciprocated the gesture and walked in. There he was, Ted Cord, engrossed in scrutinizing a map spread across his desk. "Already hard at work, I see," I greeted with a grin, leaning over his desk to get a better look at the map. "So, what do you think?" Ted turned his gaze from the map, quirking an eyebrow at me. "I don't need to ponder over it. Spent days trudging through the Black Forest, setting up those gadgets to sniff out any whiff of alien tech," he explained, shifting his attention back to the map. "Activated them already. Should be getting the results any moment now." As Ted finished his sentence, the map sprouted several circles, rapidly expanding to cover its entirety. He looked up at me again, offering a deadpan expression. "Just so we're clear, if this turns out to be a wild goose chase, I'm not going to be a happy camper," he deadpanned, shooting me a mock glare. I couldn't help but chuckle at his dry humor. "Don't worry, buddy. Trust the process. It's foolproof," I reassured him with a nonchalant wave. Proving my confidence right, within one of the circles, a blinking dot materialized, indicating that Ted's sensors had indeed detected an abnormality, a potential lead to the abandoned Apocalypton outpost. I flashed Ted a triumphant grin. "See? Foolproof," I boasted, and he responded with a sigh of relief, evidently glad that his efforts hadn't been in vain. "So, how do we get there?" I asked, shooting him a curious look. "By plane. Baden-Württemberg's Black Forest is all the way in Germany," Ted explained. I couldn't resist a chuckle. "And I suppose you have a jet plane casually parked somewhere nearby?" I quipped. Ted's grin widened at my comment. "No, but I've got a cargo plane that'll serve our purposes just fine," he declared. "Meet me here bright and early tomorrow, and we'll embark on your grand adventure." He shifted his focus back to the map, eyes gleaming with excitement. I couldn't help but grumble. Well, that's a polite "get the heck out of here" if I've ever seen one. Ted, still absorbed in his map, flashed me a nonchalant grin, adding to my amusement. "Oh well, see you tomorrow," I mumbled, making my way to the exit, ready to catch some shut-eye and gear up for the next day. Standing in the cargo hold of Ted Cord's private plane, I marveled at the vast expanse of greenery below through the window, the world passing by in a blur beneath us. "Must be nice to have money," I mumbled, briefly daydreaming about the day when I could casually summon a cargo plane on a whim. Achievable, yes, but it would take time and effort, two things I was more than willing to invest. My reverie was abruptly interrupted by Ted's voice, pulling me back to the reality of our current mission. "We're almost there. Prepare to jump," he announced, handing me a backpack. "Parachute?" I raised an eyebrow, seeking clarification. He nodded. "Who needs those?" I scoffed, tossing the parachute aside with a carefree grin. "Just give me the signal to jump." Ted hesitated for a moment, then nodded, deciding to place his trust in my judgment. "All right, get ready. We're jumping in 3, 2, 1. The cargo hold door opened, and the rush of wind signaled that it was time to embrace the exhilarating free fall. "Cowabunga!" I exclaimed, launching myself into the air with all the grace of a startled cat, my wide open in tandem with the strong wind creating a rather undignified sight. Quickly snapping my mouth shut, I reached for the trickster's pilfered belt on my waist, clicking a hidden button on the buckle. A sudden weightlessness enveloped me as I found myself suspended midair. My initial excitement transformed into a wide grin as I took in the breathtaking view around me. However, that grin soon faded as I glanced downward, realizing the considerable height from which I had leaped. While I'd never been afraid of heights, explaining my carefree jump, there was a distinct possibility that I might develop a newfound fear right at that moment. Radigan, ever the cheeky rodent, popped his head from my jacket zipper, looking down with an expression of smug arrogance. It was as if he believed his place was naturally high above, gazing down on all creations with contempt. "Your narcissism never will cease to amaze me, rat," I muttered, glancing at the audacious rodent. In response, Ratigan emitted a series of annoyed chitters that unmistakably conveyed a sentiment of mind your own business, and don't ruin my moment. Chapter 44, Legends of the Black Forest 44. As the adrenaline-fueled thrill of soaring through the air consumed me, I decided to take a spin around the expansive forest to test out the capabilities of the trickster's belt. The wind rushed past, and the world blurred beneath me as I twisted and turned in midair. Ratigan clung to my jacket, his fur rustling in the wind, thoroughly unimpressed by the display of aerial acrobatics. After a satisfying round of spins and loops, my curiosity was satiated, and now I needed to land to continue on with the mission. I just needed to figure out how to hit the brakes and land safely. Come to think of it, did this thing even have brakes? A cursory examination of the belt yielded no obvious buttons or levers for deceleration, as I dove headfirst toward the ground. Panic set in as the ground rushed up to meet me faster than I'd anticipated. It seemed that, in my excitement, I had overlooked a critical aspect of the trickster's technology. In a last-ditch effort to stop my momentum, I frantically patted the belt, desperately searching for any hidden mechanism while turning and twisting my body. Unfortunately, my attempt to figure out the brakes ended up triggering an unintentional nosedive. Just before the impending crash, Ratigan, ever the resourceful rodent, leaped off my head, using it as a makeshift launch pad. His agile escape happened in the blink of an eye as I crash-landed unceremoniously into the foliage below, branches snapping and leaves rustling. The forest floor met me with a thud, leaving me in a tangled mess of limbs and foliage. Ratigan, having gracefully avoided my imminent disaster, peered down at me with an air of superiority, as if saying, "Foolish human, when will you ever learn?" I groaned from the forest floor, nursing my wounded pride along with a mouth full of leaves and dirt. Despite the less-than-heroic landing, at least I now knew the trickster's belt had a learning curve. As I untangled myself from the foliage and spat the dirt, I couldn't help but mutter, "Note to self. Learn how to stick the landing." Once I had managed to untangle myself from the forest floor, the unsettling sight of a long-deceased skeleton caught my attention. A tree root had made itself a cozy necktie for our unfortunate friend. "Looks like someone's been enjoying the outdoors for a bit too long," I remarked, eyeing the root's intricate dance with the ground. My focus, however, shifted when Tgthegood landed gracefully, a stark contrast to my less-than-elegant crash. "Rough landing?" he inquired, a smug grin playing on his lips. "More or less," I replied, dusting off leaves and dirt while Ratigan found his perch on my shoulder. "Lead the way, O seasoned flyer, and stick to the ground, will you?" I added, gesturing for Ted to take the lead. Our journey into the forest unfolded with Ted confidently navigating the terrain. As we headed east, following the signal, the woods seemed alive with subtle noises and movements. At first, I dismissed it as the regular rustling of critters, but the occasional strange sound and the shifting of the thicket raised my curiosity. Either this forest has a secret nightlife, or we have an enchanted forest situation in our hands, I mused, keeping my guard up. As we ventured deeper, the noises became more pronounced, and the thicket seemed to pulse with unseen activity. Ted eyed the surroundings with cautious curiosity, and Ratigan twitched his whiskers, sensing something amiss. Before we could chalk it up to the wonders of nature, a sudden disturbance caught us off guard. Out of nowhere, roots shot out, wrapping around Tgthegood and hoisting him into the air. His surprised expression mirrored my own shock. "Well, that's not something you see every day," I quipped, looking up at him dangling from the roots. Ted struggled, attempting to free himself from the surprisingly strong plant appendages. "A little help here would be appreciated," he called down, and I rolled my eyes before summoning my shadowy powers to assist in his release. I created a shadowy tendril and turned it into a sharp blade, and it quickly cut the offending tree appendage. As the roots loosened their grip, Ted descended ungracefully, landing beside me with a mixture of relief and embarrassment. "So, any brilliant insights on these ambushing roots, Professor Green Thumb?" I quipped, squinting at the root that had almost given Tgthegood an unexpected aerial tour. No, but if I had to hazard a guess, I'd say it's linked to the apocalyptic texts scattered around the forest. Tgthegood mused, a mix of intrigue and caution etched on his face as another set of tendrils shot out from the thicket, aiming for us like they had a personal vendetta. Solid theory, I replied, conjuring my trusty shadow tendrils to slice through the roots before they got any ideas. Though, I stumbled upon some local bedtime stories about this forest. Apparently, it's got a whole catalog of legends. I added with a smirk, fully expecting Ted to shoot down the idea with a healthy dose of skepticism. True to form, Ted, the unwavering man of science, rolled his eyes and briskly dismissed the folklore. Unlikely. I'd wager it's the apocalyptic tech. Their gadgets are so advanced that a forest uprising isn't beyond the realm of possibility when their gear is involved, he asserted, following my lead as I took charge, slashing away at the persistent roots. As we pressed deeper into the forest, the flora seemed to grow more rebellious. The roots became bolder, and the thicket exuded a kind of restive energy. Ted continued to share his insights on the alien tech, while I maintained my relentless pruning of the aggressive roots with my shadowy blades. The forest resounded with the symphony of an otherworldly gardening session gone haywire, and I couldn't help but ponder if there was more to the Black Forest legends than met the eye. But in the midst of our leafy battleground, pondering the metaphysical took a backseat to dodging roots with a flair for the dramatic. As we ventured deeper into the woods, the root rebellion seemed to escalate. The thicket's hostility was palpable, with roots attacking in greater numbers and with increased ferocity. Each lash of the tendrils felt like a personal challenge, as if the forest itself was trying to ward us off. These roots are getting stronger. We must be closing in on the source, I observed, parrying a particularly aggressive root that lunged at us like a botanical battering ram. Oh, you think? Tgthegood replied with a wry smile, deflecting a root with some gadget from his utility belt. I did mention we were headed towards the apocalyptic signal, right? This is probably their way of saying hello. Yeah, I get it. Alien tech, hostile forest, what could possibly go wrong? I muttered, focusing on keeping the aggressive roots at bay. As we continued eastward, the intensity of the root attacks grew. It was like a verdant war zone, with tendrils of all shapes and sizes launching coordinated assaults. The forest was alive with an unsettling energy, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we were marching straight into the belly of the beast. I'm starting to think this whole Legends of the Black Forest thing might have some truth to it, I mused, slashing at the persistent roots. Save the folklore for campfires. Right now, we need to focus on reaching that apocalyptic signal, Ted urged, his expression more determined than ever. Our banter was cut short as the roots intensified their onslaught. The forest seemed to come alive with an almost sentient malevolence, as if it had grown tired of our intrusion. I told you these roots were guarding something, Ted yelled over the chaos, narrowly avoiding a root snapping like a whip. I get it, I replied, darting between roots like a shadowy ninja. Just lead the way to that alien tech so we can shut it down. We're already there, the signal's coming from that tree, Ted exclaimed, pointing towards an innocuous-looking tree. I couldn't help but frown at his revelation. What, are you sure? I inquired, whipping out a storm of sharp shadow tendrils to keep the roots at bay. It's probably camouflage tech. This entire area might be camouflaged, Ted explained, and suddenly it made a whole lot more sense. I was ready to head toward the tree to see if I could shut down whatever was going on with an EMP blast, but I had to halt my steps. Before me, the roots began to change, darkening with green veins appearing around them as they began to join together, creating a human-shaped figure. The silhouette emerged from the shadows of the roots, revealing a being that seemed to be an embodiment of the forest's fury. The mysterious figure stood tall, its features obscured by the intertwining vines and shadows. Well, this just got a whole lot weirder, I muttered, eyeing the leafy creature. Chapter 45, Is and Isn't 45. To make matters worse, the chaotic jumble of roots took on the form of a woman. Under normal circumstances, it might have been an enchanting sight, but with those bulging light green veins pulsating along the roots and those eyes glowing an ominous red, it screamed sinister instead. So, apocalyptic tech, huh? Can it really pull off this creepy forest puppet show? I scratched my head, glancing between the arboreal menace and Ted. He shot me a blank look. "Now's not the time for a stand-up routine," he retorted, glaring at me just as the creature solidified and lunged at us. "Just stating the weirdness," I quipped, deftly dodging a thorny vine aimed at my head. "By the way, any chance your fancy belt comes with a flamethrower attachment?" I asked, directing shadows to fend off the vines and roots while attempting to strike back at the puppeteer creature. Ted rolled his eyes. "Seriously? A flamethrower request? No, but I've got something else." He produced a compact device from his utility belt and threw it at the creature. Upon impact, it produced a wave of flame that flickered out of existence almost a moment later. Surprisingly, it made the creature recoil, giving us a momentary advantage. "Huh, not bad. Let's keep it up, and maybe we'll turn this forest fiend into a veggie platter," I quipped, launching another wave of shadowy tendrils at the roots. "Eat your greens, literally," I remarked, orchestrating my shadowy tendrils to start chopping the leafy monster's body. The shadowy tendrils sliced through the creature like a veggie ninja on a salad rampage, unveiling the creature's insides, which were a mix of twisting vines and leaves. Keen on wrapping up this leafy escapade, I shifted all my tendrils into attack mode, opting to dodge rather than rely on them to block and parry. However, things didn't go as planned, as one of my tendrils soon met resistance within the creature's innards, producing a metallic clang that threw me off my rhythm. With a furrowed brow, I prepared to give that mystery obstacle a second helping of shadowy justice. But our leafy foe had other plans, leaping back with an enraged howl as if I just touched its no-no square. As if things weren't nutty enough, the ground beneath us decided to throw a tantrum. A horde of ants emerged, so numerous they covered the ground like an insect flash mob headed straight for us. With a sigh that screamed, "Must I do this?" I dipped into my shadow storage and pulled out the infamous rubber chicken, courtesy of Trickster's bizarre stash. Squeezing its beak, I barely resisted the urge to facepalm at the absurd honk it belted out. Holding the rubber chicken like a flame-throwing maestro, I unleashed a blaze that turned the ant party into a crispy critter barbecue. "Bon appetit, little pests." Ted's witty retort hung in the air as he skillfully danced around the vines. "Why ask for a flamethrower when you already had one?" he teased, effortlessly combining evasion with banter. A true master of multitasking. "It's a friggin' rubber chicken. I wouldn't use it unless I have to." I shot back, shoving the rubber chicken back into my shadow storage. More importantly, that apocalyptic tech theory of yours might not be complete hogwash, after all. I just hit something distinctly metallic within that thing's body. I gestured toward the creature. Ted responded with a smug expression that conveyed a silent, "I told you so," wisely opting to keep his victory lap unspoken. Meanwhile, the ground rumbled beneath us, and an army of agitated forest critters closed in, likely answering the creature's call. "Right then, I'll make an opening for you," Ted declared, revealing a futuristic pistol with an oversized barrel. "Show me where to strike." He aimed his weapon, poised for action. Not one to waste precious seconds, I promptly directed a shadow tendril to pinpoint the metallic anomaly within the creature. With the target locked, Ted pulled the trigger, unleashing a transparent, spherical projectile that hit the creature with precision, creating a basketball-sized hole. Inside, an alien-looking device was laid bare. So the infamous Blue Beetle BB gun finally makes an appearance. I mused with an internal chuckle. Amusement aside, I sprang into action, activating my Storm Walker shoes for a much-needed speed boost as I lunged at the creature. Amidst the chaos of thrashing roots and alien gadgets, my Guardian Veil barrier was doing its best impression of a superhero's indestructible shield. Vines swung at me like an overzealous dance partner, only to be met with my Guardian Veil's resolute rejection. It was almost comical, watching nature trying to tango with shadows. Undeterred by the arboreal onslaught, I focused on a different kind of extraction operation, prying a mysterious metallic doohickey from the creature's insides. Picture me as the hero on a less glamorous episode of Alien Gadget Hunters. The creature wasn't thrilled about my invasive procedures, and its frustration grew with every unsuccessful swipe. Just as the final tug-of-war moment arrived, I successfully liberated the alien tech. Cue the dramatic jump back and superhero landing, because why not? Meanwhile, our once menacing forest friend crumbled like a villain defeated by its own overcomplicated scheme. Note to self: always check for metallic mischief inside malevolent foliage. Ted strolled over, eyeing the extraterrestrial gadget like a kid sizing up a new toy. Looks like apocalyptic tech. Did they leave a gift shop or something? He quipped, the gleam of curiosity dancing in his eyes. The grand finale of the forest's chaotic ballet with alien gadgets had barely concluded when reality decided to take an unexpected nosedive. Right as I was gearing up for a witty retort to share with Ted, a sudden intrusion hijacked my senses. The mental warding talisman has been destroyed. The notification unfurled across my vision, and before I could react, a dissonant chorus crashed into my mind like an unwelcome party crasher. Darkseid is, you are not. Serve Darkseid, offer your soul. The relentless chant looped, each repetition burrowing deeper into my consciousness. Abruptly, my reality splintered into an uncharted abyss. There, I stood, a mere speck, beneath the gaze of a colossal figure with eyes that blazed like embers. Its ashen visage, eternally etched in a ferocious scowl, loomed over me. Serve Darkseid, it commanded, and an innate compulsion forced me to my knees. Utterly powerless in the presence of this cosmic force, I could only watch as the figure's fist closed around me, plunging me into an impenetrable darkness. The familiar world, I knew, dissolved into oblivion. In the midst of the aftermath, Blue Beetle sensed an eerie silence settling around Micah. Concern etched across his face, Blue Beetle approached the young man. "Are you all right? Hey, Micah," he called out, placing a reassuring hand on Micah's shoulder. In a swift and unexpected response, Micah's head lifted, revealing eyes aglow with an ominous red hue. Without a moment's notice, Micah's fist collided with Blue Beetle's abdomen, propelling him through the air. The impact left Blue Beetle reeling, vulnerable to the unfolding events. "You are not. Darkseid is." Micah's voice trailed off, ominous words lingering in the air. His outstretched hand summoned shadowy tendrils that writhed menacingly, ready to ensnare Blue Beetle in their inky grasp. Blue Beetle struggled to rise from the ground, his mind racing to comprehend the sudden shift in Micah's demeanor. The once-allied duo now stood on opposing sides of an invisible divide. As Micah advanced, the shadows danced menacingly around him, weaving an intricate tapestry of darkness. Blue Beetle attempted to activate his armor's defensive mechanisms, but the unexpected assault left him disoriented, the controls slipping through his fingers like elusive phantoms. "Serve Darkseid," Micah intoned again, his voice a haunting echo in the dimly lit space. The cryptic words reverberated in Blue Beetle's mind, creating a disconcerting symphony of fear. Struggling to resist the encroaching shadows, Blue Beetle attempted to reason with his erstwhile ally. "Micah, snap out of it. The alien tech is messing with your mind," he pleaded, desperation tinging his words. However, Micah remained undeterred, each step forward reinforcing the chasm that had suddenly emerged between them. The shadows converged, forming an oppressive cocoon around Blue Beetle, leaving him with little room to maneuver. "Offer your soul, offer your allegiance." Micah continued like a broken recorder, his tone chilling. The once united team now faced an insidious adversary from within, and the ominous presence of Darkseid cast a long shadow over their adventure. Chapter 46, Whisperwind 46. Regaining consciousness felt like waking up from a surreal nightmare. My head throbbed, demanding attention, and as my vision cleared, I was greeted by an odd tableau. There lay Ted, sprawled on the ground, a blade menacingly close to his neck. And guess who was holding that shadowy blade? Oh, just me. Surprise, surprise. My right hand, the one with the shadowy blade, was entangled in green vines. I followed the vines to the forest guardian we'd been duking it out with earlier. The beast now looked distinctly different, less like a misunderstood forest deity with its eyes glowing and veins bulging. It resembled one of those guardian forest spirits you see in fantasy movies. Talk about the glow-up of the century. In the midst of my confusion, I shifted my gaze to Ted. Lo and behold, he was wielding his BB gun, pointing it at me, my left arm to be more precise, like I owed him money. It was pointed at the same hand that had clutched the strange alien doohickey from the beast's innards. As for the alien device, oh, it decided to take a little flight like it was knocked out of my grasp by, let's say, a compressed air projectile fired from Blue Beetle's BB gun. Oddly specific, right? I didn't beat you too badly, did I? I muttered, taking in the bizarre sight before me as I looked down at Ted with a grin. Hearing my words, Ted unleashed his iconic, peculiar laughter that sounded like something straight out of a One Piece episode. "BWA ha ha ha, you wish," he exclaimed, reaching his hand toward me and asking me to help him up. I dismissed the shadow blade and extended my hand to help him to his feet. "You don't seem all that disoriented, so is this one of those trapped inside your own body, but see everything situations?" Ted quizzed me, his inner scientist eager for answers amid the surreal circumstances. Nah, it was more like a prolonged blackout. Darkness everywhere, no clue what was happening, I replied with a nonchalant shrug, giving Ted a half smile. Still, I can put two and two together and paint a picture of what went down. Raising an intrigued eyebrow, Ted probed further. "So, what do you think went down?" "Here's my hot take, feel free to fact-check me," I began, relishing the detective moment. "I grabbed that alien gizmo, got a mind makeover or something, and proceeded to give you an ass whopping," I stated with a wink. "You were on the ropes, but our green friend here, actually one of the good guys but corrupted by alien shenanigans, finally shook off the bad vibes and jumped in to save the day." I continued, setting the scene. "Then, in the midst of my confusion, you exploited the chaos, pulled out your trusty BB gun, and expertly shot the alien widget out of my hand like a marksman at a carnival game, thus freeing me from the brainwashing." I continued, the satisfaction of my deductions evident in my tone. "How did I do?" Ted scrutinized me for a moment, then gave a slow nod. "Impressive deduction skills there," he acknowledged. I couldn't resist a self-deprecating chuckle. "Well, you can thank my overconsumption and unhealthy obsession with comic books for that," I admitted with a casual shrug. A grin played on Ted's lips. "However, there are a couple of details you missed," he pointed out, adopting a slightly reproachful tone. "Firstly, you got the upper hand because you sucker-punched me when I innocently came to check on you," he added, shooting me a half-amused, half-accusing look. I could only muster a sheepish smile in response. "Secondly, shooting that alien device out of your hand? Tried and failed. It was like trying to throw mud at a brick wall," he confessed with a sigh. "It was your rodent friend here who pulled off the Hail Mary, bit your finger, made you yelp, and sent the device flying," he explained, gesturing toward Ratigan, who held the alien gadget, rotating it in his hand and inspecting it as if it were gourmet cheese. A grin stretched across my face at the revelation. Ratigan, the royal pain in my ass, now the unsung hero. Who would have thought? I even found myself feeling a twinge of gratitude toward Zaphod, the eccentric system admin who gifted me this troublemaker. One day, an oversized rat comes out of the light you flick it in the nose, and it bites you. The next day, it saves you from an alien thingamjing transmitting apocalyptic technology right into your brain like a Fox News reporter, high on charisma-enhancing potions, hitting all the skill checks. Life's funny that way, I guess. Contemplating my friendship with the cheeky rodent, Ratigan strolled up to me, presenting the alien device as if it were a coveted prize, clearly asking me to take it. I gave him a deadpan look. "Nope," I deadpanned, my tone as flat as a pancake. It was already bad enough that I picked this up with my bare hands and suffered the consequences. But there was absolutely no chance I'd touch that alien gizmo again, especially now that I knew it was a father box, a mother box's less amiable cousin. As potent as a mother box in unleashing otherworldly powers, the father box came with the nifty side effect of brainwashing and slowly morphing its user into one of those creepy fly demons. Darkseid's minions, Aka Parademons. Unimpressed with my firm stance, Ratigan persisted, thrusting the device toward me once more. He emitted a series of chitters that, in my mind, translated to, "I made it nice and safe for you, you ignorant human." I raised an incredulous eyebrow at the rodent's apparent confidence in the alien contraption's safety. Trusting a rat's judgment on something that could fuck over my life in countless ways didn't seem like the brightest idea. Then again, It wasn't the dumbest thing I've done so far. I reluctantly took the device, gingerly holding it between two fingers as if it might explode at any moment, yet nothing happened. Ratigan shot me an "I told you so" look and scampered back onto my shoulder. As I stashed the father box in my shadow storage, I shot Ratigan a warning glare. "If I start sprouting wings and turn all demonic, I'm eating your first, rat," I warned, to which he responded with a string of chitters that probably meant, "Good luck catching me, human." Oh, the profound conversations I have with this rodent. Before I could embark on a witty comeback, a dry ahem interrupted the banter. I pivoted to find Ted and the leafy forest guardian thingy, looking at Ratigan and me like we were the main attraction in a weird circus act. I threw in an awkward chuckle for good measure. "Oops, you two were still here," I admitted, scratching my head. "My bad, I didn't even throw a thanks for saving my ass your way." "Cheers, strange forest creature thingy," I said, nodding at the green, leafy being. It regarded me with an ambiguous expression, before giving a dignified nod. "No need for thanks, child of man," it said in a surprisingly melodic, feminine voice. "Aha, so it's a she? You saved me first. I merely returned the favor," she added, bowing gracefully in my direction. "I am Whisperwind, a green sylph of the Green Court, and once the proud guardian of this domain," the creature remarked, clearly getting ready to convey its life story and how it ended up in this mess. Whisperwind continued its soliloquy, recounting tales of its once proud guardianship over the verdant realm. However, my attention swayed elsewhere as I, having mastered the art of selective hearing, opted to tune out the sylph's monologue. It was probably something along the lines of parademons suddenly invading the forest, with Whisperwind as the stalwart guardian of the forest rising to challenge them, eventually driving the invaders away, but at the price of being corrupted by their tech. Either way, I didn't really care. Turning my focus to the tree, the source of the alien tech signal, I ran my hands over its surface, gauging its texture. It felt all wrong, more like jagged rocks than a genuine part of the forest. As if confirming Ted's suspicions, the entire section of the forest had been seamlessly camouflaged, concealing the ominous apocalyptic outpost. Determined to unveil the hidden truth, I placed both hands on the deceptive tree and triggered my EMP power. With an almost magical effect, the illusion shattered. The thick canopy of trees faded away, revealing not the expected lush greenery but a tall cliff. At its center, a cave entrance beckoned, sealed by an imposing rock. The reveal of the concealed cliff and cave entrance met with mixed reactions. Whisperwind, who had finished telling the saga of her life, or most likely stopped once she realized I wasn't interested to hear it, shot me a clearly annoyed glare. On the other hand, Ted observed me with a half-amused, half-exasperated expression. Their silent disapproval washed over me as I turned to face the now-exposed obstacle. With an untroubled grin, I threw the query into the air. "Is anyone going to do something about this rock, or do I have to do everything round here myself?" Chapter 47, Conclusion 47. Observing Whisperwind's dramatic exit after casually removing the boulder like it was a light snack, I couldn't help but sport a mischievous grin. "She's got that I'm offended breeze going," I remarked, chuckling and casting a glance at Ted. He rolled his eyes, probably filing my antics under things that annoy me. "Be annoyed too if someone treated my life story like elevator music," Ted said, giving me a reproachful look. "Anyway, are we going in or just hosting a nature show outside?" he added, gesturing theatrically toward the now-opened cave entrance. I gave Ted a nonchalant nod. "You go do the spelunking thing, I'll play the vigilant hero and scout the surroundings. Gotta make sure no surprise parties are waiting to ambush us," I declared with a wink, and without waiting for Ted's response, he headed into the dark cave. "Don't forget, I call dibs on the shiniest piece of loot," I shouted after him, leaning against a nearby tree as if it held the secrets of the universe. Unfazed, Ted retorted without looking back, "You already swiped the father box. Remember our deal? The first pick of the cave goodies is mine. I'm next." "Yeah, but the father box was outside the cave, wasn't it?" I replied with a grin. "Damn it, I completely forgot about that. You greedy." His grumbling faded as he ventured deeper into the cave, leaving me to my one-sided debate with the tree. As Ted vanished into the cave, my confident grin faded, replaced by a grimace of pain. My knees decided they'd had enough of the hero act and buckled, sending me crashing down onto all fours. The air stuck in my throat, and I grunted, claws digging into the dirt. It was a feeling of helplessness, an unwelcome reminder of my vulnerability. The seconds seemed to stretch at the time, creating an eternity within that oppressive darkness. I might have acted careless about the entire situation, but it was all just a stubborn act fueled by my own foolish pride. In those moments when I was trapped in Darkseid's looming presence, time slowed to a crawl. In the clutches of the god of evil and tyranny, I felt a profound weakness, a helplessness that was beyond any I'd experienced before. Every fiber of my being rebelled against the vulnerability, and I despised it with a passion. The seconds ticked by, each one a reminder of my own powerlessness, and my hands shook as I clawed at the ground beneath me. I gnashed my teeth, frustration and defiance swirling in my chest. "Darkseid, I'll make you pay," I muttered through gritted teeth, only to be halted by the protective barrier of my guardian veil. My determination surged despite the physical limitations. 100 times, 1,000 times, even if it's the last thing I do in my life, I declared, pausing to catch my breath. Standing on shaky knees, I sighed, realizing Ratigan observed my mini meltdown from a short distance. "I must look like a pitiful sight to you, Rat," I quipped with a bitter smile. Ratigan responded with a series of chitters, which I didn't understand for the first time, his expression unreadable, before hopping onto my shoulder. "Why do I feel like those chitters of yours were oddly comforting?" I mused, receiving another chitter that translated to, "Don't overthink it, human." Shaking off the moment, I plastered my usual grin on my face and sauntered into the cave's entrance. The darkness inside seemed like a welcome refuge compared to the suffocating presence of Darkseid. Lounging on the floor of my New York apartment, I was practically the cat that got the canary, grinning ear to ear at the alien gadget smorgasbord spread out before me. A delightful mishmash of apocalyptic tech lay in disarray. Energy blasters ranging from sleek sidearms to hefty blunderbusses, energy shield generators for that extra layer of intergalactic security, a mind-scanning gizmo to detect brainwashing and control shenanigans. Then there was a translator implant that promised to turn me into a polyglot prodigy. And to top it off, an adaptive camouflage cloak that could give Harry Potter's invisibility cloak a run for its money. Now, I'd love to boast that I understood the inner workings of these marvels, but reality check. The energy blasters and the translator implant were pretty much my wheelhouse. Stick that translator behind my ears, and voila, Babel fish mode activated. Aim the barrel of the blaster at the bad guy, and boom, he's got a hole in his stomach. Full disclosure, I wouldn't have cracked that code without Ted's genius-level tech savviness. But hey, credit where it's due. The abandoned apocalyptic outpost might have been the hand-me-downs the parademons scoffed at, but let's not kid ourselves. These were goodies that could make Tony Stark weep with jealousy. The technology was light years ahead of anything regular Earthlings could cook up in the next century. By regular Earthlings, of course, I don't mean the Lex Luthor and Ted Cords of this world. If such people put their minds to it, they could probably invent something even better in less than a year, but that's neither here nor there. Sorting through the alien tech bonanza turned out to be a diplomatic nightmare. The snag? Limited quantities of these extraterrestrial gizmos. On one side, we had personal-use treasures like energy blasters, perfect for yours truly. On the other, there were groundbreaking technologies that could catapult Earth's science into the future, and Ted, being the tech genius he is, wanted his hands on all of it. I can't blame him. My reverse engineering skills weren't exactly setting the world on fire. We hit a roadblock in our loot-sharing escapade. Ted argued that I lacked the finesse to utilize these wonders for the greater good, and honestly, he had a point. But surrendering everything to him? Not on my watch. I might not be a tech whiz, but I had the system, my secret ace in the hole for tinkering with this high-end alien gear. Without spilling the beans about the system, I pitched my brilliant plan. Post-adventure, I intended to start a company, gather a brainy squad of scientists, and set them loose on reverse engineering the alien wonders. Eventually, we'd roll out innovative products and rake in the big bucks. Ted, of course, couldn't just hand over the goods without a guarantee. After heated negotiations, a compromise emerged from the Alien Gadget Summit. I'd snag all the combat-ready devices and those nifty translator implants. In return, Ted got dibs on everything else, with the condition that he'd share the blueprints once he deciphered the extraterrestrial secrets. Down the line, when it's all said and done, we'd hash out who got the rights to develop and sell which technology. Ta-da! Problem solved, and we avoided a potential alien tech feud. With a cool $10 million safely nestled in my bank account as our agreed-upon payment for the alien tech intel, I was primed and ready to roll out my grand schemes. Gotham loomed as my first destination. I needed to recruit the brainiacs, starting with none other than the icy Mr. Freeze. But there was a crucial pit stop on my agenda, a little something to ensure I wouldn't fall victim to mind control antics again. In the vast playground of the system, I scouted for the perfect defense, and there it was, a permanent mental barrier sitting pretty in the system's shop. Said to be 10 times mightier than the mental warding talisman, it was a no-brainer. Without much ado, I dove into the system's shop, swiped my virtual credit card, and snagged it for a cool 800 points. The aftermath? A humbler points balance of 530. Oh, the nostalgia of being point-strapped, like the good old days when I didn't have an overabundance of points. Seems like just yesterday I was swimming in over 2,000 of them. Time to tighten the belt and embrace the life of a frugal spender. I mused, putting the alien gadgets into my shadow storage and standing up. "Good night, big guy," I said as I passed by Ratigan, resting on his improvised throne before throwing myself into the bed. The cheeky rodent twitched his whiskers with an air of self-importance, and didn't even bother to chitter at me before closing his eyes and returning to his beauty sleep. Chapter 48, Deals 48. Stepping out of the taxi, I waded into the wet streets of Gotham, taking a deep breath. The air here had a distinct flavor, a peculiar blend of chemicals and grime that made my face involuntarily scrunch up. Ah, Gotham, the charming paradise of urban decay. My presence in this city wasn't a leisurely visit or a quest for adrenaline. It was all business. Contrary to my initial plan of meeting Mr. Freeze, a sudden call from Azrael had redirected my course. The urgency in his voice hinted at Liveware's case needing immediate attention. And so here I was, accompanied by my trusty rodent companion, making my way into the dilapidated building that housed the Vigilant Law offices. Navigating the building felt like a quest in a dilapidated dungeon, but I eventually reached Gene's office after a brief encounter with his vigilant secretary. Flopping onto the couch, I shot him a look that said, "Spill it, my man." Gene, however, didn't bring the cheeriest news to our little tete-a-tete. "It's a good thing you sat down because I don't have the best of news," he began, injecting a dose of seriousness into the room. I was met with unexpectedly fierce resistance while working on Liveware's case. Resistance, as in? I probed, expecting some twisted Gotham bureaucracy. Someone with serious connections, working overtime to nix Liveware's parole and send her straight to Belle Reve, Gene confessed, a sigh punctuating his revelation. "As to why, I'm honestly clueless," he added, shaking his head. "Belle Reve?" I pondered, trying to make sense of this unexpected twist. The only logical reason I could conjure was Amanda Waller trying to draft Liveware into the Suicide Squad. But that seemed more absurd than Batman singing karaoke in a furry bat suit. To my knowledge, Liveware had never been squad material in any of her storylines and iterations. Damn you, butterfly effect. After wrapping my head around the bizarre circumstances, I decided to embrace the chaos and blame it on the butterfly effect of my existence in this world. "And how's it looking?" I inquired, cutting to the chase. Gene scratched his head, his expression a combination of hesitancy and frustration. "I managed to keep Liveware in her current holding facility and even scheduled the parole session," he began. "But whoever's pulling the strings is persistent. I don't know how they swung it, but what should have been a straightforward parole now comes with a hefty price tag of $5 million, he added, the weight of the situation etched on his face. I heaved a sigh of relief at his words, though my grin hid the pain in my heart. Sure, I had just scored a cool 10 million, but now I was about to part with half of it to spring Livewire from the slammer. As much as it hurt my wallet and my sense of financial responsibility, I had given my word to get her out, so it had to be done. If it's a matter that can be solved with money, then it's no problem at all, I said, a grin plastered on my face that didn't quite match the turmoil within. I can foot the bill, so keep up the good work and get her out of the big house as soon as possible. I added with a resolve that screamed, I just became a reluctant philanthropist. Gene gave me the side-eye, a silent "Are you for real?" etched across his face. Just like that, he quipped, raising an eyebrow. My response was a nonchalant shrug that mirrored his words, sans the question mark. A chuckle escaped him. Well, if that's how you roll, I'll call Lex Luthor and gracefully decline his offer to pay for Livewire's parole and even fund her talk show, he announced, diving into his pocket for his phone. I couldn't resist chiming in with a faux dramatic tone. That's right. Tell Lex to take his offer and shove that offer where the sun don't. But mid-sentence, a sudden realization hit me like a freight train. Hold it, stop, I exclaimed, making Gene pause his dialing escapade. Backtrack a bit. Lex Luthor wants to pay? Why the hell didn't you lead with that? I demanded, eyebrows doing an enthusiastic dance of confusion. Gene threw me a casual shrug in response to my incredulous expression. You didn't exactly give me a chance to spill the Lex Luthor tea, he defended himself. The real deal is, he caught wind of Livewire's parole situation and waltzed in, waving his checkbook, offering to cover all expenses, no strings attached, he explained. I, in my infinite wisdom, responded with an eloquent, well, if someone's willing to foot the bill, why the hell should I? I gave Gene a pointed look, accompanied by an expression that hinted at his potential membership in the slow-on-the-uptake club. Quit stalling and give Luthor a ring. We'll happily take his cash, I urged, making my stance clear. However, Gene wasn't entirely convinced. Are you sure about this? Lex Luthor doesn't exactly sprinkle kindness like confetti. There has to be some ulterior motive. Even Livewire seemed uneasy about posting her bail, he warned, wearing his skepticism like a badge of honor. Rolling my eyes at his caution, I dismissed it with a wave. Sure, he's got an agenda. Probably wants Livewire back on the trash-talking Superman circuit with that talk show of hers, I scoffed. But who cares? As long as there are no tricky contracts involved, we'll ride this gravy train all the way. Paying all that money just to have someone badmouth Superman? Gene grumbled, his forehead creasing with concern. It seems rather unlikely. Luthor probably has a more sinister goal in mind, he speculated, shaking his head. All that money? I scoffed, waving off his financial qualms. Chump change for someone like Luthor. He's got a whole vault of petty cash just for Superman-related vendettas, I explained with a smirk. And even if he's got some other ulterior motive, who cares? We'll just ghost the bald bitch and pretend he doesn't exist as long as Livewire steers clear of any contracts he might throw her way, I added nonchalantly. Gene pondered my words for a moment, then reluctantly nodded. I suppose you have a point, he conceded with a sigh. I'll make the call to Luthor, let him know we're taking him up on his offer. Good man, I commended him with a pat on the back. Now, before I hit the road for some Gotham shenanigans, I've got something for you, I declared, reaching into my jacket's inner pocket. Consider this your well-earned pay for a job well done, I added, pulling out a potion bottle filled with a swirling, black liquid resembling a nebula, with vibrant specks twinkling within it. Gene's eyes widened as he gazed at the potion like a parched wanderer stumbling upon an oasis. This is, he began, anticipation glinting in his eyes. I couldn't resist a chuckle at the eagerness painted across his face. The elixir of mental clarity, or that's what I've christened it, I disclosed, a sly grin spreading across my face. It works like the one I gave you last time, but this version comes with a permanent effect. Guzzle it down, and your noggin will be as clear as a cloudless sky, free of demons, murderous thoughts, split personalities, and everything in between, I pitched, reveling in the role of a charismatic snake oil salesman. I don't know what to say. Livewire isn't free yet, you know? Gene hesitated, torn between gratitude and the immediate desire to gulp down the magical remedy. But she will be soon, won't she? I retorted, earning a confident nod of agreement from Jean. That settles it then. Enjoy, I declared, pivoting on my heel and strolling towards the exit, the sound of the potion bottle's cork popping out resonating behind me. Thank you, Jean expressed, a genuine tone laced with gratitude as he readied to partake in the elixir. I merely waved an acknowledgement without bothering to face him, exiting his office with a nonchalant stride. Chapter 49, He Who Holds the Sugar 49. Nestled right in the glam heart of Gotham's Diamond District, the Iceberg Lounge flaunted itself as the VIP haven. Everyone wanted in, but only the chosen rich and the Penguin's henchmen got the golden ticket. The building's exterior screamed, classy with a touch of eccentricity, a style carefully curated by our dear Oswald Cobblepot. The entrance was guarded by two behemoths in black suits, radiating a vibe that practically screamed, "Fuck around and find out." Above, a flashy neon sign bathed the entrance in a blue light and boldly declared the joint's name, the Iceberg Lounge. Taking it all in, I couldn't help but crack a grin. "Talk about exclusive," I muttered, glancing at Ratigan perched on my shoulder. "But you know what? They'd probably roll out the red carpet for royalty like you. What do you think, Your Majesty?" Ratigan responded with a chitter that could rival the disdainful chuckle of a tiny king looking down on his subjects. Basically, the cheeky rat said the whole city, Iceberg Lounge included, was beneath his royal sensibilities. I rolled my eyes at Ratigan's regal display of indifference, his whiskers twitching with an air of royal arrogance. Bracing myself for the judgmental stares from the line, filled with Gotham's self-proclaimed elite, I sauntered up to the guards at the entrance. Honestly, who can really blame the well-dressed folk? Here they were, all pomp and circumstance, waiting patiently, and then in strolls, a hoodie-wearing youngster with jeans and a rat on his shoulder, strutting past like he owned the joint. The guards, much like the fashionable crowd, weren't thrilled by my bold entrance. One of them peeled away from his post and headed my way. Closing the distance, he loomed over me with an authoritative glare. "Apologies, dear guest, but your attire doesn't quite match our establishment's dress code. I must request that you leave," he deadpanned, his tone suggesting this was just another routine interruption. I half expected a verbal lashing, maybe even an attempt to toss me out on my ear. But I guess this makes sense. The Penguin was a cautious man, and he wouldn't hire a pair of random thugs to guard his club, lest they embarrassed him. "Well, as luck would have it, I'm not here for the swanky club experience," I quipped with a nonchalant shrug. "I'm on business. If you could be a good sport and direct me to Oswald Cobblepot, I'd owe you one," I tossed in with an exaggerated grin. The guard squinted at my request, then dismissed it with a shake of his head. "Sorry, dear guest, but you seem to be mistaken. There's no one inside by that name," he declared, maintaining an air of calm certainty. "Oh, really?" I raised an eyebrow, peering past the guard into the bustling entrance. "Looks like a full house. How can you be so sure Cobblepot's not hiding in there somewhere?" I continued, redirecting my gaze back to the guard, who responded with stoic silence. His expression subtly suggested it might be time for me to beat a retreat before his patience wore thin. Feigning ignorance, I shot him an innocent look. "What's with that look, pal? You got a crush on me or something?" I teased, adding a touch of regret. "I appreciate the sentiment, but sorry, I don't swing that way. Keep your chin up, though. There's surely someone special out there for you," I consoled with a sympathetic headshake, watching a vein throb on the guard's forehead. With the guard's patience hanging by a thread, he abandoned words for action, making a beeline for my shoulder with the clear intention of ushering me away, muscles flexing and all. Not one to let an opportunity for theatrics slip by, I intercepted his move with a swift wrist grab, my face a canvas of exaggerated surprise. "Easy there, Romeo. Like I said, not my swing," I quipped, barely holding back a chuckle as the guard wrestled with the futile task of reclaiming his arm with the most baffled expression a human being could display. Handsome and irresistible as I might be, you can't just waltz around touching folks without a proper invitation. That's harassment 101. I added with a mock reprimanding tone, enjoying the bafflement etched across the guard's features. To clarify the situation, my impromptu display of strength wasn't courtesy of a snazzy system upgrade. No, It was all thanks to the sweat and tears shed during my relentless training sessions with Wildcat. Throw in the nifty healing factor that enhanced my stamina and allowed me to push beyond any limit without fear of injuries, and I discovered this hidden strength during an unsuspecting bench press challenge. Life's full of surprises, and here I am, flexing my unexpected muscles. Accepting the harsh reality that his burly arm wasn't escaping the grip of a scrawny youngster a whole foot shorter, the guard finally threw in the towel. With an exasperated sigh, he reached behind his back, sparking my curiosity. Was it going to be a knife, a gun, pepper spray, a rape whistle, or maybe a confetti cannon? The suspense was killing me, but my hopes for a grand reveal were dashed as another one of Penguin's brawny goons came marching over, looking equally dapper. "Hold up," he barked, firmly placing a hand on his comrade's shoulder. The first guard shot him a bewildered look, but he abandoned the retrieval mission under the newcomer's stern gaze. The second guard then turned his gaze from his buddy to me, delivering a stoic line. "Mr. Cobblepot has asked me to take you to him." I promptly released the first guard's arm, enjoying the sight of him rubbing his wrist in disbelief. "Well, what are we waiting for then? Lead the way, my good man," I chimed in with an impish grin. The second guard nodded silently, signaling for me to follow as he led the way to the entrance. Glancing back at the line of supposed elites, I couldn't resist taunting them with a smug grin. "Catch you on the flip side, losers. Enjoy the chilly sidewalk," I sneered before trailing the guard, blissfully ignoring the symphony of insults and threats hurled my way by the disgruntled Duchicanos. Weaving through the expansive interior of the Iceberg Lounge, it dawned on me that the place was a lot roomier than it let on from the outside. Much like the building's conspicuous facade, the decor within was as lavish as a billionaire's fantasy, and the joint buzzed with activity: gamblers, revelers, and, of course, those huddled in secluded corners engaging in discussions that undoubtedly spelled shady business. After a few minutes of maneuvering through the crowd, we finally arrived at the Penguin's lair. The security guard halted at the door, turning to me. "Mr. Cobblepot is already expecting you. Please go inside," he said, gesturing toward the entrance. "Cheers, buddy. Here's a little something for your troubles," I remarked, slipping a crumpled dollar bill into his jacket pocket and giving his shoulder a solid pat. The guard shot me a blank expression, though the subtle irritation simmered in his eyes. "Don't spend it all in one place, now," I said, chuckling as I pushed open the door to the Penguin's office and strolled in. Glancing into the room, I instantly locked eyes on the Penguin, and his presence alone triggered a grin of amusement. There he was, standing like some Gotham kingpin in front of a grand window that showcased the mayhem of the Iceberg Lounge below. Classic Penguin move. I'd bet my favorite pair of sneakers that he deliberately chose this office setup to relish in looking down on the supposed Gotham elite, even if it did make getting to his office feel like navigating a maze. Then again, maybe it served as a fortress of solitude. Dismissing these musings, I sauntered over to stand beside the Penguin, resolute in not letting him steer the conversation. "Nice view you've got, Mr. Cobblepot. All those big shots crammed together like a bunch of ants in a picnic basket," I quipped, arching an eyebrow. The Penguin shot me a quizzical look and shook his head. "Ironically, they're not all that different from ants," he pondered, eyes still glued to the animated crowd below. "Sprinkle a bit of sugar, and you'll have a whole swarm off 'em lining up for a taste," he added, redirecting his gaze my way. Without missing a beat, I gestured toward the window. "Guess that makes you the Ant King, right? The one holding the sugar," I quipped, a playful glint in my eye. The Penguin shot me a sidelong glance, a hint of amusement softening his usually stern expression. "Call it what you will, Mr. Foster," he said, trailing at the end of his sentence. "Now tell me, what brings an off-worlder like you to my humble abode?" Chapter 50, Dear Mercy 50. "I didn't expect you to know so much about me," I said, genuinely surprised. "Should I be flattered or on guard?" I added, my eyebrows doing a little dance between suspicion and amusement. The fact that the Penguin knew more about me than the average Joe on the street threw me off. I mean, sure, I guessed he might have some intel to spare since he sent his personal welcoming committee, but diving into my multiverse journey? That's like knowing the color of my boxers. As I pondered the mysteries of Penguin's intel sources, his voice chimed in, snapping me back to the present. A blend of flattery and suspicion is the Gotham way, he mused, strolling toward his opulent desk. But I doubt you're here for a crash course in city life. So, once more, I ask you what purpose brought you knocking on my door? He inquired, taking a seat and casting me a look that hovered between curiosity and mild amusement. That's a pity. I reckon any crash course you offer would be a masterclass, I commented, settling into the chair across from the Penguin. Flattery might be a dime a dozen, but it never hurt to sprinkle a little when dealing with the city's mastermind. Not that I was fibbing, mind you. The Penguin's knack for business and cunning was second to none, even if his genius wasn't of the mad scientist variety. Penguin shot me a skeptical glance, but I caught a glimmer of amusement dancing in his eyes, even if he played the stoic card. Flattery will get you nowhere, kiddo, his expression seemed to say. Anyway, I'm on the hunt for Mr. Freeze. You know Pale about Yatol and the reigning king of ice-related puns, I added, lifting a hand slightly above my head for emphasis. The Penguin interlaced his fingers, leaning forward with intrigue. Ah, a chilly rendezvous, and may I ask what's your business with Mr. Freeze? He prodded. I met his inquisitive gaze with a deadpan expression. Private matter, I replied, the unspoken message clear, don't poke your nose where it doesn't belong. Well, it was impolite of me to ask, do forgive me, Penguin said with a slow nod, taking a step back. Still, information like that isn't free, and in this city it certainly doesn't come cheap, he countered, a challenge lingering in his eyes. Good thing I didn't roll in here expecting a charity session, I quipped, flashing a grin as I rose from the chair, casually resting my hand on the desk. The Penguin observed with a mix of intrigue and caution as shadows converged around my palm, conjuring an alien gadget shaped like a cylinder adorned with flashy dials. Behold an apocalyptic shield generator, a little something for your tech-savvy endeavors. Reverse engineer it, add it to your collection, or sell it off. Either way, it's worth a whole lot more than Mr. Freeze's hideout location, I tossed in. Interesting, the Penguin mused, his fingers tracing the gadget's surface. Knowing it's more valuable than what you're asking for, you're still willing to part with it, he inquired, fixing his gaze back on me. I shrugged nonchalantly. You can pick and choose your customers, me, not so much. Reliable information sources aren't growing on trees these days, I explained. Consider it my membership fee, the right to be your esteemed customer, I added with a casual demeanor. The Penguin eyed me for a beat before cracking a wide grin. Well, kid, you've won this round, he proclaimed with a chuckle. Keep your little toy. This one will be on the house, but don't get used to freebies. You won't last long in the city if you do, he declared, nudging the alien gadget back toward me as if it were yesterday's leftovers. Shortly after Micah sauntered out of the Penguin's office with a satisfied expression, the Riddler slipped in through the half-open door, a confident swagger accompanying his entrance. The Penguin barely spared him a glance, engrossed in scrutinizing some paperwork on his desk. What's this cobblepot old chap? The Riddler jeered, circling the room. Playing the generous benefactor now, offering freebies to every Tom, Dick, and Micah that walks through your door. The Penguin let out a derisive snort, not bothering to lift his gaze. Our business has already concluded despite the interruption, Nigma. If you're not here to offer something of value, kindly take your leave. The Riddler chuckled, leaning against a bookshelf. Oh, I am offering something, all right. Just a piece of advice, don't let Gotham's finest start thinking they can freeload off the notorious Oswald Cobblepot. The Penguin sighed, finally looking up to meet the Riddler's gaze. You really should get your nose out of other people's affairs, Nigma. It's unbecoming. A sly smile played on his lips as he reached beneath his desk, retrieving a concealed device. The bug the Riddler had planted earlier, before their meeting was interrupted by Micah's appearance at the door of the Iceberg Lounge. He crushed it between his fingers with a satisfying crunch. The Riddler raised an eyebrow, feigning innocence. I don't know what you're talking about, just dropping by to give you some friendly advice. Don't play games with me, Penguin retorted, tossing the ruined bug aside. You're the one who said the kid was interesting. You practically insisted I meet with him, and so I did." The Riddler's confident smirk wavered briefly, a hint of surprise tainting his expression. "Maybe, but I didn't expect you to serve up the information he sought on a silver plated. Somewhat anticlimactic, wouldn't you agree?" Leaning back, the Penguin spoke with a hint of amusement. "Usually, this is the part where I tell you to scram and set my hounds on you. However, today seems to be a day of rare benevolence for me, so I'll let you see yourself out." The Riddler shot him a skeptical look. "You're feeling generous today, Cobblepot, giving out freebies like candy on Halloween." The Penguin scoffed. "Generosity is subjective, Nigma, and you would do well to remember where you are and who you're talking to. If you'd go this far, then I can only take a step back, but I still gotta ask." The Riddler's eyes glinted with mischief. "What's the catch, Oswald? Planning a grand scheme that involves your newfound charity?" The Penguin chuckled, a sinister edge to his amusement. "Oh, there's always a catch, and that's all I'm willing to say. Now, if you're done meddling, I have more pressing matters to attend to." The Riddler flashed a wicked grin. "I'll just have to wait and see just how long your good mood lasts, Cobblepot." With that, he exited the office, leaving the Penguin to his machinations and the remnants of the listening device squashed beneath his fingers. In the opulent surroundings of Lex Luthor's office, the man himself was engrossed in some elaborate holographic schematics displayed on his desk when Mercy Graves entered. She approached with a professional demeanor, not wanting to interrupt unnecessarily. Clearing her throat, she finally spoke. "Mr. Luthor, the funds for Liveware's parole have been successfully transferred to Jean Paul Valley." Lex Luthor nodded without taking his eyes off the hologram. "Excellent. Keep me informed of any developments." However, as Mercy turned to leave, there was a pause, an unspoken tension hanging in the air. Lex, sensing her hesitation, sighed, finally acknowledging her presence. "Spit it out, Mercy. What's bothering you?" She shifted uncomfortably, the worry etched on her face. Is it wise to invest so much into Liveware, pouring money into her release just in the hope that she continues to badmouth Superman on her talk show? It seems like a hefty price for a dubious outcome. Lex Luthor looked up from his work, a cunning smile playing on his lips. "The cost is irrelevant when the objective is to put Superman in his place. No price is too high for that satisfaction." Her doubts lingered, and Mercy Graves couldn't hold back her concerns any longer. "But is that all, Mr. Luthor? Something feels off about this entire affair." Lex leaned back, steepling his fingers. "Ah, the subtleties are never lost on you, I see. Liveware is just a pawn in a much larger game. I'm intrigued by a certain young man, an outsider from a parallel universe who claims to know nothing about the League's affairs. However, his actions suggest otherwise." A furrow appeared on Mercy's brow. "Did you hack into the League's database again, Mr. Luthor?" Lex met her gaze with a knowing look, neither confirming nor denying. "It doesn't matter. What matters is that the young man's presence could unveil opportunities that transcend Liveware's petty vendettas against Superman. We must keep a close eye on him. He might prove to be a valuable asset." Mercy Graves pondered Lex's words, her suspicions lingering in the air. "And if he turns out to be a threat instead?" Lex Luthor's smile widened. "Well then, my dear Mercy, that only makes him more intriguing, doesn't it?" Chapter 51, Idle Chat 51. The abandoned subway system of Gotham stretched out like the city's forgotten veins, a network of desolation beneath the bustling streets. Armed with a flashlight and accompanied by the occasional chittering of my rodent companion Ratigan, I descended into the dimly lit abyss, my steps echoing through the forgotten tunnels. Ah, the joys of Gotham's underworld. Not the dreaded sewer level, but close enough, I mumbled, swatting away cobwebs that clung to the fringes of my hoodie. Ratigan twitched his whiskers, offering a nonchalant chitter as if to say, "Could be worse." I shot him a skeptical look. "Worse, this place is practically a rodent kingdom." Navigating through the confined dark space, I continued my monologue. "No mutant alligators, no killer clowns, just us and the rats. Fantastic." Ratigan's chittering sounded like faint laughter. "At least the smell isn't too bad." "Small victories," I muttered, my flashlight revealing the graffiti-covered walls and rusty remnants of a bygone era. The distant skittering of rats added an unsettling soundtrack to my solitary expedition. Why did Mr. Freeze have to pick such a charming location for his hideout? I complained, taking an exaggerated step over a puddle that seemed suspiciously murky. Ratigan offered a quip. Maybe he appreciates the vintage ambience. I sighed. Vintage, sure. Of course, the friggin' rat would appreciate this place. The tunnels twisted and turned, like a labyrinth designed to confound even the most seasoned urban explorers. My flashlight occasionally caught the glint of reflective eyes, the rat populace observing us with mild interest. Ratigan emitted an amused chitter, seemingly relishing my response to his furry companions. I shot him a pointed glare. "You're thoroughly enjoying this, aren't you?" I accused the rat, and received a noncommittal chitter in response. "Come to think of it, were you always this talkative?" I muttered, scratching my head as the realization dawned that this might be the lengthiest exchange I've had with the cheeky rodent. Ratigan typically communicated with me through a series of chitters, and I had to decode them like an enigmatic rodent-based language, using a mix of tone and body language interpretation. But in this weird moment, it was like he upgraded to rodentese too, and suddenly I understood him almost as clearly as if we were having a conversation in English. So there we were, my rat buddy releasing a sequence of chitters that basically shouted, "Don't start thinking this is the new normal. This method of chat is downright exhausting." I scratched my head at that cryptic statement. "Is it like trying to adapt to your rat form or something?" I ventured, and Ratigan fired back a chitter that translated to, "Close enough." Well, at least I was in the ballpark. I couldn't help but chuckle. Out of all the options, why did you settle on being a rat? No offense, but it's not the top choice for many, you know? I probed, always curious about the whole animal transformation deal. Ratigan's chitters hummed through the air again, and the translation was, "It wasn't my first pick. But considering the circumstances, it was the least threatening, most intelligent living being I could find when I got dragged into this world." Dragged, I mused, scratching my head. So, they pretty much abducted you and dropped you into this world without a by your leave. The thought hadn't crossed my mind until now, but the system must have snatched Ratigan from some rat paradise. Here I was, giving him a nose flick, completely oblivious to the fact that he might have had a rat family eagerly awaiting his return. Now, I kind of feel like a dick. Ratigan surprised me by shaking his head, emitting a series of chitters that roughly translated to, "I wasn't dragged here against my will. I was asked, and barely given a moment to answer, so I figured why not?" Well, that was a plot twist. I gave him a questioning look, or at least my best approximation of one. "I see, but do you regret it?" I probed, genuinely interested in the rodent's perspective. With what seemed like amusement glittering in his beady eyes, Ratigan chittered back, "No. You're amusing enough, and if things get too dull, I can always bail to the void." I nodded, grasping his rat logic. "Return to the void, huh?" I echoed, pondering the cosmic musings of a rat philosopher. "It'll be kinda lonely without you hitching a ride on my shoulder if you took off someday, but hey, if that's what you want, who am I to stop you?" A sigh escaped me, blending with the murmur of the abandoned subway. Ratigan's chitters roughly translated to, "I won't be leaving anytime soon." He then shot me a rat's version of a contempt-filled gaze before unleashing another round of chitters that practically screamed, "But who asked for your opinion anyway?" I could feel my brows twitching and an imminent nose flick building up, but my plans came to a halt as my eyes caught sight of a literal crack in the subway wall, wide enough for a person to squeeze through. "Well, would you look at that?" I grinned. "Seems like we've struck cold." In the dimly lit confines of his secret hideout, Mr. Freeze stood in front of the cryogenic chamber that housed his beloved wife, Nora. Her serene figure was encased in the glass pod, suspended in a frozen slumber. Victor Freeze, clad in his iconic cryo suit, gazed at her with a mix of tenderness and determination. After a series of heists and painstaking jobs, he had finally amassed enough funds to sustain his research for an entire year. The equipment hummed softly, and the freezing mist enveloped Nora's form as Freeze whispered promises of a cure, his gloved hand reaching out to tenderly caress the cold surface of the cryopod. "Another year, my love. I promise, I will find a way to save you, he vowed in a voice that echoed with both anguish and hope. However, the moment of solace was shattered by blaring alarms, abruptly piercing the quiet lair. Freeze's head snapped towards the entrance, his eyes filled with a mix of anguish and rage. "Why," he coldly growled, "why can't they leave me and my beloved alone?" His hands clenched into fists, Freeze retrieved his cryo gun from its resting place. The blue glow of the weapon cast an eerie light on his determined expression. With a final, sorrowful glance at Nora, he marched towards the entrance, ready to confront the intruders who dared to disrupt the fragile sanctuary he had built for the woman he loved. Sneaking through the concealed entrance, I found myself in Mr. Freeze's hidden lair, a sealed sanctuary that didn't bother showing up on any map. The atmosphere was chilly enough to make your teeth chatter, and high-tech gadgetry adorned the place, giving off a sci-fi vibe. Dim blue lights cast an otherworldly glow, and cryogenic chambers were scattered like silent sentinels. The hum of machinery and the mysterious mist hanging in the air created an unsettling ambience, emphasizing the seriousness of Freeze's quest. As I navigated cautiously, every step seemed to echo in the cold, metallic space. The walls were lined with strange contraptions, their purpose known only to the frozen genius himself. It was like wandering through the set of a high-budget, frosty thriller. Amidst the advanced technology, I felt a sudden drop in temperature, and the lair transformed into an icy maze. Blue lasers crisscrossed the area, adding a layer of complexity to my exploration. Navigating through them, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was an unwelcome guest in Freeze's personal domain, which I probably was, to be fair. The heart of the lair revealed itself, and the air turned bone-chilling. The floor was frosted over, and the gadgets seemed to pulse with a life of their own. Just as I thought I had a grip on the surroundings, an unexpected deep freeze caught me off guard. Ice encased my lower body, and before I could react, the man himself appeared. Mr. Freeze stood tall, his cryogun at the ready, and pointed straight at me. "You're not supposed to be here," he stated, his tone a mixture of frustration and rage. Chapter 52, That's Cold, Hash. Ratigan made a dramatic exit from my shoulder, giving Mr. Freeze a look that screamed, "I'll nibble your nose off." I had to quickly play mediator. "Easy there, Ratigan. We're uninvited guests. It's only natural we don't get a warm welcome," I chuckled, trying to soothe both the frosty scientist and the cheeky rat. Strangely enough, my guardian veil's magic shield kept me cozy, and I didn't feel the cold but I couldn't move my legs an inch. Oh, well, that's another weakness to note for my barrier, I guess. Facing Mr. Freeze, I raised my hands, aiming for non-threatening surrender. "Hey, Dr. Freeze, I'm not here to start trouble," I assured him. The cryogun wavered a bit but stayed pointed in my general direction. "Who are you, and how did you find me here?" he inquired with suspicion, giving me the once-over. "The name's Micah Foster. As for the how, it doesn't matter and it's better left unsaid anyway," I quipped, earning a frosty frown. Undeterred, I pressed on. "What matters is that I can help you save your wife, Nora," I declared, trying to thaw the situation with a touch of charm. Mr. Freeze let out a cynical scoff. "And what do you know about my beloved's condition?" he challenged, his voice heavy with frustration. "I've been searching for a cure for her illness for years, and I've barely made a dent," he lamented, his icy demeanor betraying a flicker of desperation. I met his gaze with unwavering confidence. "I may not have all the answers, but trust me, I've got some impressive tricks up my sleeve," I assured him, trying to inject some optimism into the frosty atmosphere. "Tell me what ails her, and I'll whip up a potion or a pill that'll have her dancing in no time," I promised, a grin spreading across my face. "What have you got to lose, right? Just give me a shot," I urged, my tone as persuasive as my skills could make it. It wasn't just talk. With the system's arsenal at my disposal, I could summon up a cure for practically any ailment, provided I had the points for it. Creating a tailored remedy would be far more efficient than a one-size-fits-all approach. Mr. Freeze paused, his gaze piercing. "And if it doesn't work?" he questioned, his skepticism palpable. My grin widened, undeterred. "Trust me, it'll work. But if by some strange twist of fate it doesn't, I've got a backup plan," I reassured him, my confidence unwavering. With a deliberate motion, I raised my arm, the shadows swirling around it like a cloak. As they dissipated, I revealed the father box I'd acquired from the depths of the Black Forest. Behold, the father box, apocalyptic tech capable of pulling off some serious miracles, including cellular manipulation, I declared, presenting the device to him like a prized possession. Mr. Freeze's eyes widened in recognition. Nora Fries, his wife, suffered from a rare and incurable form of cancer. It didn't take a genius to see the potential of a device that could tinker with cells at a fundamental level. If you had access to such a miraculous device, why not present it first instead of faking claims of a miracle like a charlatan? Mr. Freeze inquired, both offended and confused. I'm no snake oil salesman, pal, I retorted, shooting him a mildly offended look. I'm confident the medicine I provide would do the trick, but they're a bit on the pricey side, and trust me, I would have preferred to lead with the father box, I explained with a weary sigh. The thing is, I've got no clue how to operate the damn thing, and while cellular manipulation falls under its bag of tricks, it'll probably need some fine-tuning to specifically target and zap those pesky cancer cells, I concluded, rubbing the back of my neck in frustration. I see. Nevertheless, I find the notion of such miraculous cures to be rather ludicrous, Mr. Freeze remarked, his tone tinged with skepticism. I couldn't help but mentally chuckle at his comment. Mr. Freeze, aside from his unwavering dedication to saving his wife, had a reputation for his pride. It made sense that he'd balk at the idea of some stranger conjuring up a cure that could achieve in moments what he'd struggled with for years. The father box, however, is a different story, Mr. Freeze mused, his expression contemplative. Hand it over, and I'll let you leave here with your life, he added, a palpable chill lacing his words. This time, I couldn't stifle the chuckle bubbling up inside me. It doesn't quite work like that, I replied, tightening my grip around the father box until it vanished in a cloud of shadows. If you want to get your hands on that alien gizmo, you'll have to play by my rules, I added, the shadows coalescing around me, shattering the icy encasement around my legs. The cold way it is then, Mr. Freeze declared, leveling his cryo gun at me and unleashing a freezing blast. I leaped back just in time, narrowly avoiding the icy tendrils that encroached on the ground where I had stood moments ago. Cold puns, really? I muttered under my breath with a chuckle, though I paused as I caught sight of Ratigan, poised to lunge at Mr. Freeze. Stay out of this one, Ratigan. Let me give Dr. Fries a lesson in manners no one else has dared to deliver, I instructed the feisty rodent, cracking my knuckles in anticipation. Less than 5 minutes later, I found myself chuckling at the sight of Mr. Freeze kneeling on the ground, frustration etched into every line of his face. Our showdown was far from legendary, to say the least. Sure, his cryo gun and ice grenades were annoying as heck, and he wielded them with calculated precision, but that was about it. Meanwhile, I had an invisible barrier, strength that bordered on superhuman, powers to manipulate shadows, and a boot that made me feel like the Flash's distant cousin from the clearance aisle. He did manage to slow me down a bit with his ice-covered ground, the classic move against any wannabe speedster, though I'll admit calling myself a speedster is a bit of a stretch. But even without the super speed, I had enough tricks up my sleeve to keep him guessing. In the end, a few well-placed hits were all it took to damage his suit, and he crumbled to the ground, unable to continue the fight. You've made your point, Mr. Freeze spat out, his voice dripping with irritation. State your conditions, he ground out, his teeth clenched in frustration. I couldn't help but smirk at his begrudging acceptance. See, that wasn't so bad, was it? I quipped, offering him a smile as I approached, extending my hand to help him up. What I want is simple. I want you on my team, I clarified, my tone casual yet firm. Mr. Freeze's eyebrows shot up in disbelief. You want me to be your minion? He scoffed, eyeing my outstretched hand warily. And why would I agree to such a ludicrous offer? He countered, his skepticism evident. Who would want you as a minion? I mirrored his scoff, maintaining eye contact. We've already established that I outclass you in combat, I pointed out matter-of-factly. And I'm not in the market for a lackey to do my dirty work. No offense, I added with a shrug. Mr. Freeze regarded me with a suspicious glint in his eyes. "Then, what exactly are you proposing?" he inquired, his tone guarded. "Exactly what I said. I want you working for me," I reiterated, exhaling audibly. "But not in the typical villain lackey kind of way. I'm offering you a legitimate job," I clarified, gesturing toward my extended hand. Mr. Freeze finally relented, grasping my hand firmly as I helped him to his feet. "And what job would you have for a wanted criminal such as myself?" he inquired, his tone cautious yet curious. I flashed him a broad grin, brimming with confidence. "I'm in the process of launching a company, and I've got all the capital lined up," I began, my enthusiasm palpable. "And I could certainly use a brilliant mind like yours to spearhead the R&D department," I continued, nodding towards him. "Naturally, I'll also help you overhaul your public image and turn over a new leaf," I continued, working my acting and persuasion skills to their utmost limits. "I'm definitely not leaving until I have him tied to my carriage." Chapter 53, Buttons So Many Buttons, 53. Walking through the dimly lit subway system, I found myself in surprisingly good spirits, the echoes of my humming bouncing off the damp walls. The rats scurrying around didn't faze me, they were just spectators in this underground theater. Negotiations with Mr. Freeze had gone smoothly, and we had reached an agreement. He'd join my team, and in return, I'd provide him with the means to save his wife. Simple enough, right? Except for the part where he tried to blast me with his cryogun. But hey, minor details. As I navigated the labyrinthine tunnels, thoughts of boundaries and consequences danced in my mind. Though Freeze wanted me to leave the father box with him, I refused for now. Frankly, I was all for it. I had no clue how to operate the thing, and Freeze was probably the best bet at cracking its secrets. However, his attempt to swipe it from me hadn't sat well, and I couldn't let that slide. Boundaries were crucial, especially when dealing with someone as dangerous as Freeze. Emerging into the subway station, ready to ascend to the surface, I froze at the sight before me. A figure lurked in the shadows, their silhouette a menacing presence against the flickering lights. The figure, a towering silhouette with unmistakable pointy ears, strategically placed himself in a patch of dim light, casting an imposing shadow. His mask's white lenses gleamed with an eerie intensity. Spotting him, I couldn't resist a smirk. "Do you always go for the dramatic lighting, or does it just follow you around for effect?" I quipped, my tone laced with amusement. "Either way, it feels like you're trying too hard," I added, shaking my head at the absurdity of it all. Unfazed by my attempt at humor, the figure remained stoic. "What are you doing here?" Batman inquired calmly. I arched an eyebrow, unimpressed. "Well, seeing as you're here, lurking in the shadows like the night itself, I'm guessing you followed me and even heard my entire chat with Freeze," I replied matter-of-factly. "So, why bother asking?" Batman's silent glare attempted to bore into me, but I met it with a grin. The legendary bat stare might intimidate most. However, I wasn't about to be cowed, knowing that glaring was all he could do right now. I hadn't done anything wrong, and Batman wouldn't do something as ridiculous as picking a fight with me just for having a conversation with a convicted villain. In the end, Batman seemed to abandon his attempts to intimidate me with his glare. "Aren't you a bit too relaxed?" he questioned, narrowing his eyes in suspicion. I couldn't help but let out a genuine chuckle at his remark. "What else am I supposed to do? Freak out? Run?" I retorted. "I made sure I wasn't being followed, but this is your turf, after all. I figured you'd have your ways of tracking me down whenever you pleased," I explained with a nonchalant shrug. "Besides, I haven't done anything wrong, so why sweat it? In fact, you could say I'm doing you a favor," I added confidently. It might have been a trick of the light or my own imagination, but I could have sworn I saw a hint of a smile tug at the corner of Batman's mouth before it completely disappeared. "You lied to the Justice League. You know more than you're letting on," Batman accused, his tone firm. I responded with a simple shrug, neither confirming nor denying his accusation. "Follow me," he commanded, turning on his heel and heading toward the subway station's exit. As I watched him stride away, a scoff threatened to escape my lips. Follow him, like he was the boss of me. But before I could voice my thoughts, Batman halted and spoke up. "I'll let you drive the Batmobile," he declared, and that was all I needed to hear. "Where to, boss?" I chimed in with an eager grin. As I took the wheel of the Batmobile, the thrill of driving such an iconic vehicle surged through me. My eyes flicked between the road ahead and the array of buttons and dials adorning the dashboard, each one seemingly begging to be pressed. The urge to indulge in some impromptu button-pushing fun was almost overwhelming. But before I could give in to temptation, I felt the weight of Batman's gaze boring into me from the passenger seat. His stern expression warned me against any rash actions, and I couldn't help but swallow the impulse to start randomly pressing buttons like a kid in a candy store. With a reluctant sigh, I focused my attention back on the road, resisting the magnetic pull of the Batmobile's controls. After all, I was a guest here, and it wouldn't do to upset the Dark Knight with any unnecessary antics. So, I settled for enjoying the exhilarating drive through the outskirts of Gotham, content to savor the experience without causing any unnecessary trouble while following the GPS coordinates Batman had placed. The journey was as quiet as a graveyard at midnight. Any attempts I made to spark a conversation were met with nothing more than monosyllabic responses from Batman, who seemed determined to maintain his air of mystery. It was like trying to talk to a brick wall, albeit a highly intimidating one. Despite the eerie silence and the nagging feeling of being led into the unknown, I couldn't help but find a certain thrill in the situation. After all, how many people could boast about driving around Gotham City in the Batmobile? It was the stuff of dreams, or at least the kind of thing you'd expect to see in a comic book. Sure, some might have called it a classic case of stranger danger, but as an orphan who grew up in the warm confines of the foster system, I never received the memo about avoiding suspicious strangers' vehicles. Besides, this was Batman we were talking about, not some mustachioed creep offering candy from a van. As we drew closer to our destination, the landscape began to change, transitioning from the familiar cityscape of Gotham to a more rugged and remote area. The GPS coordinates guided us onto an off-road path, winding through dense foliage until we reached the foot of a towering cliff, its surface cloaked in greenery and moss. With a practiced ease, Batman retrieved a sleek remote control device from the depths of his utility belt. As he aimed it at the cliff face and pressed a button, the rugged stone parted like an automatic garage door, revealing a hidden passage carved into the heart of the cliff. My eyes widened in disbelief as I recognized where we were headed. "This is," I muttered under my breath, momentarily stunned by the revelation. I quickly composed myself, attempting to conceal my expression, but it was clear that Batman had noticed my reaction. "So you do know." His voice was laced with a hint of suspicion, as if he had finally confirmed a long-standing suspicion. Caught off guard, I could only offer a sheepish shrug in response as I guided the Batmobile through the opening, descending into the depths of the Batcave. Standing within the expansive confines of the Batcave, Alfred Pennyworth wore his customary smile as he observed the Batmobile gliding to a halt, its engines humming to a gentle stop. Tray in hand, laden with refreshments and snacks, and with a towel draped over his arm, he approached the driver's seat, ready to greet his employer. "I'm pleasantly surprised. You've returned early today, Master BR," Alfred's words faltered as the door swung open, revealing not the familiar figure of Bruce Wayne, but instead a young man he had never encountered before. "Well, I'll be," Alfred remarked, his tone carrying a touch of amusement as he studied the unexpected visitor. "A new face in the Batmobile. You're not the usual clientele, are you?" The young man met Alfred's gaze with a wry grin. "Sorry to disappoint, but I'm not here for the snacks, though they do look tempting, so I'll accept your generosity," he said, snatching 2 cookies, one for himself, the other for the royally dressed rat atop his shoulder. Alfred arched an eyebrow, his curiosity piqued. "And just who might you be then?" The visitor's grin widened. "Let's just say I'm a friend of the Bat, here to lend a hand, or a paw, if you will," he said, prompting the rat to wave at the butler. Alfred's confusion deepened, but before he could voice his inquiries, Batman emerged from the passenger seat, cutting through the tension with his presence. "Alfred, this is Micah," Batman introduced, his voice carrying a hint of approval. "I brought him here to discuss something important." Alfred's gaze flickered between Micah and Batman, his expression a mix of bemusement and intrigue. Well, It seems I have much to catch up on. Welcome to the Batcave, young man. Chapter 54, The World's Greatest Detective 54. Balancing the tray of refreshments with practiced ease, Alfred placed it carefully on the table, his composed demeanor barely masking his inner perplexity. I suppose I should have sensed trouble brewing when Master Wayne decided to return ahead of schedule, he murmured under his breath, earning a sharp glance from Batman. What's that, Alfred? Batman's voice was firm, his gaze probing. Alfred offered a polite smile. Merely my own musings, sir. Nothing of consequence, he replied, stepping back after arranging the table to perfection. Feel free to engage in your discussion. I shall remain close by, he added, positioning himself discreetly behind Batman, his curiosity barely contained. As Batman and his unexpected guest settled into conversation, Alfred couldn't shake the nagging sense of bewilderment. He had been prepared to go to great lengths to protect his employer's secret identity, even entertaining the notion of impersonating Batman himself, if need be. However, the unexpected turn of events had caught him off guard, leaving him grappling with a mystery he was determined to unravel. Batman cast a lingering glance at Alfred, who remained steadfast in his position, showing no signs of leaving. With a resigned shake of his head, Batman proceeded to remove his cowl, much to Alfred's evident horror. Micah, however, reacted with a mere sigh, his expression reflecting a resigned acceptance of the unfolding situation. You've dispensed with the charade entirely now, Bruce Wayne, now unmasked, remarked with a hint of amusement, his lips curling into a wry smile. Micah, unfazed, responded with a bitter smile of his own. You wouldn't have brought me here if you weren't convinced I already knew your secret, he stated with a shake of his head. I'd like to know what makes you so sure, though, he continued, his tone tinged with curiosity. You seem to know far more than I anticipated, Bruce admitted, his surprise evident. He had harbored doubts before, but the level of insight displayed by the young man standing before him suggested a deeper understanding. An understanding that extended beyond mere knowledge of his secret identity to the intricacies of his thoughts and actions, closely guarded secrets that he had never imagined would be laid bare. Micah's demeanor in his exchanges with Bruce appeared almost unnervingly strategic, as if he possessed an uncanny knack for navigating their brief interactions with calculated precision. He seemed to know exactly when to stand his ground and when to yield, pushing Bruce's patience to its limits before easing off at just the right moment. But that wasn't all. To answer your question, it's through keen observation that I'm certain, Bruce affirmed, his tone unwavering. I've dissected your interrogation at the Watchtower multiple times, and that was the first tell, he elaborated. The way you deflected Hal's probing about your knowledge of the future, deliberately baiting and provoking him to divert focus, he continued. Micah, unimpressed, crossed his arms. That could have been mere coincidence, you know. Not everyone responds to yes or no questions with a straightforward yes or no answers, he countered, fixing Bruce with an incredulous gaze. Bruce nodded in agreement. Indeed, but as I've mentioned, that was merely the beginning, he elucidated. Take your encounter with Ted Grant, for instance, and how your demeanor shifted the moment you learned his name, almost as if you were privy to more information, he continued. Micah scoffed dramatically. Well, of course, I'd change my attitude. Ted Grant is a world-renowned boxing champion, and I went to his gym with the intention of picking up some fighting skills, he retorted, waving his hand dismissively. Bruce shook his head. But there was more to it, wasn't there? You readily acknowledged his association with Batman and even speculated about his connection to Ted Cord, another Justice League member, he elaborated. If that doesn't suggest knowledge of his secret identity, then what does? He pressed. Micah met his gaze with a challenging look, undeterred. Even so, that merely suggests awareness of Cord and Grant's alter egos. It doesn't necessarily imply knowledge of your own, he countered defiantly. No, but your manner of interaction does. Though our encounters have been few, you seem to possess an innate understanding of how to navigate our world and its inhabitants, Bruce calmly asserted. As a stranger with an undisclosed agenda, I should naturally harbor suspicion toward you. Yet, you've managed to earn my respect with mere words, he added, offering a faint smile. Bruce nodded, as if to affirm his own observation. Indeed, your adeptness at maneuvering through delicate situations has not gone unnoticed, he concurred. Your deal with Superman, the proposition you presented regarding Livewire, and the words you spoke to Victor Zass to make him let go of the hostage in the asylum, all these instances hint at a deeper understanding, he elaborated. He proceeded to methodically unveil the various clues he had pieced together, including Micah's expedition to the Black Forest and his encounter with the Penguin. Standing by and listening to Bruce's revelations, Alfred's eyes widened with each new detail. Micah, meanwhile, wore an expression of profound exasperation, while Radigan perched on his shoulder, seemingly unfazed and indulging in a biscuit. Once Bruce finished recounting his deductions, Micah mustered a bitter smile. "I knew you'd keep tabs on me, but I didn't anticipate it to be this thorough," he remarked with a sigh. "I expected you'd catch on eventually, but I didn't imagine it would be this soon," he added, reclining in his seat with a defeated air, as though resigned to the inevitability of the situation. "As expected of the Dark Knight of Gotham, I suppose. Your penchant for paranoia never fails to impress," he concluded, offering a genuine smile as he met Bruce's gaze once more. In the dimly lit Batcave, a peculiar glimmer shone in Micah's eyes. Despite the unraveling of his meticulously crafted schemes to conceal his knowledge of the future for as long as possible, there was no hint of irritation or frustration. Instead, a genuine sense of delight illuminated his features. Gone was his customary playful smirk, replaced by a smile brimming with unadulterated joy. In this moment, Micah bore a striking resemblance to a wide-eyed child beholding their lifelong hero, devoid of his usual obstinate pride and sharp-witted sarcasm that defined his existence. The fleeting moment of genuine delight on Micah's face quickly gave way to his customary smirk. "I'll concede this round, but," he trailed off, grin widening. "How do you suppose I came by all this knowledge? I'm eager to hear your deductions," he prompted. Bruce returned the smile, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. "That question stumped me for quite some time," he admitted. "While I could attribute your knowledge of a few future events and a handful of secret identities to your involvement with the League in your former world, there's more to it than that," he mused. "I've fought crime for years, been part of the League, and known its members for quite some time, yet even I lack intimate knowledge of the personalities of so many extraordinary individuals," Bruce explained. Micah nodded in agreement, his expression thoughtful. "That tracks," he remarked, acknowledging Bruce's deductions. Bruce pressed on, undeterred by the interruption. "The Justice League in your world might operate under a different set of rules, where identities are public knowledge. That could explain your knowledge of our identities," Bruce reasoned. "But it doesn't quite cover how you seem to know every little detail about both heroes and villains." Bruce's expression turned slightly more severe. "You said the Justice League exists in your world, and I don't doubt it, but existence has many forms," he stated. "The form of the League's existence in your original world is the only thing that could explain your knowledge." Micah's expression shifted again at Bruce's words, a spark of excitement lighting up his eyes. "So, how do you think the Justice League exists in my world?" he inquired, his interest barely contained. Bruce considered for a moment, his brow furrowing in concentration. "It's just a theory, but in your world, maybe the Justice League exists as fiction. Widely known, accessible to everyone, even regular civilians like you," he theorized. Micah's shrug was nonchalant, yet there was a spark of challenge in his eyes. "Could be. But here's the kicker. I'm not your average Joe," he retorted, conjuring a shadow blade into his palm as if to emphasize his point. "It's not beyond the realm of possibility for a powered individual to gather such intel, is it?" Micah questioned, his gaze locking with Bruce's while the latter remained unfazed, shaking his head calmly. "I may not know how you attain those powers, but one thing is for certain," Bruce asserted with conviction. "When you first arrived here, you were entirely ordinary." He paused, emphasizing his point. "Hal confirmed it after scanning you with his power ring. Apart from the peculiar footwear you're currently sporting, there was no trace of any extraordinary abilities." Bruce's demeanor exuded confidence as he continued, his words carrying weight. Superman even verified that you didn't possess those shoes when you initially appeared in our world. Chapter 55, Unbiased 55. Listening to Bruce's words, I struggled to contain the grin threatening to split my face in half. It was like watching a master chess player reveal his moves one by one. Sure, I knew about his detective skills from reading the comics, but witnessing it in person was a whole new level of awe-inspiring. Since my first encounter with Superman in this world, I'd managed to keep my inner fanboy in check. But right now, as Bruce laid out his deductions, it took all my acting skills to maintain a facade of calm. What self-respecting comics fan wouldn't geek out over being analyzed by the one and only Dark Knight? I had to hand it to him. The resources it must have taken to keep tabs on me was one thing. However, Bruce's ability to connect the dots, from the trivial detail of me arriving without shoes to my banter with Hal Jordan, was both impressive and downright terrifying. This was Batman we were talking about, the world's greatest detective and one of the sharpest minds around. "And it doesn't bother you?" I asked, my intrigue bubbling over. "The fact that we might just be characters in someone else's story," I added, unable to resist poking the bear of existentialism. "Not in the slightest," Bruce replied, his voice steady as ever. "In a universe as vast as ours, it wouldn't be surprising if there were worlds where we all exist as nothing more than literary creations," he mused, his tone thoughtful. "Even if that were the case, it wouldn't change a thing for me. My purpose remains unchanged, to uphold justice and do what's right," Bruce concluded, his conviction unwavering. I couldn't help but nod in agreement. Those words resonated with me deeply. The notion had crossed my mind once or twice since landing in this topsy-turvy world. What if I was just a figment of someone's imagination? What if my entire existence was nothing more than ink on a page or pixels on a screen? But dwelling on such thoughts was as pointless as trying to herd cats. The truth was, it didn't matter. Whether real or fictional, my purpose remained the same: to make the most of every moment, to seize every opportunity, and to enjoy the wild ride that life or fiction threw my way. As long as I was having fun, the rest was just background noise. My laughter echoed through the Batcave, drawing quizzical glances from both Alfred and Bruce. "Sorry, guys, but this is just too surreal," I managed between chuckles. "It's like stepping into a dream, but one that's a perfect match for reality." The genuine joy bubbling inside me refused to be contained as I continued. "I mean, come on, it's like I'm a kid all over." I grinned, feeling the thrill of the moment coursing through me. Alfred's amusement was evident in the crinkle of his eyes as he quipped, "So, I gather you were quite the fan of Master Bruce in your previous world." I couldn't help but nod enthusiastically. "Absolutely, a huge fan of both of you," I admitted, not bothering to keep up the act. "Oh, could it be that I was also included in these works of fiction from your world?" Alfred asked, sounding genuinely intrigued. "Not only were you just included, but you were a fan favorite. Some folks even preferred you over your employer and all the Robins. No offense, Bruce," I added with a playful wink in his direction. Alfred's chuckle resonated through the Batcave, his eyes twinkling with amusement. "Well, it seems the people of your world have quite the refined taste," he remarked, nodding with satisfaction. His curiosity was evident, but Bruce's timely interruption shifted the focus back to the matter at hand. "Now that that's settled, let's get to the crux of why you're here," Bruce announced, his tone sobering, and I mirrored his serious expression, eager to hear his proposal. "To put it simply, I want to assist you in your endeavors," he stated calmly, his gaze steady. Perplexed, I raised an eyebrow. "And what, pray tell, are my endeavors?" I inquired, genuinely intrigued by his offer. Bruce remained composed. "The rehabilitation of criminals like Livewire and Mr. Freeze," he replied matter-of-factly. I let out a sigh at his assumption. "Is that what you think I'm up to?" I questioned, meeting his gaze head-on, and he merely crossed his arms, his expression unreadable. "Well, I can't say it didn't cross my mind, but it's easier said than done, you know," I admitted with a sigh. Livewire's case was a case of the stars aligning, and Mr. Freeze could easily redeem himself in society's eyes with his medical expertise. but not everyone is as receptive as them or eager to change their ways, I explained, voicing my reservations. Bruce's smile widened at my candor. Are you saying it's an impossible task? He inquired, the challenge clear in his tone. I shook my head. Not impossible, but nearly so. The resources and time needed to expand these efforts beyond 2 cases is not something I have, I confessed. Bruce's smile remained unwavering. And what if I were to provide the necessary resources and facilities? He proposed, his offer hanging in the air. I furrowed my brow at Bruce's proposal. What exactly are you getting at? I inquired, a hint of skepticism creeping into my voice. A fully functional rehab center, complete with all the necessary licenses and legal requirements, he explained calmly. Under your guidance, you'll have the freedom to handpick the psychologists if you want. I couldn't help but let out a chuckle at his suggestion. So, another nut house? I quipped, shaking my head at the thought. You know as well as I do that mere shrinks can't cure the kind of crazy some of these folks have. But you can, can't you? Most supercriminals are driven by obsession, Bruce countered. You've cracked the codes of Livewire and Mr. Freeze, offering alternatives that don't involve breaking the law. Just keep doing what you've been doing. And as for me, I'll grease the wheels to ensure any reformed baddies get a second chance, he concluded, his resolve shining through in his words. I'll set it up so individuals like Mr. Freeze can work even while they're behind bars, giving them a chance to earn their freedom. You know what that means, right? Bruce's confidence rang through his words, his eyes piercing. Once again, I found myself taken aback. You do realize I've gone through all this trouble to reform Mr. Freeze and Livewire just to capitalize on their talents and line my pockets. I blurted out, my frustration clear. Bruce remained composed. Even so, if they're out of the criminal game and living honest lives, it's more than anyone else, including the League and myself, could do for them, he reasoned. At the end of the day, people rely on each other. It's not necessarily a bad thing. If you lend a hand and receive assistance in return, who's to say it's wrong? He mused. I suppose that's just how society rolls, I admitted with a nod. But why come to me with this? Why not take on the task yourself? I questioned, genuinely curious. While I might have a deep understanding of Gotham's criminals, I could never reach them as effectively as you could, Bruce expressed, a hint of frustration coloring his tone. It's theoretically possible, but practically unfeasible. I've been locked in battle with them for too long. They'd never accept my help, no matter how many times I offer it, he lamented. I've made attempts to reform them before, but over time, I've developed a sort of bias against them that would hinder any genuine connection, Bruce continued. But you possess a deep understanding of their motives and personalities with none of the prejudice. I can see it in the way you handled Harley Quinn and the Riddler, Bruce stated, his voice unwavering. You didn't show an ounce of fear, disgust, or judgment toward them. You simply showed interest in them and they reciprocated. They sensed your sincerity, he explained. You, an outsider with no biases against these criminals, are the ideal candidate for the job, he concluded, his gaze steady and resolute. Do you even realize the amount of trust you're putting in me? I questioned, torn between amusement and concern. Have you thought about the consequences if I decide I no longer want to cooperate? I pressed further. I have, Bruce responded firmly. But ultimately, this is the only path I see to break the ceaseless cycle of conflict between heroes and villains, he declared. If you prove to be untrustworthy, then I'll have to shoulder the responsibility and stop you myself, he concluded, his resolve unwavering. Chapter 56, Alarm Clock Ninja 56. Lying on my bed in my New York apartment, I couldn't tear my eyes away from the glowing text box floating before me. The Daily Deals tab beckoned with a tempting offer. A weapon master skill at a jaw-dropping 90% discount, priced at a mere 800 points. My stash of points had swelled to a comfortable 2150, a significant jump from the measly 530 I'd been left with after splurging on the permanent mental shield. Sure, I'd snagged some points from Mr. Freeze, Batman finally, the Penguin, and even Alfred, but those gains alone couldn't explain the sudden windfall. The truth lay in the barrage of notifications flooding my inbox, announcing shifts in my relationship statuses from neutral to either curious or cautious with unknown individuals. The mysterious messages read like this: your relationship with has shifted from neutral to cautious. It wasn't my first rodeo with such notifications. They'd only cropped up previously when Wildcat caught sight of me in a dark alley, unbeknownst to me. Clearly, word about me was getting around. It was a double-edged sword, leaving me simultaneously thrilled for the influx of points and apprehensive for obvious reasons. Who were these new players in my game, and what nefarious plans might they have in store for me? Find that out and more in the next episode. Just kidding, who cares really? I chuckled to myself, shaking off any lingering concerns. Word about me spreading was inevitable, and whoever harbored nefarious plans, well, they'd have to catch me first. Besides, flying by the seat of my pants always made for a more exhilarating ride. With a nonchalant shrug, I redirected my focus to the daily deals section, my cursor hovering over the coveted weapon master skill. Without a moment's hesitation, I clicked purchase and sealed the deal. The description flashed before me: Weapon Master. Transform into the ultimate weapon-wielding virtuoso. Whether it's a baguette or a rubber chicken, you'll wield it like a pro, leaving villains quaking in their boots and bystanders questioning their life choices. With this skill, even a feather duster becomes a deadly weapon of mass destruction. So, grab your spatula and prepare to flip your enemies upside down with unparalleled finesse. Ah, the perks of modern-day online shopping, I mused, already envisioning the endless possibilities this newfound skill would unlock. The promise of the skill's description was enough to push me into buying it without a second thought. I mean, who wouldn't want to become a master of anything that could double as a weapon? I'd be lying if I said I wasn't tempted by the idea of going all Jackie Chan on my enemies, but more importantly, this skill seemed like the perfect solution to my lack of combat finesse, especially after getting my butt handed to me by the Riddler back in the asylum. Of course, enhancing my shadow powers was a big plus, but what really sold me was the versatility. I mean, think about it. Almost anything can be used as a weapon if you get creative enough. A car? That's a weapon if you're willing to go full Mad Max. The same goes for a plane or a boat. Put simply, with this skill, I could channel my inner NASCAR driver if I ever decided to weaponize a car. And it didn't stop there. This mastery extended to anything and everything, from conventional weapons to everyday objects like furniture. Picture this, me wielding a chair like a pro and... Okay, maybe there aren't many practical applications for wielding a chair outside of combat, so maybe that wasn't the most convincing example, but you catch my drift. The possibilities with this skill were practically endless. Who knows? Maybe I'll be the first person in history to beat someone within an inch of their life using a baguette. Hey, stranger things have happened in my life lately. All right, I grumbled, rolling off my bed with all the grace of a sloth on a Monday morning. Let's give this a whirl, I announced to my rat, Ratigan, who seemed more interested in his own fur than my impromptu swordplay. His beady eyes, however, perked up at my words, fixed on me like he was expecting a show. Watch closely, Rat, I exclaimed, extending my hand and conjuring a shadowy sword in my right palm. With my left, I grabbed an alarm clock from my bedside table and flung it into the air like I was auditioning for a bizarre circus act. As I mentally prepared to slice the annoying clock in two, my brain felt like it was doing backflips in a pool of information. My hand moved with a mind of its own, adjusting to grip the shadowy blade like I was born with it. Then, channeling my inner sword saint, or maybe just my alarm clock ninja, I flipped the blade and sliced upward faster than a cat chasing a laser pointer. Blink and you'd miss it. In a matter of milliseconds, the once-whole alarm clock was now lying on the ground in two perfect halves. My eyes widened in disbelief as I stared at the sliced clock, feeling like I'd stumbled into a cheesy action movie. Well, would you look at that? I muttered to myself, half expecting applause from an invisible audience, and it did come, but from the cheeky rodent, spectating my antics like a king watching his personal jester. Though everything happened unconsciously, and in the blink of an eye, I managed to temper my strength, and the result was nothing short of astonishing. Testing the limits of this newfound skill would have to wait for another day. But enough about that for now. I'm sure you're eager to hear about my deal with Bruce, and here I am rambling on about my latest power-up. Annoying, right? Anyway, let's address the elephant in the room. I turned down Bruce's offer. Before you grab your torches and pitchforks, let me explain. The idea of running a mental asylum under my direction was undeniably tempting. I could have folks like Mr. Freeze working for me even while locked up, and have the doctors vouch for their rehabilitation. But truth be told, it felt like too much hassle and a massive time sink for a guy who just wanted to enjoy life like me. Naturally, I didn't spill the beans about my desire to simply goof off and have fun. I'm not that thick-skinned. Instead, I diplomatically told Bruce it was a hefty responsibility and not quite aligned with my life goals at the moment. But Bruce, stubborn as ever, wasn't having any of it. He insisted I wouldn't need to do anything extra, just carry on with my usual antics. Upon hearing Bruce's proposal, I instinctively fell back on my ultimate weapon, my stubborn pride. I made it clear to Bruce that while the idea was enticing, I wasn't keen on everything being handed to me on a silver platter. I'd always been accustomed to earning my keep, and being given so much help didn't sit right with me. It might have been foolish and stubborn, but that's just the kind of person I am. Back in my old world, I lived by relying on myself, and I intended to do the same here. Bruce seemed perturbed by my refusal, but he wasn't one to give up easily. He suggested that he proceed with the construction and legalities of the establishment, and once everything was set up and ready to go, I could simply buy it from him and take over. With that proposition, I found myself running out of reasons to say no, so I reluctantly agreed. But before sealing the deal, I laid down a few conditions. The first condition caught Bruce off guard. I insisted that the asylum be built in New York instead of Gotham. Naturally, Bruce was intrigued and questioned my choice. That's when I dropped the bombshell on him, the revelation that Gotham was cursed, thanks to some ancient warlock buried beneath the city. Let me tell you, his reaction was priceless. As Bruce's face went from aha to uh-oh in record time, I couldn't help but smirk at the sheer roller coaster of emotions playing out before me. But it wasn't until I dropped the bombshell about Arkham Asylum possibly being on a spiritual hotspot that his eyes nearly popped out of his head. With Bruce finally on board, I laid out the rest of my terms, and surprisingly, he was all ears. After sealing the deal, I bid adieu to the Batcave, leaving Bruce with a parting gift of sorts, a recommendation to call in the big guns like Constantine or maybe even Spawn, if he existed in this world, to tackle Gotham's curses. And that, my friends, is how the cookie crumbled. The whole situation felt like a bizarre role reversal. Normally, I'd be the one flaunting my knowledge and dangling tempting offers to get others on board with my plans. But there I was, turning down Bruce's proposition and calling the shots for once, only to be convinced by him in the end. It was a strange twist of fate, but hey, I wasn't complaining. It was kind of refreshing to be on the other side of the negotiation table for once. Chapter 57, Brother Blood 57. As the thunderous blasts reverberated through the apartment, I groggily pried my eyes open, irritation etched across my face. With a reluctant groan, I reached for my phone, squinting at the glaring screen that announced an ungodly hour, 5 in the morning. Cursing under my breath, I couldn't help but curse. Who in the hell is setting off fireworks at this ungodly hour? Tossing the phone aside, I grabbed a nearby pillow and attempted to muffle the cacophony, hoping to salvage what little sleep I had left. But the explosions persisted, growing louder and more persistent by the second. Just as I was about to surrender to frustration, Ratigan, my faithful rodent companion, leaped onto the bed, snatching the pillow away and nudging me insistently. I shot Ratigan an exasperated glare, but his persistent antics left me with no choice but to begrudgingly surrender to the inevitable. With a resigned sigh, I clambered out of bed, muttering darkly under my breath. "Whoever's behind this is in for a world of hurt," I grumbled, peering out the window to catch a glimpse of the fiery glow in the distance. "But first, coffee," I declared with a weary yawn, trudging toward the kitchen in search of the life-saving elixir that would fuel my morning. It had been a week since I splurged on the weapon master skill, and surprisingly, things had been calm. Bruce checked in occasionally, mostly to hash out the details of the asylum, or rather rehab center, as I insisted on calling it. Beyond that, life had settled into a comfortable routine. My daily visits to Wildcat had taken on a new flavor. No longer just for training, they had morphed into regular social calls. As it turned out, fists were fair game under the effects of the weapon master skill. The look on Wildcat's face when I handed him his ass in a sparring match was absolutely priceless, making the hefty point cost of the skill entirely worth it. Despite the beating I served him, Wildcat remained the only person I could genuinely call a friend, so I made sure to swing by whenever I could. There was also Tgthegood, but he was more of a business partner than a buddy, but undeniably a likable one. Me making friends, who would have thought? Another notable event during this time was my sudden plunge into a gambling frenzy, courtesy of a newly developed addiction. It all started when I found myself drowning in boredom, mindlessly scrolling through the system, when I stumbled upon a tantalizing offer. A random weapon draw for a mere 50 points. The promise of rare and legendary weapons, with a guaranteed rare one after 10 draws, proved too tempting to resist. With my newfound mastery of all weapons, thanks to the weapon master skill, I figured, why not give it a shot? So I coughed up the points for a single draw, curious to see what fate had in store. The result? A pitifully rusty old spear that looked like it would bend with a firm squeeze. Utterly disappointed, I found myself compelled to try again, 20 times over to be exact. Before I knew it, my points had dwindled to a mere 300. Lesson learned: gachas were the epitome of evil, and I had fallen victim to their siren call. Still, amidst the sea of disappointments, I managed to snag a few decent draws, including an awesome sword. Was it worth it? Perhaps. But mark my words, you'll never catch me indulging in gacha games ever again. With my coffee drained and my outfit refreshed, I made my way to the door of the apartment. "Time to roll, Radigan," I declared, reaching out my hand for him. Without hesitation, he scampered up my arm and settled on my shoulder. I'm about to hand out some well-deserved foot-to-ass deliveries for whoever disturbed my beauty sleep. Brother Blood's maniacal laughter echoed through the chaotic streets as flames danced around him, casting an eerie glow on his skin. His monstrous mount, a grotesque amalgamation of bull and gorilla covered in scales, stomped menacingly, shaking the ground beneath them. With a sinister grin, he reveled in the terror of the civilians, his eyes gleaming with madness. "The road to enlightenment is paved with sacrifice," Brother Blood's voice boomed, drowning out the screams of the terrified onlookers. "And you shall all be the first to offer yourselves for the greater good." His laughter rang out, a chilling symphony to the destruction surrounding them. But just as his arrogance peaked, a sudden burst of energy sliced through the air, heralding the arrival of Starfear, Beast Boy, and Raven. Their determined expressions contrasted sharply with the chaos, their resolve unwavering as they confronted the malevolent cult leader. Starfear, her eyes blazing with determination, unleashed a barrage of searing energy blasts, aiming to disrupt Brother Blood's hold over the creature beneath him. Beast Boy, nimble and agile, transformed into a colossal grizzly bear, charging headlong into the fray, seeking to topple the monstrous mount. Meanwhile, Raven, her cloak billowing ominously around her, focused her telekinetic powers, creating a protective shield around her allies as she prepared to face Brother Blood head-on. "Resistance is futile, surrender now tightens, and I shall sinfully grant you mercy." Brother Blood's taunts fell upon deaf ears as she braced herself, ready to confront the dark sorcerer who sought to manipulate her for his twisted ends. Brother Blood's laughter continued as he clashed with the formidable trio. His acolytes, undeterred by the onslaught, rallied to his side, their fervent zeal fueling their attacks. As the chaos unfolded, the Titans found themselves in the thick of battle, their determination unwavering despite the overwhelming number of acolytes against them and the strange weapons they wielded. "We need to neutralize those acolytes before they summon more reinforcements." Starfear's voice cut through the din, her eyes ablaze with determination as she launched volleys of energy blasts at the cultists. Beast Boy, his form shifting rapidly to match the ever-changing tide of battle, nodded in agreement. "I'll keep 'em occupied, but we need a plan," he declared, his voice echoing with the ferocity of a bear as he pounced on the nearest adversary. Raven, her expression grim beneath her hood, focused her energies on maintaining the team's defensive barrier. "Stick together and focus on rescuing the civilians for now," she commanded, her words carrying the weight of authority as she surveyed the battlefield. Slowly but surely, the Titans gained the advantage as they evacuated the civilians and neutralized the acolytes. However, their efforts were soon met with a sinister twist as Brother Blood unleashed a torrent of dark magic, conjuring a legion of infernal creatures to bolster his ranks. Starfire's eyes widened with alarm at the sight of the approaching horde. "Incoming! We need to hold our ground," she shouted, her hands already unleashing another barrage of energy. In his wolf form, Beast Boy let out a frustrated growl as he shifted his attention to the new threat. "This is bad, there's too many of them," he exclaimed, his voice tinged with apprehension. Amidst the chaos of battle, Raven took charge, positioning herself between her comrades and the encroaching infernal creatures. "Stand behind me," she commanded, her voice ringing out with authority as she conjured a protective barrier of dark energy. "I'll send these creatures back to where they belong." Her eyes blazed with power as she focused her energy, preparing to unleash a formidable banishment spell. "Azarath Metrian Zinthos." With a resounding cry, Raven channeled her magic, weaving intricate incantations, as dark vortex-like portals materialized beneath the feet of the infernal creatures. One by one, they were drawn into the abyss, vanishing from sight as they were returned to their original dimensions. Relief washed over Raven as the last of the creatures disappeared, but her victory was short-lived. In a swift and unexpected maneuver, Brother Blood seized his opportunity, ensnaring Raven with tendrils of dark magic before she could react. Helpless to intervene, Beast Boy and Starfire found themselves locked in combat with the remaining acolytes and Brother Blood's mount, unable to come to Raven's aid. Brother Blood, his grin twisted with malice, materialized behind Raven, his form shifting into a menacing cloud of blood mist as he hoisted her onto his shoulder. "Foolish girl," he taunted, his voice dripping with contempt. "Did you truly believe you could evade the grasp of Trigon?" With a sinister flourish, he conjured a swirling portal of blood-red energy. "You refused to embrace the darkness, and now you shall be consumed by it, you and the entire world," he stated, poised to make his escape. Before Brother Blood could make his grand escape, he felt an unexpected shift in gravity. Confusion furrowed his brow as he glanced over his shoulder, only to discover an empty space where Raven once perched. Panic clawed at his chest as he scanned the chaotic scene, desperate to locate her. To his astonishment, he found her suspended in the air, ensnared by a dark tendril, inching toward a figure shrouded in swirling shadows. Micah's face emerged from the darkness, his gaze piercing through the gloom as he intercepted Raven's descent. With effortless grace, he ripped through the binding magic, freeing her from its grasp. A smirk danced across his lips as he locked eyes with Brother Blood. "Seriously, dude, you need to grow up and get over the edgy phase you got going on," Micah chided, his tone dripping with mock disappointment like a parent talking down to his child. "You're pushing 50, and you're still spouting this embrace the darkness Vader-type shit like a teenage Sith wannabe? Come on, man, show some shame and act your age." He shook his head, a mix of exasperation and amusement evident in his demeanor. Chapter 58, New Toy 58. Observing Raven shoot me a look that screamed, "Stranger danger alert," I barely stifled a laugh. I can't blame her. Not everyone would readily trust a shadow-drenched stranger swooping in to save the day. But hey, I simply have to set the record straight, right? "Ease up on the suspicious stare," I quipped, raising an eyebrow. "I'm not gonna offer you candy. Plus, I don't even own a sketchy van, you know?" I added, letting out a chuckle at the absurdity of the situation. Raven seemed to have a quip on the tip of her tongue, but before she could muster a comeback, Brother Blood crashed the party with all the subtlety of a bull in a china shop, pointing his finger at me like an inquisitor pointing out a witch in a crowd of peasants. "And who in Trigon's name are you to hinder the Church of Blood's unholy crusade?" he thundered, his rage palpable. Grinning like a Cheshire cat, I volleyed back with equal zeal. "Didn't your parents teach you manners? Introduce yourself before you ask others for their names, I retorted, relishing the confusion that flickered across Brother Blood's face. I killed he replied, pausing halfway as his bewilderment quickly morphed into a fresh wave of realization and fury. Impudent child, you dare mock Brother Blood? Dark tendrils of magic began to coil around him like a sinister aura. Shouldn't it be Grandpa Blood now, you edgy old-timer? I fired back with a smirk, delighting in the gasps of disbelief from his entourage of acolytes. Very well, if you're so eager for death, then I shall grant your wish. With a scowl, Brother Blood hurled a swirling ball of dark energy, looking like he just stubbed his toe on a villainous coffee table. Raven stepped forward, her eyes glowing, ready to throw up a protective shield or something of that nature, but I breezed past her, a shadowy baseball bat materializing in my grip. Taking a batter's stance, I waited for his dark fastball to come zooming my way. With a swing worthy of the World Series, I sent it rocketing into the sky, where it burst into a fireworks display of wriggling tentacles that seemed intent on molesting anything and everything within their reach. Touchdown for the good guys, I cheered, fist pumping like I'd just scored the winning goal. Brother Blood's frustration was practically visible as he morphed into a cloud of angry blood mist, zipping toward me faster than a squirrel chasing a nut. As he reformed before me, claws outstretched and ready for a manicure, or more likely to mangle my face, I threw up a shadowy barrier faster than you can say, abracadabra. Before he could blink, my hidden arsenal of apocalyptic blasters popped out of the shadows, aiming right at him. With a chorus of blasts that would make fireworks jealous, they unleashed their lasers and energy projectiles at Brother Blood. As the apocalyptic blasters unleashed their barrage, the air filled with the anguished scream of Brother Blood. A cloud of blood mist, riddled with holes like Swiss cheese, soared into the sky before coalescing back into Brother Blood's form, looking even angrier and more menacing somehow. Persistent little bugger, isn't he? I remarked, eyeing Brother Blood's reformation with a mix of annoyance and intrigue. Raven, ever the master of understatement, chimed in with her usual dry tone. Brother Blood's cursed powers make him as resilient as a cockroach. It'll take more than a light breeze to keep him down. I shot her a glance, eyebrow raised in curiosity. So what's the plan? I inquired. She nodded slowly, her expression serious. I have a spell in mind, but it's complicated. I'll need a few minutes to pull it off, she explained. No problemo, I replied with a cocky grin, twirling the baseball bat in my hand until it transformed into a sleek blade. I'll keep the party going, but don't dawdle too much, I teased, activating my storm walker shoes and springing into the air, ready to take on Brother Blood once again. As I soared into the air, I caught Brother Blood's smirk, practically shouting, "Easy target up here." It was a classic villain move, but thankfully, he refrained from the cheesy dialogue, small blessings, I guess. Undeterred, he ascended higher, raining down a storm of dark energy projectiles in my direction. I met his challenge head-on, conjuring shadowy platforms beneath my feet like a cosmic hopscotch game, dancing through the air to dodge his attacks. With each leap, I closed the gap between us, determined to keep the pressure on. Brother Blood's smug grin faltered, replaced by a look of frustration, but he didn't let up, hurling even more projectiles and zipping around like a madman, trying to outpace me. I sliced through the incoming attacks with my sword, cutting them down like annoying flies. Whenever Brother Blood dipped too close to the ground, I summoned shadowy tendrils to ensnare him, but he proved to be slippery, slipping through my grasp with ease. As the aerial dance with Brother Blood continued, I glanced down to check on the other titans. Beast Boy had transformed into a dinosaur, engaged in a fierce tussle with Brother Blood's monstrous mount, while Starfire was busy keeping the acolytes at bay and protecting the civilians. Lost in the momentary distraction, I felt the sudden presence of Brother Blood materializing before me. Before I could react, his extended nails were on a collision course with my face. Instead of panicking, I flashed him a grin as shadows began to swirl around me, revealing Ratigan lunging from the darkness with a ferocious chitter. He sank his teeth into Brother Blood's nose and clawed at his face, eliciting a howl of pain. As Ratigan withdrew, melding back into the shadows, I seized the opportunity, adjusting my stance and hurtling toward Brother Blood. With a swift stroke of my shadowy blade, I cleaved him in two. His body split apart, but instead of crumbling, it clung together with tendrils of blood mist, his fury evident even in his divided state. But I wasn't about to let up just yet. As I plummeted towards the ground like a particularly clumsy comet, I decided to give Brother Blood a taste of his own medicine. With a flick of my wrist, I unleashed a shadowy tendril that snatched him up like a kid, grabbing the last slice of pizza at a birthday party. Brother Blood squirmed like a worm on a hook, trying to pull off some Houdini escape act with his blood mist trick, but my tendril had other plans. It expanded like a balloon, wrapping him up tighter than a burrito at a taco stand. With a dramatic spin worthy of a Hollywood action star, I sent him hurtling towards the pavement below. I followed suit, diving headfirst like a skydiver with a bad case of vertigo, accompanied by the delightful symphony of apocalyptic blasters unleashing their barrage from the shadows wreathing around my body. The landing was less than graceful, and I probably cracked a few bones, but hey, who needs finesse when you've got style? I dusted myself off, metaphorically, because, shadows, then conjured up a massive shadow hammer, ready to give Brother Blood's shadowy prison a good old-fashioned beatdown. I pounded away at the shadowy prison like a drummer on a caffeine high, but before I could make it into a rhythmic masterpiece, cracks started appearing, giving off this creepy red glow. Next thing I know, the shadows exploded, and out popped Brother Blood, looking like he'd just been through a blender. He gave me the stink eye and pulled out this weird red gem like it was his winning lottery ticket. "You're a tough nut to crack, I'll give you that," he spat out, ready to launch into a speech that would probably put me to sleep faster than a lullaby. But I wasn't having it. Quick as a flash, I conjured up a shadowy bow and aimed straight for his arm, hoping to make him drop that gem like a hot potato. Brother Blood looked genuinely surprised and affronted at my interruption like I'd just crashed his tea party uninvited. But he reacted quickly, crushing the gem before the arrow hit its mark. Out of the crushed gem sprung this funky, blood-colored swirl, zipping straight into the mouth of Brother Blood's monstrous pet, currently having a rowdy tussle with Beast Boy in his dino form. Suddenly, the creature let out a roar that could wake the dead, its body swelling up like a balloon on helium, and this eerie blood-colored fire dancing around it. Next thing I know, it casually grabs Beast Boy and tosses him into the nearest building like he weighed nothing, turning its attention to me. Well, shit, I grumbled to myself as the beast menacingly charged toward me, letting out a second roar that shattered all the glass in the area. Still, this is the perfect opportunity to try my new toy. With a sly grin, I dipped into my shadowy arsenal and whipped out my prized possession, the one decent thing I managed to snag from the evil clutches of the weapon gacha. Chapter 59, Giant Slayer 59. As I gripped the hilt of the sword, my body underwent an unexpected growth spurt, shooting me up to eye level with the towering infernal creature charging my way. Standing there, a whopping 32 feet tall, I couldn't help but feel a strange mix of awe and slight vertigo. But no time for existential crises now. The beast swung both its meaty fists down at me, and I instinctively raised the sword to intercept its blow. As the creature's attack clashed against the blade, the details of my newfound weapon became clearer. It was a hefty two-handed sword, almost as tall as me at my regular height. The thing looked like it had seen more battles than an old warrior's memoirs. The hilt boasted intricate golden designs, a double crossguard gleaming with aged elegance. The blade itself was a worn gray, melding seamlessly with the crossguard, with crimson accents adorning both ends. Now, you're probably wondering how I suddenly became taller than a townhouse and capable of casually blocking a beast that looked like it bench-pressed cars for breakfast. Well, folks, that's all thanks to the sword's mystical mojo. Aptly named Giant Slayer, the sword sure lived up to its bold name. It packed a double punch of powers, too. First off, whenever I gripped it, my strength got a nice little boost, like a shot of adrenaline for my muscles. But the real kicker was its second power, and by that I mean it doubled my natural strength. When facing off against anything on the extra-large menu, the sword would pull out its big guns, quite literally. It'd size me up to match those big bads, doubling my height and strength each time. And let me tell you, it wasn't a one-time deal. Every time my size doubled from the original, so did my muscle power. And with my size ballooning like it was on a growth spurt, you can bet things got pretty intense. Now you can imagine the scene unfolding. Back in his human form, Beast Boy popped up from under the rubble, staring at me like I was the main attraction at a circus. Starfare's eyes were practically sparkling with amazement, while Raven barely spared me a glance, too focused on her spell casting to be bothered. And then there was Brother Blood, his face a colorful mix of rage and frustration, like a kid who just lost his favorite toy. As for his acolytes, let's just say they looked like they'd seen a ghost, or in this case, a giant shadowy figure wielding an equally gigantic sword. I wanted to soak up the reactions a little longer, but that hulking beast was relentless, matching my strength blow for blow and pushing me back into reality. With a wide grin, I tilted my sword just right, causing its massive fists to slide off like they were greased with butter, inadvertently smashing a car nearby into a pancake. I took a quick step back, raising my sword high and bringing it down hard on the beast's skull. Its response was a furious roar, and it raised its meaty hands to block the strike. But with all my newfound strength and weapon master skills, I stopped the blade just short of impact and gave it a good all-kick in the gut for good measure. The beast howled in agony, crashing flat onto its back. Seizing the moment, I summoned forth my shadowy powers, conjuring countless tendrils that snaked around the creature, pinning it to the ground like an unruly puppy. Stepping forward, I loomed over the thrashing beast and plunged my blade deep into its chest. Instead of blood, a dark energy gushed out from the wound like a water fountain, but I paid it no mind as I twisted and turned the blade, determined to put down the damned thing before it caused more damage. But just as I was getting into the groove of things, Brother Blood decided to crash the party, literally, as he morphed into his blood mist form and came barreling toward me. As Brother Blood materialized before me, his arm aimed like a sinister cannon ready to blast me with dark energy, I found myself faced with a split-second decision. Do I drop the colossal beast and flick Brother Blood away like a pesky mosquito, or do I take one for the team and let his attack hit me to finish off the beast? Well, normally those would be the options, but in my current size, I had a more creative idea in mind. I pursed my lips and prepared to spit at Brother Blood. Now, you might think it's a childish move, but given my current proportions, my spit could have downed him both literally and figuratively, disrupting his attack. But before I could execute my brilliant plan, Raven swooped in, floating between us with an air of authority. With a flick of her hands, she unleashed her magic, conjuring dark chains that snaked out toward Brother Blood like vengeful serpents. "Return to the abyss from whence you came," she commanded, her voice crackling with arcane energy as the chains coiled around him. Brother Blood squirmed and cursed, struggling against his magical restraints, but Raven's spell held fast. As the chains tightened, they dragged Brother Blood toward the ground, weaving a swirling portal that looked like a direct ticket to hell. And honestly, given the circumstances, it might as well have been. Taking in the sight of Brother Blood getting dragged down to the fiery pits, I couldn't help but crack a grin. Enjoy your stay in eternal damnation, Grandpa. Maybe a few centuries down there will mellow you out, I jabbed, chuckling at the thought. Meanwhile, the monstrous infernal creature beneath me decided to call it quits, its struggles dwindling until it stopped moving altogether. Its body began to dissolve like foam exposed to acid, creating a scene that affronted all 5 senses with a god-awful stench that ravaged my nostrils like that one uncle. The stench seemed to penetrate even beneath the wreathing shadows, eliciting a loud, shrill protest filled with pure indignation and horror from Ratigan. Thankfully, both the beast and its foul aroma quickly dissipated, leaving no trace behind. Witnessing the chaos they'd unleashed, the acolytes suddenly realized they were in way over their heads and scattered like cockroaches fleeing from a light switch. Raven, ever vigilant, activated her powers, summoning dark energy chains that wrapped around the fleeing followers before they could make a getaway. The effort seemed to drain her, though, as she began to collapse to the ground. Instinctively, I moved to catch her, but I quickly halted my actions as I noticed a flash of green bolting toward her. Beast Boy swooped in just in time, cradling her in his arms before she hit the ground. I couldn't help but smirk at the sight, withholding a chuckle as I mentally applauded Beast Boy's heroics with a thumbs up. Ah, young love, I'm almost envious, I mused. It was the perfect opportunity to make an impression and harvest more points, but I wasn't so heartless as to steal Beast Boy's thunder. He was one of those characters who suffered too much for absolutely no reason, and he definitely deserved the semblance of a happy ending. As the adrenaline rush subsided, my body began to shrink back to its normal size now that the immediate threat was gone. The distant wail of sirens reminded me of the inevitable arrival of the tardy police force. Well, it was nice meeting you all, but it's time I left you lovebirds and took my leave, I announced, prompting Beast Boy to release his grip on Raven, both of them sporting a charming blush. Adorable. See ya, I waved casually, conjuring a shadowy stepping platform beneath my feet, ready to make my exit. But before I could leap away, Starfire appeared before me, arms outstretched. Wait, she exclaimed, spreading her arms apart as if to stop me from leaving. What is your name? She asked with a strange expression I couldn't quite point out. I shrugged, offering a friendly smile. Micah Foster. But like I said, I gotta leave, so see you later, princess, I replied, bounding into the air before she could respond. Chapter 60, Yolanda Montez 60. Lounging in a cozy corner of a local cafe, I observed Ratigan indulging in a rigorous grooming session, his tiny paws meticulously tending to each whisker. Meanwhile, my attention drifted to the glowing screen of my phone, where I perused the latest news updates. From drug cartels running amok to terrorist groups popping up like daisies, it seemed the world was in dire need of a hero. Or at least someone to shake things up a bit. But alas, nothing caught my eye as a worthy point-harvesting endeavor, leaving me pondering the perplexities of my superhero downtime. With Liveware's impending release looming on the horizon, I anticipated a crash course in electricity manipulation and media management. Teaching her the ropes should be electrifying, to say the least. Yet, until Liveware's debut electrified the airwaves, my schedule was as barren as a desert. As for Mr. Freeze, I'd entrusted him with the father box, since he's had more than enough time to reflect on his misguided attempt to rob me. I wasn't worried about him double-crossing me, since I installed a special bug I bought from the system into the father box, but that's neither here nor there. I had grand plans to rework Freeze's public image, but they couldn't be implemented until I had my company up and running. Sure, I'd done my due diligence on the paperwork required to launch a company, but that was where my expertise ended. Running a business was as foreign to me as deciphering ancient hieroglyphics. Plus, without a killer product or service up my sleeve, I was about as useful as a chocolate teapot at a tea party. Pondering my options for a business venture, I tapped my chin thoughtfully as I sipped my coffee. Mr. Freeze's technology seemed like a promising starting point. I mean, who wouldn't want gadgets straight out of a cryogenic lab? With a bit of brainstorming, we could whip up something sure to fly off the shelves. And if all else failed, there was always the option to splurge on some cutting-edge tech from the system and let Freeze work his reverse engineering magic. The guy was a certified genius, after all. As for the face of this budding enterprise, I had a few names swirling around in my head. Azrael, aka Jean-Paul Valley, topped the list. He owed me one already, and he proved his worth thanks to his role in securing Liveware's parole. But as talented as he was, running a business wasn't exactly his forte. Plus, there was only so much one man could handle. Then there was Barbara Gordon. A real brainiac, no doubt, but her penchant for poking her nose into everything made her a risky bet. Not to mention, I'd never even met her, so convincing her to jump aboard would be a Herculean task. Lastly, there was Albert Wesker. You might be scratching your head, wondering who the heck that is. Well, let me jog your memory. Remember the ventriloquist? Yeah, that guy strapped to an operation table in Arkham, with Harley Quinn ready to give him a jab of who knows, what with a cartoon-sized needle. Good times, good times. But hey, thanks to the wonders of modern psychiatry, courtesy of one Joan Leland, that chapter of his life is firmly in the rearview mirror. Now, don't let the whole puppet on his hand thing fool you. Sure, he used to terrorize Gotham with a wooden sidekick, but these days, he's turned a new leaf. and let me tell you, the man's got talent. It takes some serious brainpower to convince a bunch of Gotham's toughest thugs to do your bidding, especially with some goofy puppet in your hand doing the talking. Running a gang might not be your typical business venture, but hey, leadership is leadership, and business skills are business skills, right? If he can give Batman a run for his money, imagine what he could do in the corporate world with some study. Besides, Weissacher's status as a reformed villain made him just perfect. Considering I had plans to reform, and I mean to employ a bunch of criminals, what better example to set for the world than a reformed criminal running a successful company? Finishing off my coffee, I leaned back in my seat, putting away my phone as I pondered my next move. The system's interface glowed invitingly, offering me a plethora of options to stave off the boredom that threatened to engulf me. Maybe triggering another quest could shake things up a bit, I mused, browsing through the intel options. Before I could dive into that rabbit hole, my phone decided to chime in with its own agenda. With a raised eyebrow, I answered the call from Ted, aka Wildcat, my kinda mentor and friend in this chaotic world. "Hey, kiddo," Ted's gravelly voice crackled through the line. "Listen, I need you to do me a big favor." I didn't hesitate to offer my assistance. Ted had been there for me since day one, or was it day two? Anyway, I owed him much and had no reason to refuse. "Sure thing, Ted. What's up?" I responded, already mentally preparing to head over to the gym where he trained me. "It's kind of a big deal, not something to discuss over the phone. Can you swing by the gym?" Ted requested. Without missing a beat, I replied, "On my way." With Ratigan perched comfortably on my shoulder, I settled the bill and made my way out the door, ready to see what Ted had in store for me. Leaning against the wall of Ted Grant's office, Yolanda Montez wore a slight frown as she regarded her mentor and godfather. Her auburn eyes fixed on Ted, the man who had become like a second father to her. With a proud lineage as the daughter of Juan Montez, a professional boxer, Yolanda had inherited her father's strength and determination. Over the years, she grew especially close to Ted, going as far as to take his mantle and becoming the second Wildcat when he suffered a debilitating injury in days past. She had come a long way since then, carving her own path as a hero. From her days with Infinity, Inc., to her solo adventures and now her involvement with the Shadow Fighters, Yolanda had faced her fair share of challenges. Yet, it was the looming mission ahead with the Shadow Fighters that had brought her to Ted's office today, seeking his help with a sense of foreboding clouding her thoughts. However, her hopes were quickly dashed as Ted explained that he had prior commitments with his old Justice Society comrades, a matter concerning an old threat reemerging. Disappointed but understanding, Yolanda listened as Ted assured her that he knew just the person to assist her and promptly made a call. Caught in her thoughts, Yolanda snapped back to reality as the young man strolled into the office. He blended into the background with his unassuming features, standing at an average height like a regular Joe with a lean build. Still, there was something about the easy grin etched on his face that hinted at a depth beyond the ordinary. His gaze swept the room, the rat perched on his shoulder mimicking his movements. "So, what's up, Ted?" he asked, his tone relaxed yet attentive. Yolanda's skepticism lingered as she observed the young man. He was Micah, the protege of Ted spoke so highly of, who had somehow managed to best him in a sparring match despite his relatively short training. Trusting Ted's judgment about Micah's abilities, she still harbored doubts about his willingness to assist in the dangerous mission ahead. "Thanks for showing up on such short notice, kiddo," Ted greeted, giving Micah a nod of appreciation. "Let me introduce you too. Micah, meet Yolanda Montez, my goddaughter. She's the second Wildcat and a member of the Shadow Fighters," he explained, gesturing towards Yolanda. Yolanda inwardly sighed at Ted's casual revelation of her secret identity. Still, she brushed off her concerns about Micah leaking her secret, knowing Ted wouldn't have brought him in if he couldn't be trusted. Micah flashed a grin at Yolanda and approached her. "The name's Micah Foster. A pleasure to meet you, miss," he said, offering his hand for a handshake. Yolanda's grip was firm as she shook Micah's hand, reciprocating his greeting with a simple likewise. After a few solid shakes, Micah released her hand, his attention returning to Ted. "So, I'm guessing Miss Montez here has something to do with the favor you want to ask me, Ted?" His head tilted inquisitively as he spoke, his casual demeanor contrasting with the seriousness of the situation. Ted nodded, acknowledging the accuracy of Micah's assumption. "You're absolutely right," Ted confirmed. "Take a seat, will you, kiddo? It'll take a while to explain," he suggested, gesturing towards an empty chair nearby, his tone tinged with a sense of urgency. Chapter 61, Fishy Operation 61. Yolanda took charge, her voice ringing with authority as she outlined the mission details. "All right, here's the deal. We're teaming up with the Office of Metahuman Affairs and some other top-secret government group," she began, her tone a mix of seriousness and urgency. "Our target? A nasty piece of work known as the Count. He's got a stranglehold on Parador, and we're going in to take him down." Micah cocked an eyebrow, his interest piqued. "And what's the situation on the ground?" he asked, his voice betraying a hint of skepticism. Yolanda met his gaze head-on, her expression firm. "Not bad, actually. 4 government agents infiltrated Parador to gather intel, but they got nabbed by the Count," she explained, her tone tinged with frustration. "During their capture, they figured out this guy's been spiking his drugs with poison. Real nasty stuff." She continued, her words flowing with a sense of urgency. "The Count decided it'd be fun to release our agents into the forest bordering Brazil to have them hunted down by his men. Lucky for us, they managed to slip away." Micah nodded, processing the information. "So, what's the situation now?" he asked, his demeanor calm and collected. Yolanda's gaze hardened, her determination shining through. "Bruce Gordon, the big shot in charge of this op, sees the Count slip up as a sign of weakness," she explained, her voice tinged with resolve. "He's rallying the troops, gearing up for what seems like an easy takedown, but I've got a gut feeling that things won't be that easy." She glanced at Ted briefly before locking eyes with Micah once more. "That's where Ted, or you come in. We need all the help we can get to make sure this mission goes off without a hitch." Micah's skepticism hung heavy in the air, his gaze probing as he questioned Yolanda's assessment of the situation. "So, why would this ruthless drug lord let potential threats slip through his fingers? Sounds suspicious, don't you think?" he queried, his tone laced with doubt. Yolanda's brow furrowed at the unexpected scrutiny. She had expected Micah to either agree to join the mission or refuse, not question the logic of her superiors. Glancing at Ted for support, she found him wearing a nonchalant expression, leaving her to face Micah's scrutiny alone. Turning back to Micah, she decided to offer her perspective. Maybe he gets a kick out of it, or he's flexing his muscle to show he's still in control. "Who knows?" she replied, her tone defensive. Micah chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. "I think you're underestimating this Count character too much," he remarked, his skepticism apparent. "You think a drug dealer who has taken over a whole country would risk blowing his cover for a little amusement? Seems unlikely." Before Yolanda could respond, Micah pressed on, his words deliberate. "Sure, drug lords tend to be ruthless, but none of them is dumb. There's a thing called selective ruthlessness that such people employ." He continued, his tone matter-of-fact. "They know exactly when to make a spectacle or when to take care of things on the sly, understanding the limits of their forces almost perfectly. They wouldn't survive for long otherwise." Yolanda's expression turned pensive as she mulled over Micah's words. "So, you're suggesting he's not foolish enough to expose himself like that, huh? Then why did the Count do all of that?" she mused aloud, her tone laced with uncertainty. Micah's chuckle filled the room, his demeanor relaxed despite the seriousness of the conversation. "I have no idea what this guy is plotting, but it feels like a classic case of a wolf pretending to be a sheep," he explained, his voice tinged with conviction. "I'm sorry, but the way I see it, you've all been dancing to his tune without even realizing it," he added, shaking his head in disbelief. Yolanda's features contorted with a mix of realization and dismay. "I can't believe we overlooked that possibility," she admitted, her frustration evident. "And what do you suggest we do then? Sit back and let him continue spreading his drugs and poison?" she questioned, the tension palpable in her voice. Micah's expression turned incredulous as if he couldn't believe the question was even asked. "It's simple, really. Get the Justice League involved. The government bigwigs should have some leverage over the capes, no? He suggested, his tone matter of fact. And if you want to outsmart this guy, have the League's heavy hitters on standby, ready to swoop in when he shows his hand, he concluded, his confidence unwavering as if he could see the future. Yolanda paused, her brow furrowing in contemplation. That's a bit, she muttered with a hesitant sigh. The Office of Metahuman Affairs and other government teams were set up specifically to reduce dependence on the Justice League. It won't sit well with the higher-ups to ask for their help, she explained, shaking her head at the predicament. Micah's response was blunt, sending a shiver down Yolanda's spine. Then you've got two options. Convince Waller and her crew to swallow their pride and seek League aid, or kiss your chances of survival goodbye, he stated matter-of-factly, his words landing like a heavyweight in the room. Yolanda's eyes widened in disbelief at the dire ultimatum. How do you even know about Amanda Waller? She blurted out, her gaze darting between Ted and Micah, seeking answers. Before Micah could respond, Ted intervened, offering a vague explanation. Micah's from a parallel universe seems to have a knack for knowing things, he explained with a shrug, though his tone hinted at a deeper understanding. Micah's smile held a hint of mystery as he brushed off the question. How I know about Waller isn't important. What matters is your survival, he emphasized, his voice firm and unwavering. And the way I see it, unless you've got a real heavy hitter watching your back, you're not making it back alive. Ted's expression softened as he regarded Micah with a curious gaze. You seemed pretty heavy-hitting when you dealt with that cultist lunatic and his pet monster. Why not step up to the plate? He suggested, a note of encouragement in his voice. Micah's scoff betrayed his reluctance. I may play the part occasionally, but I'm no hero, Ted, he responded, his tone dismissive yet tinged with an underlying determination. I'm just a guy trying to make his mark on the world. I love you, and you know it, but I won't risk my life walking into an obvious trap, he asserted firmly. Instead of showing disappointment or frustration, Ted merely chuckled at Micah's words. You heard him, kiddo, he said, turning his gaze to Yolanda. Micah owes me a lot, but not his life, and he's been pretty helpful with his insights, he added, his expression turning more serious. This entire situation stinks to high hell, and I'd think twice before trusting the likes of Waller and Sarge Steele if I were you, he concluded, his tone weighted with caution. Yolanda lowered her gaze, deep in contemplation. However, Ted's words seemed to have sparked something in Micah's mind. Who are they sending to Parador alongside you, by the way? Micah interjected, breaking Yolanda's chain of thought. I may not look it, but I'm pretty clever, you know. If I know who's going, I might be able to help come up with a plan, he suggested, a hint of determination in his voice. Yolanda hesitated for a moment before relenting, deciding to trust Micah with classified information. Commander Steele, Peacemaker, The Creeper, Major Victory, Manhunter, Dr. Midnight, Chunk, Simon Bennett, Will Magnus, and Nemesis. She listed off the names. Micah's brow furrowed as he absorbed the information, letting out an exasperated sigh. Other than Peacemaker and Nemesis, I've never heard of any of the others, he admitted, turning to Ted, who shook his head, silently conveying he hadn't heard of them either. If this was such an important mission, why wouldn't Waller rely on her prized suicide squad instead of a group of third-rate vigilantes? No offense, he added, his tone meaningful as if suggesting something deeper. Yolanda's expression looked even more shocked than before. How do you even know about the suicide squad? She asked, her curiosity piqued. Micah replied with a simple shrug. Let's just say I've picked up a thing or two along the way, he said, a hint of mystery in his tone. Still, now that you mention it, I've never thought of why Waller brought together such a team of ragtag vigilantes just to take down this Count character. Yolanda mused, her tone growing more thoughtful with each word, as if she was on the verge of realizing something profound. Something is clearly up. I'd start by looking into that Bruce Gordon fellow to get to the bottom of it if I were you, Micah suggested, his gaze drifting towards the door as if eager to leave the whole situation behind. Actually no, scratch that, he continued, waving off the idea with a dismissive flick of his hand. If I were you, I'd just wash my hands of the entire situation and leave, just as I'm about to do now. Later, Ted, he added, rising from his seat and making his way towards the exit, much to Ted's amusement. Later, kiddo, Ted called after him, a grin spreading across his face as he watched Micah depart. Chapter 62, Detective Work 62. Lounging in the public library, scrolling through the internet, I couldn't help but roll my eyes at the sad state of Dr. Midnight's fan page. It was like a digital ghost town, maintained by a guy who probably had a shrine dedicated to her in his closet. Poor Dr. Midnight, she deserved better, but hey, at least she had infrared vision, right? Not exactly a superpower that lights up the room. As for the other heroes on Yolanda's list, they were all hanging out in the same pit of obscurity. It was like the island of misfit superheroes. And to think, these were the folks supposedly on a mission to save the world. Talk about sacrificial goats. I mean, come on, DC Comics was supposed to be this dark, gritty world where anyone could kick the bucket at any moment. But let's be real, they couldn't just off the popular money cows like Superman or Batman like it was no big deal. Well, they did off them from time to time, but they'd bring them back faster than you could say comic book resurrection. So what's a writer to do to maintain the dark, unforgiving charade? Cook up a bunch of forgettable characters, and when the time's right, gather them up and toss them into some tragic fate. It's like the comic book equivalent of Russian roulette, and that's exactly what's happening here. I was now 99% sure none of these obscure vigilantes would make it back alive if they went to Parador, including Yolanda Montez herself. Now, you might be scratching your head wondering why a comic book aficionado like myself was suddenly playing detective. Well, let me tell you, my comic book consumption was strictly limited to the A-listers back in the day. I didn't waste my precious time on the B Squad, let alone the Z-Team. Who wants to invest brain cells in characters just waiting for their inevitable demise? But hey, desperate times call for desperate measures, right? So there I was, diving into the deep end of the internet, digging up dirt on this Count character. And let me tell you, he was a real piece of work. He started off as your run-of-the-mill drug dealer, and then, bam, suddenly he's the puppet master pulling the strings in Parador with more power than the actual government. If that doesn't scream red flag, I don't know what does. I mean, let's be real, folks don't just stumble into power like that with a stroke of luck. It's like winning the lottery twice in a row. Nah, there had to be something fishy going on behind the scenes. Maybe the Count had a secret benefactor, or heck maybe, he's got some evil mastermind pulling the strings from the shadows. This ain't your grandma's bedtime story. This is DC Comics, where every twist has a twist. But then again, maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe the Count's just the clever, scheming type. But considering his track record of arrests and failed prison breakouts, that seems about as likely as finding a unicorn at the bottom of a cereal box. So far, we've had a group of sacrificial pawns and a hidden mastermind pulling the Count's strings. And just when I thought the plot couldn't thicken any further, in swoops Bruce Gordon, Earth's resident solar energy guru, with a rap sheet longer than my grocery list. I mean, talk about a guy with a knack for attracting trouble. Gordon's life reads like a soap opera script on steroids. Criminal groups? Check. Government shadiness? Double check. And let's not forget the cherry on top. A father-in-law who gets offed in the most gruesome cartel-style hit this side of a Quentin Tarantino movie. But here's the kicker. Right around the time all Pops-in-law bites the dust, the Count had just finished wrapping his mittens around the figurative neck of Parador. Coincidence? I think not. This smells fishier than a seafood market on a hot summer day. Now, call me crazy, but I don't believe in coincidences, especially not in the DC universe. So when a drug lord suddenly decides to set his sights on Bruce Gordon's family, someone he didn't even know existed before, it's like waving a giant neon sign that says, "Something's fishy here, folks." So let's connect the dots here. We've got the Count, who's climbing the villainous ladder faster than a cat up a curtain, targeting Bruce Gordon, the solar energy maestro. But then, plot twist, the Count gives Gordon a get-out-of-jail-free card when he's got him in his clutches. Strange, right? Why would a bad guy with a one-way ticket to the top give his arch-nemesis a chance to slip through his fingers like a greased pig? It's like inviting your worst enemy to a game of hide-and-seek, and then telling them exactly where you're hiding. Now, if we toss in Yolanda's tidbit about the Count playing cat and mouse with Gordon, only to let him scamper away, the whole thing starts to smell fishier than a sushi joint on a summer's day. It's like the Count's playing 4D chess while the rest of them are stuck on checkers. So, who's pulling the strings behind the curtain? Some shady oil tycoons afraid of losing their monopoly over the energy industry due to Gordon's solar energy research. Maybe, but would such people really need to bankroll the Count's rise to power just to take out Gordon? It seems like a bit of overkill, doesn't it? And if the Count's puppeteer had it out for Gordon from day one, why give him a chance to play Houdini and escape? So, here's the headache-inducing, brain-busting summary of my mental gymnastics. The Count's got a mastermind behind the curtain, pulling his strings like a puppet. This puppeteer's got a serious bone to pick with Bruce Gordon, but for some reason, they're playing a game of cat and mouse instead of just going for the jugular. First off, they lure Gordon into the lion's den by offing his father-in-law. Then, they nab him but let him slip through their fingers like a wet bar of soap. And get this, they let him escape with the knowledge that could bring the whole house of cards crashing down around the Count's pointy ears. The fact that his drugs are about as safe as a cocktail of arsenic and cyanide. Now, why on earth would someone go through all that trouble just to give Gordon a fighting chance? Well, it's like this. Gordon's no ordinary Joe. He's the solar energy guru, the top dog in a field that's got some shadowy figure shaking in their boots. And that's where it gets real juicy. Why would someone be sweating bullets over solar power? It's not exactly the kind of thing that keeps most people up at night. That's the million-dollar question, and right now, I'm about as clueless as a goldfish in a shark tank. The answer to this conundrum was with Bruce Gordon and his solar tech, but with the internet hitting a dead end, I figured it was time to pull out the big guns. So, I whipped out my trusty phone and dialed up Azrael faster than a speed-dialing champ. He wasted no time picking up, and I got straight to the point. "Hey, Gene, I need you to do me a solid real quick," I said, cutting to the chase. Azrael, always up for an adventure, gave me the green light. "Shoot, what do you need?" "Bruce Gordon. I need the inside scoop on him, the juicy details you won't find on some random website. If you've got access to any top-secret government databases, now's the time to work your magic," I requested. Azrael let out a chuckle, promising to put his detective skills to good use. A minute later, he was back with the goods. According to the GCPD database, Bruce Gordon had teamed up with the dynamic duo, Batman and Commissioner Gordon, to take down a rising gang leader in Gotham. "That's the best I've got for now, but give me some more time, and I might uncover more," Azrael offered. "No need to break a sweat. Just give me the name of the thug they were after," I replied. Azrael wasted no time and dropped the name, Johnny Malone. "Thanks, Gene. I owe you one," I said, ending the call and diving straight into a search for this Johnny Malone character. Another thug on the rise, and Gordon's mixed up in it. Yeah, call me skeptical, but I smell a setup from a mile away. Chapter 63, Case Crack 63. Lounging on the plush couch in Penguin's office at the Iceberg Lounge, I couldn't resist an eye roll at the sight of the man himself, playing kingpin while overlooking his club's bustling patrons through the massive office window. He was giving me the cold shoulder, acting like I was invisible. Classic Oswald. Now, why was I here, you ask? Well, I'd been digging into this Johnny Malone character, and it seemed like his existence was shrouded in mystery online. It was as if someone had gone to great lengths to erase his digital footprint. But who cares about online records when you've got the Penguin's ear, right? Malone's gang had tangled with Penguin's crew among others before biting the dust, so I figured the Penguin might have some insights. Getting into the Iceberg Lounge and scoring an audience with Gotham's underworld maestro wasn't too tricky this time around. We were already acquaintances, after all. Yet there he was, doing his whole speak first and you lose routine, like we were playing some twisted game of verbal chess. The unspoken message hung in the air, "Know your place." Or something to that effect, at least. Penguin had a knack for making his point without saying a word. Ordinarily, I'd happily play the waiting game until he got arthritis or died of old age, but today I was on a mission, and the Penguin only responded to one thing, respect. 30 minutes of silence should be enough of a gesture. "Good evening, Mr. Cobblepot," I greeted, rising from the couch and strolling over to him. "Enjoying the view, as usual?" I threw in with a grin, peering down at the iceberg's lively patrons. Penguin gave me a sideways glance, playing up the act of surprise. "Oh, it's you, kid," he drawled, feigning innocence. "When did you even get here?" he inquired, giving me the once-over. "Just arrived, actually," I replied with a grin as if I hadn't spent the past 30 minutes lounging on his couch and pilfering the snack tray. "I'm here to ask you about someone," I continued. Penguin nodded, gesturing for us to have a seat and get down to business. As he turned toward his desk, his eyes landed on the now empty snack table, and a flicker of irritation crossed his face. I barely stifled a laugh at his reaction. While he was busy putting on airs, Radigan and I were busy indulging in his tea and snacks. Ha! But Penguin quickly composed himself and settled behind his desk. "Tell me what you need, but remember, information comes at a price," he reminded me, motioning for me to take a seat opposite him. "I'm in the market for some top-secret intel on Johnny Malone," I began, leaning in slightly. "You know, small-time crook turned kingpin had a few run-ins with Gotham's gangs until Batman and Commissioner Gordon put an end to his little reign of terror. Does any of that ring any bells?" I prodded, watching for any telltale signs of recognition in Penguin's demeanor. Penguin's expression twitched at the mention of Malone, but he quickly masked his reaction. "And what business would you have with a washed-up upstart rotting in Blackgate?" he shot back, his gaze sharpening. Normally, I'd tell Penguin to mind his own business, but I knew there was a chance to strike a deal here. The Penguin had a reputation for holding grudges, and if I could help him settle one, he might just give me the information I needed without asking for a hefty fee. "It's not Malone himself that's got my attention, but rather the puppet master pulling his strings," I clarified. "I've reasons to believe this mastermind is pulling similar stunts over in Parador, using a guy they call the Count as their pawn," I added. Penguin's interest was piqued by my words. "And what's your evidence for this theory?" he inquired, his tone sharpening. "I'd be happy to share, but you know how it goes. Valuable information doesn't come cheap," I countered, raising an eyebrow. "You're not expecting me to give away the goods for free after laying down the law, are you?" I remarked, feigning innocence. Much to my surprise, Penguin leaned back in his chair, a smug smile curling on his lips as he leisurely reached for an expensive-looking cigar and lit it up. "Fair enough," he drawled, exhaling a cloud of smoke that seemed to linger in the air like a foreboding mist. "Well, color me shocked. I half expected the Penguin to bring up the freebie he gave me and whip out his fine-toothed comb to start haggling like a bargain-hungry ant at a flea market. It's official. The Penguin is a surprisingly decent guy if you know how to deal with him. "We'll trade info then," he continued, smoke rings dancing around his head like sinister halos. "However, you'll have to take the plunge first. You did enjoy a little freebie last time you paid me a visit," he added with a smirk that could rival the Cheshire Cat's. "Scratch that he's back to being the worst." Well, fine by me. Playing show and tell wasn't exactly a foreign concept. Besides, if the Penguin promised intel, he'd better deliver, or I'd have to start rethinking my choice in underworld confidants. "Sure thing, Mr. Cobblepot, your house, your rules," I shrugged, adopting a nonchalant tone that belied the anxious butterflies fluttering in my stomach. "Here's the lowdown. Bruce Gordon, solar energy whiz, has a thing for nosing into the affairs of budding drug lords," I began, hoping to pique the Penguin's interest. "He was there with Batman when Malone bit the dust, and now he's got Uncle Sam's blessing to take down the Count," I explained. "Too many dots connecting Malone and the Count for it to be mere coincidence," I concluded, leaning back and waiting for Penguin's reaction. As the Penguin mulled over my words, his fingers drummed a slow rhythm against the tabletop, a thoughtful expression crossing his face like a storm cloud brewing over Gotham. "Now that you mention it, Bruce Gordon, there was indeed a blip on the radar around the time Malone started making waves," he mused, his gaze fixed on some invisible puzzle. "He vanished quicker than a magician's rabbit the moment Malone was slapped in cuffs, before the GCPD could even get a whiff of him," he added, snuffing out his cigar in the ashtray with a deft flick of his wrist. "Close enough for government work," he concluded with a nod. I couldn't help but grin at his words. "So, any juicy tidbits on Malone? If it's you, I wouldn't be surprised if you knew who the mastermind is already," I inquired, leaning forward with a mix of curiosity and flattery in my voice. Buttering up the penguin was a necessary evil, like trying to charm a snake. Who knows, maybe a little sweet talk would coax out some hidden gem from his treasure trove of information. Or so I hoped. With Penguin's connections and influence in Gotham City, uncovering the mastermind behind Malone didn't seem like such a stretch, but knowing my rotten luck. Sure enough, the Penguin's response was a disappointing shake of his head. "As much as I'd like to claim otherwise, I'm afraid I'm in the dark about this mastermind's identity, despite my best efforts," he admitted with a resigned shrug. "I've got next to zilch on Malone himself. Nothing you couldn't dig up on your own," he added, gesturing towards the laptop perched on his desk. "But I do have this," he announced, his fingers dancing across the keyboard as the ceiling split open, revealing a massive screen descending from above like some high-tech gift from the heavens. With a deft tap of the penguin's fingers on the keyboard, the massive screen sprang to life, casting a glow across the dimly lit room. A grainy video played out before us, featuring a man in a sharp suit who suddenly materialized within the iceberg lounge. But the real show began when he levitated into the air, unleashing dark energy blasts from his outstretched hand, dispatching the penguin's henchmen like bowling pins in a strike as a strange gray mark materialized on his face, covering the rightmost third of it. As I watched the chaos unfold on screen, a light bulb flickered to life in my mind. So, I'm guessing Malone wasn't exactly the float in the air and blast people with mystery beams kind of guy before he climbed the ladder of influence, I remarked, turning to the penguin for confirmation, and he nodded in agreement. "And all that flying mojo and magic blasts vanished into thin air once he was cuffed," I pressed on, receiving another affirmative nod. Those simple nods confirmed my suspicions, and I was about 99% sure I had just cracked the case of our elusive mastermind. Yet, instead of feeling the rush of victory one might expect from solving such a mystery, all I felt was a gnawing sense of unease. "This is even worse than I expected," I muttered, rubbing my forehead in frustration. Chapter 64, Operation Light Brigade 64. As the video played out before me, the pieces of the puzzle started clicking into place like a twisted game of Tetris. It was becoming painfully clear. Our supposed mastermind wasn't some cunning puppeteer pulling strings from the shadows. No, it was more like a demonic force, capable of slipping into human vessels and manipulating them like marionettes. Combine that with my other findings, and you've got yourself a demonic entity capable of possessing and empowering humans with a knack for scheming and a grudge against solar technology. Hence the relentless pursuit of Bruce Gordon and his research. But it wasn't just the tech that irked this entity, it was the light itself, the byproduct of solar energy. Only one character perfectly fits the bill. In the midst of my contemplation, the penguin's impatience cut through the haze. "Well, what's the verdict?" he demanded, his tone laced with irritation. "Spill it, kid," he pressed, tapping his foot impatiently. I sighed, meeting the mob boss's gaze head-on. "I've finally cracked the case," I began, my voice trailing off as I struggled to find the right words. "Our culprit is none other than God's Spirit of Wrath," I announced, shaking my head in disbelief. "The Spirit of Wrath sounds like a bad title for a wrestler," Penguin quipped, arching an eyebrow skeptically. "Who exactly is this supposed Spirit of Wrath?" he inquired. I shook my head, a sense of gravity settling over me. "This isn't a cliched title or a metaphor, Mr. Cobblepot. We're talking about Eclipso, once the literal embodiment of divine fury," I explained, but the penguin's expression remained unmoved. It was no surprise that the penguin wasn't buying into the whole God's wrath spiel. I mean, if divine fury really existed, wouldn't it have taken him out ages ago? And what's with a cosmic powerhouse like that bothering with drug lords? But hey, I knew the penguin had crossed paths with something similar in the past, so I just had to jog his memory a bit. "Ever heard of the Spectre?" I asked casually, watching as the gears turned in Penguin's head at the mention of the name. "Well, Eclipso's like his meaner, nastier older brother with a serious vendetta and a world domination complex, I elaborated, and that seemed to do the trick. Doubt vanished from Penguin's face faster than Batman disappeared into the night. Penguin mused, his expression turning contemplative. And does this Eclipso have any Achilles heels? He inquired after a beat. I shot him a sidelong glance, eyebrows raised. I knew Penguin was no stranger to holding a grudge, but hunting down the literal spirit of wrath to settle a score? That was a whole new level of vindictive. I was about to suggest he leave the superhero stuff to the capes, but then it hit me like a ton of bat bricks. Could the heroes handle Eclipso? Sure, on the comic book pages, they usually do. But this was no comic book world. It's a chaotic carnival of consequences, and I've been flipping switches and pulling levers without a care in the world like a butterfly on crack. Who knows what kind of hurricanes I've stirred up already? I racked my brain, desperately trying to come up with a plan. But let's face it, I was like a goldfish trying to solve a Rubik's Cube, out of my league. Sure, I had some upgrades courtesy of the system, but facing off against Eclipso, that was like bringing a squirt gun to a supernova showdown. His kryptonite was light, and I couldn't exactly shoot laser beams from my eyeballs. I was also broke in the points department, with zero chance of buying anything remotely useful against him. Lost in my futile brainstorm, the Penguin's patience wore thin. Well, you planning on waking up anytime soon? He snapped, yanking me out of my reverie. I let out a sigh and rubbed my temples. Look, Mr. Cobblepot, I hate to burst your bubble, but you're punching way above your weight class here, I confessed, shaking my head. Taking on Eclipso, that's a one-way ticket to a world of hurt. Penguin scoffed, his feathers clearly ruffled. And who said anything about me personally taking on Eclipso? Who do you think you're talking to? He retorted, sounding genuinely offended. I'll simply hire someone to do the dirty work for me. All you need to do is spill the beans on Eclipso's Achilles heel, assuming you know it, and I'll handle the rest, he concluded, his eyes glinting with the brand of vengefulness that was unique to him. Before I could respond to Penguin's request, a notification from the system suddenly popped up in my vision. You have received the quest, Operation Light Brigade. I sighed inwardly before shifting my attention to the Penguin. Give me a minute, will you? I just need to gather my thoughts, I requested, and Penguin shot me a quizzical glance before consenting with a nod. Without wasting any time, I accessed the quest details to see what it entailed. The prompt read: Operation Light Brigade. Eclipso is back to his usual mischief in Parador, hatching a devious scheme. Your task? Rally as many allies as possible before his showdown with the heroes, and prepare to either assist Eclipso or thwart his plans. Rewards: unlock the system's currency exchange function, along with 1,500 points. Well, look what the cat dragged in, I muttered to myself as I skimmed through the quest description. Guess even the system is asking me to table with Mr. Sunshine Stealer, huh? Fine, bring it on, universe. I glanced up at the Penguin, wearing my best poker face. So, you're itching to put Eclipso in a timeout, huh? Well, you don't have to look far. I'm your man, but I ain't doing this for free, I declared with a smirk. I want a truckload of cash and your full support. Penguin's face did a little dance between amusement and suspicion. Funny how you went from zero to hero on this Eclipso gig, he quipped, giving me the once-over. What's with the sudden change of heart? I waved off his skepticism. Don't worry, I'm not pulling a fast one on you if that's what you're getting at. You're the only reliable source of information in Gotham, and that's worth more than some quick cash gains for me, I reassured him, leaning in. But about Eclipso, let's just say the guy's a bigger threat than anyone can imagine. Someone's gotta step up, and I'm feeling a bit heroic today, I added, speaking in a slightly more serious tone. The Penguin hummed thoughtfully, his rotund figure sinking into the plush cushions of his seat. Well, you've got confidence if nothing else, he remarked, giving me a once-over with his beady eyes. So, spill the beans, got a master plan brewing. Let's just say I've got a rough sketch in mind, I replied with a half-smile, leaning in. Give me a little time to polish it up, and I promise you it'll be a showstopper. You'll be thanking me while sipping your finest brandy. Penguin's grin widened, revealing a row of crooked teeth. You're an interesting one, I'll give you that, he chuckled. But talk is cheap. I need to see the results. You've got until tomorrow to wow me with your brilliance. I nodded, feeling a surge of adrenaline. You've got a deal, I declared, extending my hand. Penguin met it with a firm shake, sealing our agreement. Stepping out of his office, a wave of exhilaration washed over me. The whole eclipse debacle marked my first real test since I came to this world, and I was now itching to prove myself. With a newfound determination, I was ready to make my mark and show everyone what I was capable of. This was my moment to shine, and I wasn't about to let it slip through my fingers, though a sense of nervousness still lingered in my mind. Chapter 65, Crusader 65. Within the borders of the island country, Parador, Yolanda Montez found herself seated inside the transportation helicopter, her brow furrowed as she watched the lush green landscape roll by beneath them. A sense of unease had settled over her ever since she first heard about the mission, and Micah's cryptic words in Ted Grant's office only served to amplify that feeling. Trying to push aside her apprehensions, Yolanda surveyed her team members inside the helicopter. There was Bruce Gordon and Mona Bennett, the duo leading the mission, focused and determined. Then there was Peacemaker, the trigger-happy pilot whose enthusiasm for violent justice was palpable. Next to him sat Cave Carson, instrumental in guiding the team through the underwater cave system to gain entry into the island. And lastly, there was the wildcard Crusader, a mysterious figure suggested by Ted Grant to replace Micah. Clad in a futuristic knight's helmet and a tattered black cape with a large white cross painted on the back, Crusader sat quietly, clutching a small wooden cross and murmuring prayers. Yolanda first assumed it was a bad joke, thinking he was Micah in disguise, but his height, build, the way he spoke, and how little he talked were all distinctly different from her godfather's protege. As Yolanda's mind raced with questions about Crusader's mysterious presence, she couldn't ignore the uneasy feeling gnawing at her gut. Bruce Gordon's casual acceptance of him, without so much as a background check, only added to her suspicion. But before she could delve deeper into her thoughts, Peacemaker's urgent voice shattered the silence. The other team's taken a hit, and we're next on the list, he barked, his tone edged with urgency. Brace yourselves. His words were punctuated by the sudden jolt as he wrestled with the controls, attempting to evade the incoming missile. Despite his skilled maneuvers, their fate was sealed. The missile struck the helicopter's tail, sending it careening toward the ground in a tumultuous spiral. Amidst the chaos, Yolanda's head collided with a metallic object, leaving her dazed and struggling to maintain consciousness as the world spun around her. As Yolanda slowly came to, the scene around her was a chaotic blur of twisted metal and encroaching flames. Her teammates lay scattered nearby, their fates uncertain amidst the wreckage. Before she could fully grasp the situation, the sharp crack of gunfire shattered the eerie silence. Her gaze snapped to Crusader, the enigmatic figure from their team who stood defiant amid the chaos. He moved with uncanny agility, dodging bullets with an ease that seemed almost otherworldly. The stark white cross emblazoned on the back of his cape billowed in the wind as he returned fire with his 1991 pistol, his movements fluid and precise. With a flurry of motion, Crusader swiftly exhausted his ammunition before seamlessly transitioning to his dual short swords. With a deft flick of his wrist, he deflected incoming bullets before disappearing into the foliage, his silhouette vanishing from Yolanda's sight. In the distance, several screams echoed before the clamor of battle subsided, replaced by distant screams that echoed through the air. Moments later, Crusader returned to the crash site, his figure untouched by the violence that had unfolded mere moments before. Crusader knelt beside Yolanda amidst the wreckage, swiftly cutting through her seatbelt with a practiced hand. "Can you walk?" he inquired, his voice calm yet urgent. Yolanda attempted to move, but a sharp pain shot through her leg, making her grimace. "I think my leg's broken," she admitted, her jaw clenched. "But I'll manage. You need to help the others," she insisted, pushing through the discomfort. Without hesitation, Crusader rose to his feet, stepping back to retrieve his small wooden cross. "He was pierced for our transgressions. He was crushed for our iniquities," he murmured, his words invoking a sense of mysticism that left Yolanda bewildered. The punishment that brought us peace was on him, and by his wounds, we are healed. He continued his chant, the cross emanating a soft, golden light that enveloped them both. To Yolanda's surprise, the pain dissipated, replaced by a sudden sense of relief and clarity. Even the dizziness from the crash seemed to vanish in an instant. You should be able to move now. Quickly, help the others, Crusader urged, his tone unwavering. Shaking off her initial shock, Yolanda nodded, rising to her feet to assist her teammates. As she moved among them, she noticed a gradual stirring among the unconscious figures, each awakening with renewed vigor thanks to Crusader's miraculous intervention. Crusader and Yolanda sprang into action, aiding their disoriented comrades as they struggled to stand amidst the wreckage. But it was Peacemaker who vocalized the perplexity gripping the group. "What the hell just happened? I feel like I've been reborn," he exclaimed, his eyes wide with incredulity as he flexed his now pain-free shoulder. "I've been nursing this sprained muscle forever, but now it's like it never existed," he marveled, casting a puzzled glance at his teammates. Yolanda shrugged, her gaze drifting toward the enigmatic figure of Crusader, who stood at a distance, his stance alert and watchful. "Looks like our new friend here managed to work some miracles," she said, nodding in Crusader's direction. "He took down the attackers and patched us up along the way," she added, her tone casual despite the extraordinary events. Bruce Gordon's reaction didn't escape her notice. A flicker of surprise danced across his features before he quickly composed himself. Before any further discussion could unfold, however, the tranquility was shattered by the rustling of foliage nearby. Emerging from the thicket were 5 formidable figures, spotted hyenas, their snarls echoing through the air as they locked eyes with the shadow fighters. These were no ordinary beasts. Their robust build and the distinctive gray half-circle markings on their faces bespoke of something far more sinister lurking within them. Peacemaker, unfazed by the appearance of the ominous hyenas, swiftly drew his pistol and took aim, firing a shot directly at the nearest beast. The bullet struck true, piercing the creature's skull. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the hyena showed no signs of harm as its wound began to close before their eyes. In a sudden and unexpected move, the resilient predator lunged at Peacemaker, catching him off guard. Before disaster could strike, Crusader appeared just in time, delivering a powerful kick that sent the hyena sprawling. With practiced precision, Crusader retrieved his wooden cross and began to chant, invoking divine protection. "For it is God who arms me with strength and keeps my way secure, that I shall strike with the light of his fury," he intoned, the glow enveloping him and the shadow fighters. "And so shall his faithful," he added, the golden aura spreading to encompass them all. Peacemaker shot Crusader a puzzled look, as if on the cusp of voicing his thoughts, but Crusader swiftly intervened. "Try shooting them again," he instructed. Without hesitation, Peacemaker raised his pistol, now aglow with the same divine light, and fired once more at the hyena. The bullet, infused with radiant energy, found its mark once more, causing the creature to crumple to the ground, a dark, ethereal mist billowing from its fallen form. As if anticipating the moment, Crusader surged forward, directing a beam of blinding light at the dissipating cloud of dark energy. With a shriek that seemed to echo from the very depths of the surroundings, the mist vanished into thin air. Without hesitation, Crusader drew his 2 short swords, now glowing with a radiant golden light, and charged at the remaining hyenas. Peacemaker and Yolanda exchanged glances before joining the fray. Empowered by the golden energy, the trio swiftly dispatched the predatory creatures, while Crusader set to work cleansing the dark influence that had possessed them. "Nice trick there, buddy," Peacemaker remarked with a grin, giving Crusader a friendly pat on the back. "You some kind of exorcist, or what?" he quipped, raising an eyebrow. "You could say that," Crusader replied calmly. "Indeed, I've come to exorcise a great evil in these lands," he added, casting a meaningful glance in Bruce Gordon's direction. Yolanda and Peacemaker both wore expressions of confusion at Crusader's cryptic words. "What exactly are you talking about?" Yolanda inquired, her gaze shifting between Crusader and Bruce Gordon. "That's not my tale to tell," Crusader answered cryptically. "You'd be wise to ask the man who brought you here," he suggested before stepping away from the group, leaving them to ponder his words. All eyes turned to Bruce Gordon, who sighed in resignation. I may have withheld some details about this mission, he admitted. Let's regroup with the other team and I'll explain everything, he suggested, motioning for the others to follow. Chapter 66, Conflict 66. As the two teams reunited, they exchanged reports of their experiences so far, but all eyes soon turned to Bruce Gordon, awaiting his explanation. Bruce couldn't shake the sense of annoyance that prickled at him. He had meticulously crafted a plan to rid himself and the world of Eclipso, a torment that had haunted him for the better part of his life. First, he had tracked down the black diamonds, fragments of the heart of darkness imprisoning Eclipso's essence. Through some cunning maneuvering, he had arranged for them to be sent to Parador, facilitating Eclipso's resurgence. Then, he had infiltrated Parador to gather solid evidence, intending to present it to powerful figures like Amanda Waller and Sarge Steele, securing their support to vanquish Eclipso once and for all. Everything had been going according to plan until 2 days before the mission's start when Amanda Waller had called him. Her instructions had been clear and non-negotiable. A man named Crusader would request to join the mission, and Bruce was to accept him without question. Though he found the directive peculiar and had the urge to argue, he knew better than to challenge Waller's authority. The addition of a new member to the team introduced an unknown variable, but Bruce reasoned that one man wouldn't alter the outcome significantly. As long as he could expose Eclipso for the true monster he was and rally the entire world against him, nothing else mattered, not Waller, not the Shadow Fighters, no one. Or so he had believed. But as it turned out, Crusader was a much larger variable than Gordon could ever expect. Crusader's unexpected knowledge of the true nature of their mission had thrown him off balance, and now he faced the daunting task of explaining it to the Shadow Fighters, who were clearly ready to pounce if they didn't like what they heard. Peacemaker and the Creeper, in particular, seemed eager to rip him to shreds. Now then, Gordon began, clearing his throat to buy a moment's reprieve from the hostile stares. Please, keep calm and hear me out. I have crucial information about the target of our mission, he announced, trying to maintain an air of authority despite feeling anything but in control. He paused, gathering his thoughts as he continued. You were all led to believe that our target was the Count, a local drug lord. But the truth is, we're after something far more sinister. Eclipso, a demonic entity currently possessing the Count, Gordon revealed, the weight of his words hanging heavy in the air. Before he could even finish his explanation, the Creeper stepped forward, looming over Gordon with an intimidating presence that made it clear he meant business. Gripping Gordon's collar, he raised him to eye level, his grin belying the threat in his voice. Why the hell are we just hearing about this now? The Creeper demanded, his voice low and dangerous. Think deep and hard before you answer, because while I might be smiling, that doesn't mean I won't snap you like a twig, he warned, his eyes gleaming with a predatory glint. Gordon raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, hoping to quell the rising tension. Look, I get it. You're all mad, and you've got every right to be. But please, hear me out before you resort to violence, he implored, meeting the intense gaze of the Creeper head-on. The Creeper grunted in frustration, releasing Gordon's collar and taking a step back. Fine, I'm listening. But make it quick, he growled, his tone leaving no room for argument. Gordon nodded, grateful for the opportunity to explain himself. The reason I kept this information from you is simple. Nobody would have believed me if I told you that a demonic entity capable of threatening the entire world was pulling the strings behind a mere drug lord, he admitted, his voice tinged with exasperation. I needed a more believable cover, which is why I focused on the Count as our target, he explained, hoping they would understand his reasoning. I had planned to come clean about everything once we were safely on the ground in Parador. But then, Crusader here beat me to the punch, Gordon continued, shooting a pointed glance in Crusader's direction. The mysterious figure seemed unfazed, keeping vigilant watch over the area and ignoring the discussion as if the whole situation had nothing to do with him. Gordon's frustration was palpable. He had intended to maintain control over the situation and reveal the truth in his own time. However, Now that someone else revealed the fact first, his credibility was heavily compromised. It seemed Crusader had deliberately disrupted his plans, casting doubt on his leadership and causing chaos within the team. Or at least, that was Gordon's suspicion. Gordon's internal turmoil was interrupted by Peacemaker's scoff, his frustration palpable as he voiced his concerns. "So, what? We're just supposed to swallow this load of bull and pretend everything's hunky-dory?" Peacemaker's hand hovered near his pistol, his agitation evident. "You dragged us into this mess without so much as a heads-up about the danger we were walking into," he accused, his anger boiling over. "And what if Crusader hadn't shown up? We'd have been mincemeat for those damn hyenas." Gordon clenched his jaw, feeling the ground slipping from beneath him. He had intended to unveil his arsenal of solar tech weaponry, ready to combat Eclipso and his possessed minions, but before he could, Crusader stepped forward, diffusing the tension. "Let's all take a breather," Crusader interjected, placing a calming hand on Peacemaker's shoulder as he addressed the group. "While it's true that Gordon withheld crucial information, he's not the sole culprit here," he asserted calmly, drawing everyone's attention. "The blame extends to the Office of Metahuman Affairs and even myself. I could have disclosed the truth before the mission commenced, but I chose not to," he admitted, bowing his head in remorse. "Eclipso poses a grave threat, but I have faith in this team's ability to eradicate him once and for all," he affirmed, lifting his gaze to meet theirs. "The path ahead may be fraught with challenges, but the Lord only presents his children with trials he knows they can overcome," he continued. "Trust in God, trust in one another, and we shall see this through to the end," he concluded, his words imbued with a sense of conviction. At Peacemaker's resigned acceptance, a wave of relief swept through the group, their tension easing. "Well, I suppose we're in it now, whether we like it or not," he remarked with a weary shrug. "Time to wing it, I guess," he added, shaking his head. The collective agreement among the team members was like a balm to the situation, but Gordon couldn't help but suppress a twitch of frustration. Not only had Crusader thrust him into this predicament, but now he swooped in at a critical moment to resolve the conflict, overshadowing Gordon's leadership at every turn. Yolanda, however, wasn't as quick to brush off their predicament. "I don't think we're out of the water just yet. We've won our first thanks to Cruster's magic," she interjected, her tone more cautious than the others. "But Eclipso can possess and enhance anyone. If we encounter more of his minions, how are we supposed to stand a chance if we're divided?" Her question hung heavy in the air, drawing the group's attention. Gordon seized the opportunity to unveil his contingency plan, ready to showcase his solar tech arsenal and regain some semblance of control. Yet, before he could speak, Crusader intervened. "I'm sure Mr. Gordon has a few tricks up his sleeve," Crusader reassured, his tone cryptic yet oddly confident. "After all, I was a last-minute addition to the team," he added, diffusing any further tension. All eyes swiveled back to Gordon, their collective gaze a mix of impatience and skepticism. "Well, what's the holdup, chump?" The creeper's voice dripped with irritation, his frustration palpable. "Don't tell me. You were just waiting for the perfect moment to whip out your trump card, right? Like, when we're all already 6 feet under." His words came out in a low growl, laced with suspicion. Gordon's response was a bitter smile, a feeble attempt to mask the turmoil brewing within him. "Not at all. I had every intention of revealing my solar tech arsenal at the earliest opportunity," he explained, his tone tinged with regret. "But circumstances, well, they haven't exactly been cooperative," he added with a shrug. The creeper's scoff was laden with disdain, his gaze piercing with distrust. "If you say so," he muttered, clearly unconvinced. Chapter 67, A Once Over 67. Observing Bruce Gordon trudging through the dense forest, lost in his own world of frustration and contemplation, I struggled to stifle a chuckle. From the moment Yolanda mentioned him, I had a gut feeling about the guy, and meeting him in person only confirmed my suspicions. Now, as I watched him, it was all too clear. He saw these people, the shadow fighters, as pawns in his game against Eclipso. He didn't give a damn about their lives and his supposed brilliance. Well, let's just say it didn't shine as brightly as he thought. Sure, he might be Earth's go-to guy for solar tech, but when it came to planning, he was utterly clueless. I mean, who in their right mind infiltrates an island through an underwater cave system? It was a recipe for disaster from the get-go. And then there was the little detail of 2 conveniently waiting helicopters upon our emergence from said caves. Sneak in prepped helicopters under enemy noses. Sure, but sneaking in a bunch of vigilantes and government agents is a no-go? Come on, really. Whether it was sheer incompetence on Gordon's part or lazy writing on the DC Comics team, I couldn't say, nor did I particularly care. What mattered was that if we kept following Gordon's lead, almost everyone would likely end up 6 feet under. So, I made it my personal mission to mess with him every chance I got from the moment this mission kicked off. Taking a step back, you might be wondering how I ended up here, in the thick of this mission. Well, let me tell you, it involved pulling just about every string I had in my arsenal. After my sit-down with the Penguin, I hightailed it back to my apartment and launched into an epic brainstorming session that lasted hours. By the time I emerged, I had a solid plan of action. So, back to the Penguin's office, I went, ready to wow him with my strategy. I won't bore you with the nitty-gritty of our meeting, but let's just say it involved me dialing up my persuasion skills to 11 and even letting the Penguin take a spin with my trusty lie detector ring to quell any doubts he had. Eventually, he saw the light and agreed to throw his weight behind my mission. Next up, getting myself on the actual Eclipso hunting squad. Surprisingly, that part was a breeze. A quick visit to Livewire, sneaking in a phone for her courtesy of my shadow storage, and a request for her to work her hacking magic on Belle Reve. Livewire was all in, especially since she had a bone to pick with whoever was keeping her locked up. When I swung back to check on her progress, Livewire had all the juicy details I needed to give Waller a little nudge. Let's just say, after a bit of persuasive conversation, Waller was suddenly very keen on including me in the mission and backing off from Livewire's case. Easy peasy, right? With my spot secured on the team and Penguin's backing guaranteed, I shifted my focus to the quest I'd been handed, Operation Light Brigade. The wording of the quest was what really caught my attention. It wasn't about taking down Eclipso, but rather about gathering allies to confront him. That choice of words was one of the main reasons I decided to dive headfirst into the Eclipso situation. So off I went, pulling in favors left, right, and center to rally some troops. And you know what? I succeeded. The quest ended as smoothly as it began, with me successfully rounding up allies to face the impending Eclipso showdown. As for the rewards, they were nothing to sneeze at. A sweet 1,500 points and access to the currency exchange function. Now, at the time, my point balance wasn't exactly overflowing, but it wasn't the points that had me grinning from ear to ear. No, it was the currency exchange system that had me doing a little victory dance. This system's currency exchange function was the real VIP, the game changer. It did exactly what it said on the tin, converting real-life cash into points and vice versa at a jaw-dropping rate of 1 point for every $1,000. Crunching the numbers, that meant a cool 1,000 points for every million in the bank. And guess who just happened to have a tidy 10 million sitting pretty in their account? Yours truly. Despite the pang in both my heart and my wallet, I went ahead and converted 5 million into 5,000 points, kicking off a shopping spree that started with the light mojo I'd showcased while facing off against those pesky hyenas. The spree ended with me snagging a few tools to perfect my new alter ego, Crusader. Now you might be wondering why the disguise? Well, call it a rare moment of caution on my part. Sure, I was gearing up to take down Eclipso once and for all, but the guy had a knack for bouncing back, and if he did make a comeback, I sure as hell didn't want to be his first stop. As for why I chose this particular character, the answer's simple. No reason at all, really. I've always had a soft spot for the concept of a badass, gun-toting, sword-wielding priest with a flair for light mojo. It was just me indulging my inner child and conjuring up a character I thought was pretty darn cool. And hey, no apologies necessary. Sure, I might not be the most religious person around, but I sure knew how to play the part. The chanting, the gestures, heck, the whole shebang was just an act. Did I need any of it to activate the light mojo? Not really. But hey, why not add a little extra flair? Now, about that so-called light mojo, it was simply light magic. The key word here being magic, not control or manipulation like with my shadow powers. Magic encompassed everything associated with light, from healing to buffing allies. On the other hand, opting for light control would have meant zapping foes with light beams and whatnot. Not that I couldn't do that with light magic, mind you, but it just made the skill way more expensive. With light magic setting me back a hefty 4,500 points, it was definitely a splurge. But hey, when you're up against someone like Eclipso, you can't exactly skimp on the utility power. Now, as for the favors I pulled and the allies I recruited, well, that's a story for another time. Why just tell you when I can show you, after all? The Count, possessed by the malevolent force of Eclipso, lounged in the darkness of his opulent mansion, a stark contrast to the vibrant tropical paradise outside its walls. The lush greenery and colorful flora of Parador's environs stood in stark contrast to the gloomy ambience within the room. Amidst the shadows that danced ominously around him, the Count observed intently as floating specters depicted scenes from the Parador forest. There, Bruce Gordon and his team of hired heroes trudged through the dense foliage, unaware of the sinister gaze fixed upon them. A twisted grin of amusement twisted the Count's features as he surveyed their progress, relishing the chaos he had orchestrated. In his mind, they were mere pawns in his grand game, destined to fall prey to his cunning stratagems. If all has gone according to plan, Eclipso's voice echoed within the Count's mind, dripping with malice and satisfaction, they should all be dead by now, save for Gordon and the mother of his child. A sinister chuckle escaped the Count's lips as he reveled in the thought of their imminent demise, ripped apart by the possessed hyenas. Yet, the sudden appearance of the enigmatic crusader had thrown a wrench into his carefully laid schemes. Ah, but even in chaos there is opportunity, Eclipso's voice hissed, a gleeful anticipation lacing his words. They may have stumbled upon an unexpected variable, but they remain within our grasp. They shall not escape so easily. The Count's grin widened, reflecting Eclipso's glee, his eyes gleaming with malevolent intent as he contemplated the impending doom that awaited his unsuspecting prey. With Crusader's interference, the game had grown even more thrilling, and Eclipso relished the prospect of toying with his prey before delivering the final blow. Chapter 68, Dark Palace 68. In the dim, sketchy depths of the drug lab nestled deep in the Parador jungle, I found myself squaring off against 3 goons who looked like they'd been binging on Eclipso-flavored shadows. With a flick of my wrists, I summoned my trusty twin short swords, their tips twinkling with the radiant energy of light magic. Taking a quick scan around, I noticed the rest of the shadow fighters duking it out in their own corners before I turned my attention back to my creepy adversaries. No time for hesitation. I lunged forward, ready to tango with these shadowy dudes. The first one, hovering above the ground like some discount wizard, shot out a dark, worm-like twisty tendril my way. Gross, right? But I wasn't about to let some shadow worm ruin my day. I sliced through it like it was made of soggy spaghetti. But wait, there's more. More tendrils came squirming at me from every direction, like a bad case of tentacle flu. I figured, why not crank up the dazzle? I pumped even more light magic into my blade, raising it high in the air and making them shine brighter than a disco ball at a vampire rave. The thugs stumbled back, blinking like they'd just stared into the sun. With them momentarily blinded, I went full-on action hero and barreled toward the closest thug. I wrestled him to the ground and grabbed his noggin, ready to give him a taste of my divine light show. Be buried in the light of God, I proclaimed for no reason whatsoever as I zapped him with enough light magic to make a disco ball jealous. With a grimace, I watched as the thug's body twitched and spasmed as he just downed a bad batch of expired energy drinks. The half-circle mark on his face fizzled away into nothing, leaving behind one ordinary-looking guy, aside from the fact that he'd just been possessed by a demonic creature. But there was no time to dwell on the weirdness. Unlike the hyenas, no smoke cloud escaped the thug's body, just a little black diamond projectile spewing out of his mouth like he was auditioning for a low-budget magic show. Quick reflexes kicked in, and I snagged the thing midair, tossing it into my shadow storage before it could pull any more tricks. Before I could even catch my breath, the other two shadow goons decided to play tag team, charging at me like I'd insulted their mama. Ah, the joys of multitasking, I muttered under my breath, giving my twin blades a twirl as I squared up to meet them head-on. It's time to wrap this up pronto. After a solid 15-minute smackdown, I stood amidst the wreckage of the now-burning drug lab, surveying my handiwork. The place was a mess, with thugs strewn like confetti, and the flames licking hungrily at what was left of their shady operations. The local authorities were in for a treat, with all these miscreants gift-wrapped and cuffed. Dealing with the other two goons possessed by Eclipso wasn't exactly a cakewalk, but hey, I managed. They coughed up those pesky black diamonds just like the first guy. I retrieved one of the diamonds from my shadowy storage and tried my light magic cleansing trick. The diamond glowed brightly for a second, but the darkness came creeping back the moment I stopped. Still, it looked a tad less ominous, which was a win in my book. With the diamond safely stashed away for later pondering, I turned to check on the shadow fighters. They were all high-fiving and whooping it up, basking in the glory of another job well done. 3 days in Parador, and we'd been hitting the Count's drug dens like a wrecking ball, freeing folks from Eclipso's clutches left and right. Morale was sky-high, but call me paranoid. I couldn't shake the feeling that things were going a little too smoothly. You know that gut twist sensation when the calm feels more like the eye of a storm? Yeah, that. The past few days had been like walking through a fog of uncertainty. But now, it felt like we were barreling straight into the heart of a storm. Then, to top it all off, the night decided to pull a real number on us. The sky darkened, the stars dimmed, and this bone-chilling cold settled in. Like clockwork, a figure started to coalesce out of the shadows. And yep, you guessed it, it wasn't the ice cream man. Eclipse, yeah, the big bad we'd been hunting, stepped into the spotlight. He was all dark and foreboding, the kind of guy who probably had evil mastermind on his business card. But hey, at least I saw this coming from a mile away, so that has to amount to something. Ah, Bruce Gordon and his merry band of misfits, Eclipso crooned, his voice dripping with malice. You've been quite the thorn in my side. I kept up my crusader act, masking the urge to roll my eyes at being dismissed as a supporting character. There you are, fiend, I exclaimed, pointing my gun at Eclipso and firing. He casually tilted his head to the side and dodged the projectile. And what do we have here? An unknown variable wielding the repulsive golden light, he said, maintaining his grin as he looked down at me. I'll have you regret even being born soon enough. Yup, this guy officially pisses me off. I'll definitely wipe that disgusting smirk off his face sooner or later. Speak, demon. What are you scheming? Why did you allow us to move unhindered in your territory? Eclipso chuckled, like he was indulging a particularly amusing joke. Oh, I had to make sure everything was just right for our little meet and greet. And now that we're all here, with a flick of his wrist, he whisked us away to what looked like the swankiest reception hall in the universe. The jerk flashed us a grin. Welcome to my humble abode, my dear shadow fighters. And with that, poof, he was gone, leaving us to pick up the pieces of our suddenly much weirder night. I'll be waiting for you in the throne room. If you can reach it, that is. Eclipso's voice echoed in the area, followed by a sinister chuckle fit for an evil mastermind. Peacemaker wasted no time in getting down to business, his investigative instincts kicking into overdrive. He made his way to the front door, ready to throw it open and shed some light on our mysterious situation. But then, he froze. Something wasn't right. Hey guys, he called out urgently, his voice tinged with a mix of confusion and disbelief. You need to see this. We all rushed over to see what had him so rattled, and when we looked out the door, our jaws hit the floor. There it was, clear as day, planet Earth, hanging in the sky like some surreal painting. Yolanda summed up what we were all thinking with a shaky voice. Are we on the moon? Her words hung in the air, echoing the disbelief that rippled through the team. It was like a bad sci-fi flick come to life. Trying to regain control of the situation, Gordon stepped forward, attempting to calm the chaos. Everyone, please, let's not panic. This is unexpected, but our mission. Before he could finish, the creeper pounced, grabbing Gordon by the collar with a ferocity that sent a chill down my spine. "You shut your mouth, you damned imbecile," the creeper snarled, his grip tightening around Gordon's neck as his eyes burned with rage. "We're only in this mess because of you." Realizing what's happening, I sprang into action, darting forward and smacking the creeper's wrist to break his hold on Gordon. The creeper whirled on me, his fury palpable as he swung his arm at me, but I ducked and shoved him away. As the creeper stumbled back, I seized my small wooden cross, clutching it tightly as I began my incantation. "Submit yourselves, then, to God," I muttered, infusing the cross with a dazzling light for dramatic effect. "Resist the devil, and he will flee from you. Fear no evil," I added, casting a radiant golden-white glow that flooded the space. Caught off guard, the creeper stumbled mid-charge, confusion clouding his eyes as if he'd just woken up from a particularly bizarre dream. He rubbed his forehead, trying to make sense of it all, before focusing his gaze on me. What happened?" he asked, sounding disoriented. "Eclipso happened," I replied solemnly. "He can only possess those who give in to anger and violence," I explained, my tone matter-of-fact. "That's why he brought us to his palace, where even the slightest annoyance could erupt into blinding rage." Chapter 69, Darkseid commands at 69. Yolanda's brow knitted as she processed my words, a blend of worry and perplexity clouding her features. "But you just protected us, didn't you?" she prodded. "Can you keep us shielded from Eclipso's mind games the whole way through?" I let out an internal sigh, knowing my response wouldn't be what she wanted to hear. "I'm afraid that's a tall order," I admitted, my voice carrying a mix of regret and resolve. It was a fib, plain and simple. I could continue to safeguard the shadow fighters from Eclipso's sway, but frankly, it was a headache I preferred to sidestep. Peacemaker, the Creeper, and Manhunter were ticking time bombs of anger and violence, ripe for possession. Keeping them on a leash would be a job in itself, and frankly, the risk wasn't worth the reward. "Regrettable as it may be, it's time for a parting of ways, for everyone's sake," I stated, hoping they'd understand without pressing the matter further. Bruce Gordon's eyes widened in disbelief at my declaration. "So, you're just going to ditch us and fly solo?" he blurted out, desperation edging into his voice. "That's practically a death sentence for most of us." Meeting his gaze head-on, I stood my ground. "You knew the risks when you signed up for this mission and even dragged these people along with you?" I retorted, my words measured and unyielding. Gordon's expression soured, but before he could retort, I raised a hand to cut him off. "You should have all been ready to meet your maker when you accepted this mission. But I'm not about to let you die in vain," I continued, fishing a small black stone from the depths of my cape. With a firm grip, I crushed the black stone in my palm, channeling my will into it. "Time for you all to head home," I declared, my voice carrying a somber weight. As the final syllable left my lips, a swirling black portal materialized beside me, and from its depths emerged a familiar figure. Raven, the pale-skinned empath. "You're still alive. That's good," she remarked, her tone dry as desert sand as she eyed me. "I feared we'd lost you back there in Parador," she continued, her violet eyes assessing me with a mix of relief and suspicion. My brow furrowed in confusion. "Lost me? What happened?" I inquired, my mind racing to fill in the blanks. Raven's expression shifted, a hint of disbelief coloring her features. "You really don't know?" she questioned, a note of incredulity in her voice. I shook my head, my curiosity piqued. "I don't. Did something happen to Parador?" I trailed off, waiting for her response. Her sigh was heavy with the weight of grim news. "Parador is gone," she revealed, her voice tinged with sorrow. "Satellite imagery showed the entire island engulfed in flames. Everyone there is presumed dead," she concluded, her words casting a pall over the gathered shadow fighters. Gasps of shock and dismay rippled through the group, their faces reflecting the horror of the revelation. But amidst the chaos, my gaze found its way to Bruce Gordon. If only the truth about the threat had been laid bare from the start, if only Waller and her cronies had been forthcoming, maybe the Justice League could have intervened. Maybe an entire nation wouldn't have been reduced to ashes. But this grim turn of events only solidified a nagging suspicion that had been gnawing at me for some time now. For some reason, Eclipso can't or won't kill Bruce Gordon, despite Gordon's possession of the key to Eclipso's downfall, the solar tech. With a heavy heart and a steely resolve, I set my plan into motion. "Change of plans, Gordon stays," I announced firmly, striding over to Bruce Gordon and seizing him by the collar. "Raven, send the rest back to Earth," I directed, turning to the pale empath. Without a word, Raven complied, conjuring dark portals beneath the feet of the shadow fighters, one by one whisking them away from the shadowy grip of Eclipso's palace. "What in the hell are you?" Bruce Gordon began to protest, but I cut him off with a swift, decisive headbutt, knocking him unconscious before he could finish. Raven regarded me with a mixture of curiosity and concern. "Why keep him here?" she inquired, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "Eclipso can't kill Gordon for some reason," I explained tersely. "And if worst comes to worst, we might just need that," I added, my grip tightening on Gordon's limp form. Her eyes widened in realization, flicking between me and the unconscious Gordon. "Are you sure about this?" she pressed, her tone edged with doubt. "Absolutely," I affirmed, my voice laced with grim determination. "After so many people died, doing this the right way is a luxury we can't afford. We have to stop Eclipso by any means necessary," I declared, hoisting Gordon's body over my shoulder. "If sacrificing this guy is what it takes, then I'll take full responsibility for it," I concluded, my resolve unshakable as I prepared to face whatever darkness lay ahead. In the dark, ominous throne room of Eclipso's palace, the villain sat upon his darkened throne, his eyes fixated on the swirling shadows within the floating mirrors before him. With a sinister grin, he watched as Crusader made his way through the palace, the flickering light of his powers illuminating the shadows around him. Though Crusader posed a threat with his formidable light abilities, Eclipso remained confident. Thanks to the illusion spells woven throughout the palace, the hero would never reach the throne room, no matter how valiant his efforts. As Eclipso reveled in his future plans, the destruction of Parador loomed large in his mind. Already, the world's nations were on edge, pointing fingers and assigning blame. And who would take the fall? None other than the U.S. government, Amanda Waller, and the Office of Metahuman Affairs. Perfect. All Eclipso needed now were a few unwitting pawns to lure into his palace, and he would have everything he needed to dispose of Crusader, Bruce Gordon, and anyone else foolish enough to stand in his way. But just as he basked in his impending triumph, a suffocating presence enveloped the room. Eclipso's blood ran cold as a shadowy, towering figure materialized before him. With eyes glowing red and a hand poised ominously, the projection of Darkshades will regarded Eclipso with disdain, as though he were nothing more than an insignificant insect. "I've been keeping my eyes on you. Your schemes were most entertaining, but this is as far as you go." Darkshades' voice echoed through the chamber, a chilling warning to Eclipso. "You do well to keep your ambitions confined to Earth, or I will have you crushed," he intoned, his words dripping with menace. Gritting his teeth, Eclipso nodded, knowing better than to defy the might of Darkshade. "I understand, Lord Darkshade. I will remain on Earth," he vowed, his voice tinged with trepidation. He was willing to play the long game. Though he was helpless before Darkshade now, the time will come when Eclipso rose to rival him in power. He would oblige the god of evil and tyranny and limit himself to Earth for now, but when the time came, Eclipso intended to have the entire universe bowing before him. Darkshade looked at Eclipso with thinly veiled amusement, as if he could see right through him, but he quickly lost interest. With a dismissive wave, the apocalyptic tyrant turned his attention to the shadowy mirrors, his interest piqued by the sight of Crusader and Raven navigating through the palace. The aspect of chaos and the demon's daughter. Perhaps my visit was unwarranted after all, he mused cryptically. Eclipso couldn't help but ask, "What do you mean, Lord Darkshade?" Darkshade's response was enigmatic, his tone laden with ominous portent. "You shall soon see," he replied, his gaze fixed on the swirling shadows before him. "Struggle with all your might, O discarded shadow. By all means, make it amusing. Darkshade commands it." The words echoed in the throne room as the projection of Darkshade's domineering will slowly fade out of existence, as if it were never there. Chapter 70, Drastic Measures 70. As we stumbled into what looked like the umpteenth iteration of the reception hall, frustration clenched at my gut. Sure, the furniture was arranged differently each time, but the déjà vu was hitting hard. Running in circles was definitely not how I envisioned spending my day. "How long have we been at this?" I groaned, shooting a glance at Raven. She sighed wearily, her expression mirroring my annoyance. "About an hour and a half," she replied, her tone tinged with frustration. "I suspect we're caught in an illusion spell." I ran a hand through my hair, feeling the tension knotting my muscles. "Can you break it?" I asked, my impatience leaking into my voice. Raven shook her head, her brow furrowing with concentration. "I've been trying for the last 15 minutes, she confessed, "but it'll likely take another hour or two to dispel it completely." My frown deepened, and I glanced between Raven and the unconscious Bruce Gordon sprawled on the ground. With a resigned sigh, I made up my mind. "Forget it," I muttered, tossing Gordon's limp form onto the floor. Retrieving my gun, I leveled it at Gordon's leg, my voice echoing through the empty hall. "Eclipso, I know you're watching. If you don't want your little plaything to suffer, you better show yourself now." Silence greeted my demand, mocking me with its emptiness. I sucked in a breath, steeling myself for what came next. Without hesitation, I pulled the trigger, the gunshot ripping through the stillness of the room. Gordon's eyes snapped open, his screams of agony filling the air as pain coursed through his body. I saw Raven flinch, her gaze averted, but I pushed aside any guilt. "Your buddy here's got a new bullet hole in his leg," I called out, my voice laced with a mix of frustration and impatience. "He's bleeding out, and it won't take more than 5 for him to breathe his last." Once again, my demands echoed into the void, met only with the cold silence of the empty room. Without a second thought, I shifted my aim to Gordon's other leg and squeezed the trigger, the sharp crack of the gunshot punctuating the air. "That's 2 holes in less than 2 minutes, I barked out, my frustration mounting with every passing second. "You've got till the count of 10 before he gets a 3rd hole in his head," I threatened, my finger hovering dangerously close to the trigger. Before I could even begin the countdown, shadows coalesced before me, gradually taking the form of Eclipso. His presence exuded a menacing aura, his gray skin contrasting starkly against the darkness that surrounded him. He wore black pants and a purple-pointed hood, the lack of a shirt exposing his muscular frame. "Ah, the troublesome variable rears its head," Eclipso remarked, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips as he looked down at us, both literally and figuratively. "And here you are, masquerading as a hero," he taunted, his voice dripping with disdain. But I wasn't in the mood for banter. With a swift motion, I pointed my finger at Eclipso and unleashed a beam of blinding light, hoping to catch him off guard. Yet, Eclipso proved elusive, his form dissipating into black smoke before my attack could find its mark, only to reappear elsewhere. With a frustrated sigh, I reached into my cloak, retrieving a healing potion I'd procured earlier. "Feed this to Gordon. He's a piece of shit, but he's still useful," I instructed, tossing the potion to Raven. "I'll handle Eclipso," I declared, summoning a long sword of pure light into my hand. With determination coursing through my veins, I advanced toward Eclipso, my sword gleaming with radiant energy. He regarded me with a mixture of amusement and disdain, his eyes glowing with an unsettling crimson hue. "You think you can challenge me?" Eclipso scoffed, his voice dripping with arrogance. "You are but a mere mortal wielding borrowed power." I ignored his taunts, focusing instead on closing the distance between us. With a swift motion, I swung my sword, aiming for Eclipso's chest. But once again, he vanished into shadow, reappearing behind me with unnerving speed. Before I could react, Eclipso struck, his fists crackling with dark energy as he unleashed a barrage of punches. I staggered under the onslaught, feeling the impact reverberate through my body despite the Guardian Veil barrier taking the brunt of the damage. Gritting my teeth against the pain, I summoned my light magic, covering myself in a protective aura. The dark energy dissipated upon contact with the light and forced Eclipso to jump back, leaving me unscathed. Refusing to waste any time, I lunged at Eclipso, slashing at him with all the strength and speed I could muster. But he was a slippery foe, dodging and weaving with unnatural grace. Despite my best efforts, Eclipso seemed to have the upper hand, his attacks relentless and ferocious. I knew I didn't stand a chance in a physical confrontation, but I didn't think it would be to this extent. With a smirk curling on my lips, I activated my Storm Walker shoes, gearing up for some down-and-dirty combat tactics. With a surge of power coursing through me, I blurred into motion, exploiting the shoe's speed boost to dart right in front of Eclipso, my blade already on its way. Eclipso's surprise was evident in his widened eyes, but he wasn't one to be caught off guard for long. With a swift motion, he raised his hand, halting my light blade in its tracks with an unseen force. Gritting my teeth, I dispelled the blade, opting instead to blind him with a burst of searing light aimed straight at his face. His pained grunt was music to my ears as I conjured another light blade, thrusting it toward his chest. But just when victory seemed within reach, the blade halted mere inches away from his body, thwarted by a barrier akin to my guardian veil. I poured all my strength into trying to break through the barrier, but it held firm, frustratingly resilient. As Eclipso began to retreat, morphing into shadowy mist, a dark chain emerged from the ground, ensnaring his leg and anchoring him in place. Raven's timely intervention saved the day, though I barely had a moment to appreciate it amidst the chaos of battle. Mustering all my power, I unleashed a relentless barrage of light spears, bombarding Eclipso with all the fury I could muster. With determination blazing in my eyes, I unleashed a relentless assault on Eclipso, bombarding him with flying light spears from point-blank range. As if that wasn't enough, I materialized light hammers in my hands, swinging them with all my might, aiming to shatter the barrier protecting him. Blow after blow, I hammered away until finally, the barrier crumbled under the force of my assault. Without a moment's hesitation, the hammers transformed into swords, and I drove one deep into Eclipso's chest, while the light spears continued to impale him from all sides. Yet, despite the onslaught, he remained standing, his hateful glare burning into me. But I wasn't about to let him off easy. With grim determination, I swung the other blade at his neck, aiming to end this once and for all. Time seemed to stretch as the blade hurtled toward its target, but before it could make contact, Eclipso erupted in a furious scream. Enough! His voice echoed with power, sending a shockwave that blasted me backward and dispersed Raven's magic chain that bound him. The light spears embedded in his body faded away, replaced by swirling dark energy that began to knit his wounds back together. "You are but an ant," Eclipso's voice thundered, his form expanding with ominous power. "Your futile attempts to strike down a god no longer amuse me." His proclamation rang out as his dark aura intensified. "It is time to put you in your place." As Eclipso's form continued to expand, the reception hall couldn't contain him anymore. The ceiling crumbled under the weight of his immense presence, and before I knew it, his head brushed against the roof, causing it to collapse, revealing the starry sky above. "Well, shit," I cursed softly, watching as the structure around us began to crumble, the air rushing out into the vacuum of space. How the hell am I supposed to fight in space? Chapter 71, Changing Scenery 71. Taking in the sight of Eclipso's gargantuan form and the crumbling palace, my gut reaction was to leg it and find a way out. But bailing now felt like chucking in the towel too soon. I mean, sure, surviving in space wasn't exactly on my to-do list, but I wasn't about to let things end like this. With a cool $5 million still sitting in my bank account, I figured I had room to maneuver and buy something from the system. Just as I was weighing my options, a dark energy blanket wrapped around me, Raven, and good ol' Bruce Gordon. It was like being snuggled up in a cozy, shadowy cocoon. "Not sure what else you can do about this." Raven's voice cut through the eerie quiet, her eyes locked on Eclipso's expanding form, pulsating with dark energy. "But if you're itching for a throwdown, this barrier should keep us breathing in the vacuum of space." I shot Raven a nod of thanks. "Just what the doctor ordered," I muttered, pulling out my trusty giant slayer sword from the shadow storage. The moment it hit my grip, the blade started to grow, matching the chaos around us as the palace continued its nosedive. Before we knew it, both Eclipso and I were towering at a solid 120 feet. That's about 36 meters for you metric folks. His mug twisted into a snarl as he came barreling toward me, fists like wrecking balls. Normally, I'd be lunch meat, but with the giant slayer beefing up my strength to match my size, I was ready to face him head-on. As Eclipso's colossal fist came hurtling towards me, I didn't even break a sweat. With a casual flick of my wrist, I snagged his punch like it was nothing, then twisted my body, ramming into him with the force of a runaway train. We went tumbling backward, giving me just enough room to hoist my giant slayer sword high. With a deep breath, I poured every ounce of light magic I had into that blade, feeling it crackle with power as I brought it down on Eclipso. The dude seemed pretty confident in his little energy barrier, but that barrier was no match for my beefed-up strength. My blade sliced through it like it was butter, sinking deep into Eclipso's shoulder with a sickening crunch. He howled in pain as the light magic started to seep into his dark form, but I wasn't about to let him off easy. Nope, I tightened my grip on his ugly mug, channeling even more light magic into my hand, causing him to thrash around like a fish out of water. Just when I thought I had him on the ropes, Eclipso pulled a sneaky move, unleashing a shockwave that sent me flying back and reduced what was left of his crumbling palace to rubble. But I wasn't done yet. With a grunt, I wrenched my sword free from his shoulder, dealing him another blow. Before he could catch his breath, I lunged at him again, but he wasn't having it. With a weird wave of his hand, I suddenly found myself smack dab in the mouth of an active volcano, Eclipso still standing before me but now scrambling to put some distance between us. As the searing heat of the volcano enveloped me, I didn't have time to dwell on the sudden change of scenery. Eclipso, ever the slippery one, took advantage of the chaos, leaping back to create some space between us. But I wasn't about to let him off that easy. With the giant slayer still clutched tightly in my hand, I surged forward, the adrenaline pumping through my veins as I closed the distance between us in a heartbeat. Eclipso's eyes blazed with dark energy as he gestured again, the very fabric of reality warping around us. Suddenly, the ground beneath my feet morphed into a writhing mass of shadowy tendrils, threatening to swallow me whole. But I wasn't going down without a fight. With a mighty roar, I summoned every ounce of strength I had, muscles bulging as I pushed against the oppressive force of Eclipso's magic. With sheer brute force and light magic, I tore through the shadowy tendrils, each one dissipating into nothingness as I carved my path forward. Eclipso's face contorted with rage as he realized his spells were no match for my superhuman strength. With a snarl, he hurled a barrage of dark energy at me, each blast crackling with malevolent power. But I was ready for him. With lightning-fast reflexes, I deflected each blast with my sword, the crackling energy fizzling out harmlessly against the blade's shimmering surface. Closing in on Eclipso once more, I raised my sword high, ready to deliver the final blow. With a primal scream, I swung the blade at Eclipso's neck with all my might, the force of the impact sending shockwaves rippling through the air. Again, it was not meant to be. As the ground beneath me trembled, I felt a sudden weightlessness wash over me. Before I could grasp what was happening, Eclipso's dark magic whisked us away, transporting us high into the air above a vast expanse of ocean. The wind whipped past us, carrying the salty scent of the sea as far as the eye could see. Without missing a beat, Eclipso took to the air, his form silhouetted against the crimson sky. I followed suit, sprinting through the very sky. With each step, I conjured footholds made of shimmering light magic, creating a makeshift path through the empty air. Eclipso glared back at me, his eyes burning with fury as he soared through the clouds. I pursued him relentlessly, closing the distance with each passing moment. But he was fast, his movements fluid and unpredictable as he darted through the sky like a bird of prey. With a surge of determination, I pushed myself harder, channeling every ounce of strength and speed at my disposal. The ocean stretched out below us, a vast expanse of endless blue, its waves crashing against the distant shoreline. But I couldn't afford to be distracted by the breathtaking scenery. Eclipso was still ahead of me, his dark form growing smaller and smaller against the horizon. With a fierce battle cry, I activated my storm walker shoes, determined to catch him before he could slip away. As we continued our airborne duel, I unleashed a barrage of light magic, each blast crackling with power as it streaked through the sky. Eclipso dodged and weaved, his movements graceful and fluid as he danced through the air. But I refused to let him escape. With a mighty leap, I launched myself forward, closing the distance between us in a heartbeat. Eclipse turned to face me, his eyes flashing with malice as he prepared to meet my attack head-on. With a swift motion, I swung my giant slayer sword, the blade gleaming with radiant light as it sliced through the air. Eclipso raised his hands to defend himself, but it was too late. My blade struck true, carving a deep gash across his chest and sending him reeling backward. As I stabbed Eclipso in the chest, I wrapped my light magic around him, restraining his strength and preventing him from teleporting us to a different location. But even as I kept him pinned, the scenery shifted once more, and we both crashed into the vast expanse of the ocean below. The impact sent shockwaves rippling through the water as we plummeted into the depths, our staggering sizes and weights dragging us down into the abyss. The pressure of the ocean closed in around us, the darkness swallowing us whole as we sank deeper and deeper into the murky depths. Despite the chaos and confusion, I refused to let go of Eclipso, my grip on him tightening with each passing moment. With my light magic holding him in place, he struggled and thrashed against my restraint, but I held firm, refusing to yield an inch. As we sank deeper into the ocean's depths, the pressure intensified, crashing down upon us like a vice. But I refused to falter, channeling every ounce of strength and determination I had to maintain my grip on Eclipso. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, we reached the ocean floor, the darkness pressing in around us like a suffocating blanket. With one final surge of effort, I managed to cleave Eclipso's gigantic body into two and dissipated his remains with light magic. With Eclipso defeated, or at least subdued for now, the urge to raise my head and let out a victory roar surged within me. But as I gasped for breath, I realized I didn't even have the energy for such a display. With our battle concluded and no enemy left to fight, my body began to shrink, the effects of my heightened state wearing off. As the ocean's pressure bore down on me, my vision started to fade, and a profound weariness settled into my bones. With each passing moment, the strength drained from my body, leaving me feeling drained and exhausted. I fought to stay conscious, clinging to the last shreds of my resolve, but the darkness closed in around me, enveloping me in its cold embrace. And then, with one final breath, I succumbed to the darkness, slipping into unconsciousness as the ocean's depths claimed me. Chapter 72, Blue 72. As I slowly pried open my eyelids, every muscle in my body seemed to protest, as if they were having a little protest rally of their own. Ugh, did I somehow end up in hell? I mumbled, my voice scratchy and low, as I attempted to raise my hand to massage my pounding head. But halfway through the motion, I froze, my eyes widening in surprise. Instead of my usual skin, my hand was covered in some weird, dark energy goo. Well, Raven's anti-damage spell is certainly more effective than advertised, I muttered, managing a half-hearted chuckle before flopping back onto the bed with a groan. Guess it can't be hell after all. The bed's too comfy, and I didn't hear elevator music on my way here, I remarked, peering around the room through squinted eyes. The place had serious hotel vibes, like a fancy suite you'd see in those glossy magazines. It was big, bigger than my apartment living room, and the walls were all painted in different shades of blue, giving off a soothing vibe. But here's the kicker, no natural light streaming in. Either it's midnight or they forgot to install windows, I muttered to myself, scratching my head. Finally mustering the energy to sit up, I took a gander at my outfit, or what used to be my outfit. Instead of my trusty crusader getup, I was now rocking some kind of funky blue and green tight outfit. Well, I always did wanna cosplay. Guess this is my chance, I chuckled, shaking my head in disbelief. After coming to, it seemed someone had gone through the trouble of hauling my unconscious self to this place. Where exactly? No clue, but dwelling on it wasn't getting me anywhere. Time to do some good-old detective work. With a sigh, I got up from the comfy bed, resolving to explore my new digs. Stepping out of the room, I was greeted by the sight of a humanoid fish. Yes, you read that right. A humanoid fish holding a trident like he was about to give Aquaman a run for his money. Merfolk, did I get washed up in Atlantis? I muttered, eyeing the fishy figure with a mix of confusion and amusement. The fish man gave me a stern look and knocked his trident on the ground, like he was laying down the law. You're in the illustrious city of Tretinus, to be precise, he declared, his voice dripping with authority. Our patrols found you knocked out cold at the bottom of the sea after going out to investigate a disturbance in the currents. I nodded, taking in the information. Ah, got it. In that case, thanks to you and your water-dwelling squad for the rescue, I replied, offering a grateful smile. Say, any idea how long I've been out for? I inquired, furrowing my brows. The fishy fellow scratched his scaled chin, giving me a once-over. You've been unconscious for about 2 days. Our medics were betting you'd be out like a light for a whole month, given the sorry state you were in, he explained, his tone a mix of curiosity and concern. I couldn't help but chuckle at that. Surviving a deep-sea nap wasn't exactly on my bucket list. Well, guess I'm tougher than I look, I quipped, flashing a grin. On a related note, you guys wouldn't happen to have stumbled upon my trusty sword during your oceanic rescue mission, did you? I asked hopefully. The fishy fellow gave a nod. Your sword and gear are all stashed away in our storage room, he announced, offering to lead the way. Follow me, I'll take you there. Lead the way, good sir, I replied eagerly, returning his nod as we set off on our little expedition. After a few paces, curiosity got the better of me and I piped up. Hey, just a quick thought. Aren't you the least bit curious about why I was taking a siesta at the bottom of the sea? I quipped, shooting him a sideways glance. The fishy guard let out a chuckle, his gills flapping in amusement. We are aware of your circumstances. You vanquished a great evil that represents a threat not only to the surface world, but also to Atlantis. And for that, we are grateful, he explained, much to my surprise. Before I could wrap my head around how they knew about my tussle with Eclipso, the guards spilled the beans. 2 of your friends, Blue Beetle and Raven, filled us in on your circumstances after we fished you out of the water, he added. Ah, Blue Beetle and Raven, good looking out, I mused aloud, nodding in acknowledgement. Did Beetle leave me any goodies, perchance? I inquired, hoping for a little surprise waiting for me in the storage room. The guard nodded in confirmation. Indeed he has. You'll find the items he left waiting for you in the storage room, he confirmed, leading the way with a flick of his fin. We made it to the storage room, and true to the fishy soldier's word, my stuff was all there. Most of it looked like it had been through the ringer, but my trusty Storm Walker shoes and the Giant Slayer sword were still in good shape, and that was all I needed. The whole Crusader getup was a goner anyway, not like I planned on playing superhero anytime soon. Then there was that metallic briefcase, the little surprise package Blue Beetle left for me. Popping it open, I couldn't help but smirk at the sight of all those black diamond shards. They practically oozed malice, like they were itching for a fight. Good luck with that, Eclipso, old buddy, I chuckled, giving the briefcase a pat. Oh, and by the way, the penguin says hi, I added, snapping the case shut and tossing it into my shadow storage. I'd deal with those sinister gems later, cleanse them with some light magic, and scrub Eclipso's soul right out of there. But for now, it was mission accomplished on the Eclipso front. And that's the crew I rallied to take on Eclipso. First up was Raven, who saved my bacon with her magic mojo. Then there was Blue Beetle, who begrudgingly teamed up with the penguin to lend me a hand. With Beetle's gadgets and the penguin's connections, rounding up those black diamond shards was a cakewalk. So there you have it, my big plan to take down Eclipso. Not exactly a stroke of genius, more like a shopping spree on the system and a few favors called in, but hey, whatever gets the job done right. After stashing all my gear in the shadow storage, I turned to the fishy soldier with a nod. Thanks again for the save back there, I said, giving him a grateful look. But duty calls, so if you could point me in the direction of the surface, that'd be great. The fish man waved off my gratitude. No need for thanks. I can guide you back whenever you're ready, he replied, and I could sense a but coming as he trailed off at the end of his sentence. And sure enough, there it was. But King Arthur has requested an audience with you before you head out, he declared. I couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. King Arthur, as in the King of Atlantis, as in Aquaman. The one and only, the fish man confirmed with a nod. So, what'll it be? Will you meet His Majesty? He asked. I let out a sigh. Well, you guys did save my hide, so I guess it's only fair to pay the king a visit, I mused, scratching my head. Lead the way. With a shrug and a sense of curiosity swirling in my mind, I followed the fish man through the winding corridors of Tretinus. As we walked, I couldn't help but marvel at the underwater city's architecture and the hustle and bustle of its aquatic inhabitants. "So, any idea what Aquaman wants with me?" I asked the fish soldier, breaking the silence. He glanced back at me with a knowing smile. "Can't say that I have any, friend, but His Majesty doesn't summon visitors for no reason," he replied cryptically. I chuckled. "Guess I'll find out soon enough," I said, shaking my head. "Never a dull moment, huh?" I honestly had no idea what business Aquaman had with me or why he wanted to see me, but I wouldn't turn down the opportunity to acquaint myself with more DC comic characters. Those points aren't going to harvest themselves, you know. Chapter 73, Poseidonis 73. As I stood in the awe-inspiring grandeur of Poseidonis' throne room, I had to fight the urge to let my inner country bumpkin and comics geek run wild. I mean, seriously, I was standing in the throne room of Atlantis. The place was dripping with opulence, adorned with golden and blue decor, and supported by towering pillars that reached up to the heavens, or should I say, the ocean's surface. The walls boasted gigantic windows that offered a breathtaking view of the underwater world, teeming with an array of colorful fish darting to and fro. And there, at the end of it all, sat Aquaman himself, perched atop his throne like a king of the sea, shirtless and donning nothing but a pair of snug green pants. Now, I'd originally asked the fishman guard to lead the way, thinking Aquaman would be in Tretinus. But as luck would have it, he was chilling in a whole other underwater city. But hey, no backing out now. Once I said I'd meet him, I couldn't exactly bail, right? Fortunately, Atlanteans had this slick mode of transportation, a sort of magical submarine, that could zip through the underwater currents faster than a speeding jet. So, despite the slight detour, I didn't waste too much time getting here. Aquaman's voice reverberated through the throne room, jolting me out of my reverie. "Welcome to Atlantis, Micah Foster," he proclaimed grandly, rising from his throne. "First, allow me to express my gratitude for dealing with Eclipso on behalf of Atlantis and the entire world," he continued, his demeanor serene as he approached me. "I'm the king of Atlantis, but you probably know me better as Aquaman," he introduced himself, extending his hand toward me. "But there's no need for formalities, you can call me Arthur." "The pleasure is mine," I replied, shaking his hand with a smile. "Yup, that's Aquaman for you. Sure, comic book fans like to crack jokes about him, but he's truly something else. Not only is he insanely powerful, but he's also the ruler of an entire submerged continent. He could probably sink the world with a single word if he wanted to. Yet, here he was, as humble and friendly as they come. But hey, this wasn't exactly the time for fanboying. "May I ask why you asked to meet me?" I inquired as I released Aquaman's hand after a few firm shakes. He gave me a troubled smile. "I'm afraid I've called upon you to request a favor," he admitted. "I understand you must be exhausted after such a monumental battle, but I must ask nonetheless," he added. I chuckled softly at his words. "Just asking isn't a problem," I assured him. "I'm willing to hear you out, but I'll be honest, dealing with Eclipso took longer than expected, and I still have some business to attend to in the surface world. So..." Aquaman gave a solemn nod. "I understand, but we're dealing with a serious problem here," he explained, his expression grave. "A species of highly intelligent jellyfish are rallying to invade. They're gearing up for a full-on invasion of Atlantis, and if we don't nip this in the bud, they'll wreak havoc on the surface world too," he added. I couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "Jellyfish? Seriously? Those squishy, floating blobs?" I said, trying to wrap my head around it. "How much trouble can they really cause, even with their brains?" Aquaman let out a heavy sigh. "Yeah, I know it sounds absurd, but these creatures are no joke. They've caused us headaches before," he explained. "Back in the day, they took over Tretinus during King Orin's reign. We barely drove them away then, but now they're back with greater numbers and more advanced technology," he added, looking grim. Well, this was unexpected. These jellyfish must be straight out of a vintage comic storyline. I mean, seriously, where did these jellyfish come from? Did someone spill ink in the ocean, or what? It's probably the butterfly effect again, but as much as I wanted to take responsibility for my mere presence and clean up this mess, I've got other fish to fry. Livewire's probably wondering where I've been, and I've got a startup to launch, and not a whole lot of time to waste. Besides, I'm sure Atlantis would be fine, even without my help. Aquaman still had his buddies in the league if things go south, after all. I'm sorry, but fighting underwater isn't exactly my forte, I said, shaking my head apologetically. I'm more of a surface dweller, you know? Plus, last time I got my feet wet, I almost became fish food if your people Tretinus didn't bail me out, I added with a wry chuckle. Aquaman shrugged like he was deciding what to have for lunch. There's no need to worry about that, he said, his tone easygoing. Ever hear about how we Atlanteans adapted to underwater life? He asked, as if sharing some insider info. I scratched my head, trying to recall my high school Atlantean history lesson. Oh yeah, some scientist whipped up a special serum, right? Made you guys able to withstand the pressure and breathe underwater. I replied, the light bulb finally flickering in my brain. You're not suggesting you'll slip me a dose of that stuff, are you? I asked, raising an eyebrow so high it almost disappeared into my hairline. Aquaman nodded like it was the most normal thing in the world. Okay, now I was officially confused. You do realize what you're offering, right? I said, my skepticism cranked up to 11. Handing out superpowers isn't exactly the league style. What's the catch? I pressed, giving him my best I'm onto you look. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm already a walking arsenal with my light magic, shadow control, and all my gadgets. Adding Atlantean powers to the mix, it's like giving rocket boosters to a race car. Anyone would tell you it's unnecessary and potentially explosive. And that totally goes against the whole Justice League ethos. The League wasn't about power grabs, they were all about checks and balances even amongst themselves, making sure no one got too big for their boots. So, Aquaman offering me, an already dangerous individual who isn't affiliated with the League, this serum was like trying to sell sunscreen to a fish, fishy as heck. Now, for all you comic book novices out there, you might be scratching your heads wondering why a little serum that lets you breathe underwater is such a big deal. I mean, isn't that just Aquaman's thing? What's the fuss? Well, let me lay it out for you. Aquaman may be the punchline of a few too many jokes, but let's not forget, the guy is no slouch in terms of pure physical attributes, comparable to the best of them. Sure, someone like Superman could probably obliterate Aquaman on the surface with his bullshit ensemble of superpowers, but underwater, that's a completely different ball game. Aquaman's like the heavyweight champ down he, and even all sups would have a run for his money. So yeah, getting Aquaman's powers, it's kind of a big deal. Am I offering you anything you can't already gain on your own? Aquaman asked, flashing me a grin that felt colder than a polar bear's toenails. What's that supposed to mean? I shot back, narrowing my eyes at him. It's not exactly a secret that you were not much different from a regular surface world until recently, and yet you managed to take down Eclipso, Aquaman replied, all cool and collected. We don't know how, but it's clear you've got a knack for acquiring powers, he added, dropping the bomb like it was no big deal. I let out a sigh. As I thought, it looked like I couldn't keep my constantly rising strength under wraps forever, not that I thought I'd be exposed this soon. Has it even been more than 2 months since I washed up in this crazy comic book world? We, as in, the Justice League? I raised an eyebrow. Am I right to assume this isn't just your idea but a decision made by the whole gang? I prodded, trying to piece together what was really going on behind the scenes. It was Batman's brainchild, and the 7 founding members of the League agreed to it, Aquaman explained, shedding some light on the situation. Initially, there were some skeptics, but Batman and Superman managed to persuade everyone, and here we are, he added with a shrug. Ah, good old Bruce, always stirring the pot. I couldn't help but wonder what mischief was brewing in that bat brain of his. But hey, no use dwelling on it now. I took a moment to mull it over, weighing the pros and cons, before finally exhaling a defeated sigh. Feels like I'm being played like a fiddle, I muttered. But hey, why the heck not? Count me in, I declared, figuring it'd be foolish to pass on a power-up like this. As for Bruce's ulterior motives, well, he can plot all he wants. What does that have to do with me? I'm shameless enough to take what I can get and tell him to piss off if he came asking for a favor I wasn't willing to give. Chapter 74, Meeting 74. As I slowly emerged from the fog of unconsciousness on the sterile operation table, I couldn't deny the surge of vitality coursing through my veins. Sure, there was a lingering itchiness, but it was overshadowed by this newfound vigor. Before I could even fully appreciate it, a notification from the system rudely interrupted my moment of zen. You have attained the Atlantean physiology. Would you like to incorporate it into the system? I furrowed my brow at the unexpected prompt. Could the system really snag powers from outside its virtual shelves? What's the catch? I wondered, and sure enough, the system had an answer ready. By incorporating the Atlantean physiology into the system, you'd be able to edit and upgrade it using points the same as any purchase from the system's shop. I rolled my eyes internally. No thanks, I thought, dismissing the notification with a mental flick. It irked me that the first time I managed to level up on my own, the system was already trying to get its grubby digital hands on it. Call me paranoid, but something about that felt fishy. I'd always believed that nothing came for free and harbored doubts about the system from day one. I'd even toyed with the idea of cutting ties with it eventually, but it seemed like I'd have to act on that plan sooner than expected. After all, what's given can always be taken away, and I wasn't about to let someone else hold my cards for me. With a sense of purpose driving me forward, I pushed aside my concerns about the system's intentions and focused on the task at hand, helping Aquaman and the Atlanteans win this war. With a determined sigh, I reached for the edge of the bed, intending to rise and face the challenges ahead. But as luck would have it, my attempt to stand ended in an unexpected disaster. My grip on the bed was apparently too strong, causing it to crumble beneath my touch. Before I could recover from the embarrassment, the door swung open, and in walked the familiar fishman soldier I'd encountered back in Tretinus. "You're finally awake, I see," he greeted me with a smile, his eyes sweeping over the room. "It'll take a while to get used to your new strength. I can take you to Poseidonis training yard to help you get accustomed to it," he offered, moving to assist me up before hesitating, likely remembering my superhuman strength. I couldn't help but chuckle at his cautiousness as I slowly rose to my feet. "No need for that," I assured him, retrieving a pen from my shadow storage. "I've already got a handle on it," I added, twirling the pen between my fingers to demonstrate my control. With the added strength of the Atlantean physiology, every part of me felt like a potential weapon. And with my skill that made me a master of all things weapon-related, well, let's just say I was feeling pretty unstoppable. Definitely worth the points I'd invested in it. The fishman soldier's eyes widened in awe at my display. "Impressive," he murmured, quickly regaining his composure. "In that case, I'll take you to meet King Arthur and the generals. They'll soon begin discussing our plan of action," he informed me, gesturing toward the door. "Sounds like a plan. The sooner we get this show on the road, the sooner I can wrap things up here and get back to the surface," I replied with a grin, ready to face whatever challenges awaited me. As Aquaman and the Atlantean generals gathered around a large, intricately carved table in the war room of Poseidonis, tension hung thick in the air. The threat of the highly intelligent jellyfish army loomed large, and every strategy, every decision, could mean the difference between victory and defeat for Atlantis. The generals, their expressions stern and focused, debated fiercely, voices rising and falling as they discussed tactics and contingencies. Aquaman, sitting at the head of the table, listened intently, occasionally interjecting with his own insights and suggestions. Just as the discussion reached a critical point, the door to the war room creaked open, and Micah was ushered in by the fishman soldier who had accompanied him earlier. The general's eyes flickered with irritation at the sight of the surface dweller intruding on their meeting, but they remained silent, choosing to ignore his presence rather than address it. Micah, unfazed by the chilly reception, took a seat at the far end of the table, his expression neutral as he observed the proceedings. He knew he wasn't exactly welcome here, but he had a stake in this fight too, whether the Atlanteans liked it or not. Aquaman, noticing the general's discomfort but choosing to respect their silence, cleared his throat and addressed the room. "Gentlemen, I understand that Micah's presence may be unexpected," he began, casting a glance in Micah's direction. "But rest assured, he's here to aid us in any way he can. His abilities would prove invaluable in this battle. One of the generals couldn't resist voicing his skepticism. So long as the surface dweller doesn't muck things up and follows orders, I suppose we can tolerate his company, he remarked, his tone dripping with barely concealed scorn. Aquaman shot the general a pointed look, silently reprimanding him for his rudeness. Yet, the general remained defiant, meeting Aquaman's gaze with a willful stare of his own. Micah, however, merely chuckled at the general's snide comment, his laid-back demeanor undisturbed by the hostility directed his way. When Aquaman opened the floor for suggestions, Micah seized the opportunity to speak up, much to the general's chagrin. Ignoring their disapproving glares, he posed a question that seemed to catch them off guard. "What's the endgame here, folks? What do you hope to achieve?" Micah asked, his tone sincere and direct. The generals exchanged incredulous looks, clearly taken aback by Micah's audacity. One of them scoffed, his expression dripping with condescension. "What else but victory would we aim for?" he retorted, regarding Micah as if he were a naive child. Micah, however, remained unfazed by the general's derision, his grin widening as he offered his perspective. "It's not about winning or losing the war," he explained calmly. "It's about how you want to win this war. Will you settle for just shooing the jellyfish people away? Wipe them out for good? Maybe teach them a lesson they won't soon forget, make them think twice before invading again?" he suggested, his gaze steady and unwavering. Despite the general's skepticism, Micah's words hung in the air, forcing them to ponder the true scope of their ambitions in the impending conflict. Aquaman shook his head firmly, his voice carrying the weight of his authority. "Extermination is off the table. As king of the oceans and seas, those jellyfish may be discontent with my rule, but they're still my subjects, and I'm bound to protect them," he declared, dismissing any notions of annihilation with a wave of his hand. One of the generals let out a derisive snort. "Even if we wanted to wipe them out, it's not like we have the means to do so," he remarked, shaking his head ruefully. "With their sheer numbers, our best hope is a Pyrrhic victory, pushing them back but sustaining heavy losses in the process," he added, his expression grave. Micah's grin widened as he addressed the skeptical general. "Ah, but who's to say you can't secure a decisive win with minimal casualties?" "I definitely didn't," he interjected, his tone confident. "Sure, the jellyfish might outnumber you, but how many of them would it take to beat one Atlantean soldier? Quality trumps quantity any day of the week," he quipped, raising an eyebrow challengingly. The general's frown deepened at Micah's remark. "War isn't as simple as you make it out to be, surface dweller," he retorted, his tone tinged with irritation. "There are countless variables to consider, environmental factors, troop morale, battle formations. After careful deliberation, we've determined that a Pyrrhic victory is our best bet," he explained. "We know the capabilities of our soldiers better than anyone, after all," he concluded with a note of finality in his tone. Micah chuckled at the general's assertion, lifting his hand with a smirk playing on his lips. "Can't argue with you there about your soldiers' capabilities," he conceded, his voice casual yet confident as he summoned a shimmering orb of magic light into his palm. "But do you know my own capabilities?" he continued, his words trailing off as the orb dispersed, scattering into a cascade of radiant specks that enveloped everyone in the war room with their ethereal glow. "If you were aware that I can temporarily enhance everyone's strength, speed, and durability twofold with my magic," Micah posed, his tone laced with intrigue, "would you still insist that a Pyrrhic victory is the best you can aim for?"